Chapter 1. Adopted by the Jinshin tomb. Am I still alive? My head feels so dizzy. Hiss as I open my eyes and glance around. I find myself surrounded by dense forest. My body feels remarkably strange. Upon further examination, I realize I am unable to move. A quick look reveals that my small hands have become diminutive, akin to those of a newborn. Whenever I attempt to speak, only incoherent babbling escapes my lips. Am I hallucinating? Wasn't I by the lake in the park? How'd I end up here? The original body belonged to a high school student named Su Fan, whose parents divorced when he was just entering middle school. Subsequently, both parents formed new families, unwilling to take Su Fan with them for fear of disrupting their new lives. They would only send him a sum of money periodically. Understanding, yet forlorn, Su Fan refrained from causing any uproar, nor did he harbor resentment toward his parents. He always believed that it was his own fault that neither parent wanted him, which led to a prolonged period of isolation after graduating high school. Frequently, he confined himself within the walls of his home, often feeling stifled. It was only today, overwhelmed by ennui, that he ventured out for a breath of fresh air. While strolling by the lakeside, he stumbled upon a jade pendant on the ground. As he bent down to pick it up, the pendant suddenly transformed into a beam of light that pierced his forehead. Then, darkness enveloped him, and he found himself in a world he had once seen in a film, the young white horse. As his thoughts coalesced, he realized he could not move, confined to lying there. Ding system activation in progress. 10, 30, 50, 80, 100. Congratulations, host. The system has been successfully activated. System? Is this the fabled golden finger for traversing worlds found in novels? Su Fan inquired. System, where am I now? System. Host, we are currently in the world of the young white horse. Su Fan asked. The young white horse with Li Changsheng by Li Dongjun and that Northly 8 young master? System. Indeed, host. Is precisely the world you envisioned. Su Fan. What shall I do now? My body has shrunk so much that I can't move. What if a wild beast appears? We would be doomed together. System. Do not fret, host. I will immediately scan for nearby entities. In 2 minutes, Li Su Wang will pass by with his daughter, Li Yue. Please start crying loudly to attract their attention. There is a 90% chance you will be adopted. Su Fan, all right. It seems I have no other choice. System. They're approaching, host. Li Su Wang. Yue. Do you hear that child crying? Li Yue. I hear it too. The sound is quite pronounced and seems to be coming from ahead. Father, let's hurry over and see what's happening. System. To ensure the host receives attention, I bestow upon you the innate sword talent, guaranteeing that you'll be taken back to Jinshin tomb and treated with utmost care. Su Fan, thank you, System. You are truly considerate. I am fortunate to have you, System. No need for gratitude. Host, we are one and the same. After walking for about a minute, the father and daughter spotted a glimmering infant lying on the ground. Li Yue hurried forward to pick up the child, inspecting him with great care. Li Yue. Father, this child is perfectly healthy and, surprisingly, a boy. Li Suwang. Come, let me hold him. Oh, this child. He is actually a natural swordsman. Which parents would abandon such a remarkable child in this desolate wilderness? Li Yue. Father, what does it mean to be a natural swordsman? Is it a physique that is well suited for sword practice? Li Suwang. Indeed, a natural swordsman is born for the sword, possessing an extraordinary talent for the way of the sword. While it takes others a year to master a sword technique, a natural swordsman can learn it in merely a month. Li Yue. Wow, that's incredible. Does that mean he will become very powerful in the future? We must take him back and care for him properly. Li Suwang, yes. From now on, he will be your little brother, Yue. When I initially wrote this book, I was merely a novice, hence the earlier chapters may not be very polished. However, the author has strived to improve in the subsequent sections. I hope all of you older brothers and sisters can grant me the opportunity to continue this journey. Chapter 2. System Reward Distribution. After Su Fan was brought back to the Sword Heart tomb, he flourished under its meticulous care. In the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed, and Su Fan had grown to the age of 3. During these years, Li Yue frequently ventured out, returning at intervals. It was understandable, as the outside world must be bustling with excitement. Who wouldn't want to explore? This reminded Su Fan of the original story, where Li Yue fell in love with Lei Mengsha from the Lei clan, only to be whisked away by him. Eventually, due to Lei Mengsha's ambitions to become a great general, their family was driven out of their home, leaving them in a state of distress. Although Su Fan wished to intervene, what could a mere 3-year-old do? He was powerless to act. Lost in thought, Li Yue returned at that moment, noticing Su Fan's sorrowful expression as he stared blankly at the sky. Li Yue called out to him, "Little Fan, can you guess what delicious treats I brought for you? There's a reward for the right answer." Turning his head, Su Fan exclaimed joyfully, "Sister Yu, you're back. I missed you so much." His eyes glistened with tears as he looked at Li Yue. Li Yue smiled gently. "I've missed you too, little Fan. This time, it'll stay a little longer. I brought you candied hawthorn and many other treats." Su Fan happily responded, "Thank you, Sister Yu. Can I have a hug?" "Of course, come here." Li Yue laughed as she embraced Su Fan. As soon as he was in her arms, Su Fan eagerly planted a kiss on her cheek. Sister Yu's face still smells so sweet. "I wonder which man will be fortunate enough to enjoy it in the future," Su Fan remarked seriously. Li Yue, taken aback, chuckled helplessly. "Why do you seem so unhappy, little Fan? Do you wish for your sister to remain unmarried forever?" After a moment's contemplation, Su Fan replied, "Not exactly. I was just thinking that if Sister Yu gets married one day, then there will be no one left to buy me candied hawthorn, and he'll be all alone without anyone to play with." Li Yue gently ruffled Su Fan's hair and said, "Even if I marry in the future, I will still frequently return to visit my dear little brother Fan. After all, Jinshin Tomb is my home, and with such an adorable brother, how could I ever bear to stay away?" Upon hearing this, Su Fan beamed and replied, "Then you must not deceive me, no matter what happens in the future. You have to come back often to play with me." Li Yue reassured him, "Of course, dear Fan. Well, have I ever lied to you? Now, let's not dwell on other matters. Today is your 3rd birthday, and I must prepare a feast for you." "Great. I love the meals Sister Yu makes," Su Fan responded. Li Yue smiled and said, "Then you wait here for a little while, and I will call you once it's ready." Su Fan said, "All right, Sister Yu, I will wait for you here." Su Fan then communicated with the system. "System, you mentioned that I can only begin cultivation at the age of 3, and that a beginner's cultivation gift pack would be sent to me today. Is it time for that to arrive?" The system responded, "Host, do not be anxious. The rewards are prepared, and the beginner's cultivation gift pack is as follows. 1.1 Master Identity Card Note. This card allows the host to randomly select a powerful teacher from the current world to serve as a mentor. It is essential to have a formidable master to support you in your endeavors. 2. Innate Celestial Vein Note. In the current world, only innate martial veins exist. The innate celestial vein is over 10 times more powerful than the innate martial vein. 3. One-time martial arts cultivation bestowal note. This will randomly bestow a cultivation level between 1 to 9 with no adverse effects, providing a more solid foundation than self-training. 4.1 Frost Celestial Sword Note. This sword is a celestial weapon that can accompany the host on their journey to immortality. It is currently sealed with a 20 unsealing. Progress. The system continued. All rewards have been dispensed. Host, please choose to use them. Su Fan contemplated for a moment and decided, let's merge the innate celestial vein first. System. The system replied, merging. Merge successful. Su Fan felt a tingling sensation throughout his body, as if there were tiny creatures crawling within. After a short while, the peculiar feeling dissipated. Su Fan inquired, is that all there is to it? The system confirmed, yes, host. The celestial vein has been successfully merged. Su Fan then said, system, let's proceed with the cultivation bestowal. The system announced, conducting random cultivation bestowal. Ding. Randomly assigned as the 8th grade martial arts cultivation. Bestowal commencing. 10, 50, 100. Bestowal complete. Please experience it. Host. Su Fan assessed his body and remarked, I feel an overwhelming surge of power now. Are there any other 3-year-olds in this world who are 8th grade martial artists like me? The system cautioned, host, do not be conceited. There are always those beyond oneself, all right. System, activate the MasterCard, Su Fan commanded. The system responded, MasterCard activation in progress. Ding. The host has drawn Master Su Bai, currently at the mid-stage of the Celestial Realm. Su Fan asked, Celestial Realm? What kind of realm is that? Chapter 3. Li Changsheng takes on Disciples' current classification of cultivation realms. My personal setting. The realms are divided into 9 grades, from 1 to 9, representing the ordinary martial artists. Above the ninth grade lies the realm of Vidra Ordinary, followed by the realms of Free and Carefree, which are further subdivided into 9 heavens. Rising Winds, Great Carefree, and Half-Step Divine Travel. The Half-Step Divine Travel is also known as the Human Immortal, while the Divine Travel Mysterious Realm is referred to as the Earth Immortal Realm. The realm above the Earth Immortal is known as the Heaven Immortal Realm. In the current world, individuals at the Heaven Immortal level can ascend to other worlds. However, due to frequent invasions from other lesser worlds, many who attain the Earth Immortal and Heaven Immortal statuses choose to remain and guard the 4 cardinal directions of the current realm to protect it from foreign incursions. Su Fan, so that it appears my master has reached the pinnacle of this world's power. Indeed formidable enough to choose to defend the 4 corners for the sake of safeguarding our realm. At the same time, in the extreme north, a white-haired man, youthful in appearance, sat at a table sipping tea, feeling a sudden stirring in his heart. He was abruptly struck by a voice in his mind. A fated individual has descended upon this world, one who may alter its destiny. Su Bai, a fated individual? What manner of person is this? The voice continued. The fated one currently resides within the Northern Li dynasty, having arrived at the Sword Heart tomb 3 years ago. You must take him as your disciple and provide protection until he matures. Su Bai, who are you? How can I trust your words? Another voice responded. I am the heavenly Tao of this world. I have awaited for millennia, and at last, the fated individual has appeared. Would I deceive you? Su Bai, but I cannot leave at present. How can I take on a disciple? Furthermore, this place is perilous. I cannot possibly bring him here. What if something were to happen? You have a disciple, do you not? Allow him to escort your new disciple and provide him with an identity for protection. There is no need to impart any teachings. I shall personally bestow upon him the most suitable cultivation methods. However, the entity communicating with Su Bai was not the heavenly Tao of this world, but rather the system belonging to Su Fan. The heavenly Tao of this realm had fallen into slumber while contending with the heavenly Taos of other lesser worlds. Otherwise, how could those from other worlds dare to invade? Nonetheless, the system did not deceive Su Bai. When the system accompanied Su Fan to this realm, it had once negotiated with the heavenly Tao of this world. The terms agreed upon were that the heavenly Tao would permit the system to bring Su Fan here, but in return, the system must assist in remedying the current situation. Without hesitation, the system consented, for to it, this world was merely a temporary refuge, a chance to lend aid. Here, the author briefly clarifies the true identity of the system. It is not merely a system as presumed, but rather the remnant will of the heavenly Tao from another grand world, which was destroyed. This will attach itself to a jade pendant, which was acquired by Su Fan, thus making him the host of this heavenly Tao's will in this world. In Tianqi City, within the Jixiao Academy, Li Changsheng was enjoying a drink when suddenly a figure appeared before him. As Li Changsheng recognized the visitor, he immediately stood up with decorum and saluted. Master, what brings you to this place in such a manner? Is there something of importance? Su Bai replied. Indeed, a matter of great significance requires your attention. You must embark immediately to the location of the Sword Heart tomb. I intend to take on a new disciple, and you shall act on my behalf. The child, a boy of approximately 3 years, was adopted by Li Suong 3 years ago. This child bears a celestial destiny and is pivotal to the transformation of this realm. It is imperative that you undertake this task with utmost seriousness. I am unable to leave at the moment, otherwise, I would go myself. Li Changsheng responded, Understood, Master. Once I have taken him in, should I bring him to your side or to the Jixia Academy? Su Bai clarified, There is no need for that. Simply act as my proxy in receiving the disciple and provide him with protection. Until he matures, you must ensure that no harm befalls him, even at the cost of your own life. Do you understand? If any misfortune were to befall him, I would hold you accountable. And if the child's name is unappealing, remember to choose a more pleasing one, something cultured, yet not too ostentatious. Li Changsheng pondered, a name? It must be melodious? This poses quite a challenge for me, as naming has always been my greatest difficulty. Lei Er, come see me, he called. Master, what is the matter? Lei Mingsha inquired. Li Changsheng replied, Master, I must step out for a while to meet my young disciple. I shall return promptly. Keep an eye on the academy. Chapter 4. Li Changsheng acquires a junior disciple outside the Sword Heart Mound. Li Changsheng found himself reminiscing as he returned to this place after many years. A visit to an old friend. Li Changsheng, I am here to visit the Sword Heart Mound. Gatekeeper disciple. It is truly the esteemed Mr. Li from the academy. Please, Mr. Li, come inside. Another gatekeeper disciple. Shouldn't we announce his arrival? Announce? This gentleman is none other than the greatest person in the realm, Mr. Li. Do you think it would make a difference whether we announce it or not? Gatekeeper disciple, that is indeed a valid point. Inside the Sword Heart Mount, Li Changsheng strolled past a pavilion and observed a young girl instructing a 3-year-old child in swordplay. He pondered, could this be the child my master spoke of? A natural sword prodigy? Indeed. A gifted martial vessel? No, it seems even more exceptional than that. Could it be the fabled celestial vein? No wonder my master insisted I take on disciples in his stead. Su Fan, sister Yu, I have already mastered this sword technique. No need for further practice. After watching you demonstrate once, I practiced it thrice, and now I have it down. Is there something more complex? Li Xinu. Internally perplexed, I have never encountered someone who learns so swiftly. Little Fan, what sword technique do you wish to learn? Su Fan, I feel that the techniques you teach me are too simplistic, akin to teaching me that 112 when I already know the answer is 2. I have my own sword technique, which I learned in a dream last night. Let me demonstrate. With that, he grasped a small wooden sword and began to practice. Li Changsheng observed this scene, skeptical of how a 3-year-old could master any sword technique, especially one learned in a dream. Yet, as he continued to watch, he sensed something amiss. Although the technique appeared unremarkable, each move contained an essence of wind and thunder, a style he had never seen or heard of before. How could this child possess such skill? Li Xinu stood beside him, equally astonished, questioning the nature of genius. Could it truly be possible to learn a sword technique merely by sleeping? Such claims would be met with disbelief. At that moment, Li Su Wang approached from a distance and witnessed the scene, also murmuring to himself, "This does not resemble the sword techniques of my Sword Heart Mount. Little Fan has never ventured outside nor interacted with outsiders, and Mr. Li just arrived today. Who could have taught him?" At the same time, Su Fan completed his demonstration and turned around to see not only Sister Yu, but also his adoptive father, Li Su Wang, and an unfamiliar elderly man. Li Changsheng then spoke, "Master Li, I have come today at the behest of my master to take on disciples in his stead," gesturing towards Su Fan. Su Fan thought to himself, finally, he has arrived rather promptly. The system indicated that Su Bai would send his disciple for me. It appears that the person before me is the current foremost figure of Bailey, Mr. Li Changsheng, who will soon be my senior brother. As long as I refrain from reckless actions, my position is as secure as a mountain, unassailable. Li Su Wang, regaining his composure, responded, "Mr. Li, you are not here to take on disciples but to act in your master's stead?" Li Changsheng returned and remarked, "Indeed. My master holds him in high regard and specifically sent me to collect my little junior disciple." He turned to Su Fan and inquired, "You are called Xiao Fan, are you not?" Su Fan replied, "Yes, my name is Su Fan. When my adoptive father found me, a jade pendant was placed beside me, inscribed with the character Su. He believed it was left by my parents, so he named me Su Fan." Li Changsheng commented, "Su Fan is a fine name. Yet it seems rather ordinary for you. It lacks uniqueness. You are destined to become an immortal. Allow me to add a character to your name, Sten. Henceforth, you shall be known as Su Fan Xian. From this moment on, you are fated to cease being ordinary, and your future shall undoubtedly lead to immortality." Hearing Li Changsheng's words, Li Su Wang, who was nearby, felt it was somewhat exaggerated and couldn't help but ask, "Mr. Li, does Xiao Fan truly possess such immense potential? I can believe he might become a sword immortal given his innate sword physique, but becoming an immortal seems hard to accept." Li Changsheng replied, "You see only his innate sword physique, but it is far more than that. To put it plainly, his innate sword body is merely the most mundane of his talents. He possesses an immortal vein. Even without deliberate cultivation, he will reach the realm of divine transcendence in no more than 30 years. With intentional training, he will enter that realm in less than 20 years, perhaps even sooner." Li Su Wang, alongside the captivated Li Yue, was left astounded. The notion that one could achieve divine transcendence without arduous training by merely coasting until the age of 30 was utterly extraordinary, an unheard of phenomenon. While excitement coursed through them, a tinge of concern also emerged. Li Su Wang inquired, "Mr. Li, given Xiao Fan's remarkable talents, shouldn't he be protected to prevent any ill-intentioned individuals from harming him?" Li Changsheng reassured him, "You need not worry about that. In Bailey, I will safeguard him. No one can harm him. Furthermore, Xiao Fan has already attained the peak of the 8th rank at merely 3 years of age. An ordinary person would be unable to contend with him." "What? Xiao Fan has already reached the peak of the 8th rank?" Li Su Wang exclaimed, quickly inspecting him to confirm the truth of this astonishing claim. Indeed, Xiao Fan had reached the peak of the 8th rank, and his foundation felt remarkably solid, almost surreal. Li Xinyue, brimming with joy, remarked. Xiao Fan has become so formidable without even realizing it. Once you grow even stronger, if anyone dares to bully me, will you protect me, Xiao Fan? Su Fan replied confidently, of course. Sister Yu, what are you thinking? I will definitely protect you. At that moment, Li Changsheng called out, Xiao Fan, come here. I have nothing of great value to bestow upon you, but I shall envelop you in a protective aura of true energy. Those below the half-step divine transcendence will be unable to harm you. This is also to facilitate your protection, for my master has other pressing matters to attend to, and I cannot remain by your side indefinitely. My master has assured me that there will be more suitable mentors to guide you in your cultivation techniques and sword skills. Our role is to ensure that you endure no harm until you have matured. Su Fan replied, I understand, senior brother. I will strive to grow rapidly so that I can assist my master. Li Changsheng nodded with satisfaction. My master has indeed chosen well. I am currently at the Tianqi Jixia Academy. Once you become stronger, come find me at Tianqi, and I will introduce you to many new friends. As Li Changsheng turned to leave, he addressed Li Suwang, saying, Your daughter was destined to face a calamity, yet when Su Fan vowed to protect her, that impending doom was averted. One cannot help but acknowledge the intricate web of cause and effect. You and your daughter took in the young boy, and in return, he shall safeguard your Jianqing tomb for eternity. Truly, this is a profound blessing. With that, he vanished from sight. At this moment, Li Suwang turned to gaze earnestly at Li Xinyue, who had naturally overheard the exchange. However, Su Fan, diligently practicing his swordsmanship nearby, remained oblivious to the conversation. Yet, even if he had heard, it would not have mattered, for he was well aware of the nature of this calamity from the original tale. As long as he attained the realm of divine transcendence before that time, it would be a simple matter. The name will be transformed in the next chapter, marking a new beginning for Su Fan as he ascends to become an immortal. I hope everyone will enjoy this journey and extend their support to Xiao Aki. Chapter 5. Li Xinyue departed. Upon returning to the Jixia Academy, Li Changsheng announced the affairs of his junior disciple, Su Fanxian, the adopted son of the Sword Heart Tomb's Li Suwang. The revelation of Li Changsheng's relationship with his master and his role as a mentor stirred considerable excitement within the martial world. While many were curious about the identity of the enigmatic Su Fanxian, who resided in the Sword Heart Tomb, none dared to investigate further. By making this announcement, Li Changsheng was effectively sending a message to the entire Northern Li. To provoke Su Fanxian would be to slap my face. No one wished to incur such bad fortune. Time passed, and 3 years swiftly elapsed. By this time, Su Fanxian had reached the age of 6 and had grown significantly taller. The system had been an unwavering companion throughout these 3 years, guiding his development and enhancing his abilities. At 6 years of age, Su Fanxian had already attained the pinnacle of the King Kong realm. Meanwhile, Li Xinyue had blossomed into a stunning beauty at 16, embodying grace and allure. She was none other than the mother of the future Snow Moon Sword Immortal, Li Hani. If Li Xinyue were not exceptionally beautiful, could she have possibly given birth to a daughter as enchanting as Li Hani? A daughter's beauty is often a reflection of her mother. At this moment, Su Fanxian found himself pondering a question. What would his appearance be like in the future? As a man destined for ascension, how could he hope to succeed without sufficient charm? Would he be able to engage in a sweet romance without an appealing visage? Thus, aesthetics were undeniably significant. Su Fanxian inquired, System, may I have a glimpse of what I will look like when I grow up? The system replied, Of course, host. I shall arrange this immediately. As Su Fanxian beheld his future self in his mind, he deemed himself passably decent, though far inferior in beauty compared to his previous life. He communicated with the system. Is it possible for you to transform me into the version of myself from my past life? My appearance in this life is rather lacking. The system responded, Typically, this is not permissible. However, due to your diligent efforts over the past 3 years, I am pleased to offer you the following options for your appearance. 1. Faping 2. Longong 3. Li Xiaoao 4. Jing Tian. Ding. Please make your selection within 3 minutes. With a sigh of resignation, Su Fanxian said, System, are we being serious? All 4 options look remarkably similar. Are they not merely variations of the same person? The system clarified, they differ. Each possesses a unique style. You must choose swiftly. 10 seconds remaining. Su Fanxian exclaimed, I choose Faping. Internally, he thought, I apologize, dear brother Faping. I promise not to disgrace your name. I shall carry it forward. Upon completing his selection, he sensed a subtle change in his body, though it was difficult to discern. Oh well, I shall not dwell on it. The system chimed, ding. Selection of Faping successful. You are rewarded with the Faping-themed outfit and the demon-subduing sword. Silently, Su Fanxian grumbled, System, are you aiming to lead me further down the path of Faping? Is this a game of cosplay? Must it be so extreme? The system reassured him, do not be disheartened, host. The Faping ensemble is crafted from rare materials in the world of Xianjin 3, a treasure within this small realm. Once adorned, one could stand unscathed even against those beneath the realm of the divine dream, while also possessing the ability to soar through the skies for extended periods. And at a commendable speed. Su Fan, the immortal, remarked, such prowess ensures our safety. In times of dire straits or when venturing into perilous territories. I shall don this attire. At the very least, it provides a layer of security. At that moment, Li Changsheng, noticing Su Fan lost in thought, approached and inquired. Xiao Fan, how has your training progressed lately? Su Fan replied, well, it's going quite well. I've reached the pinnacle of the Vajra realm and should soon enter the realm of effortless transcendence. Li Changsheng responded, you are truly remarkable. At 16, I had just attained the realm of effortless transcendence, yet you, at the tender age of 6, are nearly catching up to me. The disparity between individuals is astonishing. Su Fan, somewhat discontent, asserted, Sister Yu, there is no need for you to exert yourself so. I shall clear the path of all dangers for you. By the way, have you mastered the Dugu Jian that I taught you? Li Changsheng replied, I have nearly grasped it. I can manage the first 5 swords. But I shall take my time with the remaining 4. Su Fan encouraged, Sister Yu, there is no rush. Once you comprehend the latter 4 swords, entering the realm of carefree transcendence should pose no difficulty. Even without the heart-nurturing sword, you will be formidable. Relying on nurturing the sword each time feels somewhat disadvantageous. Li Changsheng nodded. Understood. Su Fan continued. A few days ago, my adoptive father gifted me the listening rain sword, but I hesitated to draw it initially. He advised me to first understand the significance of unsheathing the sword. I pondered what my own purpose was in drawing it, and then I finally unsheathed the sword. Sister Yu, what do you think my purpose is? Li Changsheng replied, I'm not sure. Stop being cryptic and just tell me. Su Fan stated, I have vowed to protect you, Sister Yu. If anyone dares to harm you, regardless of their identity, even if they were the Emperor of Bailey, I would unsheath my sword without hesitation to eliminate them. Li Changsheng queried, so, is your sword a means of protection or an instrument of slaughter? Su Fan clarified, it is only through the eradication of all who dare threaten you that no one will ever harm you. I call this ending war through slaughter, striking fear into the hearts of others so that no calamity befalls us. Li Changsheng gazed quietly at the 6-year-old Su Fan, who exuded a palpable aura of menace, feeling an inexplicable sense of emotion. Despite his youth, he was wholly devoted to her protection. Suddenly, she embraced him tightly. Su Fan proposed, Sister Yu, why not refrain from marrying anyone else? When I grow up, I shall marry you, allowing you to remain by my side in the Sword Heart Tomb for eternity. Li Changsheng trembled at this, perceiving Su Fan's words as jest. However, she had long since harbored affections for another. Meanwhile, Su Fan's feelings for Li Changsheng were not of romantic nature. Rather, he regarded her with a sibling-like affection, akin to that of a mother, as she had largely raised him throughout his early years. As time passed and Su Fan matured, Li Changsheng began to venture out more frequently, her absences growing longer, sometimes returning only once a month, other times not for half a year. Thus, 3 years gradually slipped away, and Su Fan's strength reached the pinnacle of the realm of effortless transcendence. During this period, I learned a remarkable martial art known as 3,000 Thunder Movements from the novel Do Put Song Qiong, as well as Divine Sword of Thunder Control from the world of Zhu Xian and the Supreme Technique Tao Record, which comprises a total of 108 levels. Having begun my diligent practice at the tender age of 6, I have only managed to reach the 8th level thus far. The system asserts that this technique is among the pinnacle of martial arts in the vast universe, allowing one to ascend directly to the status of an immortal emperor if cultivated within that realm. However, due to the relatively sparse spiritual energy in our world, the cultivation process is considerably slower. Yet, even at just the 8th level, I, at the age of 9, have attained the peak of the free and easy realm, showcasing the terrifying potential of the Tao record. My adoptive father was in a fit of rage, and upon hearing his voice, I immediately executed the 3,000 Thunder Movements, transforming into a bolt of lightning and appearing before him in the blink of an eye. To my astonishment, everyone stared at me in sheer disbelief, as if questioning why I was accompanied by lightning. Observing their dumbfounded expressions, I felt compelled to explain, well, a few days ago, during a thunderstorm, I stood atop the mountain and absorbed some lightning strikes, making slight enhancements to develop this movement technique. I have named it 3,000 thunder movements. The onlookers were utterly astonished. Who among them would dare to invite lightning upon themselves? Surely, that would be courting death. I then inquired, Father, what has caused you to be so upset? Li Suwang replied, It's your sister. She insists on following that boy named Lei. I see nothing admirable in him, yet she refuses to listen. I turned to Li Suwang and said, Father, please do not be too angry. There is no way to prevent their relationship now. It would be better to allow them their freedom. Besides, they truly seem compatible. I then turned deliberately fierce, addressing Li Mengsha. Do you know who I am? Li Mengsha asked, Are you not Su Fanxian, my little master uncle? I affirmed, Indeed, that is I. We at the Sword Heart Tomb shall not intentionally make things difficult for you. Just treat my sister well, and ensure she does not suffer any grievances. Otherwise, I will certainly have to confront you. Chapter 6. The first encounter with Yue Yao. After concluding matters with Li Mengsha departed with Sister Yu, leaving Su Fanxian alone in the Sword Heart Tomb. Thus began Su Fanxian's relentless daily sword training, as time quietly slipped away. Over a year had passed, and it was rumored that Sister Yu had given birth to a daughter named Lei Hani. Su Fanxian contemplated sneaking out to see the child, but the thought of the tribulations Sister Yu would face restrained him. He resolved not to venture out until he attained the realm of Xiaoyao Tianjing. Another year passed, and Su Fanxian was now 12 years old. Thanks to the system's enhancements, his appearance bore a striking resemblance to the character Faping from television dramas. Although still not fully grown, he was undeniably handsome. Su Fanxian had reached the pinnacle of the ninth heaven in the Xiaoyao Tianjing, just a step away from soaring higher. And he was now capable of protecting himself. What he lacked was experience. During his previous anime pursuits, he had admired the beauty of Princess Yue Yao from the series. Yet he was curious to know what she truly looked like in reality. Thus, his first goal in this quest for experience was to behold the legendary fairy Yue Yao and understand why she captivated the heart of the illustrious by Li Dongjun. After bidding farewell to his adoptive father, Li Suwang, Su Fanxian donned a pristine white robe. He retrieved the frost blade from the system's storage, an artifact he had long refrained from using, fearing complications regarding its origin. Since the age of 3, he had seldom wielded it, relying instead on the swords found within the Sword Heart Tomb. Venturing northward, he encountered a few bandits along the way, clad in white and brandishing a gleaming white sword. Those he aided referred to him as the white-clad swordsman, and gradually, his reputation grew. The world of martial arts soon learned of this exceptional swordsman, rumored to possess remarkable strength, likely from the Xiaoyao Tianjing, and astonishingly young, around 12 or 13 years of age. Speculation arose regarding his identity, with many marveling at such formidable talent at such a tender age, likening it to that of the renowned figure from Huanglong Mountain. When news reached the Jixiao Academy in Tianqi City, Li Changsheng merely cast a distant glance and murmured, Little junior brother, you have finally stepped into the world of martial arts. I have awaited your arrival for 9 long years. As you traverse the Jianghu, rest assured, your elder brother will always be your safeguard. Beside him, Xiao Ruofeng, who was enjoying tea with Lu Yu, inquired, Master, do you know where this white-clad swordsman hails from? Li Changsheng responded with a gentle smile, He shall soon arrive in Tianqi, and you will naturally meet him. Meanwhile, as Su Fanxian journeyed north, he arrived at an inn and chanced upon a young woman in white descending from an opulent carriage drawn by 4 white horses. Realizing that the narrative was about to unfold, Su Fanxian deduced that this must be Yue Yao, and their destination was undoubtedly Qiandong City. It was this very encounter with Yue Yao that would lead by Li Dongjun to venture to Caixing City to sell wine, thus igniting the story's progression. Thus, on this journey, intervention is not permitted. One can merely catch a glimpse of what lies ahead before seeking out my elder brother at Tianqi. After disembarking, Yue Yao noticed someone observing her, prompting her to turn her gaze towards Su Fanxian. In her heart, she could not help but commend, what a graceful young man, seemingly possessing formidable strength. I wonder to which sect he belongs. Regardless, it would be beneficial to forge a connection after just emerging from the otherworldly realm. With newfound courage, Yue Yao stepped forward and inquired, May I ask for your name, noble sir? If it is presumptuous of me, I beg your pardon. Su Fanxian replied, I am Su Fanxian, recently emerged from the Jinshin tomb to traverse the martial world. I happened to pass through this area. Yue Yao, alongside her handmaiden, gasped in astonishment. Are you the Su Fanxian who was accepted as a disciple by Li Changsheng on behalf of his master? Su Fanxian awkwardly scratched his head and said, Since I was taken in by my elder brother at the age of 3, I have remained in the Jinshin tomb for 9 years without stepping outside. I never anticipated my reputation would extend so far beyond. Yue Yao smiled gently and remarked, the fact that you were chosen by Mr. Li to be his disciple, rather than being accepted directly, speaks volumes of your immense potential and innate talent. Such circumstances would not arise otherwise. Su Fanxian modestly replied, it is nothing extraordinary. Let us not linger here any longer. How about I invite you to dine together? We can converse over a meal. Yue Yao smiled, I am grateful for your kind offer. Sir Su. Thus, the group entered an inn, ordered a selection of signature dishes, and settled into a private room. Once inside, Yue Yao pondered for a moment before asking, Sir Su, you mentioned being taken in as a disciple at the age of 3 and not stepping outside for 9 years. That would make you 12 now, correct? Su Fanxian confirmed, indeed, time flies, in the blink of an eye, I have arrived at the stage of honing my skills in the martial world. As a child, I yearned to grow quickly to wield a sword and traverse the world, yet upon my emergence, I found the reality of the martial realm to be far less idyllic than I had imagined. Along my journey, I encountered numerous bandits and robbers, situations that could be easily resolved. The Bailey Court could dispatch a mere handful of troops to quell them, ensuring the safety and stability of the populace. Yet no one seems inclined to take action. Yue Yao, upon hearing this, her eyes glimmered as she continued, you possess a truly chivalrous heart, Sir Su. May I inquire about your current realm of cultivation? Su Fanxian replied, I emerged from the Jianshin tomb at the pinnacle of the Jiuxiao realm half a month ago. After engaging in a few skirmishes, I successfully advanced to the Fuyo realm. His tone was calm, yet the handmaidens, Shaoqing and Mo Qishuan, could not help but gasp in astonishment. A 12-year-old in the Fuyo realm, such innate talent was indeed unfathomable. Yue Yao's heart raced as she contemplated, 12 years old. Could he possibly be the one with the innate martial veins spoken of by the Wuxiang master? Otherwise, how could his pace of cultivation be so astonishing? She exchanged a knowing glance with her handmaid, Qing'er, and Mo Qishuan, who then discreetly departed. Yue Yao slowly removed her veil, revealing a visage akin to that of an angel, sparkling, captivating eyes, a delicate and well-formed nose, and rosy, cherry-like lips. Su Fanxian found himself momentarily entranced. Unable to avert his gaze, unable to restrain himself, Su Fanxian spoke, clouds yearn for garments, flowers crave beauty, as spring breezes caress the threshold, rich with dew. Had I not glimpsed you atop the mountain of jade, I would not have encountered you beneath the moonlit Yao terrace. Such beauty, Yue Yao exclaimed. Master Su possesses remarkable literary talent. This poem is truly exquisite. Su Fanxian smiled in response, saying, since you appreciate it, I shall gift this poem to you, Miss Yue Yao. Yue Yao's expression shifted as she inquired, do you know me, sir? Recognizing the misunderstanding, Su Fanxian explained, I have been here for 2 or 3 days and overheard discussions about the 2 princesses of Beitiu. The elder princess, Yue Yao, is said to possess celestial gifts and unparalleled beauty. Hence, I presumed you to be Miss Yue Yao. Upon hearing this, Yue Yao eased her demeanor and remarked, such rumors are merely exaggerations. Su Fanxian, unfazed, replied, I believe that if you, Miss Yue Yao, cannot be deemed as enchanting as the tales suggest, then I doubt there exists a more beautiful woman in this world. He then ventured, may I audaciously inquire if you have a romantic interest? Yue Yao glanced at Su Fanxian, understanding the young lad's intent, and replied, not at the moment. However, if you harbor feelings for me, I believe it would be best to refrain from pursuing them. Su Fanxian asked, why is that? Yue Yao explained, firstly, you are merely 12 years old, while I am already 16, for years your senior. Your youth is a concern. You are from Bailey, and I am from Beitiu. Your people refer to us in Tianweishan as part of the demonic sect. Are you not afraid? Su Fanxian promptly responded, a few years difference in age is inconsequential. If I admire you, I would not concern myself with your origins. Observing the earnestness in Su Fanxian's demeanor and the hint of sorrow in his eyes, Yue Yao realized the sincerity of this young boy. She then asked, is it merely my appearance that captivates you? Do you truly know who I am? What if I were a villain? Are you not afraid for your life? Having read the original text, Su Fanxian was well aware of Yue Yao's virtuous nature. She could never harm him. Initially, he had intended only to see her beauty, but he hadn't anticipated her allure to be so profound. My apologies, Lord Dongjun. He inquired, Sister Yue Yao, do you believe in love at first sight? Do you believe in destiny? Seeing Su Fanxian's earnestness, Yue Yao found him rather endearing. He possessed talent, a commendable background, and exceptional prowess among his peers. Perhaps she could be open to the idea. Thus, she smiled softly at Su Fanxian and said, I shall consider it. I have yet to decide whether to accept your feelings, as we have only just met today, and I know little about you. Su Fanxian replied, well, I shall await the day when you come to a decision, Miss Yue Yao. If you ever tire of your stay in Tianweishan and wish to take a breather, do not hesitate to send word. I shall come to escort you away. As Yue Yao gazed into Su Fanxian's eyes, she found his seriousness somewhat stirring. In his heart, Su Fanxian silently questioned the system. Do you have any suitable gifts for a young lady? The system replied, there are 3 options available. 1. Pets. 2. Weapons. 3. Equipment. Su Fanxian pondered. Gifting a weapon on our first meeting would be inappropriate, and equipment might not suffice. Thus, a pet shall have to do. What pets are available? System. The system currently offers the following options. 1. Nine-tailed fox cub. 2. Vermilion bird cub. 3. White tiger cub. 4. Azure dragon cub. 5. Black tortoise cub. Note: adult divine beasts are inherently proud, while their juvenile counterparts are more susceptible to forming bonds with their owners. Su Fanxian mused to himself. I shall gift a white tiger cub to my future wife. After all, it will eventually return to my possession. With this thought, Su Fanxian turned to Yue Yao and said, Sister Yue Yao, please hold on for a moment. I shall fetch something and return shortly. Chapter 7. Parting. Su Fanxian walked to a secluded spot and addressed the system, requesting the emergence of the white tiger cub. In an instant, a flash of white light illuminated the ground, revealing a small white tiger. The creature affectionately nuzzled against Su Fanxian's leg. He lifted the white tiger into his arms, gently stroking its head, and made his way toward Yue Yao. Upon seeing Su Fanxian return, Yue Yao's curiosity was piqued as she noticed the white, cat-like creature in his embrace. Approaching her, Su Fanxian offered the white tiger to Yue Yao. Enchanted by its cuteness, she accepted it, beginning to caress its soft fur. Miss Yue Yao, Su Fanxian declared, this little white tiger is my pet, and I wish to gift it to you. I hope it can keep you company. Surprised by the generous offer, especially given their first meeting, Yue Yao hesitated. Young Master Su, this is rather inappropriate. How can I accept such a valuable gift from you? With a glint in his eye, Su Fanxian quickly replied, please, Miss Yue Yao, accept it. It would be inconvenient for me to carry it while I roam about. Simply keep it safe for me, and I shall retrieve it when we meet again. Inwardly, Su Fanxian inquired of the system, what is the power level of the white tiger cub in this world? The system responded, host. The white tiger cub possesses strength equivalent to that of a celestial being in this realm. In times of danger, it will automatically enlarge and enter combat mode. Su Fanxian couldn't help but muse, such a small creature possesses greater strength than I. The system added, host, the white tiger is a divine beast. Even in the grand world, it ranks among the top divine creatures. Therefore, do not underestimate its significance. In this world, a celestial being is comparable to the foundation establishment stage in the realm of cultivation. Regaining his composure, Su Fanxian addressed the little white tiger. You must stay close to this lady and ensure her safety, understood? The white tiger turned its head and nodded in a remarkably human-like manner, leaving Yue Yao astonished by its intelligence. The nearby maid was equally fascinated but could not suppress a roll of her eyes, thinking to herself, how can such a small creature protect anyone? I believe it is we who will be protecting it. Su Fanxian sensed their skepticism through their expressions but chose not to elaborate further. He turned to Yue Yao and said, Miss Yue Yao, I must continue my journey to enhance my swordsmanship. It is time for us to part ways. By the next time you hear my name in the martial world, I shall have become a sword immortal. Yue Yao smiled subtly. Then I wish you swift success in becoming a sword immortal, one whose name resonates throughout the land. Su Fanxian chuckled softly. I shall take my leave now. When I achieve the status of sword immortal, I will find you, no matter where you are. I hope by then you will have found clarity in your own path. With that, he executed a swift movement, and in a flash of lightning, he vanished from sight. Observing his departure, the maid turned to Yue Yao. Miss, do you hold him in high regard? And is he serious about having this little white tiger protect you? Yue Yao gazed in the direction where Su Fanxian had departed, remarking, he is the most talented young man I have ever encountered. His disposition is commendable. I sense a purity within him, devoid of any malevolent intent. When I first removed my veil, I noticed he was lost in thought while staring at me. Yet his eyes conveyed no desire, only admiration and fondness. As she spoke, she glanced down at the small white tiger cradled in her arms and smiled faintly. Regardless of the truth, Master Su harbors no ill will towards us. The young maid replied, indeed, Mississippi. After a moment of contemplation, Yue Yao instructed, let us proceed to Qiandong City. Additionally, send someone to gather more information about Master Su. I wish to learn more about him. The maid responded, As you wish, Mississippi. Unable to contain herself, she added, Miss, you cannot truly have feelings for Master Su, can you? He is from Bailey and a disciple of Li Changsheng. He is not of our kind. Yue Yao countered, yet he has acknowledged my identity and claimed it does not matter to him. I trust he would not deceive me. A month later, in Xiandong City, a young man reclined atop a peach tree, sipping wine. Beneath the tree, a man with white hair, yet youthful in appearance, played the guqin. The young man was Bailey Dongjun, the young master of the Duke of Jinshi's estate, while the man below was the once renowned Confucian immortal, Guchun. Guchun inquired, Dongjun, do you truly have no desire to practice martial arts? Bailey Dongjun replied, what is the merit in martial arts? Fighting and killing lack interest. I would much prefer the elegance of drinking and brewing wine. Guchun sighed, Dongjun, whether you wish it or not, there are times when one is compelled. In due time, you shall understand. At that moment, a woman clad in white, her face partially veiled, approached. She bowed slightly to Guchun, saying, I apologize for the intrusion, esteemed sir. Guchun responded, no offense taken. The woman continued, I hope you will accompany me back. We shall certainly honor you as our esteemed guest. Guchun replied, I am aware of your intentions, but I must decline. My old acquaintances are gone. I am merely a man nearing his end. The woman persisted, do you not harbor any resentment? Do you not wish to seek vengeance? Guchun stated, I once considered such things, but I have since come to terms with it and no longer dwell on it. The woman said, in that case, I shall not press you further. Farewell. She turned to leave. Just then, a young man leaped down from the tree. He beheld the woman before him. Her white attire and veil obscuring her face, yet her eyes revealed her undeniable beauty. A gentle breeze swept across her visage, lifting her veil. The young man stared, captivated by the sight of her unveiled face. Noticing his dazed expression, the maiden felt a flicker of annoyance and began to turn away. The young man called out, May I inquire your name, fair lady? Without looking back, the white-clad maiden replied, When you achieve renown across the land, you shall surely know. Originally, Yue Yao intended to say that when he became renowned, she would come to seek him. However, after her prior encounter with Su Fanxian, who also possessed an innate martial pulse, the narrative took a slight turn. After the woman in white departed, Li Dongjun turned to Guqin and inquired, Master, do you know who she is? What is her name? Guqin cast a fleeting glance at him and replied, I am aware, but I cannot disclose that information to you. This is a quest you must undertake on your own. Did not that young lady also inform you? When your name resonates throughout the realm, you shall naturally come to know. Li Dongjun asserted, Master, I am determined to make my name known far and wide. I aspire to become a wine immortal. Observing the earnestness in his expression, Guchun chose not to elaborate further. Chapter 8. The wind rises in Changsheng City in the northern part of Changsheng City. A quaint tavern stood under a sign that read Donggui Tavern. Inside, only two young souls occupied the space. One, a lad, slumbered with his head resting upon the table, a long spear lying beside him. The other, seated by the window, occasionally glanced outside, unable to suppress his complaints. All you do is drink and sleep. Who's the proprietor and who's the errand boy here? Only I could tolerate such a lackadaisical assistant. Anyone else would have cast you out by now. Suddenly, a youthful gentleman clad in white, with a countenance as refined as jade, entered the tavern. He appeared to be around 12 or 13 years of age, wielding a white longsword. This young man was none other than Su Fanxian. Upon entering, Su Fanxian surveyed the surroundings and mused inwardly. The one slumped on the table must surely be the future spear immortal, Si Kong Chan Feng, while the other must be by Li Dongjun. Indeed, the situation mirrors the original narrative. With no patrons and no business to attend to, Li Dongjun greeted the newcomer. Care for a drink? I assure you, the wine here is exquisite. Su Fanxian replied, What is the finest wine you offer? I would like to sample it. Li Dongjun immediately responded, I have yet to brew my finest vintage, but I do possess a unique wine that should suit you splendidly. With that, he retreated to the back, returning with a small flask in hand. Li Dongjun introduced, This wine is named Sangluo. To give it a taste. Su Fanxian accepted the Sangluo, poured a glass, and savored it, exclaiming, Truly remarkable, this is superb wine. Li Dongjun, elated by the praise, engaged in friendly conversation, inquiring, May I ask your name, young sir? Su Fanxian replied, My surname is Su. You may call me Su Bai. Recognizing his growing reputation after the last encounter with Yue Yao, he chose to conceal his true identity. Li Dongjun responded, Su? Then I shall call you Su brother. I am Bai Dongjun, and this is Si Kong Chan Feng, my tavern's assistant. Su Fanxian smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. At that moment, the tavern's door burst open, and a robust man entered, brandishing a cleaver. Without a word, he lunged at Bai Li Dongjun. Alarmed, Bai Li Dongjun cried, "Sikong Chanfeng, save me." Just then, a long spear intercepted the assailant, and Sikong Chanfeng engaged the burly intruder in combat. Observing the unfolding scene, Su Fanxian discerned the gravity of the situation and muttered to himself, "The golden-mouthed Yama, Yin Qian's. It seems there are more adversaries lurking outside." Choosing not to intervene, he reasoned that his assistance was unnecessary. Li Meisha was nearby, and the two protagonists could not easily fall victim to a minor character like Yin Qian's. Suddenly sensing a shift in the atmosphere, Su Fanxian tossed a silver ingot and executed a swift movement, vanishing from sight. No sooner had he disappeared than laughter echoed from the rooftop, and a figure descended gracefully from above. The individual who approached was none other than Li Meisha, the one who had abducted Su Fan and her sister Xian Yu. Yin Qian's, witnessing yet another arrival, swiftly retreated and inquired, "Are you the esteemed Li Meisha, the 8th young master of Bailey?" Li Meisha replied, "Indeed, that is I. It seems you possess some discernment. Summon your companions. Let us not squander time." Moments later, several individuals emerged, an elderly woman wielding embroidered shoes, accompanied by two men, one bearing a broad smile and the other a strikingly beautiful woman. The quartet stood in a line, gazing intently at Li Meisha. The elderly woman, clutching the embroidered shoes and needle, spoke, "I have long heard of the prowess of the 8th young master of Bailey. Today, we shall witness your remarkable skills." Without hesitation, Li Meisha raised 2 fingers of his right hand and proclaimed, "Divine Finger of Thunder." Upon uttering the incantation, a bolt of lightning coalesced at his fingertips, and with a mere gesture, a purple lightning strike surged toward the four. They effortlessly thwarted the first attack. Observing their ease in deflecting his strike, Li Meisha felt no surprise and summoned a second, far more potent bolt of lightning. With a commanding shout, he declared, "Divine Finger of Thunder, 2nd verse." He gestured again towards the four. The quartet, not daring to underestimate him, summoned their inner strength to withstand the onslaught. Though impressed by their resilience, Li Meisha remained unperturbed, acknowledging that he was currently at the pinnacle of his cultivation, while 2 of his adversaries had also reached that level. With the other 2 at the peak of the golden body realm, he then unleashed his most formidable technique, raising his fingers skyward and bellowing, "Divine Finger of Thunder." 3rd verse, "Sing the Divine Thunder." At that moment, an ethereal tiger, composed of swirling purple lightning, materialized above Li Meisha. With a decisive gesture, he directed the tiger toward the four. The quartet, rallying their inner power, initially matched the oncoming force. However, as time passed, they began to falter, eventually being thrown back and collapsing to the ground, each expelling a mouthful of blood. The elderly woman coughed up twice. Whether due to her advanced age or some other factor, it was unclear. As the four prepared to retreat, another figure descended from the roof. This newcomer paid no heed to them, and they hastily departed. The individual was Luo Xian, the 7th young master of Bailey. He approached Li Meisha and inquired, "How fares your condition? Are you unscathed?" Li Meisha replied, "How could I possibly be injured? I have yet to exert my full strength." At that moment, Bai Li Dongjun rushed over, eager to engage in conversation. "I have long heard of the 8 young masters of Bailey. It is indeed an honor to meet you today. I am Bai Li Dongjun, and this is Sikong Chanfeng. Would you care to join us at a tavern for a drink?" Bai Li Dongjun, no longer feigning modesty, confidently introduced himself. The 2 were well aware of his identity, for they had come to this place specifically to meet him. Thus, they followed Bai Li Dongjun into the tavern. Chapter 9, Saving Yu and Altering Tragedy. On the other hand, since Su Fanxian departed from the tavern, he hastened towards Tianqi City to seek his senior brother. The urgency of his journey stemmed from his awareness of the plans that Bai Li Dongjun and the others intended to execute, most likely an attempt to disrupt the wedding. Such troublesome affairs were not ones Su Fanxian wished to engage in. He was particularly averse to the idea of encountering Yue Yao. Should she learn of his involvement in the wedding disruption, he would find himself irreversibly tarnished, unable to redeem himself. As Su Fanxian made his way, meandering along the path, he passed by a quaint inn and sensed something amiss. Preferring to avoid unnecessary trouble, he was startled to witness several individuals dragging a young girl behind them. For someone like Su Fanxian, who had traversed from the modern world, this constituted outright kidnapping of a minor. A person of his noble principles could not stand idly by as such an injustice unfolded. Without hesitation, he executed the lightning flash technique from the 3000 thunder movements. Swiftly appearing before the group, seizing the little girl, and fleeing before they could comprehend the situation. By the time they regained their senses, he had vanished without a trace, prompting a frantic search among the bewildered captors. Meanwhile, Su Fanxian carried the girl at a brisk pace until he reached the riverbank, where he finally paused to regard the child in his arms. She appeared to be around 3 or 4 years old, her features exquisitely delicate. Noticing that she neither wept nor displayed fear, he found her large, curious eyes fixed upon him. For a moment, they exchanged glances in silence. Eventually, Su Fanxian, unable to suppress his curiosity, inquired, "Little sister, are you not afraid?" The girl responded, "No, not afraid." He continued, "Are you not concerned that I might be a bad person?" To this, she replied, "I feel that you do not seem like a bad person at all. In fact, there is something very comforting about you." With a gentle smile, Su Fanxian remarked, "You possess quite the discerning eye. I am indeed a good person. Might you share your name with me?" The girl replied, "My name is Yue. Upon hearing this name, Su Fanxian's expression shifted as he scrutinized the little girl anew. He reflected on the fact that she would grow to become the infamous assassin Yue, whose fate would be tragically grim as she was ultimately transformed into a medicinal puppet. It seemed that saving her was destined to alter the course of her future. He asked, "Yue, do you have anyone at home? Shall I escort you back?" Yue responded, "My family has all perished. I am alone." At this, her composure broke, and tears streamed down her cheeks. Seeing her cry, Su Fanxian embraced her, comforting her with, "Do not weep, Yue. From now on, I shall be your family. I will protect you, care for you, and teach you martial arts so that you may grow into a valiant heroine. Will you accept this?" Yue, nestled in his arms, cried even louder, nodding her head vigorously. Su Fanxian's heart was a tumult of emotions, having faced neglect in his past life. He felt fortunate to have been sheltered in this world. Otherwise, he mused, he might have met an untimely end. From now on, I shall treat her as my beloved younger sister, and I must ensure she does not meet the predetermined fate. Su Fanxian addressed the system. "Extract the 9-tailed fox cub for me." The system responded, "Understood, host." Suddenly, a snow-white fox appeared on the ground, adorned with 2 tails. Upon seeing Su Fanxian, it nuzzled its head against his leg. Turning to the Moon Princess in his arms, Su Fanxian said, "Moon Princess, I have a pet, a little fox. It's right by my feet. Would you like to see it?" Upon hearing this, the little Moon Princess immediately turned her head to look down, and indeed, there was a fluffy white fox, irresistibly adorable. Excited, little Moon Princess yearned to reach out and touch it. Perceiving her eagerness, Su Fanxian gently set her down. Little Moon Princess looked up at him and asked, "Brother, may I pet it? It won't bite, will it?" Su Fanxian chuckled, "No, it won't bite you. After all, you are my sister. How could my pet ever harm you?" Encouraged by his words, little Moon Princess bravely extended her small hand and stroked the fox's head, which seemed to revel in the attention. She inquired, "Brother, does the little white fox have a name?" Su Fanxian replied, "Not yet. I wish to bestow a lovely name upon it. Would you help me think of one?" Little Moon Princess eagerly responded, "Of course, brother." Thus, Su Fanxian began to ponder names. After much deliberation, he dismissed Little White as too simplistic and Whitey as lacking charm. After a spell of contemplation, an idea struck him. In his previous life, there was a renowned fox named Su Daji during the era of the investiture of the gods. Since this pet belonged to him, it deserved a name that reflected his stature. Turning to the little white fox, he declared, "From this day forth, you shall be named Daji, bestowed with the Su surname. Henceforth, you shall be called Su Daji." The little white fox seemed pleased with this name, and Little Moon Princess echoed her approval, saying, "Brother, that name is truly beautiful." Su Fanxian felt a twinge of embarrassment at this, as it was not originally his own creation, but rather borrowed. He said to Moon Princess, "Let us take Daji with us. The sun is setting. We should find an inn to rest for the night. Tomorrow, I will take you to Changshi City." With Daji in her arms, Little Moon Princess followed closely behind Su Fanxian as they approached a quaint town. Upon arriving, Su Fanxian rented 2 rooms, one for Moon Princess and the White Fox, and one for himself. He felt no concern about Moon Princess being taken away, for the little white fox possessed strength comparable to that of an adult fox, belonging to the realm of great freedom. It would instinctively protect her from danger. Of course, Moon Princess was unaware of this, believing her brother simply wished for her to take care of the little white fox. Su Fanxian instructed the innkeeper to prepare warm water for Moon Princess to bathe and requested that he procure 2 exquisite outfits for young girls, intending to pamper little Moon Princess for their meeting with her senior brother and sister the following day. In truth, Su Fanxian harbored another motive, to avert any tragic outcomes. He could not allow his sister to perish, otherwise, little Hani would inevitably revert to the cold, unfeeling character depicted in the original tale. Furthermore, I wish to find a commendable mentor for Yueji. I hope that, considering your esteemed reputation, you might take Yueji under your wing as your disciple. This would undoubtedly illuminate her future. After all, with the title of the world's foremost master as her mentor, she would be shielded from any adversities in my absence. It is evident that Su Fan has genuinely cared for Yueji, having meticulously planned for her entire life. Chapter 10. Assisting Yueji in activating her physique at the break of dawn the following day, Su Fan diligently prepared breakfast. He then called for Yueji to rise and, while helping her adorn herself beautifully, they shared a meal together. As they enjoyed their breakfast, Su Fan observed Yueji intently focused on her food. Thus, he communicated with the system in his mind, inquiring, "System, how is Yueji's talent?" The system replied, "Host, Yueji possesses remarkable talent. However, her physique is somewhat unique. If her physique remains unactivated, her talent will appear rather ordinary. Conversely, if activated, her talent will flourish. This particular physique is challenging to activate in this world." Su Fan then asked, "How can I assist her in activating it? What exactly is her physique?" The system elucidated, "Host, Yueji's physique is known as the Xianyin spirit body. The activation conditions require a person with a yang body to engage in dual cultivation with her. However, given that she is only 3 years old, even if we find someone with a yang body, her physique cannot yet be activated." Upon reflecting on this, Su Fan recalled that in the original story, Yueji only reached the celestial realm at the conclusion. Her low power level was evidently due to her special physique remaining unactivated, which hindered her potential. He anxiously inquired, "Is there any other method, system?" The system responded, "There exists another approach, albeit perilous. If she endures the process, not only will her physique be activated, but it could also evolve into the Xianyin saint body. Should she attain the Xianyin saint body, she could stand at the pinnacle of this world within 50 to 60 years, reaching a level of celestial prowess surpassing even your master." Su Fan hastily asked, "System, please tell me what I must do." The system instructed, "Firstly, a drop of pure yang essence is required. A drop of vermilion bird blood will suffice. Fortunately, there is a juvenile vermilion bird in your pet space. You can use a drop of its blood and then have Yueji consume it. The process will be somewhat painful, so she must persevere." Su Fan considered this and said, "All right, I will communicate with her." He turned to Yueji and asked, "Yueji." Yueji looked up to see her brother watching her and replied, "Brother, what is it?" Su Fan explained, "I have discovered that your innate talent is exceptionally high, making you well suited for martial arts. However, due to your unique physique, if it remains unactivated, your cultivation will progress slowly. Once activated, though, your cultivation could accelerate immensely. The activation process will be painful. Which do you choose?" Gazing earnestly at Su Fan, Yueji declared, "I wish to cultivate swiftly, so I can achieve mastery and fight alongside you, brother. I do not want to be perpetually protected by you." Su Fan smiled, gently caressing Yueji's cheek, and reassured her, "Then wait here for a moment. I will retrieve something, and upon my return, I will help activate your physique." Yueji obediently nodded. Su Fan swiftly performed a technique to dash to the adjacent room. He retrieved the juvenile vermilion bird from the system space and borrowed a drop of its blood before returning to Yueji's side. He addressed her, "Yueji, there will be some pain shortly. You must endure, all right?" Yueji looked at Su Fan with determination and replied, "Brother, I can handle it. Yueji is not afraid of pain. I want to be as formidable as you in the future." Feeling a sense of comfort, Su Fan nodded approvingly and instructed Yueji to open her mouth, administering the drop of vermilion bird blood into her. As soon as the blood of the vermilion bird entered the body of the Moon Princess, her form began to heat up, steam rising from her head, akin to water nearing its boiling point. Her delicate face flushed a brilliant crimson, her gaze becoming dazed. Her lips slightly parted as she addressed Su Fanxian, saying, "Brother, I feel so hot." Su Fanxian, taken aback by this development, appeared as bewildered as if he had consumed a peculiar elixir. Yet understanding that this was a manifestation of her activated constitution, he handed the frost sword to Moon Princess, hoping it might alleviate her discomfort. After 3 hours, he observed her gradually returning to normal and inquired, "Moon Princess, are you feeling better? Is there anywhere that still troubles you?" She replied, I just felt so hot. I wanted you to hold me, but you told me to hold the sword," her expression revealing her discontent. Feeling a bit awkward, Su Fanxian gently touched her soft cheek. Once she had fully recovered, he led her toward the city of Tianqi. After some time spent on the journey, Su Fanxian practiced his own cultivation while instructing Moon Princess in her training. He imparted to her a technique he had painstakingly requested from the system for 3 days, known as the Eternal Spring Technique. This method ensures perpetual youth, akin to the Great Dajin technique practiced by Li Changsheng, but far superior, as it does not require the practitioner to disperse their energy every 30 years. Little Moon Princess dedicated herself earnestly to her training, and within a few days, under Su Fanxian's guidance as per the system's instructions, she had mastered the basics of the technique, achieving a strength level of the 3rd tier. Su Fanxian earnestly cautioned her, imploring that the secrets of this technique remain undisclosed, lest they attract the ire of countless individuals. If word gets out, both you and I could be targeted, and we would face dire consequences, he warned. Moon Princess solemnly assured him that she would tell no one. In this world, such a technique is considered taboo. Who wouldn't desire immortality? This technique promises eternal life without any side effects. Should others learn of it, they would undoubtedly unleash a horde of ancient beings vying for its possession. At that point, the world would be in pursuit of her. Chapter 11. Trapped by Xiao Han Yi. After several days of traveling, I finally brought Yu Ji to Tianqi City. During this journey, Su Fanxian had diligently cultivated and reached the pinnacle of the Fu Yao realm, just a step away from entering the realm of De Xiao Yao to become a sword immortal. Upon arriving in Tianqi City, the first destination was the lay residence. Upon reaching the entrance, I stepped inside. There, I encountered an elderly steward who inquired, "May I ask, young sir, are you here to seek someone?" Su Fan replied, "I am Su Fanxian, hailing from Jian Xian Zhuang. Li Xian Yu is my elder sister. Kindly inform her of my arrival." The steward, recognizing the name, promptly went to deliver the message. Moments later, a graceful woman emerged, accompanied by a little girl of 2 or 3 years. It was indeed Li Xian Yu. Upon seeing Su Fanxian, she joyfully exclaimed, "Xiao Fan, you have come to Tianqi City." Su Fanxian replied, "Yes, sister Yu. I have missed you dearly." He stepped forward with exuberance, lifting Li Xian Yu into the air and spinning her around. Li Xian Yu, slightly blushing, gently admonished, "Xiao Fan, be mindful of the occasion. My daughter is watching." Releasing Li Xian Yu, Su Fanxian chuckled, "What of it? You are my sister, who raised me since childhood. You are akin to a mother to me. Would my brother-in-law truly feel jealous?" Li Xian Yu covered her mouth with a smile, not quite, but. She then addressed the little girl, "Han Yi, this is my brother Su Fanxian, who is also a disciple of Mr. Li from the academy and your father's senior uncle." Li Han Yi, with her eyes sparkling, turned to Li Xian Yu and asked, "Mother, the relationships are so complex. How should I address him? Uncle or senior uncle?" Li Xian Yu, feeling slightly awkward, replied with a smile, "Just call him uncle." She then crouched down, beckoning to little Han Yi and calling Yu Ji over to stand together. Introducing them, she said, "Sister, this is a girl I rescued from miscreants on my journey. I have taken her as my sister. Her name is Yu Ji, and her talent is equal to mine." Only then did Li Xian Yu notice Yu Ji, who was indeed very beautiful and around the same age as Han Yi, radiating cuteness. She remarked, "What a lovely and charming young girl." Upon receiving the compliment, Yu Ji's cheeks flushed, and she buried her face in my embrace. Little Han Yi, gazing intently at Yu Ji, exclaimed, "Your name is Yu Ji? Well, you can call me Han Yi. Let us be good sisters from now on, shall we?" Seeing that Han Yi was of a similar age, Yu Ji looked up at me. I smiled gently and said, "Yu Ji, you should become good friends with little Han Yi, all right?" Yu Ji glanced between me and Han Yi, replying, "Yes, it's a pleasure to meet you." Han Yi, noticing Yu Ji's agreement, turned to me and said, "Look, Yu Ji is your sister, and I am now good friends with her. It wouldn't be appropriate for me to call you uncle, would it? Therefore, I should call you brother like Yu Ji does." The more I listened, the more I felt as if I had been ensnared in a clever scheme. I turned my gaze towards Li Xian Yu, who was also watching me intently. I remarked to Li Xingyue, "Sister, your daughter is truly quite cunning. I genuinely cannot outmaneuver her." Li Xingyue chuckled while covering her mouth. "Indeed, have you not considered whose daughter she is? She has inherited my wit." At that moment, Xiaohani noticed the little white fox cradled in Yueji's arms and joyfully exclaimed, "Yueji, that little white fox is adorable. May I pet it?" Yueji replied, That should be fine." After glancing at me, as if seeking my approval on whether the fox might nip at her, I smiled and nodded. Thus, Xiaohani gently stroked the fox's head. Li Xingyue inquired, Where did this come from? I replied, well, I discovered it during my travels in the martial world. It was lost and fortuitously crossed paths with me, choosing to follow me ever since. The little fox in Yueji's embrace turned to me, seemingly conveying, what nonsense. I am of the most noble lineage, a nine-tailed celestial fox. How could I possibly be lost? Do you wish to reconsider your words? Beware, for I may accuse you of defamation. Of course, this was merely Su Fanxian's whimsical conjecture. After playing for a while, Xiaohani said to Li Xingyue, Mother, I wish to go out and play. May I take Yueji with me? Li Xingyue cautioned, do not wander too far, understood? Xiaohani nodded enthusiastically and took Yueji's hand, preparing to venture outside. Yueji looked at me, and I nodded in affirmation. Once they had left, I turned to Li Xingyue and reassured her, do not worry, sister. Yueji has already attained the 6th rank in martial arts, and the fox she carries possesses the realm of great freedom. They shall encounter no danger. Li Xingyue expressed her astonishment. The realm of great freedom? I confirmed. Indeed, it serves both as a pet and a protector. Curiously, Li Xingyue asked, Xiao Fan, what is your current realm? I find it increasingly difficult to discern your true capabilities. Su Fanxian responded, I am currently at the threshold of great freedom. I require a practical battle to fully enter that realm. My purpose in coming to Tianqi is to spar with my senior brother, assisting me in breaking through to the realm of great freedom and achieving the status of sword immortal. Li Xingyue looked at me with a hint of resignation. From a young age, I recognized your exceptional talent. You can nearly master any sword technique after a single viewing. I truly cannot compare to a genius like you. Su Fanxian replied, Sister, what are you saying? No matter how capable I may become, I will always be your younger brother. With just a word from you, I would traverse mountains of blades and seas of fire without a moment's hesitation. Li Xingyue smiled. I am aware of your excellence. You are my pride and the pride of our Jianxin tomb. One day, you will undoubtedly become the most radiant young genius in this martial world. Su Fanxian then said, Sister, I have been considering this. When Hani is a bit older, I wish for her to accompany me. I believe she has the makings of a sword cultivator and will surely become a sword immortal in the future. Li Xingyue replied, Very well. Having Hani train with you is a good thing. With your guidance, I believe she will excel. Li Xingyue added, I will go prepare dinner. You should go find the 2 children. When you return, we shall share a meal together. Su Fanxian responded, All right, sister. With that, I ventured outside. Chapter 12. The Moon Princess seeks a mentor. Upon exiting the Thunder Mansion, Su Fanxian swiftly located the Moon Princess and Xiaohani through his connection with the nine-tailed fox. Upon finding the 2 young ones, he discovered them each enjoying a candied hawthorn skewer, animatedly chatting as they savored their treat. As Su Fanxian approached, Moon Princess immediately noticed him and joyfully exclaimed, Brother, you've come? With a smile, Su Fanxian nodded and remarked, You 2 aren't out here merely to indulge in candied hawthorns, are you? Xiaohani cheerfully replied, Indeed. These treats are delightful. Would you like to have some, brother? As she offered the skewer toward his mouth, Su Fanxian chuckled and said, Well, I'm not particularly fond of sweets. Your mother sent me to fetch you both for dinner. Come along with me. After we finish eating, I intend to take Moon Princess to meet my senior brother. With that, he led the 2 children back into the Thunder Mansion. Once inside, Li Xingyue had already prepared a lavish spread of dishes. She beckoned Su Fanxian over to dine, and he guided the 2 little ones to wash their hands before sitting down at the table. After taking a bite, Su Fanxian remarked, Sister, your culinary skills remain as exquisite as ever. I have loved your cooking since childhood and still cannot tire of it. Li Xingyue smiled modestly and replied, If you enjoy it, then eat plenty. Mei Sha and Luo Xian have gone to Chaisang City and may not return for several days. If you have no pressing matters, you might as well stay a while longer in Tianqi City. It has been years since we last met. Su Fanxian nodded in agreement. After their meal, he informed Li Xingyue, Sister, I plan to take Moon Princess to the academy shortly. I also wish to engage my senior brother in a spar to assist me in breaking through my current limitations. If you are free, you may accompany us. I will employ the Dugu 9 swords, which will provide you an excellent opportunity to deepen your understanding of the technique. Li Xingyue replied, Certainly. I have nothing pressing at the moment, and I am eager to witness the extent of your prowess. Thus, Su Fanxian followed Li Xingyue, with Xiaohani and Moon Princess in tow, towards the academy. Upon reaching the entrance of the academy, Li Changsheng, who was present in the classroom, sensed Su Fanxian's arrival. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before them. Su Fanxian greeted him with a respectful bow, saying, Greetings, senior brother. It has been many years. You seem even more youthful than before. Truly, you deserve the title of the foremost in Bailey. Li Changsheng, noticing Su Fanxian's formality, responded, after much time apart. I observe that you have already 1 foot in the realm of great freedom. It seems you are in need of practical experience, am I correct? Su Fanxian replied. Senior brother, you truly are the unrivaled one in Bailey. You discern my current situation with remarkable clarity. Li Changsheng chuckled, don't attempt to play coy with me. It appears you have come for more than just a spar, have you not? There must be other matters for which you seek my assistance. Su Fanxian conceded, indeed. Nothing escapes your insight, senior brother, as he brought Moon Princess forward. This is Moon Princess, her talent rivals my own. I hope you will accept her as your disciple. Li Changsheng regarded Moon Princess and remarked, indeed, she is a promising talent. Aside from you, there is only the one from Huanglong Mountain. She is the 3rd individual I have encountered who has genuinely surprised me. Turning to Moon Princess, Li Changsheng asked, do you wish to take me as your mentor? Moon Princess glanced at me, and I nodded in affirmation. Moon Princess immediately declared, I am willing. Li Changsheng smiled and nodded, saying, from now on, you shall be my 8th disciple and my first female disciple. You have 7 elder brothers above you. I will introduce you to them shortly. Moon Princess replied, understood, master. I will earnestly accept your guidance and live up to your and my brother's expectations. Li Xinyue and Xiao Hani, standing nearby, were equally delighted. Thus, Li Changsheng placed his hand on Su Fanxian's shoulder, and the 5 of them proceeded into the academy. Along the way, they encountered many curious individuals, all eager to discern the identity of the young boy. As they passed a pavilion, they spotted a figure wearing a bamboo hat, obscuring his face. Upon seeing Li Changsheng approach, the figure rose and bowed, exclaiming, Master. Li Changsheng responded, allow me to introduce you to my junior brother, Su Fanxian. He then gestured towards Moon Princess, saying, this is my newly accepted disciple, your 8th junior sister, Moon Princess. Turning to Moon Princess, he added, Moon Princess, this is one of your elder brothers. Liu greeted, I pay my respects to my little uncle and have met my little sister. Moon Princess reciprocated, greetings, elder brother. Su Fanxian smiled awkwardly, saying, hello. After all, I am only 12 years old, so being called little uncle is somewhat disconcerting. Noticing Su Fanxian's embarrassment, Liu remarked, you are my master's junior brother. Thus it is only fitting for me to address you as little uncle. This has nothing to do with age. After hearing Liu's words, Su Fanxian began to accept the title of little uncle more readily. Li Changsheng advised, do not concern yourself with such matters, let joy guide you. With that, he led Su Fanxian into the classroom. Upon entering the classroom, they proceeded into a room where Li Changsheng seated himself upon a cushion and indicated several others for them to sit upon. After settling down, Su Fanxian inquired, elder brother, when shall we engage in a sparring match? Since leaving the martial world, I have yet to encounter anyone particularly formidable, nor have I fought with full strength against another. Li Changsheng replied, there is no rush. We must wait for others to arrive. Some have yet to come. Curiously, Su Fanxian asked, who are we waiting for? Li Changsheng explained, we are awaiting a few of my disciples. They should be returning soon. Once they arrive, I want them to witness what true genius looks like, lest they all mistakenly believe themselves to be exceptional. Youngsters must understand that there are always those greater than themselves. Listening intently were Li Xinyue, Xiao Hani, and Moon Princess. Unable to contain her curiosity, Xiao Hani asked, Grandfather Li, are my father and the others not as skilled as my brother? Li Changsheng chuckled, no, they are not, except for my eldest disciple. If your brother were to truly unleash his potential, I dare say your father and his 6 companions would struggle against your brother. Xiao Hani exclaimed in astonishment, is my brother truly that formidable? Li Changsheng simply smiled in response. Li Xinyue added, Hani, your uncle reached the same level as your father when he was just 9 years old. Xiao Hani gasped, so impressive. He was as powerful at 9 as my father is now. That makes my father seem rather lacking. And I do not want to call him uncle. I want to call him brother. Mother, may I? Li Xinyue nodded resignedly. Li Changsheng addressed Xiao Hani. Hani, it is not that your father is lacking. Rather, your brother's talent is extraordinarily high. Su Fanxian remarked, I merely possess a slightly superior talent. It is nothing compared to what you, senior brother, have described. Your several disciples are truly the cream of the crop. I am simply a bit more gifted. Just as she spoke, several individuals entered the room. Lei Mesha, Luo Xian, Lu Yu, Xie Xian, Imo Xiaohai, and Xiao Ruofeng. Li Changsheng gestured towards her, introducing, this is your little Shu, Su Fanxian. He then pointed to Yu Ji and continued, And this is my little shimmy, Yuji. She will henceforth be your boss shimmy. Please take good care of her." The newcomers collectively bowed to Su Fanxian, saying, "Greetings, little Shu Shu," and then turned to Yuji, saying, "Hello, little shimmy." Rising, Yuji returned their greetings, saying, "Yuji has met all the esteemed senior brothers. I look forward to your guidance." The group was charmed by the polite and endearing little shimmy, eagerly surrounding her to introduce themselves. Chapter 13. Entering the realm of the sword immortal. As the introductions among the crowd drew to a close, Li Changsheng spoke up. "In a moment, I shall engage in a spar with our esteemed junior uncle to assist him in entering the realm of the sword immortal. I urge you all to observe closely." The audience was instantly taken aback. Lei Meisha was the first to exclaim, "Master, is our junior uncle truly about to ascend to the sword immortal realm?" Li Changsheng replied, "At present, he stands at the cusp of becoming a sword immortal, merely a step away from achieving the grand transcendence." The crowd collectively gasped, unable to contain their astonishment. A sword immortal at the age of 12? How is that even possible? "At 12, I hadn't even entered the realm of the diamond ordinary," they murmured. "Our junior uncle is on the verge of becoming a sword immortal at such a tender age." Li Changsheng addressed them. "There are always those more formidable than oneself. Do not focus solely on your junior uncle. Even your 8th junior sister, at just over 3 years of age, has already reached the 6th tier. In a few short years, she may well surpass you all." With that, he vanished in a flash, while Su Fanxian also executed a swift movement, disappearing in a similar manner, leaving the others in stunned silence. Xie Xian broke the stillness, urging, "Everyone, let us hasten. In such high-stakes combat, missing even a single move is a loss." He dashed outside, prompting the others to follow suit. Upon emerging, they found Li Changsheng standing atop the academy's roof, while Su Fanxian occupied the opposite side. The onlookers below gazed intently. Su Fanxian inquired, "Are we truly to engage in battle here? What if we damage the building?" Li Changsheng reassured him, "Fear not. If it gets damaged, we shall repair it. The academy has ample resources." "Then I shall not hold back," Su Fanxian declared, drawing forth the frost blade. The moment the blade was unsheathed, an aura of ice and snow enveloped the surroundings, forming a layer of frost on the rooftop, which gradually spread outward. Observing this spectacle, Li Changsheng's expression shifted, and he asked, "Brother, does your sword have a name?" Su Fanxian replied, "It is the Frost Blade. In the 2nd month, when frost and snow take flight, a single strike can chill 19 provinces. An excellent sword indeed. Show me what you have learned." Li Changsheng encouraged. Su Fanxian soared into the air, positioning his blade before him, directed toward the heavens, and chanted, "Heavenly profound altar, transform into divine thunder. With resplendent celestial might, I summon thee with my sword." As he completed the incantation, tumultuous clouds gathered overhead, and a torrent of white lightning descended. Behind Su Fanxian, an ethereal disk resembling a Bagua diagram materialized. In the imperial palace of Tianqi City, Emperor Tian, seated upon his dragon throne, heard the thunderous roars from outside and stepped out to observe the tumultuous sky above the academy. He inquired, "What transpires over there?" To which Xueqing responded, "It appears someone is engaged in combat with Li Changsheng." Emperor Tian exclaimed, "Who dares to engage in battle within Tianqi City?" Xueqing glanced and replied, "Given the intensity, it seems to be a grand sword immortal sparring with Li Changsheng." "Investigate who it is," commanded the emperor, and Xueqing acknowledged with a nod before departing. Back at the Jixiao Academy, as the thunder and lightning intensified, the ethereal disk behind Su Fanxian grew ever larger. With a single command from Su Fan, the circular disk behind him transformed into an enormous white thunder sword, hurtling toward Li Changsheng. Upon witnessing this, Li Changsheng did not dare to be careless. He quickly summoned a substantial barrier resembling a shield to fend off the impending strike. However, as the colossal thunder sword made contact with the shield, it began to crumble almost immediately. Li Changsheng concentrated his vital energy into the barrier, and after a prolonged struggle, he finally dissipated the formidable attack. The spectators below were awestruck, with some unable to contain their astonishment, exclaiming, "Is this truly a technique that a human can wield? Summoning thunder, transforming it into a sword. Who could possibly create such a terrifying martial art?" On the rooftop, a figure donned a ghostly mask, diligently scribbling notes in a small book, the contents of which remained a mystery. After deflecting the thunderous strike, Li Changsheng commended, upon receiving that attack, "I sense that you have yet to reach the pinnacle of this technique. Nonetheless, for one at your current level to execute, it is quite remarkable. The potency of that strike was already at the strength of a half-step into the divine." Su Fan, feeling a tad awkward, replied, It seems that after using this technique, I may have surpassed you, senior brother. How about you receive another set of sword techniques from me and see how it goes? Li Changsheng agreed, and Su Fan glanced at Li Yue below. Understanding his intent, she nodded with a smile. Encouraged by her response, Su Fan began to employ the technique known as 3,000 thunder movements, appearing before Li Changsheng in an instant. The Duga 9 swords are close combat techniques, making their combination with agility exceedingly formidable. As Su Fan executed the Duga 9 swords, his figure shifted in a myriad of forms, each move exuding an air of grandeur. When all 9 sword strikes were unleashed, they transformed into 9 phantoms attacking from different angles. Without exceptional defensive measures, one would find it nearly impossible to withstand such an onslaught. However, Li Changsheng was an exception. He utilized the indestructible Vajra technique to block all of Su Fan's 9 sword strikes. The sound of their clash resonated like a series of ringing bells. Observing this display, Lei Meisha turned to Li Yue and inquired, Aren't you also proficient in this set of sword techniques? Li Yue affirmed, Indeed. But Su Fan was able to execute it at the age of 3. By 6, he had completely mastered the 9 styles. It was he who taught me. Lei Meisha marveled, Your brother truly inspires a sense of inadequacy. I once believed myself to be a genius until I encountered him. Only then did I comprehend the true meaning of talent. Li Yue, her pride evident, replied, Absolutely. Su Fan is the most gifted individual I have ever known. I've long been accustomed to being outshone by him. He learns everything effortlessly. After completing 2 sets of the Duga 9 swords, Li Changsheng's golden barrier was on the verge of breaking. In a flash, he vanished, leaving behind a parting remark, No more fighting. Let's go drink. Su Fan bowed respectfully to Li Changsheng's retreating figure, expressing, Thank you, senior brother. Li Changsheng merely chuckled as he distanced himself further. Su Fan then descended to the ground, where the surrounding crowd gazed at him with profound admiration. Li Changsheng's disciples congratulated him in unison, saying, Congratulations, little master uncle, on becoming a sword immortal. Surrounded by a chorus of congratulations, Su Fan clasped his fists and expressed his gratitude to those around him, saying, Thank you all. He then approached Li Yue and said, Sister, let us return home. I am quite famished. Li Yue responded, Very well, let us go home. With that, she took hold of Lei Mengsha's hand, and they made their way homeward. Su Fan held the hand of Xiao Hani with his left hand, while his right hand grasped that of Yu Ji, trailing behind them. Along the way, Xiao Hani chattered incessantly with various questions, and Yu Ji occasionally chimed in with her own inquiries. They shared laughter and conversation as they returned to the Lei residence. Upon arriving home, Li Yue headed to the kitchen to prepare a meal. Lei Mengsha then pulled me aside and inquired about my training methods, asking if I could teach him my techniques. Su Fan replied, The art of movement is not particularly difficult. Firstly, one must harness the tempestuous energy of thunder during inclement weather, guiding the lightning into the body. Then, one must refine the power of the thunder into an integral part of oneself. Upon hearing this, Lei Mengsha shook his head and said, Perhaps not. I have a wife and a daughter. I shall not take such risks. Chapter 14. The pinnacle of the good jade list. As I was engaged in conversation with Lei Mengsha, Li Yue had already prepared dinner. The family sat around the table, enjoying a harmonious meal. While eating, I feigned casualness and inquired, Brother-in-law, do you have any aspirations for the future? Lei Mengsha replied with a smile. Ruo Feng has invited me to accompany him, so I aspire to become a great general. After that, I refrained from further discussion until we finished our meal. I then beckoned Lei Mengsha and Li Yue aside, addressing Lei Mengsha, Is your clan aware of your ambitions? Will they approve? Lei Mengsha responded, Well, the truth is, I was expelled from the Lei clan because of this. Su Fan chuckled, That was a wise decision. Someone like you, lacking resolve, simply follows others' directions and never considers the family. If I were the leader of the Lei clan, I would have expelled you as well. Lei Mengsha, somewhat discontented, retorted, What's wrong with wanting to be a general? Isn't it noble to protect one's homeland? Su Fan replied, Aspiring to be a general is commendable. The error lies in aligning oneself with the wrong individuals. Do you understand? Lei Mengsha, perplexed, asked, Do you believe Ruo Feng is unworthy? Su Fan laughed lightly and said, I have no doubts about him. I would even support him if he were to become emperor. Yet, I fear that one day he might relinquish the throne to another. Lei Mengsha insisted, That certainly will not happen. Li Yue, observing our spirited debate, was somewhat confused and curious about my remarks. A glance at her eyes revealed her thoughts. Su Fanxian turned to Lei Meshon and said, "Since you trust Xiao Ruofeng so much, let us make a wager. If one day the person seated upon the throne is not Xiao Ruofeng, you shall immediately take my sister back to the Sword Heart Tomb, specifically for you. You are forbidden to step out of the Sword Heart Tomb for 5 years. Do you dare to wager?" Lei Meshon replied, "Sure, no problem. If you lose, then in the future, whenever I have troubles, you must be at my beck and call." Su Fanxian responded, "That is a trivial matter. I hope you do not forget your promise today. If you fail to honor your word, I shall knock you unconscious and confine you to the Sword Heart Tomb, personally guarding you there for 5 years without allowing you to leave." Li Yue, witnessing my serious demeanor, looked at me with curiosity. I too wished to explain. But how could I reveal the plot? No one would believe it. Sighing, I walked to the pavilion in the courtyard and sat down, gazing toward the north, saying, "I have become a sword immortal. I wonder how you are faring. I long to see you once more." At that moment, Li Yue quietly approached me from behind and asked, "Xiao Fan, what are you saying? Who do you wish to see?" Su Fanxian awkwardly smiled and replied, "Well, a few months ago, during my travels in the martial world, I encountered a captivating young lady whom I admired greatly. When we parted, I told her that once I become a sword immortal, I would seek her out, and she would reveal to me whether she would accept my feelings." Li Yue smiled gently. "My brother is so handsome, a 12-year-old sword immortal. He is unique in this world. She will surely accept you." Su Fanxian smiled faintly. "I hope so." Li Yue then inquired, "What did you mean earlier when you spoke with Mengsha? I found it a bit difficult to comprehend. Do you not favor Xiao Ruofeng?" Su Fanxian inquired of Li Yue. "Sister, do you believe in me?" Li Yue regarded me earnestly and nodded. Su Fanxian continued, "My brother-in-law lacks the fate of a general. Should he become one, there exists a significant possibility that he may perish on future battlefields. If you were to encounter an unfortunate incident, what would you do? What about Han Yi? If you trust me, do not allow him to pursue the path of a general, should he insist on this course. I hope you will support me in the wager I just made with him. Otherwise, he may truly meet his end." Upon observing my solemn demeanor, Li Yue responded, "If it indeed transpires as you say, and the one to ascend the throne is not Xiao Ruofeng, I shall tug at his ear and compel him to return with me to the Sword Heart Tomb." Su Fanxian expressed her gratitude, saying, "Thank you for believing in my sister. Do you remember what Mr. Li once said?" Li Yue pondered briefly before replying, "Are you referring to my life-threatening tribulation?" Su Fanxian nodded affirmatively. "Your tribulation is linked to Xiao Ruofeng. If you wish to mitigate it, you must not draw too close to him. Should he propose that you take on an official role, I implore you to refuse resolutely." Li Yue, deep in thought, nodded and said, "I understand, Xiao Fan. I shall adhere to your counsel." With a smile, Su Fanxian assured Li Yue, "As long as you trust me, I can ensure that both you and my brother-in-law will remain safe throughout your lives, devoid of any peril." Li Yue affectionately ruffled my hair. Thus, every morning, Su Fanxian escorted Yuji to the academy, then meandered around Tianqi City, akin to a parent sending their child to school. It felt rather pleasant. As time gracefully passed, on one particular day, Su Fanxian was at the academy instructing Xiao Han Yi and Yuji in swordsmanship when a figure, masked and clutching a scroll, entered the premises. He announced, "The Baixiatang has released its rankings. Who will claim the list?" Immediately, Lei Mengsha rushed over, exclaiming, "I will." Upon unveiling the list, he noted that all names remained unchanged, save for the top position. The foremost entry read, "Top of the Liangyu rankings, Jianxin Tomb, Bai Zhao Jiangxian, Su Fanxian." Accompanying this was a detailed account. At age 3, peak of the 8th rank. At 6, pinnacle of the King Kong mortal realm. At 9, summit of the Freeland realm. At 12, achievement of the Sword Immortal realm. This update was solely for this individual. Those present were astounded, with one remarking, at 6, "He has already reached the King Kong mortal realm. I am 20 and have just attained it." Another added, "Indeed, I am 21 and have also only reached the King Kong mortal realm. He has already achieved what I currently possess at 6. A wave of admiration filled the air. With excitement, Lei Mesha approached, gripping my arm. "What do you feel? Are you not elated?" Su Fanxian sighed. "Now my true identity has been exposed. Maintaining a low profile will be challenging." Nearby, Xiao Hani and Yuji gazed at me in awe. Su Fanxian smiled gently. "Focus on diligently practicing what I teach you. You too shall become formidable in the future. So strive hard. I eagerly await the day when both of you become sword immortals." The two young ones nodded earnestly and hurried to the side to practice their swordsmanship diligently. Meanwhile, across various regions of the martial world, News of the Baixiatang rankings spread, an event that occurs only once every few years. Never before had a ranking been established solely for an individual as it was this time. In the icy realm of Tian, there stood a city, within which a young girl cradled a white tiger in her arms, gazing out the window. Outside, a maid's voice could be heard calling, "Miss Mississippi." The Baixiatang rankings have been updated. This time, the Baixiatang had deliberately highlighted a single individual on the list. Yue Yao took the ranking sheet, opened it, and began to read. Liang Yu list, first place, Sword Heart Tomb, the white-clad sword immortal Su Fan. At 3 years old, he reached the pinnacle of the 8th grade. At 6, the pinnacle of the King Kong realm. At 9, the pinnacle of the Free realm. And at 12, he entered the great carefree, sword immortal realm. You truly accomplished this. How shall I face you? How shall I choose? Will you assist me? Noticing her mistress lost in thought, the maid interjected. It is said that this ranking was prompted by young Master Su's recent duel with Mr. Li from the academy at Tuanqi. During the duel, young Master Su unleashed a sword technique that summoned the force of thunder. Mr. Li even praised that move, stating it possessed the power of a half-step into divine wandering. It was by virtue of this sword strike that he entered the realm of the sword immortal. Upon hearing this, Yue Yao remarked, "He is indeed remarkable." She then addressed her maid. "I have heard that the academy will hold a major examination in a month. In a few days, we shall visit Tianqi City to see him." After speaking, she picked up the white tiger from the table, stroked it, and asked, "Do you miss him?" The tiger nodded in agreement. "Then we shall go to see him in a few days." The tiger nodded once more. Yue Yao continued, "I shall place you by his side, and then I will take my leave." The white tiger immediately shook its head in refusal. Yue Yao inquired, "What is it? Do you enjoy following me?" The tiger nodded earnestly and nuzzled against Yue Yao's arm. With a smile of delight, Yue Yao said, "Well, you are indeed somewhat considerate. It is worth my effort to provide you with the finest treats each day." Chapter 15 Reunion with Yue Yao. As time gradually passed, nearly a month had elapsed. The grand examination of the academy was approaching. During this period, Su Fanxian spent his days either instructing the two young ones in swordplay, who displayed a remarkable aptitude for learning. Over the course of this month, Su Fanxian tailored distinct sword techniques for each of them, attuned to their individual temperaments. To Xiaohani, he imparted the technique known as the heavenly ice plummeting to earth, which, like the divine sword controlling thunder, was derived from the realm of the Zhuxian novel. He called Xiaohani over and inquired, "Hani, do you recall the incantation I taught you for the sword technique? Recite it for me." With her sword held firmly before her, Xiaohani earnestly chanted, "Pure cold of the 9 heavens, ice crystals stretch for miles. Summon the ice from the heavens, let it descend upon the earth." Su Fanxian nodded in satisfaction, saying, "Well done, well done. Make sure to engrave these words in your heart." He then summoned Yu Ji, to whom he had imparted the slaying demons and gods technique. Yu Ji, with her sword similarly poised, recited, "Vast and mighty is the world, righteous spirit endures, not for the slaying of immortals, but to vanquish demons and gods." "Very good," Su Fanxian remarked. "Yu Ji, remember that when you wield this sword technique in the future, you must do so with a heart full of justice. Always harbor a noble spirit within you. Both of you must not only recite the incantations but also comprehend their profound meanings. Each individual's interpretation of a sword technique differs, and thus their power and momentum will vary as well. You must immerse yourselves in this understanding. When both of you reach the state of freedom in your cultivation, I shall gift you each a sword that is tailored to your essence." Xiaohani inquired, "Brother, what sword will you bestow upon me? Does it have a name?" Yu Ji chimed in with a similar question. Su Fanxian replied, "The sword for Hani shall be named Iron Horse on the Icy River. It is exceptionally suited to the technique I have taught you. That sword belongs to my senior brother, and I will retrieve it for you when the time comes." He continued, "As for Yu Ji, you shall receive the demon-suppressing sword. It is a precious blade for vanquishing demons, perfectly aligned with the technique I have imparted to you. The power of your slaying demons and gods technique will be greatly enhanced when wielded with the demon-suppressing sword. You must diligently cultivate, understand? Only when your cultivation reaches the requisite level can you wield them. Without the necessary strength, even if I were to gift you these swords, you would be unable to utilize them. Only those who possess the strength will earn the sword's recognition." The two girls nodded earnestly and hurried off to practice their swordplay. A few days later, on this day, Yue Yao, disguised as a man and accompanied by her maid, arrived at Tuanqi City. She found an inn and settled in. Within the Jixia Academy, the system spoke, Host, I have detected the white tiger within this city. Su Fanxian asked, "Can you sense its precise location?" "Of course." "That is no problem," the system replied. Su Fanxian informed the two young ones that he would be stepping out for a while and would return late. He then employed his swift movements to hasten towards the location indicated by the system. Upon arrival, he discovered it to be an inn. He entered without hesitation. The system alerted him, "Host, the white tiger is in the third room on the right on the second floor." Following the system's guidance, Su Fanxian approached the door and knocked gently. After a brief moment, the door swung open, revealing not only the maid who had opened the door, but also a young man clad in white, cradling the white tiger in his arms, smiling as he gazed at Su Fanxian at the threshold. Su Fanxian sat across from the young man and remarked after observing him for a moment, "Quite handsome. I never imagined that Miss Yue Yao would look so splendid in men's attire. I wonder how many young ladies she has captivated while strolling through the streets." Yue Yao jokingly replied, "Did I manage to captivate you?" Su Fanxian responded, "As long as it is you, whether in feminine or masculine garb, you will always enchant me." Yue Yao's cheeks flushed slightly as she said, "You truly are something else. How many women have you uttered such words to?" Su Fanxian quickly raised his hand in oath, declaring, "None, truly none. This is the first time I have spoken such to a girl. You are my first and last." Yue Yao shot him a disapproving glance and inquired, "How did you know I was here?" Su Fanxian explained, "I have a connection with the white fox, as long as I am not too far away. I can sense its precise location." Yue Yao nodded in understanding. Su Fanxian gazed earnestly at her and said, "Yue Yao, have you given it any thought? If you are still uncertain, I am willing to wait. If you believe my strength is insufficient at present, then wait for me for 3 years, and I shall attain the divine. Please grant me this opportunity." Yue Yao looked back at him and retorted, "What do you think is the reason I came to Tianqi City this time?" Su Fanxian awkwardly shook his head. Yue Yao, exasperated, shook her head as well, prompting her maid nearby to intervene, saying, "Young Master Su, our young lady has come to Tianqi to fulfill her promise. How do you still not understand?" Su Fanxian, filled with excitement, looked at Yue Yao and exclaimed, "Is it true? Yue Yao, you have accepted me, haven't you?" Yue Yao nodded in affirmation, and Su Fanxian began pacing the room in his exhilaration, momentarily at a loss for what to do. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he asked, "Would you like to meet my sister? I want her to see you. She has raised me since childhood. She is like a mother to me." Yue Yao chuckled at Su Fanxian's dazed expression and said, "All right, just wait for me to change back into women's attire." Su Fanxian nodded and replied, "I will wait for you outside." With that, he exited the room and stood by the door in anticipation. After approximately half an hour, Yue Yao emerged, clad in her garments and wearing a veil. Su Fanxian's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but exclaim, "Truly beautiful. You are indeed my fairy sister." Yue Yao playfully tapped Su Fanxian's forehead and remarked, "Only you would say such things. I wonder how many young ladies you will attract in the future." Su Fanxian assured her, "I guarantee there will be none. You are the only one for me. If I were to flirt with others, may I be struck by lightning." Yue Yao smiled knowingly and said, "All right, I believe you." With that, she linked her arm with Su Fanxian's as they descended the stairs. Upon exiting the inn and walking along the street, their presence turned many heads. Su Fanxian guided Yue Yao into the lay residence, where she suddenly grasped his hand tightly. A hint of nervousness evident. Su Fanxian reassured her, "Do not be afraid. There is no need to be anxious. Do not worry about your identity. My sister is not that kind of person." Hearing his comforting words, Yue Yao began to calm down and smiled at Su Fanxian, resting her head against his chest. At that moment, Li Changsheng emerged from within, only to behold her younger brother returning with a young lady, whom he held tenderly in his embrace. Feeling a hint of awkwardness, she pretended to clear her throat. It was only then that the two noticed her presence and immediately separated. Su Fanxian was the first to speak, saying, "Sister, this is the young lady I mentioned to you." Li Changsheng finally took notice of Yue Yao's exquisite beauty and could not help but exclaim, "You truly possess a countenance that could captivate a nation." Her words dispelled any lingering doubts in her heart. Curiously, Yue Yao inquired, "Why would you say that?" Li Changsheng explained, "Well, you see, Xiao Fan often gazes into the northern distance, lost in thought. He frequently engages in solitary musings, expressing a longing to meet you, and so forth." Upon hearing this, Yue Yao glanced at Su Fanxian, her cheeks slightly flushed, and she instinctively grasped his hand. Chapter 16. The Great Examination at the Academy. Su Fanxian led Yue Yao to the academy, where they also met Li Changsheng. Upon seeing Su Fanxian with a young lady, Li Changsheng was momentarily surprised, pondering the nature of their relationship. However, upon noticing their intertwined hands, he quickly grasped the situation. Su Fanxian was the first to speak, saying, "Senior brother, this is Yue Yao, my beloved and future wife." Hearing this introduction, Yue Yao's cheeks flushed slightly, yet she felt a twinge of anxiety regarding her identity. Just as her nerves began to overwhelm her, Li Changsheng spoke up. "Yue Yao? Is your surname Yu? Is Yu Fengqing your father?" Yue Yao, feeling a bit apprehensive, replied, "Yes." Li Changsheng smiled faintly and addressed Su Fanxian. "Junior brother, could you step out for a moment? I would like to have a private conversation with Miss Yue Yao." Concerned, Su Fanxian asked, "Senior brother, you won't harm Yue Yao, will you?" Li Changsheng shot him a knowing glance and replied, "Do you truly believe I would? You are aware that I would never cause her harm, which is precisely why you brought her to meet me, isn't it?" Embarrassed, Su Fanxian chuckled awkwardly and reassured Yue Yao, "It's all right. I'll wait for you outside. My senior brother is a good person." Yue Yao nodded in understanding. Once Su Fanxian exited, Li Changsheng gestured to a nearby mat and said, "Please, have a seat. There is no need to be nervous. I will speak to you solely as his senior brother, not as Li Changsheng of Bailey." Yue Yao responded, "I assure you, I will answer any questions you have honestly." Without concealment, Li Changsheng smiled and said, "As his senior brother, I wish for him to find a girl he truly likes. I believe you are quite suitable for him." Intrigued, Yue Yao inquired, "What leads you to this conclusion, Mr. Li? Why do you think we are well suited?" Li Changsheng explained, "He has displayed extraordinary talent from a young age, and my master holds him in high regard with great expectations. I see in you a cleverness and kindness, and I believe entrusting him to your care would be advantageous." Yue Yao assured him, "Rest assured, Mr. Li, I would never harm him. I will take good care of him." Li Changsheng nodded slightly. "Very well, you may go." Yue Yao rose and bowed slightly to Li Changsheng before exiting. Upon leaving, she found Su Fanxian waiting at the door. Seeing her emerge, he asked, "What did my senior brother say to you?" Yue Yao, half-jokingly, replied, "Nothing much. Just that I should keep an eye on you to prevent you from wandering off and getting distracted." Su Fanxian chuckled awkwardly, "That's rather unlikely." Yue Yao then said earnestly, "Mr. Li asked me to take good care of you." Beaming, Su Fanxian responded, "I knew my senior brother wouldn't oppose us. Come, I will take you to meet two adorable little ones." With that, he took Yue Yao's hand and led her to the area where the two little ones often practiced swordsmanship. As they strolled through the academy, many passers-by greeted Su Fanxian with respectful gestures, and whispers circulated among those who noticed him accompanying a stunningly beautiful lady. After navigating a few turns, they soon arrived at an open space where, indeed, they found Xiaohani and Xiao Yueji engaged in swordplay. On the grassy ground nearby lay a small fox. The two little ones, upon hearing footsteps, turned their heads in unison. Their curiosity piqued when they beheld Su Fanxian accompanied by a beautiful lady. Xiaohani was the first to speak, exclaiming, "Brother, this sister is so lovely. Who is she?" Beside her, Yuji also nodded, her wide eyes fixed on Su Fanxian. With a warm smile, Su Fanxian introduced, "This sister's name is Yue Yao." He then gestured towards the two little ones, saying, "This is Li Hani, the daughter of my sister Li Xingyue." He pointed to Yuji and added, "And this is Yuji, my sworn younger sister." Yue Yao found the two children exceptionally adorable and instantly took a liking to them. She began to engage with them, and they played together with great joy. Su Fanxian observed quietly from the side, feeling a profound sense of contentment. At that moment, Lu Yu approached and said, "Little master uncle, tomorrow is the grand examination at the academy. I would like to invite you to join us. After all, you are a legend in the hearts of many young people. I believe your presence would make it all the more fascinating." Su Fanxian replied, "No problem. I am quite eager to see what interesting individuals will be present at the grand examination." After receiving Su Fanxian's consent, Lu Yu departed. Yu Yu walked over and inquired, "Are you going to the examination site tomorrow?" Su Fanxian responded, "Yes, there are a few intriguing individuals I wish to meet." Yu Yu smiled subtly. "Then I shall also see what kind of people can capture your interest." Unable to resist teasing her, Su Fanxian remarked, "One of them is related to you, and they plan to make a name for themselves in the world." Yu Yao looked puzzled and asked, "Who is it?" With a mysterious smile, Su Fanxian replied, "You will find out tomorrow." With that, he, along with Yue Yao, Li Hani, and little Yuji, left the academy and returned to the lay residence. Soon, the next day arrived. The academy was set to hold a grand examination, with Mr. Li gathering a disciple. As a result, talented and capable young individuals from all over the realm had gathered. The examination took place at Qianjin Terrace in Tanchi City. Among them were several key figures from our protagonist group, by Li Dongjun, Yi Dingji, Yin Luoxia, and Wang Yihong. who was disguised as Zhao Yuji, along with many others too numerous to mention. Of course, Su Fanxian and Yue Yao were also present. Yue Yao had disguised herself as a dashing young lad, standing beside Su Fanxian on the second floor. As the crowd grew larger, the first round of the examination commenced. A long scroll was tossed down from the second floor, displaying the words Beyond Literature and Martial Arts. Then, Lu Yu stood on the second floor, announcing, "Today's grand examination is graced by the presence of so many participants. I have specially invited our academy's little master uncle, Su Fanxian, to witness the first round." As these words echoed, the venue fell into a hush, followed by a flurry of whispers. Recognizing that it was time for him to make an appearance, Su Fanxian turned to Yue Yao and said, "Wait for me a moment." Yue Yao nodded in acknowledgement. Su Fanxian then executed the technique 3,000 thunder movements, summoning a flash of lightning that propelled him to the high platform on the first floor. The crowd was momentarily blinded by a brilliant white light, and in an instant, a young man clad in white stood upon the stage. The atmosphere below began to swell with excitement, with some calling out, "White-clad sword immortal, white-clad sword immortal." Su Fanxian felt a tinge of embarrassment and raised his hand to quell the noise. Instantly, silence enveloped the crowd. Su Fanxian then spoke, "Welcome, everyone, to the great examination of the academy." After uttering these words, he made his way to the second floor, feeling somewhat awkward and anxious, unsure of what to say next. Upon reaching the second floor, he found himself beside Yue Yao, who was stifling her laughter behind her hand as she glanced at him. Noticing her amusement directed at him, Su Fanxian summoned his courage, leaned closer, and planted a playful kiss on her cheek before she could react. When she finally registered what had occurred, her face flushed with shyness, her ears turning crimson. Unable to contain himself, Su Fanxian remarked, "You look even more beautiful when you're shy." Ever since Yue Yao had embraced Su Fanxian's affections, their relationship had gradually deepened, often marked by intimate gestures, primarily initiated by Su Fanxian, while Yue Yao would respond with a bashful demeanor. Chapter 17. The grand examination unveils talents on the second floor. Su Fanxian conversed with Yue Yao. Following a brief episode involving Su Fanxian's appearance on the first floor, Ling Su, the maid beside Lu Yu, began to elucidate the rules of the first examination. This initial test, as everyone observed, would not assess literary or martial skills. The competition would last for 6 hours, commencing now. As the examination began, the first participant was a strikingly beautiful maiden in her teens, her attire emblazoned with the bold character for gamble. Her unique outfit captured attention. Approaching the front, she declared, "My competition topic is gambling." This young maiden was Yin Luoxia. Subsequently, Li prompted Master Tu from the Qianjin platform to engage in a gambling duel with Yin Luoxia, who naturally emerged victorious. The second contender was Li Dongjun, who intended to showcase his brewing skills. Observing this from the second floor, Su Fanxian turned to Yue Yao and inquired, "You must have met him before, have you not?" Yue Yao glanced at Li Dongjun below and replied, "Yes, I have." "You are not suggesting that he is the one destined to make a name for himself for my sake, are you?" Su Fanxian nodded, affirming, "Indeed. He is the innate martial vein you seek." The individual beside him is Yi Dingji, also possessing an innate martial vein. At this revelation, Yue Yao's expression shifted, and she queried, "You are aware of our search for those with innate martial veins?" Su Fanxian, non-committal, nodded and asked, "Do you trust me?" Yue Yao looked at Su Fanxian and nodded in affirmation. Su Fanxian continued, "Even if you from the Taiyan Weishan bring back those with innate martial veins to assist your father in breaking through to the realm of divine travel, it will not restore your nation." Curious, Yue Yao inquired, "Why is that?" Su Fanxian smiled slightly and explained, "Bailey is not as simple as you perceive. Merely achieving the realm of divine travel will not suffice to overturn Bailey. There are many hidden masters lurking in the shadows. Just my senior brother alone, even if your father reaches the realm of divine travel, would not stand a chance against him. My senior brother has already surpassed that realm." Upon hearing this, Yue Yao appeared contemplative. Noticing her demeanor, Su Fanxian shifted the subject. "Whom do you think will ultimately become my senior brother's 9th disciple in this grand examination?" Yue Yao glanced down at the participants and responded, "It should be either Li Dongjun or Yi Dingji." Su Fanxian nodded, "You certainly have a discerning eye. Both of them are exceptional, one brews while the other barbecues. They complement each other well." As the two on the upper floor conversed, the participants on the lower floor were already displaying their unique talents. Some were demonstrating calligraphy and painting, others engaged in chess, and some were showcasing their skills in poison. A myriad of talents flourished. Meanwhile, Li Dongjun had completed the preliminary brewing tasks and was merely awaiting the appointed hour to commence his wine production. Thus, he leaned against a wall and dozed off. Ling Su, observing from the upper floor, asked Lu Yu, "Young master, is that Li Dongjun the individual the young master brought back from Qianong City?" Lu Yu affirmed, "Indeed. I find both Li Dongjun and Yi Dingji quite intriguing." Ling Su, upon hearing this, rolled her eyes in response. On the lower floor, Yi Dingji diligently engaged in barbecuing beside Li Dongjun, while the other participants prepared their respective topics. One individual approached Lu Yu and declared, "I wish to submit my paper. My competition is a chess match." Lu Yu addressed him, stating, "You may consider yourself victorious if you can best my attendant in chess." Upon uttering these words, Ling Su gracefully leaped down and seated herself opposite the man. Thus, the two commenced their game, and within a mere quarter of an hour, the man found himself defeated. With an expression of incredulity, he gazed at the young girl before him and inquired, "How long have you been studying chess?" Ling Su replied, "For over a year, I suppose." The man was instantly taken aback, his confidence visibly shaken as he stumbled out of the examination hall. With this initial encounter, others began to submit their papers in succession. One individual, a woman named Yin Feifei, elegantly leaped, her movements as light as a swallow. "Her lightness is reminiscent of the 3 stages of chasing cicadas," Li remarked, a faint smile gracing her lips. She continued, "This year's scholarly examination is indeed fascinating. I have come across several intriguing individuals." In a corner, another man clad in dark garments waved his hand, causing the surroundings to whirl chaotically, eliciting gasps of astonishment from those nearby. Lu Yu observed from above, "Is that the art of Qi Dunjia? With such prowess, I shall refrain from breaking your formation. You have passed." The man in black smiled faintly and replied, "I, Zhuge Yun, humbly present myself." Lu Yu expressed her surprise to think he hails from the Zhuge family. Their mastery of Qi Dunjia is truly legendary. The crowd buzzed with conversation, one person querying, "Is the Zhuge family truly formidable?" A well-informed individual explained, "The Zhuge family is renowned for their skills in Qi Dunjia, yet they have long since withdrawn from the world. It is surprising to encounter one of their kin today. Truly, our visit is not in vain." As the time ticked away, Ling Su on the second floor called out, "There is but 1 hour remaining." Hearing her voice, Li Dongjun rose, stretching lazily as he remarked, "It is nearly my turn." The onlookers, witnessing this individual napping during the examination, exchanged skeptical glances, some filled with disdain, others with curiosity, as various gazes converged upon Li Dongjun. However, he remained indifferent to their scrutiny, embodying a carefree spirit. In the end, only Li Dongjun and Yi Dingji remained in the examination. Li Dongjun turned to Yi Dingji and said, "Brother Yi, your roasted meat and my wine are a perfect match. We must indulge in a feast." Yi Dingji merely smiled and replied, "Indeed. Is this a picnic, considering the scholarly examination?" Someone nearby could not help but remark. Consequently, individuals began to carry Li Dongjun's brewed wine and Yi Dingji's roasted meat upstairs. On the second floor, Lu Yu uncorked a bottle, and an enticing fragrance wafted through the air. Curiously, she called down to Li Dongjun, "What is the name of this wine?" Li Dongjun replied, "It's called Early Harvest." He further explained, "This wine should ideally ferment longer, but time has run out, so it must be served prematurely. Early Harvest does not represent its finest flavor." After hearing his explanation, Liu poured herself a glass and took a sip, exclaiming, "Exquisite wine. You have passed." She then glanced at the neatly sliced roasted meat, picking up her chopsticks to savor a piece while addressing Yi Dingji. "Have you ever visited the barbarian kingdom?" Yi Dingji responded, "I have, and I spent quite a considerable time there, hence my mastery of this roasting technique." Liu took a few more bites and remarked, "The flavor is truly delightful. I shall reluctantly concede that your grilling skills are commendable." Li Dongjun, who submitted his paper last, along with Yi Dingji, also passed the preliminary examination with ease. Only a little over 20 individuals succeeded in this initial trial. Lu Yu rose and announced to those below, "The preliminary examination has concluded. Those who have passed should prepare for the final test tomorrow. It will be considerably more perilous than today." With that, she departed from the Qianjin platform. Su Fanxian also descended from the second floor with Yue Yao, observing the mixed emotions of joy and concern among the crowd. Su Fanxian was reminded of the atmosphere following college entrance examinations in a past life. Approaching Li Dongjun, she greeted him warmly. "Ah, it has been a while. Li Dongjun, equally pleased to see her, replied, "You vanished so suddenly last time. Who would have thought you were a sword immortal and a disciple of Mr. Li from the academy?" Su Fanxian smiled slightly and said, "Well, it's nothing remarkable. I hope you succeed in becoming a disciple under your senior. That way, we shall be considered fellow disciples. And we will have ample opportunities to share drinks in the future." Bai Li Dongjun, filled with excitement, responded, "Indeed. I aspire to be a wine immortal in the days to come." Nodding towards Yue Yao, Su Fanxian departed from the scene. Beside Bai Li Dongjun, Yi Dingji inquired, "Do you know her?" To which Bai Li Dongjun replied, "Yes. I once owned a tavern, and she visited to enjoy a drink. We had a brief encounter." With that, he and Yi Dingji left the location. Chapter 18. Li Changsheng takes on disciples. That evening, Lei Mingsha sought out Su Fanxian. The final examination had been entrusted to Lei Mingsha, prompting him to immediately think of seeking Su Fanxian's assistance. With Bai Li Dongjun also residing in the Lei Manor, Su Fanxian had spent the past couple of days accompanying Yue Yao at the inn. When Lei Mingsha found Su Fanxian, he was engaged in light-hearted banter with Yue Yao. Upon seeing Lei Mingsha, Su Fanxian smiled and inquired, "What brings you here?" Lei Mingsha chuckled and replied, "I am responsible for the final exam at the academy. But I haven't devised a plan yet, so I thought of you." Su Fanxian responded, "Well, I don't have any brilliant ideas either. How about we let them compete in a tournament to select the top contender?" Lei Mingsha shook his head. "No, that method has already been employed." Su Fanxian offered an awkward smile and said, "I really don't have a better solution," before turning to Yue Yao and asking, "Do you have any good ideas?" Yue Yao glanced at Lei Mingsha, then at Su Fanxian, and nodded thoughtfully. She had indeed come up with a suggestion and proceeded to share her idea with the two. They both nodded in agreement, finding it quite promising. We shall not delve into the specifics of the suggestion here. Let us continue. On the following day, during the final examination of the academy, all those who had passed the preliminary round gathered by the competition stage. Many were engaged in animated discussions, and someone could not help but ask, "Examiner, is this final examination a contest of martial prowess?" On the stage, Lei Mingsha replied, "No. This second round of examination focuses on tenacity and the foundation of martial arts." He then turned to Su Fanxian beside the stage, saying, "It is your turn to take the stage now." Su Fanxian nodded and swiftly ascended to the platform. Looking down, he noticed that Zhuge Yun, who had participated yesterday, was absent. Su Fanxian surmised that Yue Yao had heeded his advice and had persuaded Zhuge Yun not to take action last night. He then addressed the candidates who had passed the preliminary round. "Soon, I will gradually release my pressure, starting from a lower level. Your task is to endure under the weight of this pressure. Those who can persevere until the end will have my senior brother personally come to accept you as disciples." The crowd below erupted in excitement, with someone asking, "Esteemed examiner, are you saying that Mr. Li will be present today?" Su Fanxian smiled and confirmed, "Yes." He then asked the participants below, "Are you ready?" In unison, they responded, "We are ready." With that, Su Fanxian began to release his pressure incrementally. Initially, he emitted the pressure of the golden body realm, which most of the participants could easily withstand, resulting in a relatively relaxed atmosphere. However, some began to falter, their figures swaying precariously. After a while, several had succumbed, collapsing to the ground. Following this initial assessment, approximately 16 individuals remained steadfast. Among them were Bai Li Dongjun, Yi Dingji, Yin Luoxia, and Zhao Yujia, standing with remarkable stability. Su Fanxian then addressed the crowd again. "I will now increase the pressure. If any of you find it unbearable, please do not force yourselves, as it could be detrimental to your well-being." With that, he elevated the pressure to the level of the free realm. Instantly, more individuals began to fall. Gradually, only the 4 individuals, Bai Li Dongjun, Yi Dingji, Yin Luoxia, and Zhao Yuji, remained steadfast. Su Fanxian pondered, "I can comprehend the presence of the other 3. Yi Dingji himself is at the realm of freedom, and Wang Yixing, under the alias Zhao Yuji, also occupies the realm of freedom. Bai Li Dongjun, nourished since childhood by the medicinal wine of the Confucian immortal Gu Qin, is capable of enduring this challenge. However, the resilience of the young girl, Yin Luoxia, who is at the diamond ordinary realm, is indeed unexpected to Su Fanxian." Casting a few more glances at Yin Luoxia, Su Fanxian called out to the heavens, "Senior brother, it is time for your appearance." After saying this, he joined Lei Mingsha, and suddenly, a white figure flashed across the sky. An ancient immortal, with flowing white hair, descended from afar while cradling a little girl, landing gracefully on the arena. The little girl, of course, was Yu Ji. One might wonder why Li Hani was not brought along. It is because Li Hani is not yet a disciple of Li Changsheng. By bringing Yuji, Li Changsheng aimed to inform the outside world that he had gained a female disciple, as few were aware of her acceptance at the time. Upon arriving, Yuji descended from Li Changsheng's embrace and stood obediently behind him, mischievously winking at Su Fanxian. Noticing this, Su Fanxian returned a gentle smile to Yuji. The moment Li Changsheng made his entrance, the crowd erupted in excitement, all bowing respectfully to the stage. It is no trivial matter to encounter the foremost figure of Bailey, who has dominated the martial world for 30 years through sheer strength. To meet him in person is indeed a stroke of fortune. Li Changsheng directed his gaze towards the four who had persevered until the end, stating, "You have all performed admirably." He first addressed Wang Yixing. "Do you wish to become my disciple?" Wang Yixing, upon being questioned, clasped his hands in salute and replied, "I am Wang Yixing, the eldest disciple of Master Elsu of Qiqing Mountain, here to participate in the grand examination solely for self-cultivation, with no intention of seeking a master." Li Changsheng then turned his attention to Yi Dingji, inquiring, "Do you wish to become my disciple?" Yi Dingji responded with a bow. "I also came to partake in the grand examination for experience. I already have a master. Thank you for your kindness, Mr. Li." Li Changsheng shook his head slightly. "Very well, you possess your own opportunities." Next, he looked at Bailey Dongjun, who, upon meeting Li Changsheng's gaze, immediately exclaimed, "I am willing. I am willing." Li Changsheng smiled gently. "From this day forth, you shall be my 9th disciple." The crowd below buzzed with speculation, some whispering, "Didn't he, Mr. Li only have 7 disciples? Shouldn't Bailey Dongjun be his 8th disciple instead of the 9th? Noticing their confusion, Li Changsheng addressed the audience. "My 8th disciple is her." And he gestured towards Yuji, introducing her. "This is my 8th disciple, named Yuji." Bailey Dongjun glanced at the lovely young girl and bowed respectfully. Dongjun has met the little junior sister. Yuji's cheeks flushed slightly, and she politely returned the gesture. Su Fanxian, standing nearby, merely smiled and offered an encouraging glance towards Yuji. Meanwhile, Yin Luoxia, seeing that Mr. Li had not mentioned her, spoke up. "Mr. Li, I also wish to become your disciple." Li Changsheng glanced at Yin Luoxia and remarked, "There is no destined teacher-student bond between us, and I am not suited to be your mentor." Upon hearing this, Yin Luoxia lowered her head in disappointment. However, her eyes brightened as she turned to Su Fanxian beside her. She asked, "It is said that you possess unparalleled talent. Having achieved the title of Sword Immortal at the tender age of 12, could I possibly have you as my master?" Su Fanxian, initially inclined to refuse, was taken aback by Yin Luoxia's earnestness as she continued, "I have already faced rejection from Mr. Li once. If you refuse me as well, I might truly shed tears." Seeing her distress, Su Fanxian shifted his gaze to Li Changsheng, who smiled encouragingly back at him. Thus, Su Fanxian replied, "It is not impossible for you to become my disciple, provided you meet my conditions." Yin Luoxiao inquired eagerly, "What are your requirements?" Su Fanxian retrieved a palm-sized cube from his system space and handed it to her, stating, "This object is known as a magic cube. It has 6 faces. Within it lies a cultivation method well suited for you. When you are able to unravel its secrets, you will be worthy of becoming my disciple." Yin Luoxiao accepted the cube, examining it from various angles, yet found it incomprehensible. Undeterred, she declared, "I am certain I can comprehend the knowledge within. Just wait for me to become your disciple." With that, she skipped away, clutching the magic cube. Unbeknownst to her, the cube was no ordinary artifact. It concealed a profound cultivation method derived from Jin Yang's novels, the Nine Manual. In the context of this world, the manual is considered one of the finest, with its first half focusing on inner strength and the latter half on martial techniques. Should Yin Luoxiao successfully decipher and fully integrate its teachings, she would undoubtedly be on the path to becoming a master of the semi-divine realm. Su Fanxian was not concerned about her ability to unlock the cube. After all, as the daughter of a gambling king, it would be quite implausible for her to be unable to solve even a magic cube. Moreover, he was not a benevolent figure who indiscriminately bestowed opportunities and techniques upon anyone. He simply believed that Yin Luoxia, a character he found quite admirable in the original narrative, had been hindered by her feelings for Song Yin, a person torn between love and fear. She had squandered her youth unnecessarily. Thus, since she wished to take on a mentor, he decided to provide her with an opportunity that might subtly alter the trajectory of her future life. Chapter 19. By Li Dongjun meets Yue Yao. After the conclusion of the grand examination, By Li Dongjun successfully became a disciple under Li Changsheng, bringing the total number of disciples to 9. Among them, Yue Ji, the youngest, had her innate talents activated with the assistance of Su Fanxian, making her a prodigious being. Second only to Su Fanxian himself, Li Changsheng held a particular fondness for her, providing meticulous guidance, while Yue Yao exhibited a diligent eagerness to learn. The other senior brothers also showered her with affection, treating her as a cherished sister, which deeply moved Yue Yao and instilled in her a sense of belonging. However, Yue Yao was acutely aware that the person she owed the most gratitude to was Su Fanxian, for he had rescued her from the clutches of malevolence, imparted to her the teachings of cultivation, and helped her find an exceptional mentor, treating her with utmost kindness. Thus, she silently vowed that once she gained strength, she would surely aid Su Fanxian in return. Meanwhile, in the small courtyard of the lay residence, Xiaohani was diligently practicing her swordplay under the guidance of Su Fanxian. Li Xingyue and Yue Yao sat together, sharing laughter as they recounted amusing anecdotes from Su Fanquan's childhood, eliciting soft giggles from Yue Yao. Su Fanxian remarked, "Sister, do you truly have to expose my past? I wasn't that mischievous as a child, was I?" Li Xingyue chuckled. "Were you not? Think carefully. Were you not often a little rascal in your youth?" With an awkward smile, Su Fanxian replied, "Well, I was merely a bit playful, finding daily cultivation somewhat tedious." Li Xingyue turned to Yue Yao and said, "You have no idea. He would play and practice simultaneously. He learned faster than I did. I began teaching him swordplay at 3, and by the time he was 6, he was teaching me. I was constantly outshone by him, but I grew accustomed to it." Yue Yao smiled coyly. "I too felt overshadowed when I first met him." Curious, Li Xingyue asked, "Do tell." Yue Yao recounted, "When I first encountered him, he told me he had just emerged from the Sword Heart Tomb at the Nine Heavens realm, and after a few skirmishes along the way, he reached the Ascendant realm. When I inquired about his age, he said he was 12. I was quite taken aback." Li Xingyue laughed. "That rascal indeed has a knack for unintentionally overshadowing others. Never compare yourself to him. It's simply futile." Just then, Lei Mengsha entered, leading by Li Dongjun and Sikong Changfeng into the courtyard. As Yue Yao glanced up, her gaze met that of Bai Li Dongjun. Seeing her, Bai Li Dongjun's face lit up with excitement, and he exclaimed, "Fairy sister, we meet again. You mentioned that when I make a name for myself, I would know who you are. May I ask for your name now?" At that moment, Li Xingyue, Lei Mengsha, and Sikong Changfeng exchanged glances, with Lei Mengsha recognizing Yue Yao. Sikong Changfeng, unaware, inquired, "Dongjun, is this the fairy sister you have been yearning for?" "Indeed," Bai Li Dongjun affirmed. Feeling a wave of embarrassment, Yue Yao looked towards Su Fanxian, who remained composed, allowing her to breathe a sigh of relief. She then addressed Bai Li Dongjun. "Young Master Bai Li, my name is Yue Yao, but I cannot be your fairy sister. Moreover, I have long had someone dear to my heart." With that, she gracefully approached Su Fanxian and took her hand. Upon hearing this, Bai Li Dongjun's expression turned despondent. He lamented, "Did you not vow to make my name renowned across the world?" Yue Yao, speechless, replied, "Master Bai Li, when did I ever claim I would elevate your name? I merely stated that when you achieve fame, you would come to know who I am. Have you perhaps misconstrued my words?" Upon hearing this, Bai Li Dongjun appeared utterly dejected, murmuring to himself, "So it has always been my unrequited affection. So that is how it is." Nearby, Lei Mengsha was at a loss as to what to do, caught between her little master uncle and her junior brother. Understanding the situation, Sikong Changfeng addressed Bai Li Dongjun, saying, "Dongjun, the fair maiden Yue Yao has long had her heart set on another. You cannot force what is not meant to be, can you?" Li Xingyue glanced at Su Fanxian and Yue Yao before adding, "Dongjun, to try to be more open-minded. There are many beautiful women in the world, and my brother has known Yue Yao for some time, with mutual affection blossoming. It seems fate has led you down a different path." Although Bai Li Dongjun still felt a tinge of sadness, he recognized there was little he could do, as she had never promised him anything. He thus cupped his hands toward Yue Yao, saying, "I apologize, Miss Yue Yao," and turned to Su Fanxian, saying, "Forgive me, little master uncle." Su Fanxian, undisturbed, feigned an air of mystery and remarked to Bai Li Dongjun, "Dongjun, your destined partner awaits you. All you need do is be patient. Your fated one is exceedingly beautiful. A match made in heaven." In truth, Su Fanxian had already contemplated matchmaking by Li Dongjun with Yin Luoxia since their encounter during the grand examination. With Yin Luoxia's unwavering devotion and by Li Dongjun's infatuation, one a master brewer, the other a gambling sage, their union would indeed be splendid. Thus, the idea of taking Yin Luoxia as a disciple was born. Upon hearing this, Bai Li Dongjun was somewhat skeptical, yet he courteously replied to Su Fanxian, "I appreciate your kind words, little master uncle. Afterward, he turned and departed, with Si Changfeng and Lei Mengxiao promptly following suit. Once they had left, Li Xingyue inquired about the events that transpired. After grasping the situation, she gazed at Yue Yao and remarked, "Indeed, Dongjun's affections seem rather one-sided." Yue Yao, feeling somewhat embarrassed, was met with Su Fanqian's light-hearted attempt to ease the tension. "Sister, what can I do? You have seen for yourself how beautiful my fairy sister is. She attracts admiration wherever she goes. Now you understand why I cling to her daily, to keep watch over her." Yue Yao shot a disapproving glance at Su Fanqian, expressing her dissatisfaction. "Are you implying that you fear I might misbehave while out and about?" Su Fanqian hastily clarified, "Not at all. I merely worry because you are so stunning. I fear you might attract unwanted attention. I can only blame my future wife for being too exceptional and lovely. The pressure on me, as your husband, is truly immense." Nearby, Li Xingyue observed the playful banter between the two and chuckled. "Could you both refrain from flaunting your affection? As your elder sister, I have been through this myself. I sincerely hope that the two of you can find enduring happiness together." Su Fanqian said to Li Xingyue, "Sister, let us find some time to visit the Sword Heart tomb. I have been away for nearly a year and long to see my adoptive father." Li Xingyue's gaze dimmed slightly as she wiped the corners of her eyes and replied, "I too wish to see father, but I am afraid. I dread that he may hold me accountable for my past actions." Su Fanqian reassured her, "In truth, during my recent visit, I spoke with our adoptive father about you. He has long since forgiven you. He genuinely hopes for your return. Therefore, in due time, let us go back together to see him and allow him to meet his granddaughter." Li Xingyue nodded and said, "Very well. I shall follow your lead." Chapter 20. The revelation of Yi Ding's identity in the Tian Palace of the Tianqi Imperial Court. Emperor Tian listened attentively as a report was delivered before him. The speaker proclaimed, "We have ascertained that Yi Ding, who participated in the grand examination, is none other than the son of the former General Yi Yun. He was once taken as a disciple by the sword immortal Yu Xingma." With a commanding tone, Emperor Tian replied, "Then go and bring him back to me, regardless of the cost." The subordinate immediately responded, "Understood." Meanwhile, within the academy, Li Changsheng was instructing Yu Ji in the art of swordsmanship. Casting a glance towards the palace, Li Changsheng shook his head slightly and remarked, "As expected, they have not changed their ways. Not even a child is spared. Alas, it is time for me to depart." He resumed sipping his wine, occasionally offering guidance. Yu Ji, practicing her swordplay, inquired, "Master, are you leaving?" Li Changsheng affirmed, "Indeed. I shall be leaving in a few days. Staying here has become rather dull. It is time to seek a more exhilarating place." Yu Ji continued, "Will you return after you leave, master?" With a smile, Li Changsheng replied, "This time, I do not intend to return. When I leave, I will take you and your 9th junior brother with me." Curiously, Yu Ji asked, "What about my brother? Will he leave with us as well?" Li Changsheng pondered for a moment and said, "Yes, we will all depart together, heading to a place of extraordinary beauty." Upon receiving the news from the palace that Yi Ding was indeed Yi Yun, Li Dongjun was filled with excitement, exclaiming, "Yun Ge, so he is my brother Yun. I always felt an inexplicable familiarity whenever we met." Beside him, Si Changfeng remarked, "Yi Ding is actually the son of the legendary military god Yu. What shall we do, Dongjun?" Li Dongjun replied, "We must not allow them to find him. We need to locate Yun Ge before they do and ensure his safe exit from the city." Si Changfeng suggested, "Should you not consult your master? He should know where Yi Ding is." Li Dongjun agreed, "Very well, I shall inquire with my master." Just as Li Dongjun was about to approach Li Changsheng, Su Fanqian intercepted him. Li Dongjun asked, "Why are you stopping me, little Shirshu? I have matters to discuss with my master." Su Fanqian addressed him. "I am aware of Yi Ding's current whereabouts. There is no need for you to search for him. He is in a very safe place, and he will not come to harm. His master will soon arrive in Tianqi City, as long as my senior brother does not intervene. No one in Tianqi City can prevent Yi Ding from leaving." Urgently, Li Dongjun inquired, "Then please tell me where Yun Ge is." Su Fanqian replied, "If you trust me, do not seek him out now. Your pursuit would only endanger him." After absorbing Su Fanqian's words, Li Dongjun conceded, "All right, I believe you." With a slight smile and a nod, Su Fanqian departed. He was fully aware of Yi Ding's location, knowing he was safe with Yi Wenjun, just as the original narrative suggested. Approaching Li Changsheng, Su Fanqian bowed respectfully, saying, "Brother, it seems you should be preparing to leave Tianqi City soon." Li Changsheng, taken aback, glanced at Su Fanqian and replied, "Indeed, my time is limited. I must make my exit." Su Fanqian Dao, if you take me along when you leave. I am willing to accompany you on your journey to the places you wish to go. Li Changsheng chuckled and remarked, sometimes, I feel as though there are no secrets in your eyes. Even from your childhood, I sensed you were extraordinary. Su Fanxian responded with a smile. I shall always be your junior, having been under your protection for so many years. It is now my turn to safeguard you. Li Changsheng looked at Su Fanxian and laughed heartily, saying nothing further. Many sentiments are understood without the need for words. Half a month passed. Yet Yu Dingji remained elusive within Tianqi City, leading many to believe he had departed. One day, Li Changsheng gathered his disciples for a celebration. Su Fanxian and Yue Yao were among them, enjoying a jovial atmosphere. As they were in the midst of their revelry, a strikingly beautiful man entered the city, holding an umbrella. If not for careful observation, one might mistake him for a woman. This visitor was none other than Yi Dingji's master, the sword immortal Yusheng. Without wasting words, Yusheng soared to the rooftop near where Li Changsheng and his party were drinking. He called out, Li Changsheng, I have arrived. After finishing his last cup, Li Changsheng broke through the rooftop and descended. The others inside buzzed with speculation, while Su Fanxian remained composed. Bai Li Dongjun, noticing Su Fanxian's calm demeanor, inquired, Little Master Uncle, do you know who has come? Su Fanxian smiled gently at the gathering and replied, the sword immortal Yusheng. Upon hearing this, the group expressed their astonishment. Lei Mengsha, taken aback, questioned, is he truly that formidable? Can his master prevail? With a smile, Su Fanxian assured them, certainly, he can win. My brother is indeed the foremost in Bailey, the recognized champion of the realm. Curiously, the others asked, isn't his master also the champion? Why do you specify recognized? Su Fanxian explained, this world is vast, and many exceptional individuals exist. There are those who surpass my brother, such as my master's prowess, which stands at the pinnacle of this realm, far beyond my brother's. The group nodded in contemplative agreement. Beside them, Xiexian suggested, let us witness this battle. It is a confrontation of sword immortal caliber. The crowd rushed outside to observe. On the rooftop, Li Changsheng faced Yusheng, while a throng of onlookers gathered in the streets below. Yusheng declared, today, I must defeat you. Li Changsheng replied with a smile, you always say that. When have you ever triumphed over me? He then turned to Su Fanxian, saying, brother, may I borrow your sword? Su Fanxian handed him the Hanshuang sword, which Li Changsheng grasped, marveling at its quality, indeed, a divine weapon. It could stand alongside the famed Tianzhan sword in any sword compendium. Without delay, Yusheng launched the first strike, transforming his black umbrella into a long sword. He conjured a shadow of a black dragon behind him, unleashing it upon Li Changsheng. In response, Li Changsheng wielded the sword, enveloped by a golden bell that shielded him as the black dragon relentlessly assaulted the shimmering barrier. Li Changsheng chuckled and declared in a resonant voice, this is the duel of sword immortals. It transcends mere techniques, embodying the exquisite brilliance of the world and resonating with the cosmos. After a brief moment, he continued, it is time to conclude, and with a graceful flourish of his sword, the golden bell's phantom around him expanded, shattering the dark dragon's illusion. Instantly, a wave of energy surged outward, toppling those of lower cultivation to the ground. Subsequently, both combatants ascended into the air, simultaneously unleashing a stream of sword energy that clashed against one another. The rainborn demon, unable to withstand the force, was sent crashing back to the earth. Just when the spectators believed the spectacle had reached its end, the rain-born demon soared once more into the sky. Suddenly, the heavens darkened with ominous clouds that swiftly transformed into a vivid purple hue, coalescing into a colossal purple bird. Observing this, Li Changsheng felt the gravity of the situation and promptly multiplied his sword from 1 into a dozen, each radiating with white lightning. With a gleeful exclamation, he remarked, a decade of practice pales in comparison to a moment of celestial combat. He then bellowed, heaven suppression, and his swords morphed into a net aimed at the giant bird above. The rain-born demon, in turn, commanded the giant bird to dive towards Li Changsheng. At that moment, the intensity of their confrontation was remarkably balanced, yet the rain-born demon had exhausted his inner strength, leaving him unable to execute another move. Meanwhile, Li Changsheng remained unaffected. In a desperate attempt, the rain-born demon intensified his attack, prompting Li Changsheng to control his swords, which multiplied from a mere dozen to thousands. Following a resounding clash, both figures vanished from sight. As the crowd below witnessed their disappearance, murmurs filled the air. Beside Su Fanxian stood a masked figure scribbling on paper. Recognizing him, Su Fanxian inquired, Ji Ruofeng, who do you think emerged victorious? The masked individual, surprised, responded, You recognized me? Of course, Su Fanxian replied. I am Li Changsheng's junior disciple. Ji Ruofeng acknowledged that is true and added, I didn't quite catch the final move. Who do you believe won? With a smile, Su Fanxian asserted, naturally. My senior brother triumphed. He held back at the end. Otherwise, the rain-born demon would have sustained severe injuries. Upon saying this, he took the hand of Yue Yao and departed. Ji Ruofeng murmured to himself, truly deserving of becoming a sword immortal at the age of 12. In another decade, the foremost among the Northly will surely be him. With that, he elegantly employed his lightness skill and vanished from the scene. Chapter 21. Departure from Apocalypse City. Within the confines of Apocalypse City, the sword immortal Yeshengmo sat facing Li Changsheng. Li Changsheng inquired, You have come for Yi Dingji, have you not? Yeshengmo affirmed, Indeed, I am here to escort him away. This place is still too perilous for him at present. Li Changsheng smiled and replied, He will be fine. I shall see him out of the city. You may rest assured and depart for now. Yeshengmo glanced at Li Changsheng and said, Very well, I trust you. Meanwhile, in a courtyard, Yi Dingji addressed Yi Wenjun, saying, I must leave this place. My master has arrived, and I must accompany him. Yi Wenjun, filled with reluctance, responded, Could you take me with you? Yi Dingji replied, Not at this moment. Please wait for me a while. I will return to fetch you. My current strength is still insufficient. Yi Wenjun nodded and said, All right. I will wait for you. Yi Dingji added, Take care of yourself. With that, he turned and departed, leaving Yi Wenjun tearfully watching him go. Elsewhere, upon seeing Yi Dingji emerge, Su Fanxian disguised him and guided him out of Apocalypse City. After delivering Yi Dingji to Yeshengmo, he said, My senior brother entrusted me with bringing Yi Dingji to you. He is here now. I shall take my leave. Yeshengmo nodded and expressed gratitude. Thank you. As Su Fanxian turned to go, Yeshengmo remarked, I have heard you possess a sword technique that harnesses the power of heavenly thunder. Su Fanxian confirmed, Indeed. This technique is called the Divine Sword of Thunder's true formula. Yeshengmo expressed a desire, I hope to witness your swordsmanship someday. Su Fanxian smiled and nodded. That day will come. Once you have recovered, you may see it at any time. With that, he turned and swiftly departed. After Su Fanxian left, Yeshengmo gazed at his retreating figure and mused, This person will become even more formidable than Li Changsheng in the future. He then turned to Yi Dingji and cautioned, You must never become adversaries with him. His innate talent is exceedingly terrifying. Yi Dingji nodded and replied, Understood, master. Let us proceed. Meanwhile, Su Fanxian moved swiftly and eventually returned to the academy. Li Changsheng observed him and asked, Has the person been delivered? Su Fanxian replied, Yes. He has been entrusted to his master. Li Changsheng remarked, Yeshengmo should no longer seek conflict with me. From now on, you may contend with her. Su Fanxian glanced at the nearby Yue Yao, scratching his head awkwardly as he said, She is currently half a step into the realm of divine wandering. While I have only recently entered the great realm of carefree wandering, I lack confidence in defeating her. I possess only a 40 certainty. Li Changsheng chuckled and reassured him. I did not suggest that you confront her now. She has been injured by her use of the demon immortal sword and will require 2 to 3 years to recuperate. By then, you should have progressed to half a step into divine wandering. Su Fanxian nodded in agreement. That is certainly not a problem. Li Changsheng then observed Su Fanxian and added, Do not rush to break through the realm of divine wandering in the coming years. There are still many things you have yet to comprehend. Wait until you have fully grasped everything before making your breakthrough. Su Fanxian nodded. I will remember, senior brother. With that, Li Changsheng took his leave. Time passed slowly, and in the blink of an eye, several days had gone by. After addressing various matters concerning the academy, Li Changsheng informed his disciples of his impending departure from Tianqi. Many expressed their desire to accompany him, but he firmly declined their requests. Consequently, they began to prepare for their own adventures in the martial world after Li Changsheng's departure. On this particular day, Li Changsheng entered the imperial palace and met with Emperor Tian. The emperor remarked, I have heard that you have taken on a disciple by the surname Bailey. Li Changsheng replied, Indeed, his name is Bailey Dongjun. The emperor then expressed his wish to meet the disciple, to which Li Changsheng respectfully refused, stating, It is unnecessary. Noticing the emperor's curiosity, Li Changsheng continued, I intend to leave Tianqi City, and I will take Bailey Dongjun with me. As for the position of the academy's head, I have appointed Shinru from the Shangquan Academy. He will excel in this role. Emperor Tian then inquired, Do you not feel, at times, that you resemble a ruler more than I do? Li Changsheng smiled gently and, turning to leave, responded, I am but a fallen celestial being. It is better to leave the kingship to those on the earth. The emperor, incensed, shouted, "What if I insist on keeping him here?" Li Changsheng simply replied, "Then you may try," and exited the palace. On his way out, he encountered the obstruction of the chief supervisor, Yue Yao. With a mere gesture, Li Changsheng sent him reeling, blood spilling from his mouth. As he departed, he left behind the words, "Such humility is no great feat." He continued onward, encountering various skilled opponents, each of whom he dispatched effortlessly, leaving them incapacitated. As he neared the palace gates, he spotted an elder with an air of celestial grace, the national master, Li Changsheng. Li Changsheng glanced at him and asked, "Will you also attempt to confront me?" Li Changsheng, seeing no one around, replied, "I have no choice. It is beyond my control." Li Changsheng, uninterested in further dialogue, struck Li Changsheng with a single palm, sending him flying. Before resuming his path, as he walked, he called back, "Please convey a message to Emperor Tian. I once made a vow with the ancestors of the Shao clan to protect the north for a century, and that time has long since passed. Henceforth, I shall have no ties with the Shao royal family." Upon reaching the palace gates, he leapt gracefully onto the palace wall and turned to gaze in the direction of the main hall. Inside, the national master conveyed Li Changsheng's message. Shortly thereafter, a messenger reported, "Your Majesty, Li Changsheng has exited the palace and is now standing on the city wall." Emperor Tian inquired, and then Li Changsheng rushed out of the hall, looking toward Li Changsheng on the wall, and remarked, "He is facing us." The emperor, puzzled, questioned, "What does he intend to do?" Li Changsheng shook his head, uncertain, "I do not know. Perhaps he wishes to take one last look at the palace." Just as he finished speaking, they saw Li Changsheng raise his right hand. With a slight elevation of his palm directed at the main hall, a colossal transparent hand suddenly descended upon it. The palace began to tremble. After a moment, all was still again. Li Changsheng then proclaimed loudly, "Tianqi city is far too dull. I shall take my leave." With that, his figure flashed and he vanished from Tianqi city. Outside the city, a carriage awaited. Su Fanxian and Bai Li Dongjun stood beside the carriage, while Yu Yu sat inside with Yue Yao and Xiaohani. Bai Li Dongjun inquired, "Little master uncle, what do you think master went to the palace for?" Su Fanxian replied, "Naturally, to take a leisurely stroll." Bai Li Dongjun then asked, "Do you think master might encounter any trouble?" Su Fanxian laughed heartily, saying, "Remember, your master Li Changsheng is the foremost figure of Bailey. If he wishes to depart, no one can hinder him." Just as he finished speaking, a figure appeared before them. It was Li Changsheng. Bai Li Dongjun immediately called out, "Master." Su Fanxian echoed, "Elder brother." Li Changsheng nodded slightly and said, "Let us go." He then boarded the carriage, followed closely by Su Fanxian, leaving Bai Li Dongjun outside to drive the carriage. One might wonder why Bai Li Dongjun was tasked with driving. The answer lies in his lower status. He had one master uncle, and one senior sister, while Yue Yao could be considered a half-senior aunt. Xiaohani was merely 4 years old and utterly incapable of handling the reins. Bai Li Dongjun had no choice in the matter, as his status dictated it. The carriage continued its journey. Thus, they traveled onward. This chapter has concluded, and the author has yet to determine how to proceed with the next chapter. They wish to preserve Li Changsheng's mastery of the Dazhong skill while remaining true to the original narrative. It is a source of considerable inner turmoil. Chapter 22. The origin of Li Changsheng. In the previous chapter, we deliberated on whether Li Changsheng should resolve the issue regarding the Great Chun. After much contemplation, he decided to remain true to the original narrative. The story commences as the carriage, after a considerable journey, halts by the lakeside for a respite. Yue Yao, accompanied by Yue Yao and Xiaohani, disembarks from the carriage. Suddenly, a figure approaches, donning a ghostly mask and wielding a stick. Upon recognizing the individual, Li Changsheng remarks, "Ah, you have come. Your persistence is truly admirable." The newcomer is none other than Ji Ruofeng, the leader of the 100 Secrets Hall. He speaks resolutely. "I am here solely for an answer." Li Changsheng inquires, "Is this answer of great significance to you?" Ji Ruofeng nods affirmatively, "Indeed. As the leader of the 100 Secrets Hall, it is imperative that I comprehend it." With that, he removes his ghostly mask, revealing his true visage, and prepares to engage Li Changsheng in combat. Su Fanxian interjects, "Hold on. If a fight is to ensue, I shall stand in for my senior brother." At this juncture, Li Changsheng is in the midst of dispersing his energy, his strength diminished to a mere fraction, rendering him incapable of fighting. Ji Ruofeng glances at Su Fanxian and asserts, "Although you have become a sword immortal, it does not guarantee your victory over me." Su Fanxian retorts, "Victory or defeat can only be discerned through battle." With that, he unsheathes the frost blade, causing a layer of frost to crystallize beneath him. He ascends into the air, preparing to unleash a sword technique he has never employed before, the celestial ice-falling earth technique. A skill renowned alongside the divine sword-controlling thunder technique in the realm of Zhaoxian. This marks Su Fanxian's inaugural use of this technique in this world. Chanting the incantation, Su Fanxian declares, in the pure cold of the 9 heavens, with ice crystals stretching for miles, summon forth the ice from the heavens, let it descend upon the earth. Suddenly, snowflakes begin to fall from the sky, quickly transforming into a heavy snowfall. As the incantation reaches its conclusion, the snowflakes coalesce into thousands of icy long swords suspended in the air. Witnessing this spectacle, Li Changsheng, Yue Yao, Li Changsheng, Yue Yao, and Xiaohani are all taken aback by the sheer magnitude of the technique. Li Changsheng cannot help but commend. This technique is remarkable. It can already influence the environment of the heavens and earth. If you were to enter a state of divine immersion, this technique could freeze an entire city. Xiaohani exclaims, such a formidable technique. Brother taught me, but I never knew it was so powerful. She bounces joyfully, cheering for Su Fanxian. With a mighty shout, go! Su Fanxian directs the multitude of icy longswords towards Ji Ruofeng. Ji Ruofeng, in turn, exerts himself to defend, and ultimately, he is forced to retreat considerably before managing to halt his advance. Ji Ruofeng queries, I observe that you seem not to have exerted your full strength. Why is that? Su Fanxian replies, we harbor no deep-seated enmity. There is no need to engage in a lethal confrontation upon first meeting. Allow me to receive your next move. Ji Ruofeng responds, I welcome your guidance. Su Fanxian then executes another new sword technique, also derived from the Zhaoxian realm. To briefly introduce the 4 sword techniques: 1. Divine sword controlling thunder technique. 2. Celestial ice falling earth technique. 3. Slaying demons and gods technique. 4. Sword guiding the azure dragon technique. I shall refrain from further elaboration. As Su Fanxian begins to invoke his technique, he chants, with the vastness of heaven and earth, the righteous spirit endures, not for the sake of slaying immortals, but to vanquish demons and gods. As the ethereal figure of Su Fanxian began to materialize, a radiant golden halo emerged above his head, gradually expanding and coalescing into a colossal silhouette that bore an uncanny resemblance to him, albeit in a magnified form. Wielding a sword, beside him, Yue, witnessing this remarkable display, joyfully exclaimed, this move, my brother taught me. It's incredible how it can grow so large. Li Changsheng, nearby, commended, indeed, this technique is formidable. It requires a heart of purity, and the more righteous energy one possesses, the greater the power. He then turned to Yue, adding, your brother imparted this skill to instill in you a pure heart and a spirit of righteousness. Do you comprehend? Yue nodded earnestly, responding, I understand, master. Yue Yao gazed at the figure suspended in midair, her eyes brimming with affection. Su Fanxian then declared, prepare to receive this strike, and with that, he executed a downward slash, mirroring the motion of his spectral counterpart. Ji Ruofeng, channeling his internal energy to withstand the attack, ultimately found himself unable to resist. Just as the gigantic sword seemed poised to cleave him in two, Su Fanxian withdrew, revealing Ji Ruofeng, who weakly knelt on the ground, gasping for breath. Seeing this, Li Changsheng approached and praised, well done. He then leapt onto the surface of the lake, channeling his vital energy, causing towering waves to surge towards the heavens. Gradually, Li Changsheng's visage transformed, appearing increasingly youthful, save for his unchanged white hair. While Su Fanxian exhibited mild surprise before regaining his composure, the others present were left in utter astonishment. While Li Dongjun remarked, Master, you appear even younger than I. Yue Yao chimed in, is this what Mr. Li looked like in his youth? Quite handsome indeed. Yue and Xiaohani nodded in agreement, exclaiming, Grandfather Li has become so youthful. Li Changsheng proclaimed, since you are so eager to discern my identity, I shall enlighten you. The immortal blesses my crown, my long life bestowed by the bond of hair. I, Li Changsheng, have struck fear into the realms in the name of academia for 30 years. 60 years ago, I single-handedly confronted Wei Changshu of the famous sword manor with dual blades. Others called me the Kunlun Sword Immortal. 90 years ago, I quelled the chaos of the demonic sect alone. 120 years ago, I shared wine and dreams with the poet Immortal, co-creating the sword techniques. 150 years ago, I walked the martial world alone, founding the 100 Wisdom Hall. Turning to the astonished crowd, he smiled and continued. I was not always called Li Changsheng. That is the name I adopted in this life. In my first life, I was known as Ji Hubian. Ji Ruofeng, astonished, immediately knelt before Li Changsheng, bowing several times, and declared, Ji Ruofeng pays homage to our ancestor. Li Changsheng responded with a gentle smile. When I founded the 100 Wisdom Hall, now entrusted to you, I see you have not let me down. Well done. Ji Ruofeng, brimming with excitement, replied, Thank you, ancestor, for your praise. Li Changsheng continued, Now that you are aware, return to Tianqi City. Do not divulge my whereabouts or the matters I have shared with you to anyone. With a smile, he added, However, you may record my illustrious deeds in the annals of the 100 Wisdom Hall. Yet, it must remain confidential and not be divulged to outsiders. It should be preserved solely within the confines of the 100 Wisdom Hall. Ji Ruofeng replied, Rest assured, esteemed ancestor. Ruofeng shall keep this in mind. With that, he turned and departed. Chapter 23. Nangang Chunxue. After Ji Ruofeng departed, Li Changsheng approached the riverbank to cultivate and meditate. Appearing quite frail, Su Fanxian mused to herself that her senior brother's time to disperse his energy had arrived, which was the primary reason for his imminent departure from Tianqi City. Furthermore, he had taken by Li Dongjun and Su Fanxian along out of concern that he would be unable to protect them after dispersing his energy. But Li Dongjun inquired, Little uncle, what shall we do next? Su Fanxian replied, Let us allow my senior brother to recover first, and then we shall continue our journey. After a considerable time, Li Changsheng finally completed his cultivation. Su Fanxian and Yue Yao assisted him into the carriage. Once Yu Ji and Xiaohani settled inside, Su Fanxian prepared to take the reins alone. At that moment, Yue Yao emerged and sat beside Su Fanxian, leaning against him. Su Fanxian asked, Why did you come out? Yue Yao responded, It felt a bit stifling in the carriage, so I decided to step outside. Su Fanxian said nothing further and continued to drive the carriage onward. After 2 days of travel, they discovered a secluded valley and decided to rest. Li Dongjun and Su Fanxian gathered wild fruits, while Su Fanxian found a river and caught several fish, preparing to cook them. At this moment, Li Changsheng's powers were waning, rendering him no different from an ordinary person. The Dazhuan technique had this peculiar characteristic, rejuvenating its practitioner once every 30 years. Now, he appeared younger than Li Dongjun, save for his unchanging white hair. After a while, the fish were nearly done. Li Dongjun called out, Master, it's time to eat. Li Changsheng, while enjoying the roasted fish, remarked, Please refrain from calling me master from now on. I appear younger than you. How could I be your master? My time has passed. I am embarking on a new beginning and shall choose a new name. Su Fanxian asked, What name do you intend to take? Li Changsheng pondered, I have yet to decide, but naming has always been a challenge for me in each life. He looked around, admiring the azure sky and the shimmering water, and then had a sudden inspiration, declaring, Chunxue, from now on, I shall be called Chunxue. You may address me as Brother Chunxue. Li Dongjun was about to call him master, but caught sight of Li Changsheng's melancholic expression and quickly corrected himself, Brother Chunxue. Li Changsheng smiled faintly. That is more like it. Su Fanxian inquired, What surname shall Brother Chunxue adopt? Li Changsheng replied, By Li, Xikong. Those compound surnames sound quite pleasant. Yu smiled and suggested, Dongfang, Nangong, Shimen. All are quite good. Then I shall choose Nangong, Li Changsheng said joyfully. From now on, I shall be Nangang Chunxue. Li Dongjun, Su Fanxian, and Yue Yao all clasped their hands in respect and called out, Brother Chunxue. The four exchanged smiles. Su Fanxian thought to herself how her senior brother, at over 180 years old, still possessed such a childlike spirit. Li Dongjun then asked, Brother Chunxue, where shall we head next? Nangang Chunxue replied, to meet an old friend, in a small town not far ahead. On the other side, in the realm of Nanju. The Rain Demon returned and began to challenge various masters of Nanju alongside Yi Dingxi. Ultimately, a fierce battle ensued at Dongding Lake against the Sword Immortal, Yanlingxia. The Rain Demon fought valiantly, and in the end, Yanlingxia was defeated. Many speculated that the Rain Demon fought merely for the hollow title of the first in Nanju, yet only the Rain Demon understood his true motives. Having practiced the demonic immortal sword, he had been afflicted by its backlash, and his time was limited. His persistent challenges were aimed at allowing Yi Dingxi to learn from these encounters. Yi Dingxi was aware that his master's actions were for his benefit and had urged him to take a few years to recuperate, believing it might lead to recovery. However, the Rain Demon remained obstinate. Witnessing his master's plight, Yi Dingxi fell to his knees, overwhelmed with sorrowful tears. Ultimately, the Rain Demon implored Yi Dingxi not to practice the demonic immortal sword, warning him against becoming like himself. He then drifted towards the depths of Donging Lake, wishing to conceal his near-death state from Yi Dingji. Yi Dingji gazed at his master's departing figure, understanding that this would be the last time he would ever see him in this lifetime. Meanwhile, within the city of Tianqi, Xikong Chanfeng had been gathering herbs and prepared to leave the city to venture into the world. Before departing, he stood outside the Baiwa Tower for a moment, ultimately refraining from entering to bid farewell to the beloved girl, and rode away. Inside Baiwa Tower, Feng Chouyu's maid informed her, "Miss, Master Xikong was just at the door but did not come in. He must be leaving Tianqi City now." Feng Choyu, in a tone of exasperation, replied, "What does it mean to leave just like that? He is such a fool. If he had come in and asked me to go with him, I would have certainly followed. That foolish Xikong Chanfeng truly a simpleton." On the other hand, Su Fanxian and his party of 6 arrived at a place called Xianyu Town. Yuji curiously inquired, "Master, is this the place you mentioned?" Negong Chunshue smiled as he patted Yuji's head, saying, "Indeed, this is the spot. An old friend awaits here." With that, he took Yuji by one hand and Xiaoan Yi by the other, leading the way, while Su Fanxian, Bailey Dongjun, and Yue Yao followed closely behind. They turned left and right until they reached a blacksmith's shop, where a sign read Xianyu Blacksmith. Inside, a burly man wielded a hammer, vigorously striking a piece of glowing iron. Upon seeing his master pause at the entrance, Bailey Dongjun murmured, "Could it be that the old friend master is seeking is this man?" Su Fanxian quietly remarked to Bailey Dongjun, "This man is not to be underestimated." As the two conversed quietly, Nangong Chunshue had already entered the blacksmith shop, calling out, "Luo Haizi." The burly man halted his hammering, swiftly appearing before Nangong Chunshue, curiously examining the individual before him, and asked, "Who are you?" Nangong Chunshue replied, "I am now called Nangong Chunshue. I was once known as Li Changsheng." The burly man, intrigued, inquired, "How have you become younger?" Nangong Chunshue chuckled, "I am an immortal. What is so strange about that?" Yue Yao, unable to suppress her curiosity, asked Su Fanxian, "Xiao Fan, who is he? May I know?" Bailey Dongjun also wore an expression of eager curiosity. Thus, Su Fanxian whispered, "His name is Luo Sheng. You may refer to him as the god of war, Luo Sheng." Upon realizing that I was aware of his identity, Luo Sheng curiously inquired of Nangong Chunshue, "Who is this young lad?" Nangong Chunshue introduced, "He is my junior disciple, a prodigy of unparalleled talent. Even at the tender age of not yet 13, he has already attained the great freedom realm." Luo Sheng nodded towards Su Fanxian and remarked, "Truly a genius among geniuses." He then asked, "What brings you here to seek my services?" Nangong Chunshue responded, "We wish to forge a blade," and glanced towards Bai Li Dongjun. Observing the untainted sword in Bai Li Dongjun's grasp, Luo Sheng inquired, "What manner of blade do you desire?" Nangong Chunshue replied, "A remarkably formidable treasure blade." Luo Sheng stated, "Then return in 3 days." With that, he turned aside to resume his work at the forge. The group then departed the blacksmith shop, preparing to return in 3 days' time. Chapter 24. The disappearance of Nangong Chunshue. 3 days later, the group returned to the blacksmith shop, where Luo Sheng had indeed forged a magnificent sword from a meteorite. Nangong Chunshue took the sword and approached Bai Li Dongjun, presenting it to him. Upon receiving the blade, Bai Li Dongjun remarked, "It is indeed an exceptional sword. What shall we name it?" Yue Yao interjected, "Your sword is called Unblemished by Dust. How about we name this blade Exquisite Splendor?" Nangong Chunshue praised, "Unblemished by Dust and Exquisite Splendor, excellent choices." Bai Li Dongjun nodded in agreement. Nangong Chunshue then addressed Bai Li Dongjun, saying, "From today onward, I shall teach you the dual-wielding sword technique." He turned to Su Fanxian and added, "If you wish to learn, you may observe as well. You could easily grasp it." Su Fanxian communicated with the system, inquiring, "Could the system provide me with a splendid sword?" The system replied with discontent, "Host, you have finally remembered your system. Before you request a sword, please retrieve the white tiger. It remains in Tianqi City." Feeling embarrassed, Su Fanxian apologized, "I forgot. My apologies." He then said to Nangong Chunshue, "Please wait for me here for 2 days. I shall retrieve a sword." Yue Yao immediately asked, "Where will you go to get it? Is it dangerous?" Su Fanxian fabricated a story. "Well, during my travels, I stumbled upon a rather impressive sword, but I did not take it as I was training with my own. Now, I intend to retrieve it." Yue Yao urged, "Then you must return swiftly." The others shared her sentiment, their expressions mirroring her concern. Su Fanxian reassured them, "Rest assured, I shall return promptly." He then discreetly whispered to Yue Yao, "Did you discard the token of affection I gave you in Tianqi City?" I will retrieve the sword and bring it back. Yue Yao nodded, replying, when you come back. Please also bring Qing'er with you. With a nod of agreement, Su Fanxian employed his skills to journey towards Tianqi City. Along the way, with the system's assistance, he mastered the art of flying with a sword, allowing him to soar through the skies with remarkable speed. A day later, Su Fanxian arrived in Tianqi City and made his way to the inn where he and Yue Yao had previously stayed. Upon entering the room, he found Yue Yao's maid, Qing'er, amusing a small white tiger. Seeing only Su Fanxian, Qing'er hurriedly inquired, "Where is our young lady? Why isn't she with you?" Su Fanxian explained, "Your young lady is currently with my senior brother, Li Changsheng. I have come to escort you to them." Qing'er sighed in relief. "I was worried something had happened to her. You nearly terrified me." Su Fanxian chuckled awkwardly. "Fear not, your young lady is perfectly safe with me." He then prepared to lead Qing'er back. As they stepped outside, they spotted Yue Yao standing with a cold demeanor near the city gate. Su Fanxian rushed over, taking her hand. "What are you doing here? Did I not ask you to wait for me?" He then attempted to embrace her warmly. However, the person before him merely cast a cold glance at Su Fanxian, pushing away his hand and uttering a disdainful remark. The accompanying Qing'er, witnessing this scene, quickly realized that Su Fanxian had mistaken her identity. Before him stood not the elder miss, but rather the second miss, Yue Qing. Thus, she hurriedly approached Su Fanxian and said, "Young Master Su, this is Miss Yue Qing, the younger sister of the miss." Upon hearing this, Su Fanxian felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Recalling that in the original narrative, Yue Yao's sister, Yue Qing, bore a striking resemblance to her. No wonder he felt something was amiss. He immediately addressed Yue Qing, saying, "I apologize, Miss Yue Qing, for mistaking you for your sister." Yue Qing, with a piercing gaze fixed upon Su Fanxian, inquired, "Are you the one who eloped with my sister, Su Fanxian?" Su Fanxian awkwardly smiled and replied, "Well, it's not accurate to say I eloped. Your sister and I share mutual feelings." Yue Qing, incensed, retorted, "Then tell me, where is my sister now? Take me to her." Su Fanxian asked, "Do you wish to bring your sister home?" Yue Qing responded, "What of it? Do you not want my sister to return?" Su Fanxian shook his head, saying, "No, that is not my intent. Perhaps it would be better to discuss certain matters in front of both of you later." Upon hearing this, Yue Qing insisted, "Then hurry and take me." Su Fanxian remarked, "It might be a bit far from Tianqi City. Do you mind?" Yue Qing replied, "Not at all." With that, Su Fanxian led Yue Qing and Qing'er towards the outskirts of the city. Along the way, Yue Qing instructed her companions to remain in Tianqi City temporarily. Outside the city, Su Fanxian prepared to employ his sword flight technique to hasten their journey. Noticing Su Fanxian drawing out his sword, Yue Qing inquired with curiosity, "What are you about to do?" Su Fanxian replied, I am going to fly using the sword." Yue Qing questioned, "Can you carry others while flying on a sword?" Su Fanxian, smiling confidently, nodded. "Others may struggle, but I assure you, it will be no problem for me. Trust me." With a mix of skepticism and trust, Yue Qing climbed onto the flying sword, while Qing'er cautiously embraced the little white tiger and joined her. Seeing that both were settled, Su Fanxian reassured them, "It's fine, don't be nervous. You won T-Fall." With that, he enveloped the three of them in his energy and surged forward in the direction they had come from. Throughout the journey, Yue Qing and Qing'er were filled with curiosity. After all, in this world, only those who had reached a high level of cultivation could briefly soar through the air. It was not common for anyone to fly for extended periods as Su Fanxian did, especially while carrying others. It was fortunate that Su Fanxian practiced the true and supreme cultivation method, the heavenly Tao record. And what flowed within him could no longer be termed internal energy, but rather spiritual energy, by the standards of cultivation realms. Su Fanxian was currently at the peak of the foundation establishment stage. Of course, this classification did not apply to others, as Su Fanxian was adept in genuine celestial arts, having cultivated spiritual energy since childhood rather than mere internal energy. Naturally, Su Fanxian was unaware of these distinctions for now. Only later would he come to understand them. This is merely a precursor to explain why Su Fanxian could accomplish feats beyond the reach of others. Meanwhile, Su Fanxian sped along with the two women and, after a day's journey, finally arrived at the location where Yue Yao and the others were waiting. As Su Fanxian controlled the flying sword to land, he noticed the two women gazing at him in astonishment. With a slight smile, he remarked, "It is merely a fundamental skill. Do not pay it any mind." Yue Qing looked at him as if he were a curious creature, unable to restrain herself from exclaiming, "Now I understand why my sister would rather follow you around than return to Tian Weishan." Qing nodded thoughtfully in agreement. Su Fanxian touched his nose and said, "Let us proceed. Your sister is unaware of your arrival. I shall take you to meet her." Yue Qing trailed behind Su Fanxian as they entered the inn where they had previously stayed. Upon entering, they discovered Li Dongjun anxiously conversing with Yue Yao, while Xiaohani and Yueji displayed similar concern. Su Fanxian hurriedly inquired, "What is happening? Is there a problem?" Seeing Su Fanxian return, Yue Yao rushed into his embrace, saying, "Mr. Li has disappeared. We have searched for a long time, but to no avail. What should we do?" After a moment of contemplation, Su Fanxian reassured them. "I know where my senior brother is gone. He is safe. Do not fret." Li Dongjun interjected, "But given Master S' current state, could something be amiss?" Su Fanxian smiled at everyone, saying, "Rest assured, my senior brother is Li Changsheng, the foremost figure of Bailey. As long as he does not wish to be harmed, no one can inflict injury upon him. He is merely growing weary of the mundane existence in the mortal realm. He is currently at the Tang sect." The crowd looked at him with puzzled expressions. Su Fanxian turned to Yue Qing and then to Yue Yao, stating, "I encountered your sister on the way and brought her along." Yue Yao withdrew from Su Fanxian's embrace, and upon noticing Yue Qing behind him, she grasped Yue Qing's hand, saying, "Sister, I apologize for causing you worry." Yue Qing smiled gently, responding, "I was indeed quite concerned, but after following him to find you, I have no worries at all." Yue Yao looked at Su Fanxian with confusion, then back at Yue Qing. Yue Qing remarked to Yue Yao, "Sister, I find this brother-in-law quite commendable. I am genuinely happy for you." Yue Yao nodded with a smile. Su Fanxian contemplated, thinking, "While Yue Qing has yet to succumb to darkness, I shall attempt to effect a change. Otherwise, should she act recklessly, Yue Yao will undoubtedly be heartbroken." Thus, he resolved firmly in his heart. Chapter 25. The Poison Testing Conference. After a night of rest, the following day, Su Fanxian and his companions set off for Jin City. Meanwhile, Xikong Changfeng received a message via carrier pigeon from the renowned apothecary Xin Bai Chao, summoning him to the poison testing conference hosted by the Tang sect. Thus, 3 days later, upon their arrival in Jin City, Su Fanxian and his group encountered Xikong Changfeng. The group then proceeded to a private room in an inn. Li Dongjun inquired, "Xikong Changfeng, what brings you here?" Xikong Changfeng replied, "I was traveling through the martial world when I received a message from the Apothecary Valley, prompting my hasty arrival." He then asked, "And what brings you all here?" Li Dongjun glanced at Su Fanxian, seemingly indicating for him to respond. Su Fanxian explained, "My senior brother is attending to some matters at the Tang sect, so we have come to find him." Upon hearing this, Xikong Changfeng remarked, "Is Mr. Li also at the Tang sect?" Su Fanxian smiled and nodded, adding, "He no longer goes by Li Changsheng. He is now known as Nangong Chunshui." Noticing the look of confusion on Xikong Changfeng's face, Su Fanxian continued with a smile, "My senior brother has mentioned that you are destined to become the future Gun Immortal. Do you believe this to be true?" Xikong Changfeng shook his head, saying, "I do not hold such lofty expectations of myself, nor do I understand why Mr. Li would say such a thing." Su Fanxian replied with a smile, "If you do not believe in yourself, you are destined never to become the Gun Immortal. A young person must possess youthful vigor, just as Dongjun expressed his ambition to become the Wine Immortal upon entering Tianqi City. You must have faith in yourself." Xikong Changfeng responded, "I understand now." Meanwhile, Yue Yao and Yue Qing, along with Moon Princess Xiaohani and Little White Tiger, were engaged in playful antics nearby, while Xikong Changfeng, Su Fanxian, and Li Dongjun enjoyed drinks and conversation. The next day, Su Fanxian prepared to visit the Tang sect with his companions. On their way, they fortuitously encountered Li Dongjun's uncle, Wen Hujiao. Upon seeing him, Li Dongjun greeted him joyfully. Wen Hujiao, equally pleased, approached them. Li Dongjun then introduced, "This is my uncle, Wen Hujiao." Turning to the others, he continued, "This is my junior master Su Fanxian. This is Miss Yue Yao. This is Miss Yue Qing. This is my junior sister Moon Princess, and this is Li Hani, the daughter of my senior brother Lei Masha. This is Miss Qing'er. As for Xikong Changfeng, I need not introduce him. You all are already acquainted." When Hujiao looked at Su Fanxian and said, "You are the esteemed Su Fanxian, the top of this generation's good jade list, who entered the realm of sword immortals at the tender age of 12. It is an honor to meet you." Su Fanxian smiled, replying, "It is merely an empty title." The others respectfully greeted Wen Hujiao, acknowledging his seniority. Given Su Fanxian's unique status, he was not required to perform the customary greeting to any individual, as none could bear the weight of such a courtesy from him. The group chatted and laughed as they proceeded towards the Tang sect. Upon reaching the entrance, They were confronted by a cold-eyed individual who blocked their path, demanding invitation letter. This person was Tang Lianyue, the most gifted disciple of the current Tang sect generation. Li Dongjun, unable to contain himself, prepared to act. However, when Hu Jio stepped forward, stating, "I possess an invitation letter," he then pointed to Li Dongjun, saying, "He is my nephew," and gestured towards Su Fanxian, adding, "This is Su Fanxian, the junior of Mr. Li." Tang Lianyue glanced at Su Fanxian and clasped her hands, saying, "Ah, it is the white-clad sword immortal. My apologies." Su Fanxian, feeling somewhat awkward, replied, "The others are merely my friends." "May we enter?" Tang Lianyue remarked, "If he is your friend, then it is certainly acceptable. Please come in." Su Fanxian nodded in gratitude. "Thank you." Following this, the group entered the Tang clan. Along the way, Su Fanxian quietly confided to Yue Yao, "It seems I must find a moment to quiet my mind and engage in seclusion for a few years, striving to break through to the realm of divine wandering. In such a vast world, there is no place I cannot reach." Yu smiled softly. "You are only 13 years old. There is no need to rush." Yu Qing, standing nearby, also nodded in agreement. "Indeed, having already become a sword immortal at your age, there is no need for haste." Su Fanxian glanced at the two and replied, "If I wish to alter the destinies of certain individuals, I must possess sufficient strength. I am still far from that." The crowd approached the venue for the poison testing conference, where a man clad in a black cloak and wearing a mask stood upon the platform. As he introduced himself, he stated, "This is our Tang clan's poison master, originally a heinous villain captured by us and transformed into a drug master. He is now impervious to all toxins. This serves as our test for all present. Whoever can incapacitate this man shall be the foremost in the poison arts." After a moment of silence with no one stepping forward, a member of the Tang clan declared, "If no one ascends the stage, then the title of Poison Master shall belong to our Tang clan." At that moment, a woman in crimson attire stepped onto the arena. She introduced herself. "I am Gu Shiyu of the Five Poison Sect." The crowd began to murmur, with Wen Hu Jio quietly noting, "She is the saintess of the Five Poison Sect, exceptional in her mastery of poison techniques." Subsequently, the Five Poison Sect saintess brandished a short sword, exclaiming, "This is a dagger imbued with lethal poison, known as the Hook Kiss. No one can neutralize its effects." She lunged at the Poison Master, but the moment the blade made contact, it was repelled by the Master's invincible defense. As it flew away, it seemed she would fall. But Su Fanxian swiftly employed a gentle force to steady her descent. The saintess cast a grateful glance at Su Fanxian, who merely smiled faintly, unperturbed. The spectators buzzed with speculation, wondering how he could possess the martial arts of the Buddhist sect. Shortly thereafter, when Hu Jio ascended the stage, executing a rapid series of moves with various poisons, the poison master fell to the ground, only to rise again, remarking, "Truly deserving of the reputation of the Wen family of Ling'an." To this, Wen Hu Jio replied to the Tang clan, "Indeed, the prowess of your poison master is not to be underestimated. Not only does he possess martial skills of the Buddhist sect, but he can also speak." The masked figure responded, "Wen Lin has indeed raised a fine son. With your talents, the Tang clan shall find it difficult to contend with the Wen family in the future." Wen Hu Jio then inquired, "Who exactly are you?" The masked man replied, "I am Negong Chenshui." He slowly removed his mask, causing the audience to gasp in astonishment, particularly Yue Yao and Li Dongjun, who had previously worried for Negong Chenshui, were taken aback at his appearance as a drug master in the Tang clan. Tang Ling Huang of the Tang clan swiftly stood, pointing at Negong Chenshui. "You are not the Tang clan's poison master. Who are you really?" Negong Chenshui began to shed his black cloak, stating, "Did I not mention that I am Negong Chenshui? I am merely a cultured scholar." Li Dongjun turned to Wen Hu Jio, saying, "Uncle, this is my master." Wen Hu Jio, realizing the situation, was left bewildered. He called out, with such commotion outside, "Old Master Tang, why do you not come out? How much longer must we wait?" Soon after, Old Master Tang emerged. Seeing that most had arrived, Negong Chenshui addressed those before him, saying, "This opportunity comes but once. Do not let me down." With a flourish of his embroidered robe, boundless internal power and true energy surged forth, altering the very atmosphere. Negong Chenshui proclaimed, "In the realm of freedom, I am invincible upon the earth." Suddenly, his aura shifted dramatically. He had transcended from the realm of the diamond ordinary to the realm of freedom. "But that was not all," he continued. "The mortal realm is insufficient. I seek the carefree skies." His power surged once more, ascending from the realm of freedom to that of celestial carefree. The onlookers buzzed with excitement, some murmuring, In such a short time, he has ascended 2 realms, directly from the diamond ordinary to the celestial carefree. This man is truly a master. Then, the Tang clan's hidden weapons, the 10,000 trees in bloom, were unleashed upon Nangong Chunshue. He immediately employed the indestructible divine ability to defend against them. Observing this, when Hujiu leapt forward, preparing to strike, Nangong Chunshue deftly executed the Taoist skill, ethereal steps, evading the attack. Unable to contain their curiosity, someone below exclaimed, "Who is this person? How can one master both the martial arts of Buddhism and Taoism?" Soon after, when Hujiu unleashed his ultimate move, Poisonous Death, while Tang Linghuang employed the Tang clan's Rainstorm Pear Blossom Needle. However, this time, Nangong Chunshue did not defend himself. The attack struck him directly. He then turned his gaze towards Old Master Tang, saying, "Come forth." Old Master Tang inquired, "Are you serious? You won't go back on your word, will you? If you reconsider, just kill me alone." Ignoring his words, Nangong Chunshue swiftly stepped forward and grasped Old Master Tang's hand, placing it upon his own head. Moments later, he released Old Master Tang's hand, a newfound clarity washing over him. Gazing at the sky, he remarked, "The mortal realm is too mundane. The heavens are too desolate. Only in this world do I truly roam, the most liberated of all. Oh, immortal, please take my longevity." With these words, the great Chun Gong within him transformed into a beam of golden light, vanishing into the cosmos, as his body collapsed to the ground. Bailey Dongjun, witnessing this, wore a look of concern, while Su Fanxin patted his shoulder, saying, "Brother, you will be fine. He will rise on his own in a moment. He simply needs to rest for a while." After some time, Nangong Chunshue stood up, a joyful expression on his face. Bailey Dongjun, relieved, hurried forward with questions. Nangong Chunshue reassured him, "I am well." He then turned to Sikong Changfeng, asking, "Do you wish to be my disciple?" Upon hearing this, Sikong Changfeng looked at Xian Baichao, who urged, "What are you waiting for, you fool? Hurry and bow to your master." Sikong Changfeng promptly bowed 3 times to Nangong Chunshue. With a smile, Nangong Chunshue said, "Excellent. From now on, you shall accompany me, just like Dongjun." He then turned to Su Fanxian, declaring, "Let us go to our final destination." Thus, Nangong Chunshue and Su Fanxian led the group towards Shuiyue City. Ding dong. This chapter has concluded. If you enjoyed it, feel free to add it to your bookshelf and continue following the updates. Chapter 26. Arrival at Snow Moon City after a fortnight of hurried travel. Nangong Chunshue and his companions finally arrived at Snow Moon City. They approached a city gate, and Nangong Chunshue was the first to dismount the carriage, exclaiming joyfully, "At last, we have arrived." The others followed suit, stepping down from the carriage and gazing upwards. They noticed the gate bore the inscription of Wanton. Li Dongjun, puzzled, inquired, "Master, did you not say we were heading to Snow Moon City? Why have we come here?" The rest of the group shared his curiosity. Nangong Chunshue smiled gently and explained, "Above lies the wind, below the flowers. The snow of Tsongshan and the moon of Arai, combined, signify the essence of wind, flowers, snow, and moon. Wanton and Wanton together form this Snow Moon City." The group nodded in contemplation, understanding dawning upon them. Thus, they ventured into Wanton and took refuge in an inn. During their meal, Li Dongjun, intrigued, asked, "Master, what is our purpose for coming here?" Nangong Chunshue replied with a smile, "The current lord of Snow Moon City is named Luo Shui. She is a female sword immortal of unparalleled beauty, captivating the hearts of many, with swordsmanship that is simply extraordinary." As he spoke, a look of reverie washed over his face, as if lost in cherished memories. Unable to contain her curiosity, Yue Yao interjected, "So, Brother Chunshue, is your purpose here to seek out this enchanting female, sword immortal?" Nangong Chunshue regarded her with admiration, affirming, "Indeed, she is the one I hold dear." The others exchanged glances, their expressions imbued with curiosity, particularly the young women who reveled in such tales. Yue Yao pressed further, "Could you share more with us, Brother Chunshue?" Seeing their eager expressions, Nangong Chunshue began recounting his past experiences. "Once, I spent some time here with her, but I inadvertently said something amiss that led to my expulsion from this place. She asked me how many wives I had, and I, in all honesty, replied 3. Then she inquired how many I would have in the future, to which I said, perhaps a few more, and thus I was promptly cast out of Snow Moon City." The group listened, their expressions a mix of sympathy and amusement. Yue Yao was the first to break the silence. "Well, your answer?" While it may not have been problematic for you, is unacceptable for any woman. Negong Chunshue acknowledged. I realized afterward that my response was ill-advised, which is why I have returned. Su Fanxian asked, Brother, how do you plan to approach this time? Negong Chunshue replied, I intend to meet her and clarify my intentions. Su Fanxian cautioned, Brother, your approach may not yield the desired results. Women tend to appreciate romance. You should make your gestures grander and more romantic. I believe your sister-in-law will certainly forgive you. Upon hearing this, Yue Yao's expression darkened, and she pinched Su Fanxian sharply, saying, Oh, I had no idea you were so knowledgeable in these matters. To be honest, how many young ladies have you deceived before? Su Fanxian quickly defended himself. No, I haven't. I'm merely offering advice. I met you shortly after leaving the Sword Heart Tomb. Where would I have encountered other young ladies? I assure you, I have never, please believe me. The surrounding crowd erupted into laughter at the light-hearted exchange. Bailey Dongjun could not help but jest. I never realized that you, my junior uncle, were so afraid of your wife. How did I miss this before? Su Fanxian retorted with a hint of annoyance, If you keep mocking me, I shall certainly find you a wife fiercer than my Yue. Yue, unable to restrain herself, pinched Su Fanxian once more. Su Fanxian continued, Senior brother, you must ascend to the highest point of Yue City and express your feelings to your sister-in-law. Yet, ensure that your demeanor is sincere and your tone imbued with emotion. If she hears you, she will surely meet with you. Negong Chunshue nodded thoughtfully. What you say is quite reasonable. Tomorrow, I shall go to the pinnacle of this place, the Tangshan Tower, and convey my sentiments to her. Yue inquired, Brother Chunshue, what do you intend to say to the city lord of Luoqing? Should you share it with us for our counsel? Negong Chunshue replied, I plan to tell her that I have no next life. My Dazhuan skill has dissipated, leaving me with only this lifetime. The crowd was taken aback, and Bailey Dongjun asked, Master, does that mean you cannot attain immortality in the future? Negong Chunshue affirmed, Indeed. Immortality is rather dull. Witnessing friends depart one by one is a profoundly lonely experience. It is far better to live as an ordinary person, together with the one I cherish for all eternity. The others were struck with admiration, recognizing the rarity of someone willing to forsake immortality for love. Both Yue and Yue Qing held great respect for such a man. Su Fanxian addressed Negong Chunshue, Then I extend my congratulations for your endeavor tomorrow. And the others echoed their encouragement. The following day, after a night of rest, everyone rose early, eager to witness how Negong Chunshue would win the heart of his beloved. They gathered beneath the Tangshan Tower, awaiting his performance. Shortly thereafter, Negong Chunshue approached the tower. Upon entering the first level, he wasted no words. With a simple sweep of his sleeve, the guardian of the level was sent flying. He continued upward through the second and third levels, creating a stir below, as none had ever seen such a bold intrusion before. In a blink, he reached the 15th level. The inhabitants there greeted him with acknowledgement, but he merely returned the gesture before delivering a decisive strike. He then leapt to the tower's summit, smiling as he called out, Luo Shui, I have arrived. In a courtyard within the city, a woman clad in red, with a beauty that could captivate nations and a single red mole adorning her forehead, sat gracefully in a chair. Upon hearing his voice, she looked up. Negong Chunshue continued, In the past, you posed a question to me, to which I responded incorrectly. Now, I wish to answer you anew. In the future, there will be only you for me, for I possess but this one life. Thus, I long for us to share a lifetime together, never to part until our hair turns white. Upon hearing these words, the woman vanished from the courtyard, appearing moments later atop the Tangshan Tower. Dressed in flowing red, she held a long sword pointed at Negong Chunshue, demanding, What do you mean by that? What does it mean to have only this lifetime? Negong Chunshue, with a smile, twirled around and said, I have dispersed the great Chun Gong. I shall no longer attain immortality. I will live like an ordinary person, experiencing birth, aging, illness, and death. Upon hearing this, Luo Shui set down her sword and replied, While others pursue immortality, you, on the contrary, have relinquished it. Is it truly worthwhile? Negong Chunshue answered, It is worth it for you. Immortality is rather dull. I only wish to grow old with you, throughout this lifetime. Upon hearing this, tears welled up in Luo Shui's eyes, and Negong Chunshue instinctively embraced her. The onlookers below exchanged glances filled with emotion. The women wiped away tears, touched by the scene, while the men bowed their heads in contemplation. Negong Chunshue addressed the crowd below, Bailey Dongjun, Sikong Changfeng, you two shall venture into the pavilion. The rest shall accompany me into the city. Bailey Dongjun and Sikong Changfeng wore expressions of discontent, while Su Fanxian led the others into the city. After speaking, Nagong Chunshue took Luo Shui's hand and soared into the city. Chapter 27. Enhancing strength. As Su Fanxian and his companions followed Nagong Chunshue into Yue City, they roamed around, marveling at the city's beauty, which seemed perfectly suited for a prolonged stay. During this time, Nagong Chunshue imparted his dual sword technique to both Li Dongjun and Su Fanxian, as well as a spear technique known as the Dragon Transformation to Sikong Chanfeng. Su Fanxian also acquired a formidable treasure blade named the Cold Moon Blade from the system, which, like the Frost Sword, belonged to the Ice attribute. He learned quickly, mastering the techniques within just over 10 days. One day, Su Fanxian summoned Yue Yao and Yue Qing, intending to have an earnest discussion with them. Aware of the tragic fates of the two sisters in the original narrative, Su Fanxian was eager to offer his assistance. He asked them, "Do you still wish to restore your country?" Yue Yao fell silent, while Yue Qing replied, "Will you help us?" Su Fanxian responded, "Even if I were to assist you, the restoration is not feasible, not at this moment. The timing is not right. The fortunes of Bailey have yet to reach their end." Yue Qing inquired, "Why do you say that? What do you know?" Su Fanxian explained, "I am aware that you are in search of the innate martial veins. But have you considered that even if you find the innate martial veins to help your father achieve the realm of divine travel, will he necessarily be able to lead Taiyan Weishan to restore the country? Your thinking is overly simplistic. Bailey currently enjoys considerable public support. If your father were to lead Taiyan Weishan in an invasion of Bailey, the entire martial realm of Bailey would rise against you. When faced with the entire martial world, who can guarantee that there aren't hidden masters of divine travel lurking? How long do you think your Taiyan Weishan could withstand such opposition? Should you fail, it would mean total annihilation of your clan." Upon hearing this, both Yue Yao and Yue Qing's expressions changed drastically. Yue Yao murmured, "Indeed, with such a vast martial world in Bailey, how could there not be hidden masters of divine travel? It seems we have underestimated the situation." Yue Qing hastily asked, "What should we do then?" Su Fanxian replied, "Your nation, by Quequo, was founded on martial prowess. However, such a state lacks popular support. It cannot sustain itself nor endure over time." He gazed at the sky and continued, "Moreover, the most crucial point is this. Do you believe your father is suited to be an emperor? This is a question you both should ponder deeply. What is the purpose of restoring your country? For power? Status? Or for the well-being of your people?" After hearing Su Fanxian's words, the two sisters fell into a profound silence, realizing that the ideal they had clung to for so many years was indeed a formidable challenge to realize. Su Fanxian reassured them, "Do not bear too much pressure. Focus on living well in the present. My current strength is insufficient to assist you in Taiyan Weishan. Grant me some time, and I shall surely help you find a suitable place for survival." Yue Yao and Yue Qing exchanged grateful glances with Su Fanxian. With a gentle smile, he added, "After all, I am considered your Baiquequo's son-in-law. It is only fitting that I lend a hand." Yue Qing and Yue Yao exchanged a knowing smile. Su Fanxian addressed the two, stating that he would remain in Yue City for an extended period to diligently cultivate. He encouraged them to take this time to relax as well. The two nodded in agreement, and thus, under Su Fanxian's guidance, Yue Yao and Yue Qing temporarily set aside the burdens of restoring their homeland, settling into a peaceful existence within Yue City. Time passed day by day, and tranquility enveloped the city. Meanwhile, by the southern banks of Dongting Lake, since the death of Yi Dingji's master, Yuxing Mo, he sought the teachings of the sword immortal, Yan Lingxia. His days were largely spent either enduring rigorous training or recovering from it. Despite the relentless trials, Yi Dingji's natural martial aptitude allowed him to advance rapidly. Each day, Yan Lingxia set aside time to mentor him, and gradually, a rapport developed between them. In his leisure moments, Yi Dingji would employ the roasting techniques he learned in the barbarian kingdom to prepare grilled meat for Yan Lingxia. Her willingness to instruct him stemmed partly from her regard for Yuxing Mo, as his demise bore some connection to her own path. As days unfolded under Yan Lingxia's tutelage, life progressed steadily. Within Yue City, Li Dongjun diligently practiced the dual sword technique imparted by Nagong Chunshue, while Sikong Chanfeng honed his skills in the dragon transformation technique. Yue Ji also absorbed numerous sword techniques from Nagong Chunshue, who occasionally offered guidance to the trio. Their abilities surged remarkably, particularly for Yue Ji, who at over 4 years of age had reached the 8th grade, comparable to Su Fanxian's talents in his youth. Nagong Chunshue regarded Yue Ji as the most gifted among his disciples, predicting she would reach the realm of divine travel before her 20th birthday. In contrast, Su Fanxian enjoyed a more leisurely pace, spending his days in the company of Yue Yao and instructing Li Hani in swordplay. Young Hani, now 5 years old, displayed rapid progress. With the aid of Su Fanxian's system, the innate sword essence within her had manifested an additional sword bone, placing her talent on par with Yueji's. At this tender age, Hani had already attained 6th grade martial prowess, with prospects of reaching the diamond mortal realm by the age of 7. On the other hand, Yin Luoxia had devoted herself to the enigmatic cube Su Fanxian had entrusted to her. After a year of relentless study, she finally succeeded in solving the puzzle. In that instant, a beam of light surged forth from the cube, entering her mind. A wave of confusion washed over her, accompanied by the sensation of newfound knowledge. Upon closing her eyes, she discovered it was the 9 True Scripture, a profound martial art comprising a sophisticated inner cultivation method followed by various techniques. Upon absorbing this wisdom, she opened her eyes, her face radiant with joy, exclaiming, "I wonder how he managed to conceal such knowledge within this cube and implant it in my mind. Truly, a mysterious master. Regardless, I consider myself fortunate to have successfully taken him as my mentor." Thus, without further ado, they commenced their cultivation according to the techniques etched in their minds. Each protagonist diligently enhanced their strength, and in this manner, time gradually slipped away, day by day. Chapter 28. The announcement of Baixiatang. 2 years have swiftly passed. Within the Lord's Manor of Yue City, a messenger entered to report, "My lord, Mr. Nangong." A figure donning a conical hat and holding a scroll has entered the city. "We are closely monitoring the situation." Nangong Chunshue waved his hand dismissively, stating, "There is no need to pay him any heed. He is likely from Baixiatang. It is time for Yue City to make its presence known in the martial world." Nangong Chunshue, holding Luo Shui's hand, followed the messenger into the city. At that moment, the streets were already thronged with people. Encircling the figure in the conical hat who held the scroll, a curious onlooker inquired, "Who is this person? Why is he dressed so peculiarly? What brings him to Yue City?" Another bystander explained, "You are unaware? He has come from Baixiatang to announce the rankings." When the figure with the scroll deemed the time appropriate, he unfurled the scroll and proclaimed, "By Xiaoneng, the good jade list. The 8th rank goes to Wen Xiaobai of the Wen family. The 7th rank to Zhao Yuzhen of Wancheng Mountain." Upon hearing Zhao Yuzhen's name, Su Fanxian paused momentarily. He then glanced at Li Hani, who was being held by Yue Yao and Yue Qing, and could not help but smile ruefully. Resolving internally to prevent Li Hani from venturing to Wancheng Mountain to seek a duel. Meanwhile, the crowd buzzed with chatter. The 6th rank belongs to Gu Xie. The saintess of the 5 poison sect. Su Fanxian thought of the one he had encountered at the poison testing conference, a faint smile gracing his lips. The 5th rank goes to Sikong Changfeng of Yue City. Su Fanxian turned to Yue Yao beside him and remarked, "That lad has made the list as well." Yue Yao nodded with a smile. On the other side, Bailey Dongjun patted Sikong Changfeng's shoulder, saying, "Well done, you've reached the 5th rank." Sikong Changfeng beamed with joy. The 4th rank is occupied by Tang Lian Yue of the Tang sect. The 3rd rank goes to Nanju, the Laughing Emperor. The 2nd rank is shared by Bailey Dongjun of Yue City and the swordsman Yi Dingji of the Jianghu. The top rank belongs to the Sword Heart Tomb of Yue City, the white-clad sword immortal, Su Fanxian. The crowd buzzed with curiosity, pondering why Su Fanxian, already a sword immortal, still appeared on the good jade list. Unable to contain their intrigue, someone voiced, "I have a question about this list. Why is Su Fanxian still on the good jade list despite being a sword immortal?" The announcer from Baixiatang clarified. Su Fanxian became a sword immortal at the age of 12 and is now at the pinnacle of carefree existence at 15. Once he successfully enters the realm of divine wandering, he shall ascend directly to the top of the rankings. The onlookers murmured in awe at this revelation. Su Fanxian, overhearing, allowed a subtle smile to form, while Yue Yao, Yue Qing, and the young Li Hani beamed with happiness. Yue Yao leaned against Su Fanxian's shoulder, saying, "I am so happy for you." Yue Qing chimed in, "Brother-in-law, you are truly remarkable. With you as my support, I trust one shall not be bullied again." Su Fanxian responded with a gentle smile, "Rest assured. That will never happen. If you are bullied, your sister would not spare me." With that, the group departed. Within the Lei Manor of Tianqi City, Lei Xinyue, upon hearing the announcement, wore a radiant smile and remarked to Lei Mexia beside her, "Xiao Fan is truly becoming more impressive by the day. He has been cared for and nurtured since he was little, and now he is capable of looking after himself." Lei Mexia remarked with a smile, "Indeed. With a future champion as my brother-in-law, I wonder who would dare disrespect me." Li Xinyue smiled slightly, saying, "It has been over 2 years since I last saw Hani and Xiao Fan. I wonder how they have been faring." Lei Mexia replied, "If you wish to see her, Just go. After all, my brother-in-law is teaching her swordsmanship, and with her master Dongjun and the others around, she will surely be well taken care of. You need not worry. Li Xingyuan nodded in agreement. That is true. And there are also Yue Yao and Yue Yao. I believe Hani will not feel lonely. Within the Sword Heart Tomb. Upon receiving the news, everyone was filled with joy and pride. King Li Su was particularly ecstatic, for Su Fanxian had grown up in the Sword Heart Tomb. And King Li Su had essentially raised him as his own son, never lacking in affection for him. Seeing Su Fanxian achieve such accomplishments today filled him with immense pride. Although Su Fanxian's prowess was not directly linked to the Sword Heart Tomb, he was still nurtured by King Li Su and his daughter Li Xingyue. And thus there was a debt of gratitude. In the city of Bailey Tianqi, Emperor Tian turned to Xiao Ruofeng and inquired, "What do you perceive of this Su Fanxian?" Xiao Ruofeng replied, "Your Majesty, I believe Su Fanxian is a person of great integrity. Though young, his disposition is quite mature." The emperor then asked, "Do you think he could be the next Li Changsheng?" Xiao Ruofeng responded, "Why do you say that, father?" The emperor explained, "Mr. Li was meant to be the protector of Bailey, but he has departed. This Su Fanxian is still young. If he can be guided, he may well become an obedient guardian of the nation." Xiao Ruofeng reassured, "Father, you worry too much. Su Fanxian yearns for the world of chivalry." The emperor continued, "However, I have received word that he has grown quite close to the princess of Beitiu." Xiao Ruofeng replied, "Do not fret, father. I will make time to meet him." The emperor nodded, "Very well. I am aging. The future of Bailey will rest in your hands." In the city of Shuyue, within the Lord's manor, Nagong Chunshue and Luo Shui sat together. Nagong Chunshue remarked, "They have all grown up. It is time for us to venture out and clear our minds." Luo Shui responded, "Do you truly wish to leave them?" Nagong Chunshue replied, "Every gathering must eventually disperse." Luo Shui nodded in agreement. At that moment, Su Fanxian arrived at Nagong Chunshue's side. Upon seeing him, Nagong Chunshue smiled and asked, "So, what of the future champion?" Su Fanxian awkwardly smiled and said, "Brother, please do not tease me. I have come with an important matter." After glancing around, Luo Shui understood and instructed everyone else to leave. Once alone, Su Fanxian turned serious and addressed Nagong Chunshue and Luo Shui, "Brother and sister-in-law, I have come today to present you with a gift." Nagong Chunshue, filled with curiosity, inquired, "Oh, what gift has inspired such an air of mystery?" Su Fanxian produced a small booklet and handed it to Nagong Chunshue, stating, "This is a martial art known as the Everlasting Spring Technique. It bears some resemblance to the Great Chuan you practiced previously, yet it surpasses it significantly. Unlike the Great Chuan, it does not require one to disperse their energy every 30 years, and the resources needed for cultivation are minimal. Both you and your sister-in-law can practice it, and living for 1,000 years would pose no challenge." Upon hearing this, Nagong Chunshue gazed at me in astonishment, exclaiming, "Is this also a gift from that mysterious individual? I have always been curious. The martial arts you employ seem to originate from beyond this world." Su Fanxian chuckled, gesturing towards the sky, and half-jokingly remarked, "In truth, I fell from above. I am not of this world. However, due to certain extraordinary circumstances, I found myself here, fortuitously taken in by the Sword Heart Tomb. Thus, fragments of memories linger in my mind, and this technique is one such memory." Nagong Chunshue nodded thoughtfully upon hearing this revelation. Nearby, Luo Shui, equally astonished, interjected, "So that is the case. No wonder your talent is so exceptional. If you indeed hail from another realm, I can comprehend your abilities. After all, I have never encountered anyone with a talent like yours." Su Fanxian, feeling somewhat embarrassed, continued, "Now, regarding the gift I present to you both, I hope that no one other than the two of you learns of this technique. It is unlike any other. It absorbs the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth. Should too many individuals practice it, it could inflict irreversible harm upon this world, which possesses scant spiritual energy." Nagong Chunshue and Luo Shui nodded in understanding. Nagong Chunshue expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, junior brother," and embraced Su Fanxian warmly. Su Fanxian smiled and replied, "All right, senior brother, I shall take my leave now." With that, he departed from the scene. Chapter 29. Nagong Chunshue and Luo Shui depart. After Su Fanxian's departure, Luo Shui gazed at Nagong Chunshue and remarked, "Your senior brother is quite impressive. He is not of this world." Nagong Chunshue smiled and replied, "Indeed, he is extraordinary." He then opened the book of the Everlasting Spring Technique, exclaiming as he perused its contents, "Having read this tome, I realized that the Great Chun Technique pales in comparison. Turning to Luo Shui, he added, "Let us endeavor to live for 100 or even 1,000 years together." Luo Shui nodded in agreement, and thus, the two began to delve into the study of this martial art. A month later, Nangong Chunshui prepared to depart Snow Moon City with Luo Shui and Yue Yao. Although he hesitated to bring Yue Yao along, Su Fanxian insisted she accompany them. His intention was clear. He wished for Yue Yao to absorb as much martial knowledge as possible from both Nangong Chunshui and Luo Shui. Before their departure, Su Fanxian entrusted Yue Yao with the demon-subduing sword bestowed by the system. Overjoyed to receive the sword, Yue Yao felt a pang of reluctance towards Su Fanxian. He encouraged her to diligently learn from the two, emphasizing her remarkable aptitude for rapid learning. As for the absence of Li Hani, it was primarily due to the already established presence of Yue Yao. Adding Li Hani might incite conflict between Nangong Chunshui and himself. As their journey was meant to be a leisurely expedition, one apprentice was sufficient. After all, Yue Yao was his disciple. On the other hand, bringing Li Hani, also an apprentice of Su Fanxian, would be inappropriate. Furthermore, Su Fanxian was curious to observe who would emerge as the more formidable practitioner between Yue Yao and Li Hani in a few years. Additionally, Li Hani was best suited for the sword path, as other martial arts did not align with her strengths. Given Su Fanxian's profound understanding of swordsmanship, cultivating Li Hani into a sword immortal would be a straightforward endeavor. Outside Snow Moon City, within a carriage, sat Nangong Chunshui, Luo Shui, Yue Yao, and Luo Shui's brother, La. Who was driving? Luo Shui glanced back at the city and then addressed Nangong Chunshui. "Do you not have any regrets? Are you truly willing to leave?" Nangong Chunshui replied, "Why should I regret it? It's not as if we will never meet again." He then called out loudly to those behind him, "Su Fanxian, Bai Li Dongjun, Si Kong Changfeng." The three turned to gaze towards the city gates upon hearing their names. Nangong Chunshui continued, "We are setting forth to travel the world. May we meet again if fate allows. You must strive to make your names resonate throughout the land, becoming the wine immortal and the spear immortal. Do not disappoint me." Su Fanxian, embracing Yue Yao, looked towards the city and said, "My brother truly knows how to enjoy life. Is this what they call a honeymoon?" Curious, Yue Yao inquired, "Xiao Fan, what do you mean by that? What is a honeymoon?" Su Fanxian explained, "It refers to bringing along your beloved and exploring beautiful places together." Yue Yao nodded and said, "Then you must take me on a honeymoon in the future." Su Fanxian affirmed, "Of course, I shall take you out to sea for enjoyment." Nearby, Yue Qing chimed in, "Sister, brother-in-law, I also wish to go to sea." Su Fanxian glanced at Yue Yao, who was at a loss with her mischievous sister. "No problem," he replied. Outside the city, in a carriage, Luo Shui proclaimed with a resounding voice, "Citizens of Yue City, heed my command. Today, I, Luo Shui, shall bestow the title of City Lord upon Su Fanxian, with Bai Li Dongjun designated as the second City Lord, and Si Kong Changfeng as the third City Lord. All disciples and elders within the city are to obey the orders of these three individuals without exception. Should anyone defy this decree, they shall be barred from entering Yue City for eternity." The crowd within the city responded in unison, "Disciples of Yue City, we shall abide by the City Lord's command." After delivering this message, Nangong Chunshui and Luo Shui departed in their carriage. Following the announcement from Bai Xiaodang, it became widely known who Su Fanxian was, having attained the title of Sword Immortal at the tender age of 12 and reaching the pinnacle of great freedom at 15. He was the youngest Sword Immortal in history, acknowledged by Bai Xiaodang as a future contender for the top of the rankings. With such an illustrious background, no one doubted Su Fanxian's capability to assume the role of City Lord. Turning to Yue Yao and Yue Qing, Su Fanxian declared, "Since this is the case, let us establish Yue City as our stronghold and commence our plans." He then gazed at them, saying, "I require the establishment of an intelligence agency that belongs to us." Yue Qing and Yue Yao nodded in agreement, with Yue Yao inquiring, "What shall we name it?" With a slight smile, Su Fanxian replied, "The intelligence agency shall consist of two divisions, Tianluo and Diwang. Diwang will primarily oversee the internal matters of Yue City and its surroundings, ensuring we are promptly informed of any disturbances. Tianluo will be responsible for gathering intelligence on the various factions within the Jianghu and reporting back without delay." He looked at Yue Yao and instructed, "You will be in charge of Diwang," then turned to Yue Qing, saying, "You will oversee Tianluo." Both of them were elated to be entrusted with such significant responsibilities, feeling deeply moved that Su Fanxian regarded them as integral members of his team. Noticing the cultivation levels of the two, Su Fanxian furrowed his brow slightly. Yue Yao, sensing his gaze, asked, "What troubles you?" Su Fanxian responded, "Your cultivation levels still require improvement. You must elevate your skills. What do you wish to learn? Sword techniques? Palm techniques? Blade techniques? Or perhaps spear techniques?" Yue Yao replied, "I believe I have a talent for sword techniques." Yue Qing added, "I feel adept with blade techniques." Upon hearing this, Su Fanxian said, "In a few days, I will prepare a set of techniques tailored to your individual circumstances. I need to contemplate this matter thoroughly." Yue Yao and Yue Qing nodded with delight and then departed to discuss how to establish the intelligence agency. Su Fanxian approached by Li Dongjun and Si Kong Chanfeng, who remarked, "Alas, our master has departed, leaving just the three of us. This role of city lord is no easy task." Si Kong Chanfeng added, "Indeed. I have never held such a position. The pressure is immense." Su Fanxian chuckled heartily, patting their shoulders. "Dongjun, Chanfeng, this is my first time as well. Let us strive together to make Shuyu City the premier city in the world." Hearing Su Fanxian's ambitious words ignited excitement in both of them. Li Dongjun joyfully proclaimed, "Together, we are a future sword immortal, a future wine immortal, and a future spear immortal. With the three of us striving together, success is undoubtedly within reach." Sikong Changfeng, filled with excitement, exclaimed, "All right, let us all put in our utmost effort." Su Fanxian replied with a subtle smile, "Not just the three of us, but also Xia Haniai and Xiao Yueji. In a decade or so, they too will become renowned sword immortals in the martial world." After speaking, the three exchanged knowing smiles and resumed their revelry, discussing the promising future that lay ahead. Chapter 30. The arrival of Yin Luoxiao in the rear courtyard of the Wangfu of Jingyu in Tianqi City, Yi Wenjun felt akin to a canary, confined within the walls of the palace, languishing in despondency. Observing her plight, Luo Qingyang contemplated speaking, but ultimately refrained, for he understood the futility of his efforts to assist his junior sister in her current predicament. Within the imperial palace, Emperor Taiyan appeared frail upon his dragon throne. Beside him, the chief steward Yue Qing remarked that it was time to arrange the wedding between Prince Jingyu and the daughter of the Yi family. Upon hearing this, Emperor Taiyan fixed his gaze intently upon Yue Qing, yet no words escaped his lips. Sensing the tension in the air, Yue Qing's heart raced with concern. He was acutely aware that, despite the long-standing betrothal between Prince Jingyu and Yi Wenjun, the emperor had not broached the subject in recent years. His mention of it might provoke unwelcome speculations in the emperor's mind. According to tradition, following the death of the previous emperor and the ascension of the new one, the chief steward of the late emperor was typically dispatched to guard the royal tombs. Yue Qing, however, harbored no desire to spend the latter part of his life in such a desolate place, thus igniting his ambition to seize control of his own fate. Initially, he had supported Prince Qing, only to realize that the prince was merely a pawn placed by the emperor, with no hope of claiming the throne. This realization prompted him to seek favor with Prince Jingyu. Noticing Yue Qing lost in thought, Emperor Taiyan called out, "Yue Qing?" When he observed the chief steward's deep contemplation, he grew irritated. "What occupies your mind?" Yue Qing quickly replied, "Nothing, merely reminiscing about the past." The emperor, satisfied with this response, stated, "Since they are already betrothed, let us expedite the wedding. You shall oversee the arrangements. I trust your capabilities." "Yes, your majesty," Yue Qing responded, promptly taking his leave. A few days later, in the residence of Yi Dingji in Nanju, news reached him regarding the impending marriage of Prince Jingyu and Yi Wenjun. Overwhelmed by the thought of the woman he cherished marrying another, a tempest of fury engulfed him. Beside him, Yan Lingxiao inquired, "What troubles you?" Yi Dingji recounted the news. To which Yan Lingxiao responded, "Is this your motivation for growing stronger? For the sake of a woman?" After a moment of reflection, Yi Dingji replied, "Not entirely. But I am determined to take her away." Yan Lingxiao opened her mouth as if to say something, but ultimately chose silence, understanding the complexities of their shared experiences as women. With that, she turned and departed. Once Yan Lingxiao had left, Yi Dingji's gaze shifted towards the north, resolutely deciding to journey to Tianqi City and abduct Yi Wenjun. In Shuyu City, since Nangong Chunshui and Luo Shui's departure, Li Dongjun and Sikong Chanfeng had been diligently honing their skills. Li Dongjun finally mastered the dual blade technique, while Sikong Chanfeng made notable progress in the dragon transformation technique. Though practical experience remained elusive, Su Fanxian accompanied Xiao Hani in sword training at Songshan, while Yue Yao and Yue Qing busied themselves with matters concerning the Tian Luodian. One day, An exceptionally beautiful woman arrived in Yue City, her attire peculiar, marked by a gambling symbol emblazoned on her back. Upon her entrance, she garnered immediate attention. And Su Fanxian soon received word. With a serene smile, she instructed, "Bring her to me." A voice nearby remarked, "Indeed, the great city lord has arrived." Shortly thereafter, the individual who had spoken led Yin Luoxia to Su Fanxian. Su Fanxian addressed the person, "You may leave now," and casually turned to Yin Luoxia, saying, "At last, you have come. I was beginning to think it would take much longer." Yin Luoxia smiled faintly and replied, "I had actually unraveled it long ago and practiced the techniques contained within for some time. That is why I have only just arrived." Su Fanxian nodded, saying, "You must study diligently. If you can master it in the future, your achievements will undoubtedly place you at least at the level of a half-step transcendent master." Hearing this, Yin Luoxia nodded with delight, saying, "Yes, I understand, master." Su Fanxian then looked at Li Hani, who was engrossed in practicing swordplay, undisturbed by the surroundings, and said, "She is your junior sister, Li Hani. My sister, Li Xingyue, is the mother of Lei Mesha. She is a few years younger than you. From now on, you two will train here in Songshan, and you must take good care of your junior sister." "Understood, master," Yin Luoxia replied, with a smile and a nod. Su Fanxian swiftly departed, leaving only Yin Luoxia and Li Hani together. Upon returning to the city lord's mansion, Su Fanxian encountered Yue Qing. She said to him, "Brother-in-law, I just received news from our scouts. In a few days, the king of Jingyu will hold a grand wedding in Tianqi City. And Yu Dingji has also made an appearance there." Su Fanxian smiled slightly, saying, "It's merely a trivial matter. Do not dwell on it." Observing Su Fanxian's calm demeanor, Yue Qing blinked in surprise. Su Fanxian continued, "Yu Dingji's presence in Tianqi City likely indicates he intends to seize a bride." Curious, Yue Qing asked, "How do you know?" Su Fanxian explained, "When his identity was revealed in Tianqi City and he fled, he ended up in the backyard of the king of Jingyu, where he met Yi Wenjun, who was betrothed to the king. Thus, they fell in love. I was the one who saw him off when he left Tianqi City." Yue Qing listened with a look of intrigue. Seeing her innocent curiosity, Su Fanxian found it difficult to reconcile her with the cunning and ruthless Yue Qing from the original tale. He murmured, "This version of Yue Qing is certainly more endearing." Upon hearing Su Fanxian call her cute, Yue Qing's face flushed crimson. Realizing he had momentarily lost himself in thought and inadvertently voiced his feelings, Su Fanxian felt a twinge of embarrassment and quickly changed the subject, saying, "Yi Dingji and Bai Li Dongjun are close brothers. I must inform him. I shall take my leave." With that, he employed his agility to depart. Yue Qing, stifling laughter at Su Fanxian's hasty retreat, grew slightly somber as she whispered, "If you weren't my brother-in-law, how wonderful that would be." Arriving at Bai Li Dongjuan's location, Su Fanxian found him drinking while Sikong Changfeng practiced with a spear nearby. Su Fanxian spoke first. "Yi Dingji has appeared in Tianqi City, and he intends to elope." Bai Li Dongjun immediately responded, "What? Another elopement? Whose bride is he after?" Su Fanxian recounted how Yi Dingji came to know Yi Wenjun. Afterward, a silence enveloped them, and both Bai Li Dongjun and Sikong Changfeng remained quiet. Bai Li Dongjun declared, "I must go to Tianqi City to assist him." And Sikong Changfeng agreed to provide his support as well. Su Fanxian nodded, saying, "Very well. Go ahead. I stand behind you both." Upon hearing this, Bai Li Dongjun inquired, "Will you not join us?" Su Fanxian replied, "My status renders me unfit to partake in such matters. My senior brother is Li Changsheng, and my master is Su Bai. Should I involve myself in this affair, others would surely mock my brother and master." Bai Li Dongjun, acknowledging this, responded, "Indeed. You are quite different from us. We need not concern ourselves with such trivialities." Su Fanxian smiled gently and cautioned, "Your journey may present certain dangers. Remember, regardless of what transpires, preserving your lives is of utmost importance. That formidable overseer, Yue Qing, is a master of the half-step divine realm. Should you encounter him, flee at once." Bai Li Dongjun and Sikong Changfeng nodded in agreement, clasping their fists in respect. "We understand, little master uncle." Su Fanxian chuckled heartily. "Must you be so formal? You're making me feel quite bashful." The three then exchanged knowing glances and shared a hearty laugh. Chapter 31. The abduction of Yi Dingji. On the following day, Bai Li Dongjun and Sikong Changfeng rode towards Tianqi City, while Su Fanxian observed their departing figures. Shaking her head slightly, Yue, standing nearby, noticed Su Fanxian's gesture and inquired, "What is the matter, Xiaofan? I saw you shaking your head just now." Su Fanxian replied, Their endeavor to assist Yi Dingji in his abduction will ultimately prove futile. Yue responded, futile? Why would you still allow them to go? Su Fanxian explained. This is a matter of brotherly loyalty. Perhaps the bonds forged today may serve them in the future. Yue gazed at Su Fanxian and remarked, I can never quite comprehend why you seem to possess such profound understanding of everything. Though you are several years my junior, you often appear more mature than I. Leaning closer to Yue, Su Fanxian whispered, well, I am not merely mature in spirit. My body has also matured. Would you care to find out? Yue's face flushed crimson at his words, and she hastily pushed Su Fanxian away, exclaiming, Pa, you rogue. What are you thinking? Let us discuss such matters when you decide to marry me. Su Fanxian replied, then I shall provide you with a grand wedding when that time comes. Yue nodded, saying, I shall await that day. On their journey back, Su Fanxian inquired of the communication system, does the system possess any sword techniques? The system responded, this system offers a multitude of sword techniques. It depends on which one you desire. Su Fanxian contemplated, I seek one suitable for young ladies. The system suggested, the Dusk Drizzle Red Sleeve Sword Technique. Su Fanxian exclaimed, excellent. I'll take that one. Thus, Su Fanxian's inventory was enriched with a beautifully crafted sword of a delicate crimson hue, alongside its corresponding technique. Upon returning to the Lord's manor, Su Fanxian summoned Yue Qing. He presented her with a small booklet inscribed with the Dusk Drizzle Red Sleeve Sword Technique. Yue Qing inquired, brother-in-law, is this sword technique powerful? Su Fanxian pondered for a moment before responding. Are you familiar with the Southern Blade Immortal, Yinlingxia? Yue Qing nodded. Su Fanxian continued. If you can master this technique to its fullest and elevate your cultivation to the realm of great freedom, you too may be regarded as a blade immortal. Yue Qing beamed with delight, saying, thank you, brother-in-law. Without further comment, Su Fanxian departed. In truth, he was not one to meddle in the fates of others indiscriminately. He merely wished for those close to him to grow stronger. After all, one day he would eventually leave this world with Yue, and it would be disheartening if his friends lacked the strength to protect themselves after his departure. Within Tianqi City, after several days of travel, Bailey Dongjun and Sikong Chanfeng finally arrived. With information provided by spies from Shuiyue City, they swiftly located Yi Dingji. Thus, the three of them exchanged details about the past 2 years. Bailey Dongjun also explained the reasons for Su Fanxian's absence, which Yi Dingji comprehended fully. In truth, there was little camaraderie between Su Fanxian and Yi Dingji, and there was no need for Su Fanxian to play the role of a guardian, hovering around the protagonist like a caretaker. Our protagonist would never assume the role of anyone's caretaker. On the day of the grand wedding, the city of Tianqi was shrouded in an undercurrent of turmoil. A tempest was silently brewing, and no one could have anticipated that. On the very day of the prince's nuptials, someone would dare to elope with the bride. Outside the Jingyu Wangfu, Yi Dingji was fiercely engaged in battle with a group of guards from the Shadow Sect, wielding his Xian sword. As the number of adversaries swelled, Yi Dingji began to feel the strain of the fight. After all, exhaustion is a human condition. Just as Yi Dingji was embroiled in the fray, Sikong Changfeng and Bailey Dongjun arrived just in time. Sikong Changfeng urged, you two go ahead. I will handle things here for the moment. Grateful, Yi Dingji cast a thankful glance at Sikong Changfeng, who replied, be safe, Changfeng. With that, they continued their hurried advance towards the Jingyu Wangfu. Fortunately, Luo Qingyang had discreetly provided Yi Dingji with the layout of the Shadow Sect's defenses within Tianqi City, which alleviated many potential complications. Otherwise, Yi Dingji would not have progressed so smoothly. Though Luo Qingyang had long harbored feelings for Yi Wenjun, he was acutely aware that his disciple's sister did not wish to marry the Prince of Jingyu and yearned to escape the confines of Tianqi City. Thus, he was willing to risk execution to fulfill her wishes. At this moment, within the Jingyu Wangfu, decorations adorned every corner, creating a festive atmosphere. In the bridal chamber, Yi Wenjun, clad in resplendent red with a phoenix crown, bore no trace of joy on her beautiful countenance. Instead, she appeared profoundly melancholic. Her thoughts were consumed by the words Yi Dingji had spoken when he departed, promising to return to Tianqi City and take her away. Yet, as time passed, her hope began to wane, for she could not ascertain whether the one who vowed to rescue her would indeed arrive on this day. In another chamber of the Jingyu Wangfu, several young masters from the Bailey family gathered. Suddenly, someone entered to report to Wang Langya. There is a confrontation occurring within the city with members of the Shadow Sect, and the target is making its way here. Many from the Shadow Sect have already been injured. The others were taken aback by the revelation. Luo Xian inquired, Who possesses such audacity to stir trouble in Tianqi City? The messenger replied, it seems to be someone named Yi, who previously participated in the academic examination. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ruofing remarked, it must be Yi Dingxi. Lu Yu added, he has come today, before the wedding. Could it be an attempt to elope? Lu Yu elaborated, back when he was known as Yi Yun. He was the sole heir of General Yi Yu and had an engagement with Yi Wenjun, the daughter of the Shadow Sect. Given the circumstances surrounding General Ye's family, he sighed deeply. The others, understanding the implications, refrained from further discussion. Xiao Ruofing sighed. Regardless of the situation, he should not have chosen this day to come. He could have arrived at any time, but not on the day of the wedding. Should he succeed, the royal family's reputation would be utterly tarnished. Meanwhile, as Yi Dingxi and Bailey Dongjun approached the Jingyu Wangfu, a figure clad in a black robe blocked their path. It was none other than Yi Bu, the leader of the Shadow Sect. Seeing the obstruction, Bailey Dongjun, dismissing any further dialogue, swiftly employed his dual sword techniques to engage the opponent. In the midst of the entanglement with Yi Bu, he addressed Yi Dingxi, saying, you may leave, I shall handle matters here. Upon hearing this, Yi Dingxi nodded in acknowledgement and uttered a word of caution, be careful, before proceeding towards the residence of King Jingyu. Once Yi Dingxi had vaulted into the rear courtyard of the royal mansion, he commenced his search for the figure of Yi Wenjun. Chapter 32. Su Fan's rescue. At this moment, Yi Wenjun's personal maid gently reminded her, Miss, the auspicious time is approaching. Yi Wenjun's face was streaked with tears. And noticing this, her maid consoled her, today is your moment of joy. Miss, please do not cry. As Yi Wenjun's devoted attendant, she was acutely aware of her mistress's sentiments. Yet, some matters cannot be resisted simply by wishing them away. Yi Wenjun's face was ashen, and beneath her crimson robe, she clutched a dagger tightly, resolutely prepared to embrace death. If she were fated to remain here today, she would rather end her life than marry someone she did not love. Turning to her maid, Yi Wenjun said, please step outside and wait for me. The maid was about to voice her concerns but was interrupted by Yi Wenjun, leaving her no choice but to exit the room reluctantly. Meanwhile, upon entering the royal residence, Yi Dingxi quickly disguised himself and began to search for Yi Wenjun. In the main hall of the palace, the number of guests was steadily increasing, filling the space with laughter and merriment. Then, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, a bride adorned in red, wearing a phoenix crown and flowing robes, was assisted by her maids to the venue. Xiao Ruojin, filled with joy, stepped forward to take Yi Wenjun's hand. However, before she could make contact, Yi Wenjun deftly evaded her grasp. Although Xiao Ruojin felt a twinge of displeasure, the presence of so many guests compelled her to feign indifference, smiling as she accepted the congratulations from those around her. As Xiao Ruojin stood beside Yi Wenjun, they prepared to pay their respects under the guidance of the chief officiant, Zhuo Qing. Suddenly, a voice rang out from the entrance, wait, I do not consent. The crowd turned to see a striking figure clad in black, wielding a long sword. Upon hearing the voice, Yi Wenjun quickly removed her red veil and gazed toward the entrance, her eyes shimmering with tears as she called out, Yungu. In that moment, she yearned to rush into the arms of the person before her, yet she was firmly held back by Xiao Ruojin. The onlookers regained their composure, and Xiao Ruofing was the first to rebuke, Yi Dingxi, what do you intend to do here today? I advise you to leave at once. Yi Dingxi chuckled heartily and pointed at Yi Wenjun, declaring, I have come today to take her away. With a dark expression, Xiao Ruojin retorted, do you think you can simply take her? Today is my wedding day, and you dare to disrupt it. Do you believe you can leave here alone? At that moment, Bailey Dongjun and Sikong Changfeng arrived at the scene. Bailey Dongjun asserted, who says he is alone? There are two of us. Upon witnessing Bailey Dongjun and Sikong Changfeng joining the fray, Xiao Ruofing felt overwhelmed. He couldn't help but exclaim, Dongjun, what are you doing here causing a commotion? Bailey Dongjun replied, Yungu is my childhood brother. I cannot stand by while he is in trouble. I hope my junior brother will not hold it against me. Xiao Ruofing responded, very well, Bailey Dongjun. Have you chosen to disregard my words? If that is the case, I shall see what you have learned from your master. With a smile, Bailey Dongjun said, very well, let us engage in a friendly contest today, so you may witness my growth. Thus, Bailey Dongjun and Xiao Ruofing soared out of the hall and commenced their battle. Inside, Xiao Ruojin glanced at the nearby Zhuo Qing. Zhuo Qing immediately stepped forward and addressed Yi Dingxi, saying, Your Majesty, out of mercy, I have refrained from dispatching someone to deal with you harshly. However, your brazen attempt to abduct the bride today cannot be overlooked. With that, he casually struck out with a palm aimed at Yi Dingxi. Yi Dingji quickly summoned his inner strength to activate the immovable king technique for defense, but Changsheng, a master on the verge of transcendence, was far beyond what Yi Dingji, who had only recently entered the realm of carefree transcendence, could withstand. It was not long before Yi Dingji was sent flying, crashing to the ground. Seeing this, Yi Wenjun's heart ached with sorrow. Meanwhile, Xiao Ruojin, observing Yi Wenjun's distress, felt an overwhelming urge to eliminate Yi Dingji. How could she endure such humiliation? Her betrothed wept for another man. What man could accept such a fate? After a brief moment on the ground, Yi Dingji rose again. Xikong Changfeng attempted to assist, but was swiftly repelled by Zhuoqing's palm, cast out of the hall. Zhuoqing regarded Yi Dingji with disdain, remarking, "You three mere novices in carefree transcendence dare to dream of upheaval?" Undeterred, Yi Dingji launched another assault on Zhuoqing, yet every effort proved futile. Time and again, he found himself struck down. The disparity in their realms was insurmountable. Zhuoqing's half-step into transcendence allowed him to effortlessly subdue the three who had yet to mature in their powers. Observing Yi Dingji's plight, Yi Wenjun realized that there was no hope for him today and contemplated how to rescue him. Swiftly, she retrieved a dagger she had concealed and pressed it against her throat, declaring to Xiao Ruojin, "Release him. I shall comply with your every demand. Should you refuse, I will end my life right here." Xiao Ruojin, filled with frustration, recognized the gravity of her humiliation today. Yet, she pondered the implications. Securing the Shadow Sect's support hinged upon marrying Yi Wenjun, binding the sect to her cause. If she forced Yi Wenjun to her demise today, the sect's backing would be lost. Weighing the consequences, she turned to Zhuoqing and said, "Master Zhuo, let him go. On this day of my wedding, I wish not to have any deaths mar the occasion." Zhuoqing replied, "But, however," King Jingyu interrupted, waving his hand to silence the objection. "Enough. Do as I say. Discard him. I wish to see him no more." He then looked at Yi Wenjun, still clutching the dagger, and asked, "Are you satisfied now? Can you set down the dagger?" Yi Wenjun cast a wary glance towards the door, fearing King Jingyu's return, and felt a tumult of emotions within her. At that moment, a voice resonated. "The immortal Su Fanskin from Xue Yue City extends his congratulations for your wedding, King Jingyu." A figure clad in white, tall and graceful, descended from the sky, holding a long white sword. Upon landing, he bowed respectfully to the hall. But Li Dongjun and Xiao Ruofting, upon seeing Su Fanskin's arrival, paused their actions and greeted him. "Little master uncle, what brings you here?" With a gentle smile, Su Fanskin replied, "I feared that if I did not come, someone would cause trouble throughout Tianqi City." After speaking, he turned towards the unconscious Yi Dingji on the ground and addressed Prince Jingyu, saying, "Your Highness, you just mentioned releasing Yi Dingji. May I take this young man with me?" Prince Jingyu smiled and replied, "Certainly." Su Fanskin, with a smile, said, "Then I shall take him with me. My two disciples here are rather unruly as well, so I shall conveniently bring them along." With that, he instructed Li Dongjun to carry the unconscious Yi Dingji, and they departed from the location. Along the way, Li Dongjun inquired, "Little master uncle, is that Zhuoqing truly as formidable as you claim?" Su Fanskin responded, If I were to engage him in combat, utilizing all my trump cards, I might achieve a mutual destruction." He then glanced at Li Dongjun and added, "However, I shall not confront him at this moment. Had I not come today, Yi Dingji would likely remain ensnared within Tianqi City, and you would not find it easy to leave either. Therefore, I hope you will not hold it against me for not assisting in your matrimonial pursuit." Li Dongjun replied, "Of course not. It is already a great favor that you have come to take us away." Both Li Dongjun and Xikong Changfeng felt no discontent, for they understood that Su Fanskin was not well acquainted with Yi Dingji. They would not risk themselves for someone they barely knew. Chapter 33. Su Fan's encounter at the Dark River within the Tianqi Palace. Emperor Taiyan was engulfed in fury upon receiving the news. He exclaimed, "That Su Fan has taken away those three individuals. Does he think Tianqi City is a place he can enter and leave at will?" Beside him, Zhuoqing remarked, "Indeed. He seems rather restless. Should we send someone?" The emperor replied, "Do as you see fit." After speaking, he closed his eyes and leaned back in his dragon chair. A day later, in a secluded grove outside Tianqi City, the unconscious Yi Dingji awoke groggily. But Li Dongjun said, "Yungu, you have finally awakened." Yi Dingji inquired, "Where is this?" But Li Dongjun responded, "It is quite safe here. We have already left Tianqi City. It was our little master uncle who came to rescue you and led us away. However, he has since departed." Upon hearing this, Yi Dingji said, "Please convey my thanks to him." His expression dimmed as he continued, "Regrettably, my strength is insufficient to take Wenjun with me." But Li Dongjun comforted him, "What do you plan to do next?" Yu Dingji replied, "First, I must recuperate. Once I am healed, I will seek another opportunity." In Yue City, Su Fan, accompanied by Si Kong Feng, returned swiftly on his sword to the city. In the Lord's mansion, Yue Yao inquired, "Did you come back from Tianqi City unscathed?" Su Fan replied, "I did not engage in any confrontation. Upon my arrival, Yi Dingji was already incapacitated. And Yi Wenjin was desperate. Ultimately, I took all three of them away." Yue Yao remarked that Miss E is indeed a person of strong character. Su Fan smiled slightly. If she can contentedly assume her role as a princess, that would be splendid. Yet, I fear she may not be satisfied with her current circumstances. Yue Yao asked, "What do you know?" Su Fan explained, "If Yi Dingji and Yi Wenjin are willing to relinquish this unattainable affection, then Yi Dingji's future would be bright. However, if they cling to their illusions, it will lead to their ruin. The stark reality is that without formidable strength, one lacks the right to pursue happiness." Yu pondered this, choosing not to respond further, for she understood that Su Fan harbored his own thoughts. Su Fan continued, "We must closely monitor those entering the city. I suspect that the petty Emperor Tian will send someone to act against me." Yue Yao, concerned, said, "I will ensure that we keep a vigilant watch. But could you be in danger?" "I worry." Su Fan, smiling, embraced Yue Yao, reassuring her, "There is no cause for alarm. Unless they send someone from the realm of divine transcendence. Otherwise, I will be unharmed." Reassured, Yue Yao nodded. As Su Fan's partner, her faith in him sufficed. She believed her man would never let her down. Su Fan cherished this quality in Yue Yao, her understanding of boundaries and her ability to remain composed instead of prying too deeply. She knew when to be gentle and possessed the strategy to navigate challenges, truly embodying the role of a supportive partner. Half a month later, Su Fan received word that someone had secretly infiltrated Yue City. Consequently, he set forth from the city with Yue Yao and Si Kong Feng, heading eastward. Only when they had ventured a considerable distance from Yue City did they pause, turning to speak to those behind. "All right, come forth. Let us finish this so we may return to our meal." Shortly thereafter, two figures emerged. One remarked, "You possess some courage for daring to summon us." Su Fanxian observed that one wielded an umbrella while the other brandished a knife. He inquired, "Before we engage, may I know your names?" The umbrella-wielding individual replied coolly, "Anha Su Muyu," while the knife-bearer announced, "Anha Su Changka." Su Fanxian clasped his hands in greeting. "I am Su Fanxian. I welcome your guidance." Without hesitation, Su Muyu launched a series of lethal strikes, with Su Changka joining in without restraint to attack Su Fanxian. In response, Su Fanxian unleashed the Dugu Nine Swords, a technique he had been honing since the age of 3. After a prolonged exchange, both Su Muyu and Su Changha realized they could not gain the upper hand. Despite their efforts, they had yet to graze their opponent's attire, understanding that the disparity in skill was insurmountable. Su Fanxian addressed them. "I am aware that you from Anha act under the orders of that old tyrant, the Emperor Tian. I shall not press you further. I will now execute a single strike, one I have recently comprehended, and it is fitting to test it upon you. Thus, you must brace yourselves." With that, he swung his frost blade skyward, and an intricate array of white sword energy manifested above him, coalescing into a large, luminous moon surrounded by twinkling stars. He declared, "This technique was conceived for the one I cherish above all. I name it Moon and Stars Sparse. Prepare yourselves." The colossal moon descended upon the two, who desperately tried to defend against it. Ultimately, as the moon struck, a vast pit formed beneath them, leaving them sprawled within, barely conscious. Su Fanxian, momentarily taken aback, remarked, "Very well, we shall take our leave. I promised but one strike, and I grant you both your lives. I hope you will refrain from any further assassination attempts. Next time, I shall not be so lenient." He then turned to Yue Yao and Si Kong Feng. Si Kong Feng, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "That move was truly extraordinary." Su Fanxian took Yue Yao's hand, saying, "It was adequate, primarily due to its beauty, much like my Yue Yao." At his words, Yue Yao's cheeks flushed slightly as she playfully chided, "Xiao Fan, you must teach me this technique. I wish to learn." Su Fanxian replied, "Certainly, I shall teach you. It was created with you in mind." This moon and stars sparse, Yue Yao radiated happiness, leaning against Su Fanxian's shoulder. Observing their exchange, Si Kong Feng interjected, "Must you two be so affectionate? It truly puts me in an awkward position." Yue Yao stifled a smile, while Su Fanxian laughed heartily. "The young lady you met in Tianqi City is destined for you. She awaits your return to take her away." Upon hearing this, Si Kong Feng responded, "Yet I sense she harbors no such intentions towards me." Su Fanxian remarked, "Do you know how I pursued Yue Yao in the beginning? The moment I laid eyes on her, I realized my affections and boldly confessed my feelings. Si Changsheng, taken aback, responded, is it truly possible to do so? Shouldn't one cultivate feelings gradually before expressing their heart? Su Fanxian replied, when one is enamored with something, one must bravely strive for it, articulating love and sharing it with the beloved. Let her be aware. If she rebuffs you, as long as she is unattached, there remains a chance, does there not? Yue Yao, standing nearby, smiled gently, gazing deeply at Su Fanxian. In that moment, she felt that he was becoming increasingly enigmatic. Yet she trusted that he would not betray her faith. After absorbing Su Fanxian's words, Si Changsheng fell into contemplation, alternating between gazing downward in thought and looking up at the heavens. Su Fanxian encouraged him, you must have faith in me. Go to Tianqi City. Declare your feelings to her, and then bring her to Yue City. Do not allow regrets to linger in your life. Upon hearing this, Si Changsheng nodded earnestly, stating, very well, I shall go. I cannot allow regrets to mar my existence. With that, he mounted the white horse beside him and set off towards Tianqi City. Chapter 34 The Ascension of the Mingda Emperor. A few days later, Si Changsheng arrived at the entrance of Baiwa Tower. After casting a few glances at the structure and taking a few deep breaths, he stepped inside. On the second floor, within a room, a maid informed Feng Qiuyu, Miss, young Master Si Kong has arrived. Upon hearing this, Feng Qiuyu's face lit up with joy as she replied, please bring him up for me. The maid, upon receiving her instruction, turned and descended the stairs to where Si Changsheng awaited. Young Master Si Kong, our young lady requests your presence upstairs, she announced. Very well, lead the way, Si Changsheng responded. He then followed her to the second floor and entered Feng Qiuyu's chamber, after which the maid discreetly withdrew. Feng Qiuyu inquired, will you be leaving Tianqi City after this visit? Si Changsheng replied, yes, I will be departing. I have come to Tianqi primarily to speak with you. What would you like to say? She urged. With a serious expression, Si Changsheng gazed intently at the girl he had long cherished and declared, I have feelings for you, and I hope to see you every day in the future. I understand that I lack the fame to be worthy of you at this moment. However, I am determined to improve myself. My master and senior brothers have foretold that I will become a legendary marksman. I cannot yet ascertain if this will come to pass. But for the sake of being deserving of you, I shall strive to become that unparalleled marksman. Feng Qiuyu responded, I do not concern myself with whether you become a legendary marksman. Do you understand? Si Changsheng then proposed, would you consider leaving Tianqi City with me to journey to Yue City? I have been residing there for the past few years. It is a beautiful place. With reddened eyes, Feng Qiuyu replied, I am willing. I have awaited those words for so long, believing you would never return to Tianqi City. With that, she threw herself into Si Changsheng's embrace. He held her tightly and said, I apologize. It is my fault. I was not brave enough. And it caused you to wait for so long. We shall never be parted again. Once we return to Yue City, I will have my young master uncle officiate our wedding. Feng Qiuyu questioned, young master uncle? Who is he? Si Changsheng explained, he is a disciple of Mr. Li from the academy. Recently, Mr. Li accepted me as a student, making him my young master uncle. He is the Grand Lord of Yue City, while Dongjun is the second Lord, and I am the third. Yue City shall be our home. Feng Qiuyu responded, as long as I am with you, I am content. No matter where we are. Meanwhile, in Yue City, since the last time Su Fanxian bestowed upon Yue Qing a tome of the Dust Drizzle Red Sleeve Blade technique, she has been diligently practicing. Aside from arranging spies to gather intelligence from the martial world, she devotes each day to mastering the blade. Yue Yao trains alongside her, practicing some sword techniques imparted by Su Fanxian. At Sanshan, since Yin Luoxia's arrival in Yue City, she has been honing her skills with Li Hani daily. Their prowess has grown rapidly, with Yin Luoxia advancing from the realm of the Diamond Ordinary to that of the Unfettered Earth. Li Hani has escalated from the 6th rank to the pinnacle of the 8th rank, and within a year, she will likely enter the Diamond Ordinary realm. Su Fanxian, ever diligent, attentively guides his two disciples. Su Fanxian remained at the pinnacle of the Grand Carefree realm, yet he sensed he was encountering a bottleneck. Perhaps this was what his senior brother referred to when he said that Su Fanxian's mindset was still insufficient. If only his mental state were robust enough, he could effortlessly step into the realm of divine wandering at any moment. However, Su Fanxian was not anxious, for he was merely 15 years old. As long as he maintained a calm demeanor, entering the realm of divine wandering before the age of 20 should pose no issue. Half a month later, Si Changsheng returned to Yue City with Feng Qiuyu, where Su Fanxian and Yue Yao eagerly awaited their arrival at the city gates. They subsequently entered the city together, and Feng Qiuyu quickly became acquainted with Yue Yao. Thus, after Feng Qiuyu arrived in Shuiyu City with Li Changsheng, she gradually grew fond of the place. A few days later, Li Dongjun also returned to Shuiyu City. After the events in Tianqi City, Li Dongjun recognized that merely possessing the cultivation of the carefree heaven realm was inadequate. Therefore, upon returning, he gathered with Si Kong Changfeng and Su Fanxian, and then began to cultivate while brewing wine. Thus, time slowly passed. 3 years later, the Emperor Tian of Tianqi City ultimately passed the throne to Xiao Ruojin, who successfully ascended to the throne, adopting the era name Mingde, and thus was referred to as Emperor Mingde. In the Lei mansion of Tianqi City, Lei Mengsha and Li Xianyu sat within a room. Li Xianyu inquired, "What was the wager you made with Xiao Fan?" Lei Mengsha replied, "I truly did not comprehend why Ruo Feng would relinquish the throne to his brother." Li Xianyu remarked, "Let us not dwell on that for now. We must consider our course of action. Do not forget what Xiao Fan once said." Meanwhile, Yu Dingxi had made numerous attempts over the past 3 years to take Yi Wenjun away. But upon hearing that Yi Wenjun had married Xiao Ruojin and given birth to a son named Xiaoyu, he decided to abandon his intention of taking her away. After all, Yi Wenjun had become a mother. On a day when Yi Dingxi felt utterly disheartened, an individual approached him. The newcomer donned a black robe, obscuring their features, and spoke to Yi Dingxi. "Do you not wish to reclaim your beloved woman?" Yi Dingxi replied, "But she has already become another's wife and has borne a child. What can I do?" The figure in black stated, "Let me tell you. Your beloved woman risked her life 3 years ago to secure your safety. Otherwise, how could those who saved you have done so easily? She risked everything to save you, yet you so easily relinquish her. Are you worthy of her sacrifice?" Yu Dingxi continued, "But she is now a mother. She has a child. It has been 3 years. She must have forgotten me by now." The figure in black continued, "According to my information, after marrying Xiao Ruojin, she would not allow him to touch her. A year into their marriage, Xiao Ruojin drugged her, which led to her pregnancy." Upon hearing this, Yu Dingxi's anger surged, and he began to lose his composure. The figure in black, noting that Yu Dingxi had fallen into their trap, continued, "I can assist you in bringing her out." Yu Dingxi asked, "Why would you help me?" The figure in the black robe spoke, "Once, I was much like you. The woman I cherished ultimately wed another, a misfortune stemming from my insufficient strength at the time, much akin to your current predicament." Yu Dingxi, upon hearing this, replied, "Though I am uncertain of your motives in assisting me, I am nonetheless grateful." The figure in black responded, "In no more than a month, I shall bring the woman you adore to meet you." With that, he vanished in an instant. Meanwhile, after departing from Yi Dingxi, the figure returned to the celestial realm. He addressed the person seated in a wheelchair. "Yi Dingxi has taken the bait." The wheelchair-bound individual replied, "Excellent. Ensure that the woman is brought to his side when the time comes." "And what of the 2 young ladies, Yue Yao and Yu Qing?" The figure in black stated, "According to reports, both young ladies are in Snow Moon City, discreetly cultivating their own influence alongside Su Fanxian." The individual in the wheelchair responded, "For now, we need not concern ourselves with them. At least Su Fanxian is not our adversary. Our current objective is to gain Yu Dingxi's trust. Prepare accordingly and expedite the process of bringing that woman to him." With that, he turned his wheelchair and departed. Chapter 35. Yin Luoxia enters the Jianghu. Upon the majestic Songshan Mountain, 2 figures were engaged in a fierce duel. One was a stunning maiden, around 17 or 18 years of age, while the other, though appearing merely 12 or 13, possessed the innate beauty of a blossoming flower. These 2 were none other than Yin Luoxia and the slightly older Li Hani. Over the course of 3 years, both had rapidly ascended in their cultivation levels. While Yin Luoxia's talents could not rival those of Li Hani, under the tutelage of Su Fanxian, she had reached the pinnacle of the free realm, just 1 step away from entering the realm of carefree transcendence. Li Hani had also attained the early stage of the free earth realm. Li Hani remarked, "Senior sister, your cultivation now surpasses mine. I cannot defeat you at present, but in the future, I shall certainly be able to." With a smile, Yin Luoxia replied, "Then do your best. I am preparing to venture into the Jianghu." Li Hani, feeling disheartened, said, "If you leave to roam the Jianghu, I will be left here alone to practice my swordsmanship." Yin Luoxia embraced Li Hani, reassuring her, "I shan't be gone for long, just a year or perhaps half a year." As they conversed, a figure clad in white, handsome and exuding an otherworldly aura, descended gracefully from the sky upon his sword, landing not far away. The 2 maidens joyfully rushed over, exclaiming, "Master! Master!" Li Hani commented, every time you make an entrance, master, it is always so grand. Could you not be a little more low-key? Beside her, Yin Luoxia echoed, indeed, it is always so ostentatious. Thankfully, there aren't many people around. Su Fanxian, slightly embarrassed, chuckled, I merely flew down on my sword. I do not believe I have done anything noteworthy. Oh, right, Xiaohani. Here, take this. He then handed a long sword to Li Hani. Upon receiving the sword, Li Hani joyfully inquired, Master, is this the Iron Horse and Ice River you mentioned? It truly suits me well. Su Fanxian smiled, saying, of course. This sword is ranked third among the renowned swords in the world. My senior brother left it on Kunlun Mountain for many years, allowing it to absorb the essence of ice. Moreover, when combined with the celestial ice descending technique I taught you, it will be an exceptional match, significantly enhancing your power compared to using other swords. Li Hani, elated, expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Master. Beside them, Yin Luoxia pouted, Master, you are biased. You give the little junior sister a sword, yet I receive nothing. With a chuckle, Su Fanxian responded, your specialties lie in the heart-pushing palm and the 9 white bone claw, which do not require any weapons. Providing you with a weapon would not be of much use. Yin Luoxia playfully insisted, I don't care. You must find a way to gift me one, or you will be deemed biased. Su Fanxian, unable to argue with her, acknowledged that ever since this girl had grown close to him, her true nature had been completely unleashed. He said to Yin Luoxia, then wait a moment while I ponder. Communicating with the system, Su Fanxian inquired, System, do you have any suitable weapons for my disciple Yin Luoxia? The system responded, Host, I do. Let me search. Very well, Su Fanxian replied. The system continued, Host, I have found a suitable item for your disciple. The celestial silkworm gloves, crafted from exquisite celestial silk, are impervious to water and fire and fearless against blades. Wearing these gloves, one can catch a blade barehanded. Su Fanxian inquired, is there a standard for this fearless weapon? Can my sword withstand it? The system replied, Host, your sword certainly cannot endure it in the current realm. Aside from the top 3 swords on the renowned sword list, others are inconsequential, unless there is a significant disparity in strength. Su Fanxian nodded in satisfaction and turned to Yin Luoxia, saying, Luoxia, in that case, allow me to gift you a pair of gloves. With that, he produced a pair of silvery white gloves and handed them to Yin Luoxia. Upon receiving the gloves, she admired their beauty, finding them perfectly aligned with her aesthetic. Su Fanxian elaborated, these are not ordinary gloves, they are crafted from special materials. As long as you do not encounter the top 3 swords of the renowned list or face opponents with a substantial strength gap, you may engage in battle. Yin Luoxia exclaimed with excitement, Thank you, Master. You are the best. I shall strive earnestly in the martial world, ensuring I uphold your honor and make a name for myself. Su Fanxian cautioned, remember, if you encounter someone named Song Yanwei in the martial realm, keep your distance. Do you understand? Curiously, Yin Luoxia asked, why should I avoid this person? Su Fanxian replied, his character is lacking, and he hails from Wushuang City, which has a particularly favorable relationship with the Bailey Court. Sooner or later, they will become our adversaries in Yue City. I do not wish for you to be entangled with anyone from Wushuang City. Yin Luoxia promptly assured, I will remember this. Su Fanxian nodded contentedly, saying, very well. Go forth, and I hope to hear tales of the legendary Luoxia in Yue City. Also, remember, if you encounter insurmountable danger, prioritize your safety and flee. Your life is paramount. I shall help you reclaim your honor afterward. Always remember, you have your master backing you. As Yin Luoxia descended the mountain, she turned back and waved, understood, Master. I will be cautious. She was acutely aware that her master only exhibited such concern when it came to those close to him, which warmed her heart. Su Fanxian then turned to Li Hani, who was intently observing his sword, and remarked, Your sister requires a transformation in her mindset to enter the realm of Xiaoyao. You must cultivate diligently. When the time is right for you to venture into the martial world, I shall ensure you experience it firsthand. Li Hani nodded, replying, Understood, Master. Do you have any news about Yue Yao? It has been several years since I last saw her, and I wonder how she is faring. Su Fanxian smiled, saying, She should be at a higher level than you now. Focus on your training. In a few years, when she has achieved her goals, she will return here. At that time, the two of you can embark on adventures together. Li Hani exclaimed with enthusiasm, Great. When she returns, I must challenge Yue Yao to see who is stronger now. Su Fanxian, observing Li Hani's eagerness to duel Yue Yao, couldn't help but smile wryly, thinking, Indeed, Her nature mirrors that of the original character, combative and competitive. Perhaps this spirited Li Hani is the truest representation of the snowy moonsword immortal I remember. It is the future that matters, not the present. After all, Xiaohan Yi is merely a 12-year-old girl. Within the city of Tianqi, after a fortnight of meticulous planning, the enigmatic figure clad in black successfully extracted Yi Wenjun from the palace under the influence of a sedative. Following a considerable journey, the cloaked individual finally presented Yi Wenjun before Yi Dingxi. Upon witnessing Yi Wenjun's arrival, Yi Dingxi felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude. The black-robed figure remarked, "Well, I have delivered her to you. It is time for you to find a suitable place to settle with your beloved. The city of Tianqi is sure to dispatch searchers for her, so you must seek a secure refuge." Yi Dingxi responded, "Thank you, esteemed one." The black-robed figure replied, "It is nothing, merely a trifling matter." Not long after the cloaked figure departed, Yi Wenjun awoke. Upon realizing she was no longer in the palace and finding herself cradled in Yi Dingxi's arms, she burst into tears, believing she was ensnared in a dream. Yi Dingxi gazed down at Yi Wenjun, tenderly tucking a strand of hair behind her ear, and spoke softly, "I am sorry, Wenjun. It is all my fault for causing you such suffering." Yi Wenjun, through her tears, replied, "I do not blame you. Am I dreaming? Why do I see you? It feels so real." With a gentle smile, Yi Dingxi reassured her, "No, you are not dreaming. You are no longer in the palace. You are free now. We can be together from this moment onward." Yi Wenjun, amidst her tears and laughter, said, "How wonderful. I have longed for this day even in my dreams. For 3 years, I have been plagued by nightmares every single night." Yi Dingxi comforted her, "From now on, all will be well. I am here." With that, he intended to find a hidden sanctuary for them. Upon returning to the realm of Tianweishan, the black-robed figure reported to the Wuxiang envoy about Yi Dingxi's circumstances, stating, "I have successfully brought Yi Wenjun to Yi Dingxi." The Wuxiang envoy responded, "Excellent. Secretly dispatch individuals to follow them, ensuring that their whereabouts are accurately monitored." The black-robed figure affirmed, "Understood," and then turned to depart. Chapter 36, A Journey to the Sea After Leaving Snow Moon City. Yin Luoxia embarked on a journey through the martial world, honing her spirit and gradually gaining a reputation. Her exquisite beauty earned her the title of Fairy Luoxia among the people of the realm. Far away in Snow Moon City, Su Fanxian and Yue Yao were elated upon receiving intelligence from their scouts. Su Fanxian beamed with joy as Yue Yao remarked, "Luoxia has garnered quite a reputation in the martial world, acting heroically, and is now referred to as Fairy Luoxia." Su Fanxian smiled softly, saying, "Indeed, she possesses remarkable talent. In just a few months, she has carved out her own name. My teachings have not been in vain." Yu grinned. "She is indeed quite capable." Looking at Yue Yao, Su Fanxian continued, "In recent years, I have contemplated ways to bring together Dong Jun and Luoxia. But it seems they both harbor a subtle aversion towards each other." Yue Yao chuckled, "Let them be. Matters of the heart cannot be forced. Moreover, Luoxia has a spirited nature, while Dong Jun is either brewing wine or practicing martial arts daily. It would be quite strange if she could tolerate him." Su Fanxian smiled gently, "Then we shall heed your advice and allow nature to take its course. By the way, let us leave the affairs of Snow Moon City to Dong Jun and Changfeng for the time being. In a few days, we shall embark on a journey." Yue Yao, filled with excitement, asked, "Where shall we go? Are we heading to the East Sea as you mentioned before?" Su Fanxian nodded, "Yes, to the East Sea. After I discuss matters with Dong Jun and Changfeng, I will take you, Yu Qing, and Xiao Hani with me tomorrow." Yue Yao exclaimed joyfully, "I will go inform my sister." With that, she dashed away in delight. After her departure, Su Fanxian sought out Sikong Changfeng and Bai Li Dong Jun, sharing her plans for leaving Snow Moon City with Yue Yao, Yu Qing, and Xiao Hani. At dawn the following day, Su Fanxian set off with Yue Yao, Yu Qing, and Xiao Hani, utilizing her sword flight technique to soar towards the east. After a day of travel, they finally reached the shores of the East Sea. Yu Qing suggested, "Brother-in-law, let us find a boat nearby. Sister and I have never been to sea before. This will be our first time." Su Fanxian smiled gently. "No need to find a boat." With that, she retrieved a young Xuanwu from her pet space. Yue Yao, Yu Qing, and Xiao Hani exchanged incredulous glances as they beheld the large turtle in Su Fanxian's hands, silently questioning, "Is this what you meant by not needing a boat?" Finally, unable to contain herself, Yue Yao asked, "Xiao Fan, you can't possibly intend to use this turtle to go to sea, can you? It seems a tad too small." Su Fanxian merely smiled and said, "Just watch closely." She lowered her gaze to the young Xuanwu and commanded, "Go forth, my dear friend." In an instant, the little Xuanwu transformed into a streak of light, soaring to the shoreline. Before their astonished eyes, it morphed into an enormous Xuanwu resting majestically upon the ocean's surface. The Xuanwu turned its head, rolling its eyes at the trio, releasing a plume of white smoke from its nostrils, as if to say, surprised, are we? Stunned, are we? I am no mere turtle. Seeing the trio's bewildered expressions, Su Fanxian coughed lightly, prompting them to regain their composure. As I regained my senses, I heard Xiaohani excitedly exclaim, wow, what a massive turtle. It was so small just a moment ago. How could it have grown so large in an instant? It's truly remarkable. Both Yu and Yu Qin were equally curious, gazing at Su Fanxian with wide eyes. With a wave of his hand, Su Fanxian employed his internal energy to lift the three of them onto the back of the Xuanwu, setting off towards the depths of the ocean. Standing atop the Xuanwu, Su Fanxian explained to them, have you ever heard of the Qinglong, Baihu, Zhike, and Xuanwu? Upon hearing this, Yue Yao remarked, are you referring to the legendary Xuanwu from the Four Divine Beasts? Su Fanxian nodded affirmatively, stating, indeed, this is the pure-blood Xuanwu. However, it has not yet reached adulthood. It is still a juvenile. By a stroke of fortune, I once became acquainted with it. The three of them wore expressions of disbelief. Yu Qin could not contain her astonishment, exclaiming, I can't believe we are standing on the back of the divine beast Xuanwu. This is a legendary creature. Among the trio, only Yue Yao appeared contemplative. Noticing her deep in thought, Su Fanxian inquired, what troubles your mind so? Yue Yao pursed her lips, fixing her gaze on Su Fanxian as she asked, and what about the Baihu you gifted me earlier? Acknowledging her deduction regarding the identity of the little white tiger, Su Fanxian nodded, offering no further concealment. Upon seeing his affirmation, Yue Yao gasped, covering her mouth in disbelief as she regarded him. Curious about their hushed conversation, Yu Qin asked, what is going on, sister? Yue Yao quickly replied, oh, it's nothing. I just find the ocean incredibly beautiful on my first voyage. Although she maintained a calm demeanor, internally, Yue Yao was in turmoil, never having anticipated that the boy she had met briefly would bestow upon her a legendary divine beast. It made sense now why he had urged her to keep the little white tiger close and had spoken of its protection. She had thought it merely a jest, not realizing the truth behind his words. At that moment, Yue Yao had silently placed this young man at the forefront of her heart, even above her own life. After all, he had treated her with unparalleled kindness, gifting her a creature of legend. Who else in the world could match such a gesture? Meanwhile, Xiaohani and Yu Qin were joyfully frolicking on the back of the Xuanwu, running back and forth. After traversing the ocean for approximately a day, the group spotted a small island. Su Fanxian carefully recognized their surroundings and sighed in relief, thankful that it was not the island occupied by Moe. Had they ventured there, the safety of their party would have been uncertain, especially considering he had only recently reached half-step divine travel. Encountering Moe would have proven disastrous. Upon reaching the island, they disembarked and, in order to ensure the comfort of his companions, Su Fanxian felled many trees to construct 4 small wooden houses for the 3 girls. Despite having been together for several years, Su Fanxian and Yue Yao had yet to formalize their union, maintaining a respectful distance between them. Only Su Fanxian truly understands that he has never belonged to this world. Since his arrival in this realm, he has consistently failed to fully integrate into it, perceiving himself as merely an observer. He is uncertain whether his feelings for Yue Yao are genuine love or a response to the tragic fate that befalls her and her sister in the original narrative. He yearns to save them. At times, Su Fanxian finds himself engulfed in confusion. This is precisely why Li Changsheng once remarked that once Su Fanxian comprehends certain matters, his realm will naturally ascend to the ethereal state of transcendence. Chapter 37. The Moon Maiden enters the Jianghu. Since the 4 of them began their vacation on the small island, each day has been remarkably fulfilling. Su Fanxian often spent his time fishing by the shore, while Xiaohani practiced swordsmanship beside him. The 2 sisters, Yue Yao and Yue Qin, engaged in martial arts training or swam in the sea whenever they had a moment. Life on the small island was quite delightful, and gradually, everyone grew fond of this place. Thus, they resided on the island for over a year, while Su Fanxian and the others enjoyed their retreat. Changes were unfolding in the wider world of Jianghu. In the northern regions, Yi Dingji and Yi Wenjun had settled down, and since their union, Yi Wenjun had given birth to a child named Yi Yangshi. Within the Lord's Manor of Shuyue City, Sikong Changfeng busied himself with various affairs of the city. Since Su Fanxian took Yue Yao on their maritime adventures, all matters, large and small, had fallen to Sikong Changfeng. Bailey Dongjun remained his usual self, a carefree manager who concerned himself with nothing but martial training and brewing wine. After Feng Qiuyu and Sikong Changfeng settled in Shuiyue City, Feng Qiuyu also bore him a daughter named Sikong Qianluo. Each day, Sikong Changfeng juggled the responsibilities of parenting and managing the city, leaving him little time for cultivation, resulting in his stagnation at the celestial realm of carefree ascendance. In Tianqi City, the lay residents welcomed another addition, as Li Mengsha and Li Xinyue had a son, named Li Wujie. One day, Li Xinyue cradled her 1-year-old son in the courtyard when Li Mengsha returned home. Li Xinyue informed him, "I have received news from Shuiyue City that Han Yi has gone out to sea with Xiao Fan and Yue Yao for some leisure. They are unlikely to return for the next year or two." Li Mengsha replied nonchalantly, "Let them go. After all, your brother and the others will take good care of Han Yi." Li Xinyue shot him a disapproving glance, saying, "That's not what I meant. I want to remind you of what Xiao Fan previously said. They want to be back for the next 2 years. So you must prioritize your safety in everything you do." Li Mengsha reassured her, "Don't worry, I can take care of myself." After a moment of contemplation, Li Xinyue suggested, "Why don't you return to Jinshin Tomb with me? I'm quite anxious every day, especially lately, as I have been feeling unsettled and worried about potential occurrences." Li Mengsha persisted, "Rest assured, I'm not going to war. I will remain in Tianqi City, occasionally training with Lao Yi. Nothing will happen." Seeing her attempts to persuade him were in vain, Li Xinyue ceased to press the matter further. "Han Yi is nearly 14 now. I've heard she has already reached the realm of free and unfettered," she remarked. With pride, Li Mengsha responded, "Of course. Just look at whose daughter she is." Li Xinyue retorted, "What does that have to do with you? It's Xiao Fan's excellent guidance that has shaped her." Li Mengsha chuckled awkwardly, "Well, it's not my fault. I'm not a sword immortal. Oh, by the way, Ruofeng mentioned he plans to establish a royal city office and appoint 4 positions: Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise. He asked me to inquire if you would be interested." Li Xinyue, without a moment's hesitation, stated, "Indeed, he is just as Xiao Fan described." She instructed, "Please convey to him that I am preoccupied with the children and have no time." Li Mengsha awkwardly smiled and replied, "Understood." Li Xinyue sighed inwardly. Reflecting that Xiao Fan had been correct, Mengsha lacked her own opinions, merely echoing the thoughts of others, showing no consideration for the family. Little Jia was still so young. Meanwhile, in the Yi residence, a charming 2-year-old girl named Yu Ruoyi, daughter of Yi Xiaoying, bore a pallid complexion, suggesting a certain frailty. Born with a congenital heart deficiency, Yi Xiaoying was deeply troubled about his daughter's health, as various doctors had grimly predicted she would not live beyond 20. In the Tianqi Palace, within a grand residence, 3 boys of similar age were present. The eldest, Xiao Chong, was engrossed in a book. Another, Xiao Yu, despite his tender age, displayed a ruthless glint in his eyes, being the son of Yi Wenjun and the Mingda Emperor, Xiao Ruojing. The last, Xiao Chua, was the emperor's most cherished son, recognized from a young age by the Bureau of Astronomy for his exceptional cultivation aptitude. Xiao Chua had also been privately taken as a disciple by Ji Ruofeng, the head of the 100 Knowledge Hall, who guided him with great care. Simultaneously, far to the north, upon a frozen expanse, a young girl clad in a purple gauze dress practiced her swordsmanship with utmost seriousness. Nangong Chunshue and Luo Shui approached her slowly. Nangong Chunshue called out, "Yuji." Upon hearing her name, Yuji set down her sword and approached them, bowing respectfully, "Master." "Mistress, you called for me?" Nangong Chunshue smiled and remarked, "A decade has passed since we took you in, and now you are 14. Your cultivation has reached the Grand Freedom Realm. It is time for you to explore the world and visit Snow Moon City to see your brother and 2 junior disciples." Yuji replied with a smile, "Master, mistress, I feel a bit reluctant to leave you. Won't you come with me?" Nangong Chunshue gently patted Yuji's head, saying, "I have more important matters to attend to." Luo Shui added with a smile, "Little Yuji, it's not as though we want to meet again. We will see each other in the future." Embracing Yuji, she felt a wave of reluctance. Over the past decade, Luo Shui had come to regard this whimsical and prodigious girl as her own daughter, and parting was bittersweet. Yuji sensed her mistress's reluctance and held her tightly. After a considerable time, Luo Shui released Yuji, wiping her tears, and said, "All right, little Yuji, let us go. Be sure to take care of yourself out there, and do not let anyone mistreat you. If you encounter any difficulties, seek out your brother in Snow Moon City." Nangong Chunshue embraced Luo Shui, saying, "Do not feel sorrowful. All gatherings must eventually end. We have ample time ahead of us. One day, we shall meet again." This brief farewell is merely a prelude to a brighter reunion. Luo Shui nodded in agreement. Yes, indeed. Negong Chunshui advised Moon Princess, when you venture outside, remember not to easily trust any man apart from your brother. A young lady must learn to safeguard herself. He resembled a concerned father, wary of the possibility that his precious little girl might be led astray. After all, Negong Chunshui had but one female disciple, who possessed the greatest talent among all his students, and he cherished her dearly. After bidding farewell to her master and mistress, Moon Princess grasped the demon-slaying sword bestowed upon her by her brother, whom she had not seen for a decade. Gazing towards the north, she declared, I am coming to the martial world. Brother, I seek you out. I wonder how you have fared over these 10 years. With those words, she set forth into the realm of martial arts. From this moment, the world of martial arts would witness the emergence of a stunningly beautiful sword fairy, skilled in divine swordplay, destined to become the dream of countless young heroes. Chapter 38. The renowned Purple Moon Sword Immortal. After a considerable journey, Moon Princess finally arrived in the Northernly. Along the way, she gradually became acquainted with various matters concerning the martial world. Upon passing through a small town, she entered a tavern clad in a flowing purple gauze dress. The moment she stepped inside, an eerie silence enveloped the hall, with only the sound of gasps echoing throughout the space, for her beauty was simply unparalleled. Undeterred by the gazes of the onlookers, Moon Princess made her way to an unoccupied table and ordered several signature dishes from the waiter. All eyes in the vicinity were fixated upon her, filled with a mixture of greed, lewdness, and awe. The intensity of their stares began to irritate her slightly. With a cold sweep of her gaze, she surveyed the room, causing the patrons to feel as if they were being scrutinized by a primordial beast, compelling them to avert their eyes in fear. From a young age, Moon Princess had diligently practiced the ageless and eternal technique imparted to her by the immortal Su Fan, endowing her with an ethereal and otherworldly aura that rendered it nearly impossible for ordinary individuals to maintain their composure. At that moment, someone nearby remarked, could this be the renowned luminous sunset fairy? However, this was quickly dismissed by those who had encountered the luminous sunset fairy before, as she never donned purple attire nor wielded a sword, and their temperaments were entirely dissimilar. Upon hearing the mention of the luminous sunset fairy, Moon Princess felt a flicker of curiosity. She leaned toward the individual who had spoken and inquired, excuse me, may I ask who the luminous sunset fairy is? Could you enlighten me? The person, visibly excited to be addressed by the fairy, replied, the luminous sunset fairy, whose full name is Yin Luoxia, is the esteemed disciple of the white-clothed sword immortal, Su Fan. It is said that she has a younger disciple named Li Hani. However, what sets Yin Luoxia apart is quite remarkable. Intrigued, Moon Princess pressed further, what makes her so different? The individual continued, you may not be aware, but as a disciple of the white-clothed sword immortal, she is expected to be a master swordsman. Yet, she wields no weapon at all. Her prowess lies in her extraordinary mastery of the heart-commanding palm and a technique known as the Nine Bone Claw, which has earned her great renown in the martial world. At merely 17 or 18 years of age, she has already attained the pinnacle of the free and unfettered realm. Those who have faced her in combat have found their weapons utterly crushed by her extraordinary gloves, making few willing to provoke her. Moon Princess couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, musing to herself, I suspect those extraordinary gloves must have been crafted by my brother, and that remarkable technique is undoubtedly a gift from him as well. With this thought, she turned to the individual once more and asked, does the white-clothed sword immortal frequently appear in the martial world? The person responded, he has not made an appearance in the past year or two. According to rumors, the white-clothed sword immortal seems to have set sail with his wife, Yue Yao, and his younger disciple. However, I cannot vouch for the truth of this information. After expressing her gratitude, Moon Princess resumed her meal, lost in her thoughts. As the meal was halfway through, a sudden shout pierced the air from outside. Run. The lake is rising. It's about to overflow. Upon hearing this alarming announcement, everyone hastily vacated their seats and rushed towards the exit, leaving the tavern deserted save for Yuji. She tossed a silver ingot aside and swiftly departed. Once outside, Yuji directed her movements toward the source of the shout. In a matter of moments, she beheld the turbulent waters surging towards the town. Surrounding her were countless individuals, some fleeing for their lives, while others, particularly the younger children, wept in despair. Drawing her long sword, Yuji ascended into the air and struck at the approaching floodwaters with a single, decisive blow. Instantly, a barrier emerged, halting the oncoming deluge. Then, she directed another strike towards a nearby small river, transforming it from a mere stream into a vast and deep riverbed. With a final swing aimed at the space between the flood and the newly forged riverbed, the waters obediently diverted into the newly created channel. Satisfied with her work, Yuji nodded and murmured to herself, this should suffice. The onlookers, who had previously been in frantic flight, were now awestruck by her astonishing feats, erupting in gratitude, exclaiming, "Thank you, immortal savior." A throng of people knelt before Yuji, offering their thanks. Realizing the depth of their reverence, Yuji descended gracefully to the ground and addressed the kneeling crowd. "There is no need for such formality. It was merely a small effort on my part." Despite her humble words, the crowd continued to bow in gratitude, prompting Yuji to gesture gently, lifting the foremost among them with a soft, soothing force. Seeing that the celestial being was reluctant to accept their homage, an elder stepped forward and inquired, "May I ask for your name, immortal?" "We wish to erect a statue in your honor." Yuji quickly waved her hand and replied, "I am from Yue City, and my name is Yuji." With that, she employed her skillful technique and departed from the scene. Not long after Yuji's departure, news of her remarkable deeds began to spread far and wide. Days later, when the word reached Yue City, Si Changfeng sat in the Lord's manor, perusing a scroll that conveyed the astonishing tale. It detailed how a woman in purple, claiming to be from Yue City, had executed 3 extraordinary sword strikes in Qingmu town. The first severed the floodwaters, the second carved out a riverbed spanning 100 zhangs, and the last connected the waters to this new channel, saving all the townsfolk. She was heralded as the Purple Moon Sword Immortal, and as she departed, she left behind only a single statement: she was Yuji from Yue City. Si Changfeng pondered over the message, confusion washing over him. Yuji? The Purple Moon Sword Immortal? Why does she seem so unfamiliar to me? After a moment of contemplation, a spark of recognition ignited within him. He recalled 10 years prior, when he had just begun his apprenticeship, training alongside Li Dongjun and a junior sister. That junior sister was named Yuji, who had a fondness for wearing purple attire in her youth. Everything fell into place. It was she. Had she truly become a sword immortal after a decade? How swiftly time passes. 10 years had flown by in the blink of an eye. With a beaming expression, Si Changfeng sought out Li Dongjun. Upon noticing Si Changfeng's arrival, Li Dongjun inquired, "What brings you here, Changfeng? Is there something of great significance?" Without hesitation, Si Changfeng presented a piece of news to Li Dongjun, who swiftly perused the letter, his face reflecting sheer astonishment. Li Dongjun could not restrain himself, exclaiming, "Has junior sister Yueji truly ascended to the rank of sword immortal? This revelation is monumental. I am utterly delighted. That little girl has become so formidable." Si Changfeng, equally elated, responded, "Indeed, she has been with her master for a decade. After 10 years, she has achieved the status of sword immortal, while I remain at the Fuyo realm. This is quite disheartening." Li Dongjun remarked, "I have only recently entered the realm of great freedom. I cannot possibly compare myself with junior sister and junior uncle. We must remain grounded." Subsequently, Si Changfeng departed, sharing the news with the elders of Yue City. Upon learning that Yue City had produced another sword immortal, the elders were overwhelmingly excited. Immediately, the high-ranking officials of Yue City began preparations for a grand welcoming ceremony to honor Yueji upon her arrival. Thus concludes this chapter. For those who enjoy this tale, feel free to add it to your bookshelf for continuous updates. A steady output of 10,000 words daily will ensure that the story only grows more enthralling. Chapter 39. Return to Snow Moon City. The overseas isle. On this day, Su Fanxian was engaged in his routine fishing on the isle, while Li Hani diligently practiced her swordsmanship by his side. Occasionally, Su Fanxian would offer her a few pointers. Li Hani had also ascended to the pinnacle of the celestial realm, merely a step away from the Fuyao stage. Yue Yao and Yu Qing, being slightly older, despite their modest talents, had accumulated considerable time and practice. They too had been under Su Fanxian's guidance and had achieved the celestial realm, granting them a measure of self-protection in the martial world. As Su Fanxian pondered while fishing, Yue Yao and Yu Qing approached him. He inquired, "What brings you here?" Yue Yao responded, "Xiao Fan, when shall we return to Snow Moon City? We've been here for quite some time." Su Fanxian turned, gazing at Yue Yao with curiosity. "Are you both eager to return?" Yue Yao continued, "We have been here for over a year. It is indeed time to head back." Yu Qing nodded in agreement. With a smile, Su Fanxian declared, "Very well, we shall depart for Snow Moon City first thing tomorrow. It is also time for Hani to venture into the martial world. We can check on how Luo Xiao is faring as well." Turning to the earnest Li Hani, he asked, "Little Hani, are you excited about our return tomorrow?" Li Hani nodded, saying, "When we go back, I will seek out my senior sister and explore the martial world alongside her." The next morning, the four of them stepped once more onto the back of Xuanwu, heading towards the eastern coastline. After a day of travel, they finally reached the shore. Upon their return, they did not linger but promptly took to the skies on their swords, heading straight for Snow Moon City. Half a day later, after more than a year apart, Su Fanxian and his companions finally arrived back in the bustling streets of Snow Moon City, vibrant as ever. Upon reaching the city lord's mansion, Sikong Chanfeng welcomed them with joy. "Little master uncle, you have finally returned. This past year has been exceedingly hectic for me, and I am grateful for your return. I have two announcements to make. The first is about your precious disciple, Yin Luoxia, in the martial world. She is known not only as the Fairy of the Fallen Clouds, but also by another moniker, Iron Hand." Su Fanxian, bewildered, asked, "Why would a girl be called Iron Hand? What could lead to such a nickname?" Yue Yao, Yu Qing, and Li Hani looked at Sikong Changfeng with equal curiosity. With a hearty laugh, Sikong Changfeng continued, "Every time she engages in combat, she wears a pair of silver-white gloves, claiming to protect her hands. Yet, time and again, it is her opponent's weapons that sustain damage. She either shatters or breaks them. Over time, no one dares to challenge her, hence the nickname Iron Hand was bestowed upon her." After hearing Sikong Changfeng's explanation, the group was enlightened. Li Hani was the first to recall, "I remember that before my senior sister entered the martial world, she requested a weapon from our master, who then gifted her those silver-white gloves as her weapon." Beside them, Sikong Changfeng, Yue Yao, and Yue Qing listened intently, their expressions contemplative. Before casting a peculiar glance at Su Fanxian, Yue Qing covered her mouth, chuckling softly, "Brother-in-law, so this is how Luoxia acquired that iron hand?" Su Fanxian offered an awkward smile and replied, "You cannot blame me. Her martial prowess is ill-suited for blades or swords. Yet, I feared she might suffer in a fight. So I gifted her a pair of gloves as weapons. I never anticipated it would turn out this way." Hastily, Su Fanxian shifted the topic, asking, "Now, there is another matter?" Sikong Changfeng continued, "Indeed, there is another thing. You ought to see for yourself." With that, he handed over a piece of parchment. Yue Yao accepted the note and read aloud, "A woman clad in purple, claiming to hail from Yue City, the Sword Fairy, severed the river at Qingmu Town with her first strike, carved out a riverbed stretching over 100 zhang with her second, and diverted the waters into the newly formed bed with her third, thus saving Qingmu Town. She departed, leaving behind the name Yueji, which has since earned her the title of the Purple Moon Sword Fairy amongst the Jianghu." Upon finishing, Yue Yao wore a look of astonishment, a sentiment mirrored by Su Fanxian and Yue Qing's Zaihenii. Su Fanxian was the first to regain his composure, exclaiming, "That little girl Yueji has finally returned. And she makes such a grand entrance. Remarkable indeed." Zaihenii, however, appeared somewhat dimmed, lowering her head. Both Su Fanxian and Yue Yao noticed her despondency, prompting Yue Yao to embrace her, asking, "Zaihenii, what troubles you?" In her heart, Su Fanxian understood the reason. Li Hani had always been strong-willed. She had intended to spar with Yueji upon her return, but now, hearing that her childhood friend had achieved the status of Sword Fairy at the same age, she felt disheartened. It was akin to a past life scenario where one graduates from university alongside a close friend, only for that friend to marry a wealthy magnate immediately after graduation, while one remains single. When Zaihenii heard her sister Yue Yao's inquiry, she pressed her lips together, hesitant to reveal her feelings. At that moment, Su Fanxian spoke, "Li Hani, lift your gaze and look at me." Upon hearing her master call, Li Hani raised her head, her eyes still glistening with unshed tears, experiencing for the first time the sternness of her master, a treatment she had never encountered before. Su Fanxian gazed into Zaihenyi's eyes and said, "I understand there is a tinge of discontent within you. After all, you have always been competitive. But have you considered this truth? Yueji commenced her training long before you, and when she was at the 6th rank of martial arts, you were still a child who hadn't even entered the 1st. Su Fanxian recognized that Li Hani, having been spoiled since childhood, had not faced many hardships outside of her training, and now, witnessing her peers surpass her in cultivation, it was only natural for her to struggle with acceptance. This moment could serve as a modest trial for her. After reflecting on Su Fanxian's words, Li Hani closed her eyes, reminiscing about the first time she met Yueji. Back then, Yueji seldom desired to venture out and play, dedicating nearly every moment to her training. With this memory rekindled, Li Hani opened her bright eyes and declared, "Master, I understand now. Yue Yao is my dear sister. She is stronger than I am at present, so I shall strive to catch up with her, and even surpass her in the future, rather than wallow in my current state. Su Fanxian nodded in satisfaction, gently patting Xiaohani's shoulder as he said, "This is the demeanor befitting my disciple, Su Fanxian. This is the Li I envision, the future sword immortal of Yue City." Upon hearing his master's praise, Li felt a blush creep onto her cheeks. Meanwhile, Yue Yao, who had been anxiously observing, sighed in relief, grateful that Su Fanxian had not brought the young girl to tears. After his words, Su Fanxian turned to Xikong Chanfeng and inquired, "Cha Feng, why do you remain at the pinnacle of the Fuyo realm?" Xikong Chanfeng, feeling somewhat disheartened, replied, "Isn't it because of you all? You have been away for over a year, and Dong Jun has neglected his duties. I am swamped with countless responsibilities, caring for both my children and my wife. I scarcely have any time to cultivate, do I?" In response, Su Fanxian handed Xikong Chanfeng a wisdom pill, which is akin to a leaf of enlightenment tea. Though the system had not provided many, as it was intended for Su Fanxian's own breakthrough into the realm of divine travel, he said to Xikong Chanfeng, "This pill will facilitate your entry into a state of comprehension. If you take it and reflect earnestly, you will soon ascend to the realm of the Gun Immortal." Xikong Chanfeng accepted the pill, scrutinizing it carefully. Having studied medicine at the Apothecary Valley, he had some knowledge of medicinal pills. However, after examining it for a considerable time, he could not discern its true essence. Su Fanxian then casually explained, "This was once given to me by my senior brother. It is of slight assistance only to those beneath the threshold of divine travel who encounter a bottleneck in martial arts. It holds no further value for me now." Naturally, Xikong Chanfeng did not suspect any issues with the pill. His curiosity as a healer was simply piqued. He expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, little uncle. I shall return to my secluded meditation now." With that, he swiftly departed. Su Fanxian also gifted a similar pill to Xiaohani, who eagerly accepted it and hurried off to engage in her own meditation. After all, she was currently at the peak of the Nine Heavens realm, and any moment of insight could allow her to enter the Fuyo realm, thus enabling her to venture into the world for further experience. Chapter 40. Paving the way for the disciple upon returning to Yue City, Su Fanxian took over the responsibilities of Xikong Chanfeng, allowing him some respite to spend time with his wife and daughter. As for Bailey Dongjun, his routine remained unchanged, brewing wine, drinking, practicing martial arts, and sleeping, all of which constituted his daily existence. 3 days later, Xikong Chanfeng concluded his seclusion, having successfully entered the realm of great freedom. 2 days thereafter, Li also emerged from his retreat, achieving the lofty heights of the ascending wind realm. The moment he stepped out, he hastened to Su Fanxian, accompanied by Iron Horse and Frozen River. Noticing Li successful breakthrough, Su Fanxian inquired, "Are you planning to venture into the world?" Li nodded and replied, "Yes, master. I intend to seek out the other sword cultivators for a duel and, in the process, look for my senior sister and Yuji." With a smile, Su Fanxian responded, "Then you must not go to Wancheng Mountain. Even if you wish to, you must inform me." Li, feeling a twinge of doubt, wondered how his master knew of his intention to first visit Wancheng Mountain for a duel. Despite his confusion, he acquiesced, saying, "Understood, master. I shall refrain from going to Wancheng Mountain." Simultaneously, beneath the peach trees of Wancheng Mountain, Zhao Yuzhen seemed to sense an inexplicable loss, coupled with an odd feeling of gain. If Su Fanxian were aware of Zhao Yuzhen's current sentiments, he would surely remark, "You have lost love, yet gained life. Let me sever this entangled fate for you before it begins." Apologies for digressing. Su Fanxian continued, "Moreover, make sure to take a moment to visit your parents in Tianqi City and bring your mother and younger brother back to Jinshin Tomb. If your father refuses to return with you, remind him not to forget the promise he made to me. Should he remain stubborn in Tianqi City, do not concern yourself with him. I shall simply incapacitate him and bring him back to Jinshin Tomb." Li, pondering this, recalled his master's earlier warning regarding his parents' impending calamity. If they lingered in Tianqi City, it would likely lead to dire consequences. After committing this to memory, he set out for Tianqi City, resolved to meet with his parents and younger brother. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yin Luoxia had made quite a name for herself since her departure from Yue City 2 years prior. Now, anyone who laid eyes upon her would inevitably call out Fairy Luoxia, a title she found quite gratifying. Unbeknownst to her, she had earned a new moniker, Iron Hand, in certain circles. Yin Luoxiao muttered to herself, "Well, I suppose I am no longer a disgrace to my master." Yet, The most bothersome aspect for her was the persistent presence of a person named Song Yinhui, whom her master had specifically advised her to avoid. As for why Song Yinhui decided to follow Yin Luoxia, it is necessary to recount events from a few days prior. At that time, Song Yinhui, brimming with youthful exuberance, sought out the renowned figure in the martial world known as the Fairy of the Falling Clouds. He believed himself to be a sword cultivator, a natural prodigy born with an innate affinity for the sword, a talent that comes once in a century. His pride led him to challenge Yin Luoxia, who also resided in the realm of the carefree at the ninth heaven stage. However, while aspirations may be beautiful, reality is often harsh. Not long into their duel, Yin Luoxia unleashed a series of techniques from the Nine Yin scripture, including her ethereal movement, the heart-invoking palm, and the Nine Yin bone claw, under her relentless assault. It wasn't long before she shattered his long sword with a single palm strike. Consequently, he began to follow her around like a stubborn, adhesive bandage. Yin Luoxia found herself exasperated by his persistence. Once again, she addressed Song Yinhui, stating, "Let me reiterate, it was you who initiated this challenge. If your weapon is broken, you can only blame its inadequacy. Please do not follow me." To which Song Yinhui replied, "I cannot do that." Yin Luoxia, at a loss for words, remarked, "My master is the white-clad sword immortal. What do you intend to accomplish with me? If your organization, Wuxuang City, seeks revenge, you should confront my master instead." Without hesitation, Yin Luoxia sold her master out, as it was not the first time she had done so. Should Su Fanxian learn that Yin Luoxia had once again traded on his reputation in the martial realm, he would undoubtedly scold her for being a rebellious disciple. "I harbor no such intentions," Song Yinhui asserted. Observing this, Yin Luoxia began to grasp the nature of his situation, suspecting that he had developed an infatuation with her. After all, her master had warned her about Song Yinhui 2 years prior, stating that he lacked integrity and intelligence. In the original narrative, Song Yinhui wasted Yin Luoxia's precious youth, claiming that he wished to avoid emotional entanglements for the sake of Wuxuang City. Given that he was aware of his impending position as the next lord of Wuxuang City, his pursuit of Yin Luoxia could only be seen as despicable behavior. It is my belief that Song Yinhui is lacking in both intellect and character. Yin Luoxia had long since relegated him to the category of those unworthy of respect. Thus, regardless of his actions, she instinctively rejected him. After all, she never doubted her master's words. If Su Fanxian were present, he would surely express his relief at having foreseen this predicament, advising Song Yinhui to abandon his futile pursuit. Meanwhile, on another front, Yuji was making her way to Yue City. During her travels in the martial world, as her reputation began to spread, numerous factions sought to form alliances with her. However, she deftly brushed them off. Yet, en route to Yue City, she encountered someone she could not afford to dismiss lightly, Wanton, the king of Langia. Recently, he had been engaged in various matters within the martial world and had heard of Yuji's exploits. He sought to invite her to become one of the 4 guardians of the imperial city. After much investigation, he finally located her position today. When Wanton laid eyes on Yuji once more after many years, he realized that she was no longer the innocent child he had once known. Despite being the king of Langia and having encountered many beauties, he found himself taken aback. The allure of Yue Yao, exuding an air of nobility, serenity, and ethereal grace, captivated him completely, momentarily rendering him entranced. When Wang Langia regained his composure, he greeted Yue Yao with a warm smile. "It has been a long time since we last met. Junior sister Yue Yao." Yue Yao responded with a slight bow and a gentle smile. "Indeed, it has been over a decade." Wang Langia inquired further, "Where have you been all these years? Any news of our master?" To which Yue Yao candidly replied, "I have spent the past 10 years by master's side. He is now believed to be in the far north, and I am unable to locate him." Wang Langia was taken aback, for it was rare for Li Changsheng to dedicate such an extended period to a single disciple, stirring a sense of envy within him. Wang Langia then asked, "Do you have any plans, junior sister? Would you consider joining me in Tianqi City? There are 4 guardian positions available in the Imperial City, and I hope you will give it some thought." Yue Yao responded, "When I departed, Master instructed me that if you were to become the Emperor of Bailey, I could assist you. However, if you were not, I should remain distant from Tianqi City." Wang Langia replied, "Now that my brother, Xiaoruojin, is the Emperor, it hardly makes a difference." Yue Yao continued, "I shall heed Master's advice. If you have no further matters to discuss, I shall take my leave." With that, she intended to depart towards Yue City, and Xiaoruofeng did not impede her, merely saying, "Take good care of yourself, junior sister." To visit Tianqi City whenever you can. Yue responded affirmatively, understood. With that, she employed the exquisite technique of Lingshu step and vanished from sight. For the past decade, Yue had followed Nangang Chunshui, who imparted to her two forms of swordsmanship, the fourfold still water sword technique, renowned as the second best in the world, and the Taoist technique Lingshu step, alongside the Buddhist martial art of indestructible Vajra. Yueji's innate talent was nothing short of exceptional. She learned swiftly, becoming the second individual, after Nangang Chunshui, to master both Buddhist and Taoist martial arts, and notably as a woman. Nangang Chunshui had once told Yue that if she could cultivate the still water sword technique to the 4th level, she would grasp the sword of heaven and enter the realm of transcendent exploration. Remarkably, Yue achieved the 3rd level of the still water sword technique in merely 5 years, allowing her to reach the initial stage of the celestial realm at the tender age of 14. Nangang Chunshui regarded Yue as his most esteemed disciple, with the potential to enter the realm of transcendent exploration by the age of 20. In contemporary Bailey, the most gifted was undoubtedly Moe, who entered the celestial realm at 9 and transcended to the realm of exploration by 24. Following him was Su Fanxian, albeit with a certain advantage due to his systematic enhancements. Chapter 41. Li reunites with her parents in Tianqi City after several days of travel. Li finally arrived at Tianqi City. Without delay, she made her way to the Lei residence. Upon reaching the entrance, the guard inquired, "Who are you? What brings you to the Lei residence?" Li replied confidently, "I am Li. Lei Mengsha is my father, and Li Xingyue is my mother. This is my home." Upon hearing this, the guard rushed inside, calling out, "The young lady has returned. The young lady has returned." Li followed him through the door, making her way inward. In the backyard, Li Xingyue, who was tending to a child, suddenly stood up upon hearing the news. Ignoring the babbling of Lei Wujie in her arms, she hurriedly carried him outside. As Li Xingyue emerged from the front courtyard while holding Lei Wujie, her gaze fell upon Li, who also spotted her mother. The two women, separated for a decade, were meeting for the first time. Li Xingyue covered her mouth, both laughing and crying, overwhelmed by a mix of emotions that blurred the line between joy and sorrow. If one were to quantify such feelings, it would be joy so intense it felt painful. They rushed toward each other and embraced tightly. As Li Xingyue stroked her daughter's hair, she began to inquire about the past 10 years. Meanwhile, the 1-year-old Lei Wujie, standing nearby in bewilderment, gazed curiously at the sister who was embracing his mother. After a considerable moment, they finally released each other. Li Xingyue took Li hand and, while conversing, led her further inside, completely forgetting about the days Lei Wujie left standing behind. Noticing his mother had seemingly forgotten him, little Lei Wujie pouted and, with his short legs, hurriedly followed after them, occasionally casting furtive glares at the sister who was so affectionate with his mother. Seated together, Li Xingyue introduced Li to Lei Wujie. Upon hearing this, Lei Wujie realized he was no longer the sole child. He had an older sister. At that moment, Li gaze met that of the 1-year-old Lei Wujie, and they exchanged a playful stare. With a mischievous grin, Li lifted him up and teasingly admonished, "So, you dare to glare at your sister on our first meeting?" She punctuated her words with a gentle pat on his bottom. Li Xingyue, observing this interaction, smiled knowingly but remained silent, understanding that Li was merely playfully engaging her younger brother. As Li Xingyue watched, she inquired, "How is Xiaofan?" Upon hearing the mention of her mentor, Li began to speak earnestly. "Master is doing well and has the company of sister Yue Yao. Moreover, he is now the Grand Lord of Shuyue City, ruling over the entire city. He has been exceptionally kind to me, teaching me many things, taking me out to sea for adventures, and even gifting me a renowned sword, the Iron Horse on the Icy River, which ranks 3rd in the sword rankings." As Li spoke of her mentor, her words flowed rapidly and enthusiastically. However, Li Xingyue, listening intently, began to sense something amiss as she observed the crescent-shaped delight in Li eyes while recounting her experiences with her mentor. Li suddenly felt an unsettling sensation in her heart, yet she dismissed it as mere overthinking. Thus, she cautiously inquired, "Honey, do you understand that Xiaofan is my younger brother? He is also your uncle, albeit not in the traditional sense." Acknowledging her words, Li nodded, "I understand. He is also my master now. I cannot fathom why my mother would say such a thing." Li Xingyue further probed, "Do you have feelings for Xiaofan?" Without a moment's hesitation, Li replied, "Of course, I appreciate him greatly. He treats me exceptionally well, and it's not just me. My senior sister, Yin Luoxia, holds him in high regard too. He is kind to us both." Upon hearing this, Li Yue remarked, "So the renowned Luo Xia from the martial world is indeed Xiao Fan's disciple." Li Hani affirmed, "Yes, she has been out training for 2 years. I have spent the past 2 years with my master and my sisters, Yue Yao and Yu Qing, on an island beyond the East Sea. We just returned a few days ago." Li Yue sighed with relief and chose not to pursue the topic further. She contemplated that, after all, Xiao Fan was her brother. If her daughter were to develop feelings for her brother, despite their lack of blood relation, the day might come when her daughter called her brother husband, and Li Yue felt as if the sky would fall. Noticing her mother's deep thoughts, Li Hani spoke again. "I have come to Tianqi City on a mission from my master. He instructed me to take you, my brother, and father back to the Jianxing tomb." Li Yue snapped back to reality, "But your father will not come with us. I have mentioned this several times." Li Hani responded, "My master also said that if he refuses to return with us, then we shall not concern ourselves with him." Li Yue's expression shifted. Did Xiao Fan truly say so? Will he really disregard your father? Li Hani nodded. "My master may very well knock him unconscious and take him away. So we should leave first." Li Yue chuckled. "Indeed. Xiao Fan is just like that. If words fail, he resorts to action. We shall return to the Jianxing tomb tomorrow." Li Hani nodded in agreement. Li Yue then asked, "Hani, what is your current level of cultivation? I heard some time ago that you had reached the free and unfettered realm." Li Hani smiled. "That was my level 2 years ago. Before I came here, my master helped me break through, and now I have attained the ascendant sky realm." Li Yue was taken aback. "Your cultivation has reached the same height as mine." Li Hani replied, "That is nothing. Yue has already become a sword immortal. I still have a long way to go." Li Yue laughed. "Yue began her training before you, and her innate talent is exceptional. Mr. Li has even said she is the second Xiao Fan." Li Hani responded, "Yes, my master has said the same. He believes my talent is not much inferior to Yueji's. He mentioned that he activated a piece of sword bone within me. I owe my rapid progress to this sword bone and my constitution. Otherwise, with my original talent, I would have only reached the free and unfettered realm by now." Curiously, Li Yue asked, "What is the sword bone?" Li Hani elucidated. The master explained that the sword bone refers to an additional bone that develops within the body. This bone, as my master calls it, enhances my comprehension of the sword path and accelerates my cultivation speed. Upon hearing this, Li Yue expressed her delight, saying, "That is splendid. My decision to have you train alongside Xiao Fan was indeed the wisest choice. He is the most suitable mentor for you." As the mother and daughter conversed, Li Mengsha and Xiao Ruofing entered the room. Li Mengsha immediately recognized Li Hani and, filled with excitement, moved to embrace his little cotton-padded jacket, only to be evaded by Li Hani. She remarked, "Father, do you not understand the distinction between men and women?" Li Mengsha, somewhat speechless, retorted, "I am your father. Am I not family? Have you forgotten how I held you daily when you were little? And now you speak of gender distinctions?" Li Hani replied, "But I am no longer a child. I have grown up." Li Yue chimed in, "Indeed, our daughter has matured. What need does a grown man have for such embraces? It is true that there is a difference between the sexes." Li Hani smiled and added, "Indeed, it is all that the master taught us." Hearing this, Li Mengsha felt a surge of admiration for Su Fan, yet it proved to be of little consequence. No matter how eloquent the ever-talkative North Li's 8th young master might be, his words held no sway. Xiao Ruofing, feeling somewhat overlooked and slightly uncomfortable, spoke up, "Sister-in-law, I wish to." However, before he could finish, he was interrupted by Li Yue, who stated, "I have not been home for many years. My father has sent word requesting my swift return to the Sword Heart Tomb. Thus, I shall depart tomorrow." Li Hani addressed Xiao Ruofing, saying, "By seniority, I should refer to you as senior brother. Before I arrived, the master instructed me to convey a message. If you were to become the emperor of North Li, he would assist you. However, since you have chosen to forego that path, both he and Mr. Li are greatly disappointed in you." With that, Li Hani fell silent. Li Yue turned to Li Mengsha and said, "Tomorrow, I will return with Hani and Xiaojie. You may remain here in Tianqi City." After speaking, she led Li Hani and Xiao Lei Wujia inside, leaving Xiao Ruofing deep in thought alongside Li Mengsha. Chapter 42. The greatest city in the world. On the following day, Li Yue departed from Tianqi City with Li Hani and Lei Wujia, heading towards the Jianxing tomb. Li Mengsha dared not voice any objections and could only watch the trio leave. Li Yue had pondered throughout the night. Despite having previously declined the role of the four guardians, expressing her intention to care for the children, Li Changsheng still had the audacity to bring Xiao Ruofeng to invite her to take on that responsibility. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. Wishing she could deliver 2 slaps to Li Changsheng. Xiao Fan had already stated that both individuals were entangled in a deadly fate. If they ignored the warnings, in the end, only Li Hani and Lei Wujie would remain, orphaned and alone. No matter how she felt, Li Xinyue would consider the welfare of the 2 children, refusing to blindly heed Li Mingxia's words. Therefore, as she departed today, she didn't even spare Li Mingxia a glance before turning away. The author here offers a brief commentary on the character of Xiao Ruofeng, the Wang of Langia. In the original work, Xiao Ruofeng exhibited no flaws in talent or other aspects. Otherwise, Li Changsheng would not have left him numerous aids before his departure. However, due to his arrogance and misguided sense of brotherhood, he relinquished the throne to his brother, abandoning everything in his wake, including Li Mingxia. With Xiao Ruojin's deliberate machinations, he died valiantly in the southern decision without support, and Li Xinyue perished while attempting to rescue Xiao Ruofeng. Had Sikong Chanfeng and Ji Ruofeng not fled swiftly, it is likely both would have met their demise at the hands of Xiao Ruojin. The author expresses disdain for Xiao Ruofeng's character here. Now, without further commentary, let us continue with the main narrative. Half a month later, at the gates of Yue City, Su Fanxian awaited with Yue Yao, Yu Qing, and Sikong Chanfeng, as well as Bailey Dongjun, having received intelligence and prepared to meet a long-lost acquaintance, the Moonsword Immortal, Yu Ji. Before long, a young woman clad in a purple dress and veiled approached on horseback. It was indeed Yu Ji. Upon arriving at the city gate, she was moved to see Su Fanxian and the others waiting for her. With a light tap of her toes on the saddle, she gracefully dismounted and appeared before Su Fanxian in an instant. Yu Ji slowly removed her veil and spoke to Su Fanxian. "Brother, I have returned. It has been 10 years, and I have missed you dearly." Without regard for those around her, she threw herself into Su Fanxian's embrace, tears streaming down her face. Su Fanxian, momentarily taken aback, gently patted Yu Ji's back and replied, "It is good that you're back. I have missed you greatly as well. Upon receiving word of your arrival at Yue City, I have been waiting here since dawn." After all, the Yu Ji of today was no longer the little girl who had pretended to be strong at the age of 3. Secretly wiping away her tears in solitude while yearning for her parents. A decade had passed in the blink of an eye, and she had grown so very much. After shedding tears in Su Fanxian's arms for a while, Yu Ji lifted her head, wiped her eyes, and declared, "I have returned this time to stay. I intend to reside in Yue City. If there is anything you need, I am now capable of assisting you." Su Fanxian nodded in agreement. "Very well. Then you shall remain in Yue City." Following this, Yu Ji exchanged greetings with Sikong Changfeng, Bailey Dongjun, and Yue Yao. The crowd proceeded together towards the city, where a serene atmosphere enveloped the surroundings. As they walked along the streets, Yu Ji, holding Yao's hand, remarked with nostalgia, "The Snow Moon City remains as I remember it, unchanged in its essence." Yao smiled softly and replied, "Indeed, it is just the same. You cannot imagine how delighted your brother was upon learning of your return today." Yu Ji glanced at Su Fanxian with a smile and said, "Brother is still the same as before, just more matured." Su Fanxian responded, "It has been a decade. Certainly, there would be changes. You were 3 when I was 12. And during those times I took you along to roam the rivers and lakes. We have both transformed significantly since then." Laughter erupted among the group, filling the air with joyous chatter as they returned to the city lord's mansion. Upon their arrival, the elders of Snow Moon City promptly bowed in respect. Su Fanxian gestured towards Yu Ji and said, "This is the purple moon sword immortal you have long wished to meet." The elders turned their attention to Yu Ji, noting her youthful appearance, estimating her to be around 15 years old, each displaying varied expressions of surprise. Observing their disbelief, Su Fanxian elaborated, "She is the little girl whom Lord Luo took away with my master. Her talent is on par with mine. Elders, you must accept this reality." In unison, the elders exclaimed, "Truly, we are blessed in Snow Moon City to have another sword immortal whose talents rival those of the Grand Lord." They were all overjoyed. Su Fanxian continued, "Dongjun is now also at the Grand Carefree Realm, and Changfeng has reached the same level." The crowd was visibly excited, with someone unable to contain themselves exclaiming, "So, Snow Moon City now boasts 2 sword immortals, 1 spear immortal, and our 2nd city master." As they pondered how to articulate their thoughts, Li Dongjun interjected, "The wine immortal. I do not wish to be merely a sword or knife immortal. When I wield a knife, I am a knife immortal. When I wield a sword, I am a sword immortal. But I aspire to be the unparalleled carefree wine immortal." This declaration sparked a wave of laughter among the crowd as they began to partake in the sumptuous feast prepared in the city lord's mansion. The following day, news emerged that the Grand Lord of Snow Moon City was poised to break through to the mystic realm soon. By Li Dongjun had entered the Grand Carefree realm as a wine immortal, while Si Kong Changfeng had also reached the same level as a spear immortal. The Purple Moon Sword immortal, Yu Qi, would assume the role of the fourth city master. Furthermore, the Grand Lord himself announced that his second disciple, Li Hani, would become a sword immortal within the next 2 years. As these developments were subtly disseminated by Su Fanxian, they began to circulate throughout the martial world. The reason behind Su Fanxian's grand display was to augment the undeniable influence of Snow Moon City in the realm, aspiring to forge a true dominion of supremacy, preparing for future ventures. Days later, news of these events sent shockwaves across various regions of the martial world. Some had already privately designated Snow Moon City as the preeminent city, surpassing Wushuang City. At the headquarters of Baishao Tang, Ji Ruofeng, seated at the forefront, addressed the elders. Esteemed elders, what are your thoughts on Snow Moon City? One elder responded, Master, what is the purpose of such boldness from Snow Moon City? Is it merely for the title of the world's foremost city, or are there other intentions at play? Ji Ruofeng fell silent for a moment before speaking. I cannot say for certain, but I am convinced that the news was deliberately released by them. I wonder what upheavals this will bring to the martial world. However, we at Baishao need not be concerned. Meanwhile, upon returning to Jianxing Tomb, Li Xingyue and Li Hani, accompanied by Lei Wujie, relayed the news to King Li Su, who was exceedingly pleased. After all, Su Fan, hailing from Jianxing Tomb, has certainly brought honor to their name. Without delay, King Li Su shared the news with Li Xingyue and Li Hani. Li Xingyue remarked to Li Hani, it seems that little Fan has high hopes for you. With the title of Shuiyue, Sword Immortal, he has paved the way for your future as a Sword Immortal. You must not disappoint him, understand? Li Hani nodded in agreement. I understand, mother. I will not let my master down. In the coming year, I shall devote myself to rigorous training to strive towards becoming a Sword Immortal as soon as possible. King Li Su and Li Xingyue exchanged proud glances, nodding in appreciation. They sighed, reflecting on how their children have grown. Chapter 43. Entering the realm of divine travel within the imperial palace of Tianqi City, Emperor Mingde, Xiao Ruojin, remarked, Ruofeng. The commotion stirred by your senior brothers and sisters in Yue City is quite substantial. In response, Xiao Ruofeng assured, there is no need for your majesty to be concerned. They will not clash with our royal family. I shall manage the situation. Xiao Ruojin replied, that is reassuring. In a certain corner of the martial world, Yin Luoxiao also received news regarding Yue City and was filled with great joy, particularly upon learning that her master intended to break through into the realm of divine travel. The excitement was palpable. After all, Yin Luoxiao had often invoked the name of Su Fanxian in the martial world, and whenever she found herself in trouble, she would deftly shift the blame onto her master. Nonetheless, Yin Luoxiao maintained a sense of propriety, never actively seeking trouble. It was either challengers seeking to test her mettle or those who coveted her beauty attempting to harass her. Once news of Yue City reached her, Song Yanhui promptly ceased her pursuit of Yin Luoxia and returned to Wushuang City, allowing Yin Luoxia to finally shake off her relentless follower. After indulging in some leisurely adventures in the martial world, she prepared to return to Yue City to reunite with her master. As Yue City's influence grew, it began to attract various factions eager to forge alliances. In the ensuing time, Su Fanxian instructed Si Kong Changfeng to reach out to the Wen family, Tamin, Lei family stronghold, Jianxing Tomb, and the Mu family of Qishou, forming an alliance of 6 families. Other factions soon sent representatives to establish a presence in Yue City, which thus emerged as the dominant force among the 6. A year later, on this particular day, Su Fanxian informed Li Dongjun, Si Kong Changfeng, and the twins, Yue Yao and Yu Qing, that he was preparing to enter the realm of divine travel. Seated alone atop the Songshan mountain, Su Fanxian closed his eyes in meditation. While those below looked on with eager anticipation, such a momentous endeavor necessitated guardians at his side to prevent any disturbances. After a day of meditative reflection, Su Fanxian gradually entered a state of deep contemplation, where he revisited the fragments of his past life. He recalled a harmonious childhood, where his parents showered him with affection. However, as he entered middle school, familial disputes began to arise, culminating in his parents' divorce. Thus commenced his solitary existence, although his parents frequently provided him with financial support, allowing him to purchase whatever he desired. Su Fanxian understood that material possessions could not replace the presence of his parents. What he truly yearned for was their companionship, sharing joyful dinners, and engaging in familial banter upon returning home from school. In time, both parents remarried and largely abandoned Su Fanxian, leaving him to ponder whether he had erred in some way, resulting in their indifference. He often found himself weeping alone in an empty room, contrasting his loneliness with the warmth of his peers who enjoyed the love of their parents. For him, birthdays were spent alone, savoring cake while reminiscing about the days of familial harmony. In his memories, Su Fanxian beheld the tapestry of his past life unfold before him. Like an observer gazing upon another version of oneself in a distant realm, the protagonist felt an overwhelming loneliness and hesitated to forge friendships. As the scene unfolded, tears began to stream down Su Fanxian's face, a poignant display of sorrow that enveloped him. Those around him, witnessing this spectacle, were taken aback. How could a prodigious youth on the brink of divine transcendence, accompanied by the enchanting Yue Yao, harbor such profound sadness? Yue Yao murmured softly, "I cannot comprehend the reason behind his sorrow, yet I can sense his heartache." The onlookers shared her confusion, perhaps sensing their bewilderment. A faint luminescent veil gradually materialized behind Su Fanxian. Within this ethereal screen, a young boy, seemingly around 12 or 13, sat by the riverbank. Although his identity remained unknown, a collective intuition led everyone to believe that this boy was indeed a younger version of Su Fanxian. The boy, filled with anguish, cried out to the heavens, "Why do others have parents while mine have forsaken me? Am I not meant to exist?" With those words, he crouched down, cradling his head in despair. Shortly thereafter, a figure emerged behind him, a woman clad in a unique purple dress, her features strikingly reminiscent of the present-day Yue, sharing an uncanny resemblance. The crowd, transfixed by the woman on the screen, turned their gazes toward Yue, who was equally captivated and curious, exclaiming, "Why does she look so much like me?" Confusion rippled through the onlookers as they pondered this uncanny likeness. The purple-clad woman extended her hand to the boy, asking gently, "Have you encountered something sorrowful?" The boy lifted his gaze to her, replying, "My parents no longer want me. I feel abandoned by this world." The woman responded, "Do you wish to leave this place?" The boy, puzzled, asked, "But I do not know where to go." She continued, "You are a boy. Do not fear. You must learn to be strong. My name is Su Ziyue. You may call me sister, and I shall care for you." Upon hearing this, the boy wiped his tears and said, "Thank you." Thus, the woman took his hand, and they departed together. The scene shifted within the luminescent veil to a hospital room, where the same purple-clad woman lay on a hospital bed. Addressing the boy, "Xiao Fan, do not cry. You must take care of yourself when I am no longer by your side. Understood?" The boy replied, "Sister Ziyue, I don't want that. I cannot bear to be without you. Please do not leave me." Su Ziyue reassured him, "Do not worry, Xiao Fan. You must look after yourself." With that, she closed her eyes, never to open them again. A profound silence enveloped the onlookers as they witnessed this heart-wrenching moment, with only Yue weeping uncontrollably. She could not help but murmur, "Was that me in a past life? What an incredible coincidence! You saved me during my most perilous moments when I was just a child." It is no wonder that upon our first encounter, I felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Yue Yao inquired, "Yue, what is the nature of your relationship with Xiao Fan?" The surrounding individuals turned their gaze towards Yue, eager to hear her explanation for this bewildering situation. Yue replied, "At present, I too am uncertain of what this entails. We can only wait for him to reveal it himself." Seated above, Su Fanxian, in that moment, found himself revisiting memories of a past life, recalling the one who had accompanied him during his darkest hours. Addressing himself, he murmured, "Xiao Fan, do not weep. Take good care of yourself from now on." Upon hearing that voice, his breath gradually steadied. The figure from his memories began to meld with the present image of Yue. Su Fanxian whispered to himself, "Could it truly be you, Yue?" He couldn't help but chuckle at his own folly, realizing, "I should have anticipated this. You bear such a striking resemblance to Yue as she matured. It is fortuitous that I encountered and saved you in your childhood, in our previous life. You cared for me. This time, it is my turn to care for you. Since you are also in this world, it shall be a realm I cherish." In that instant, Su Fanxian fully immersed himself in this world. Rising to his feet and opening his eyes, his aura intensified, growing ever more potent. Above the Songshan Mountains, the sea of clouds surged, and the sky darkened with thick clouds. After a prolonged period, tranquility was finally restored. The clouds dispersed, and a gentle ray of sunlight illuminated Su Fanxian. After assessing his own condition, he remarked, "Is this what it means to traverse the ethereal realms? This chapter concludes. Should you find it to your liking, feel free to continue following the journey. Your support is greatly appreciated. Chapter 44. The severe injury of Yi Ding as Su Fanxian made his breakthrough to the realm of divine wandering. The attention of Su Bai, Nangang Chunshui, and others shifted towards the direction of Bailey. Su Bai inquired, "Could it be my little disciple whom I have yet to meet?" Nangang Chunshui replied with a smile, "Indeed. It is him. This aura feels remarkably familiar." Su Bai responded with a subtle smile, "Excellent. Let us allow him some time to grow. We shall rely on him in the future. We are growing old." Nangang Chunshui added, "I recently took in a new female disciple, who is also quite promising. She should reach the realm of divine wandering in a few years." Su Bai smiled gently, "Ah, the future is indeed promising." In Tianqi City, the national master of Bailey, Qi Tianchen, gazed towards the direction of Yue City and remarked, "Is that the young man? He is only 21 and has already attained the realm of divine wandering, surpassing my junior who broke through at 24. The martial world truly abounds with talent." On Wanqing Mountain, the elderly El Suzhen opened his eyes and looked towards Yue City, saying, "No wonder he is someone whom Li Changsheng took as a disciple. To achieve a breakthrough at such a young age in today's world is remarkable. This youth's future is limitless." With that, he closed his eyes again. In Yue City, all the inhabitants of the Tsongshan region congratulated Su Fanxian, who had just broken through to the realm of divine wandering. With a flash, Su Fanxian vanished from his original spot and reappeared before them. The Moon Princess, blushing, confronted Su Fanxian. "Tell me, who exactly are you to me? Are we lovers? Or something else?" Hearing this question, Su Fanxian was also taken aback. Observing his confusion, the Moon Princess continued, "A luminous curtain appeared behind you, revealing a woman who bears a striking resemblance to me." Su Fanxian turned to the others, who all nodded in agreement. He sighed, "I cannot adequately explain this. Do you believe in reincarnation?" The crowd shook their heads, unable to comprehend. Su Fanxian elaborated, "I have come to this world in a manner akin to reincarnation." He then looked at the Moon Princess and said, "You likely share a similar situation with me. As for why we have encountered each other again, it must be fate. Let us not dwell excessively on it." Yue Yao, with tearful eyes, implored, "Could you share your past with me?" Su Fanxian shook his head. "I prefer not to speak of it. That was merely a bygone era. The present me is the true self." He then addressed the gathered crowd, saying, "Regardless of who I was in my past life, whether I was alone or not, I am no longer solitary now. And you are not, either." Bailey Dongjun asserted, "Though you may be of a higher generation than I consider you a brother." Sikong Chanfeng echoed, "I feel the same as Dongjun." In Luoxia added, "Master, your eldest disciple has always been here." The Moon Princess affirmed, "I have always been here, through both past and present." Yu Qing chimed in, "I am here too, brother-in-law." Yue Yao, covering her mouth with teary eyes, nodded silently. Although she said nothing, Su Fanxian understood her sentiment. He looked at everyone and laughed heartily, proclaiming, "Like the great rock that rises with the wind, soaring to 90,000 miles, may we all aspire to spread our wings and ascend to those lofty heights." Upon hearing these words, everyone burst into hearty laughter, and the atmosphere was instantly restored to a light-hearted and joyful ambience by Su Fanxian. On that day, a figure adorned with a ghostly mask arrived in Yue City. Upon receiving the news, Su Fanxian immediately recognized the identity of this visitor. It was Ji Ruofeng, the master of Baixiatang. In the city lord's mansion, Ji Ruofeng sat opposite Su Fanxian, sipping tea. He remarked, "Our battle from years ago still lingers in my memory, and I see you have now attained a state of transcendence." With a smile, Su Fanxian replied, "That was a decade ago. It seems you remember it quite vividly. Why hold such a grudge?" Ji Ruofeng chuckled at this. "I harbor no grudges." Su Fanxian continued, "I have heard that you have a clever and charming daughter named Ji Shui." Curiously, Ji Ruofeng asked, "Are you considering taking her as a disciple?" "Not quite," Su Fanxian clarified. "Yu Ji is far more suited to be her mentor. She is the most esteemed disciple of your esteemed ancestor, and having her as your daughter as teacher would suffice." Ji Ruofeng nodded in agreement. "Indeed, that makes perfect sense." Su Fanxian added, "Once your daughter is a bit older, send her over to Yue City. I will speak to Yu Ji on her behalf." "Very well," Ji Ruofeng responded. The rationale behind Su Fanxian's desire for Ji Shui to join Yue City was clear. Ji Shui was destined to become the master of Baixiatang, and by becoming Yu Ji's disciple, she would be aligned with their interests. This would transform Baixiatang into Yue City's most formidable ally. Meanwhile, in a distant realm, an enigmatic figure addressed the cloaked man before him. What news from Yi Dingxi? The cloaked figure replied, all is well. He has fathered a son with Yi Wenjun. The enigmatic figure instructed, transmit Yi Wenjun's whereabouts to Tianqi City. Let the new emperor fetch her himself. Understood, the cloaked figure affirmed before departing. Days later, within the imperial palace of Tianqi City, Emperor Mingde, upon receiving the news, was filled with ire. He commanded his chief steward, bring Yi Wenjun to me. As for Yi Dingxi, let him no longer live. Outside Gusu's city, Yi Dingxi was accompanying Yi Wenjun as usual, with their son, Xiaoangxi, nestled in his mother's embrace, a scene of warmth and tranquility. Unbeknownst to them, their reunion had been meticulously orchestrated. Tianqi City had already been informed of their whereabouts and dispatched individuals to retrieve them. Their residence soon became crowded with visitors, including 2 chief stewards and Yi Wenjun's father. Yi Bu. Realizing the arrival of so many meant they had been found, Yi Dingxi prepared for battle. He engaged the 3 newcomers with the unmoving king technique combined with the magic fairy sword, exchanging blows in a fierce contest. However, as time wore on, he ultimately succumbed, though his opponents bore injuries as well. After all, Yi Dingxi had yet to cultivate the void thought technique and had spent the past 2 years primarily devoted to his family, leaving him ill-prepared to match the trio before him. In the end, Yi Wenjun was taken by Yi Bu, and in a fit of rage, Yi Dingxi fought fiercely, resulting in mutual injuries. At the last moment, he was saved from death by the intervention of the cloaked figure. A day later, Yi Dingxi awoke groggily, his son, Yangxi, standing beside him. The cloaked figure at the door addressed Yangxi, what are your plans now? Had I not chanced upon you? It is likely that you would have perished by now. Yi Ding inquired, what has become of my wife? The figure cloaked in black replied, when I arrived, you were already on the brink of death. I did not see your wife. Upon hearing this, Yi Ding remarked, I recognize a few individuals. They are from Tianqi City. It must be that scoundrel Xiao Ruojin. The black-cloaked man continued to entice him. What do you intend to do? Your strength is insufficient, and you lack any formidable backing. It seems quite challenging to reclaim your wife. Yi Ding, filled with self-mockery, responded, indeed, I am powerless at present, devoid of strength or support. I stand alone. The black-cloaked man then asked, are you familiar with the realm of Tianwei? Yi Ding queried, is that not the domain of the Northern K remnants? The man affirmed, yes. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Fei Li from Tianwei. Should you require assistance, you may seek us out. Yi Ding questioned, what can I achieve there? Fei Li replied, we possess a technique known as the void thought method, though it is not easily mastered by most. However, I sense that you have an innate martial vein, making you particularly suited for this practice. Should you cultivate it, your strength will undoubtedly surge, and reaching the realm of divine transcendence may become attainable. Yi Ding felt a stir within. After all, this individual had aided him on several occasions and seemed devoid of ill intent. He yearned for a swift enhancement of his power. Yi Ding declared, very well, I accept your offer. Thus, under a calculated decision, Yi Ding followed the sole officer Fei Li to Tianwei. This chapter concludes here. The author has made some adjustments to the plot, as Yue Qing has transformed into a well-behaved character. Therefore, slight modifications to the storyline were necessary. If you find the writing commendable, please continue to follow the updates. Chapter 45, Chessboard Layout. A few days later, Yi Dingxi, accompanied by Yangxi, followed Fei Li to the realm beyond the heavens. The Wuxiang envoy promptly encountered Yi Dingxi. The Wuxiang envoy expressed, I can impart to you our ethereal cultivation technique from the realm beyond the heavens. After you have practiced it for a year, we will require your assistance in the Longhuan Blessed Land. Yi Dingxi inquired, what sort of assistance? The Wuxiang envoy replied, our sect master has also practiced the ethereal technique but has succumbed to its perils. Only someone who has mastered the same technique can aid him. Upon hearing this, Yi Dingxi questioned, so the ethereal technique requires someone like me, born with a martial vein, to cultivate it. I shall assist you, and in return, you shall assist me? The Wuxiang envoy affirmed, precisely. I will guide you in mastering the ethereal technique to enhance your strength, and once you have gained power, you will aid our sect master. It is mutually beneficial. At that moment, Yi Dingxi did not perceive this as a trap. He simply felt it was a matter of course. They were willing to assist him, and he would likewise offer his help. Thus, Yi Dingxi commenced his cultivation of the ethereal technique in the realm beyond the heavens. Within Snow Moon City, in the city lord's manor, Su Fanxian sat at a table sipping tea while Yue Yao and Yue Qing organized the news from the outside world. Suddenly, Yue Yao came across a piece of information that surprised her. Yue Yao exclaimed, Xiao Fan, according to the intelligence from the spies in Tianqi City, the daughter of the Shadow Sect's master, Yi Wenjun, was brought back by her father just a few days ago. It is said that Yi Wenjun has been missing for 2 years. Upon hearing this, Su Fanxian realized that Yi Wenjun had entangled herself with Yi Dingji. He remarked, she must have spent those 2 years with Yi Dingji and has only just been found. Yue Qing asked, wasn't she said to be the consort of the current Ming emperor? How could she have spent 2 years with Yi Dingji? Seeing Yue Qing's innocent demeanor, Su Fanxian found it difficult to reconcile her with the malicious woman from the original tale. He explained, if my conjecture is correct, someone deliberately placed Yi Wenjun in Yi Dingji's orbit. Yue Yao inquired, who possesses such capability? Su Fanxian suggested, could it be that someone from your realm beyond the heavens orchestrated this scheme for the sake of Yi Dingji's innate martial vein? Yu Qing countered, that seems rather implausible. Yue Yao remained silent, deep in thought. Su Fanxian continued, I was merely speculating. Do not dwell on it. Besides, with both of you present, who would dare to act? Yue Yao shook her head. In truth, we possess little authority in the realm beyond the heavens. Since father entered seclusion, most power has rested in his hands. If we were to consider who might be behind this, he would be the most likely candidate. Su Fanxian urged, let us not indulge in baseless conjectures. The Northern Li will soon descend into chaos. We need only to observe. We are not pawns in anyone's game. We shall be the players. Regardless of how tumultuous the Jianghu and Northern Li become, only through chaos will opportunities arise. Yue Qing asked, brother-in-law, do you aspire to become an emperor? Su Fanxian nearly spat out his tea at the question. Why would you ask such a thing? Do I seem the type to wish for the throne? Yue Qing replied, do not underestimate my understanding. Long ago, my sister and I discerned that you appear to be orchestrating a grand strategy. Are you not seeking to become an emperor? Su Fanxian chuckled and said, I have no desire to be an emperor. If such a day were to come, let Yue Yao take the throne. Yue Yao smiled lightly, replying, not at all. That sounds exhausting. Let Qing'er take on that role instead. Yu Qing shook her head and remarked, had it been long ago, I would have certainly considered it. But now, I yearn for a simple, carefree life without anyone's oversight. As they conversed, they noticed Yu Ji approaching. Upon seeing her, Su Fanxian addressed her, you have arrived at the perfect moment. There is a matter I wish to discuss with you. Yu Ji inquired, what is it, brother? Su Fanxian continued, a few days ago, Ji Ruofeng came to see me. I was contemplating securing her aboard our ship in Shuyue City, with the intention of having you take her daughter as your disciple when she matures a bit more. Yu Ji questioned, is it absolutely necessary for me to accept her? I lack any experience as a mentor. Su Fanxian replied with a smile, do not forget that Bai Xiaoteng was established by your master, Li Changsheng. I believe it is fitting for you to guide your master's descendants. He would surely rejoice at the thought. Yu Ji nodded in agreement, very well. I shall accept this disciple and ensure that I guide her well. This chapter concludes. If you find it difficult to accept that the protagonist disregards Yi Dingji, please continue reading. A twist awaits in the subsequent passages. Chapter 46. Yi Dingji versus Yu Fengqing. Time gradually passed, and in the blink of an eye, a year had gone by. Yi Dingji had been in the outer heaven for a year now. During this time, owing to his innate martial veins, his progress in the cultivation of the void thought technique was remarkably swift, as though the method had been meticulously tailored for him. He had already attained the 6th level of the void thought technique. The Wuxiang master was quite astonished by this, considering that their sect leader had spent many years to reach merely the 8th level. In just a year, Yi Dingji had advanced to the 6th level. One day, after completing his training, the Wuxiang master approached Yi Dingji, intending to enlist his help in bringing their sect leader, Yu Fengqing, out of the Longhuan Blessed Land. After all, the Longhuan Blessed Land was ensnared by a barrier set by Yu Fengqing, which could only be breached by those possessing innate martial veins and trained in the void thought technique. Clearly, Yi Dingji was the key to unlocking it. The Wuxiang master spoke to Yi Dingji, Yi Dingji, you have now reached the 6th level. Can you assist us in rescuing our sect leader? Yi Dingji replied, certainly. I will fulfill my promise. I, Yi Dingji, am a man of my word. Thus, Yi Dingji was taken by the Wuxiang master to the entrance of the Longhuan Blessed Land. After enduring a half-day of biting winds and swirling snow, they finally arrived at the grand entrance. As Yi Dingji approached the gate, an inexplicable sense of unease washed over him. He turned and inquired, is your sect leader truly inside? Why do I feel something is amiss? The Wuxiang master smiled reassuringly, he is inside. Our sect leader has been in seclusion for over a decade. You need not worry. Once you successfully rescue him, we will aid you in your quest against Bailey and help you save your wife. Upon hearing the name of his wife, Yi Wenjun, Yi Dingji felt a surge of determination and disregarded his apprehensions as he advanced towards the stone door. The onlookers were equally exhilarated. For if Yudingji could successfully enter the stone door, their sect leader would absorb the power of his void thought technique, allowing him to reach the legendary realm of transcendent wanderers. Under their sect leader's guidance, they would surely reclaim their homeland. Yudingji approached the stone door, placing his hands upon its surface and channeling the void thought technique within him to prepare for its opening. In a short while, the stone door began to creak open. He glanced back at the crowd behind him, and the Wuxiang master urged, "Yudingji, you may enter. Our sect leader awaits you inside." Though a wave of discomfort surged within him, thoughts of his wife in Tianqi City and his young son dispelled his hesitation. With resolve, he stepped inside. As soon as he entered, the stone door closed behind him. Yudingji walked slowly into the depths of the chamber. At the far end, he beheld a high platform upon which a figure sat cross-legged. The individual on the platform was none other than Yue Yao, the very purpose of Yudingji's journey. Sensing the arrival of another, Yue Yao slowly opened his eyes. Upon recognizing Yudingji, he scrutinized him closely and discerned that this newcomer, like himself, had cultivated the void thought technique and possessed innate martial veins. With a sudden leap from the high platform, Yue Yao found himself standing before Yudingji. Observing the man before him, Yudingji sensed that this individual did not exhibit the signs of being consumed by his own training, which instilled an unsettling feeling within him. "Didn't they say you were possessed by your cultivation?" Yudingji inquired, perplexed by the apparent lack of harm to Yue Yao. Realizing that Yudingji remained oblivious to the truth, Yue Yao decided to reveal his cards. "That was merely a deception," he declared. "They brought you here solely for the purpose of using you as my cultivation vessel. Once I successfully absorb the ethereal energy within you, I will ascend to the fabled realm of divine transcendence." With that, he erupted into laughter, clearly reveling in his scheme. At that moment, Yudingji comprehended the full extent of the betrayal. They had been deceiving him all along. The initial act of bringing Wenjun to his side had been a meticulously orchestrated plot, leading back to the true orchestrators, the Wuxiang envoy from beyond the sky and the one who had misled him, Fei Li. Enraged by this revelation, Yudingji's demeanor darkened. He fixed a furious gaze upon Yue Yao and declared, "You wish to use me as a mere tool for your cultivation? Very well. Today, I shall see if you are capable of achieving that." With resolve, Yudingji unleashed the unmoving King's demonic sword and the ethereal energy technique, a trio of supreme martial arts, preparing to launch an assault on Yue Yao. The latter, impressed by Yudingji's simultaneous execution of such formidable techniques, offered praise. "Impressive. Truly impressive. The unmoving King's technique of the rain spirit, the demonic sword, and our northern pavilion's ethereal energy technique. You are indeed a source of surprises. If only my own ethereal energy could break through the 9th level, I would be reluctant to use a talent like you for my cultivation." Growing weary of Yue Yang's idle chatter, Yudingji ceased to conceal his prowess and charged forward. As a master on the verge of divine transcendence, Yue Yao effortlessly countered Yudingji's assault, soon overpowering him and bringing him to the ground. "Do not struggle," he taunted. "Submit to my absorption of your power, and I may spare your life. I have awaited this day for far too long." With that, he drew Yudingji closer, preparing to siphon the ethereal energy from him. Despite Yudingji's desperate resistance, it proved futile, leaving him filled with bitterness. Memories flooded his mind, the annihilation of the Yi family, the loss of his loved ones, being taken in by his master only to lose him as well, and the betrayal of the woman he loved. His initial intent to regain his wife through strength had merely culminated in sewing garments for another. Consumed by despair, Yudingji's heart began to darken. Having already cultivated the demonic sword, he harbored a demonic heart. Under the weight of his torment, he succumbed to darkness, his eyes turning a vivid purple as he gazed at Yue Yao, who was draining his power. With a sinister smile, Yudingji proclaimed, "Very well. Let us see whether you shall absorb my power or I shall absorb yours." In that moment, he fervently activated his demonic heart alongside the ethereal energy, and against all odds, found himself momentarily equal in strength to Yue Yao. In the city of Yufeng, what was once a seamless absorption suddenly turned into a counter-absorption. Upon glancing into Yudingji's eyes, which had entirely transformed into a shade of purple, Yufeng exclaimed, "You have succumbed to darkness." Yudingji retorted, "And what of it? Since you have no desire to allow me peace, I shall fully embrace the abyss. From this moment forth, I shall no longer be a mere pawn in another's game. I shall become the master of the chessboard." Before long, Yudingji's cultivation began to surge uncontrollably. Meanwhile, Yufeng could only watch in disbelief, a hint of fear creeping in. for he had never anticipated that this youth before him could be driven to such madness. To his astonishment, their powers momentarily aligned. Yufeng, who was not born with a martial vein, found himself at a standstill, powerless to prevent Yu Dingji from absorbing his strength. In a short while, Yu Dingji completed the absorption, achieving the 9th level of the Void Thought technique, his own strength rising to the threshold of the divine travel realm. Poised to enter the mysterious depths of transcendence, Yufeng collapsed to the ground, utterly weakened. With a decisive strike, Yu Dingji ended Yufeng's life and, bearing his lifeless body, made his way toward the exit. As he reached the stone gate, he unleashed his inner strength, shattering it with a single blow. Outside, a crowd awaited, filled with joy at the sight of someone emerging. However, their elation was short-lived, as a corpse was hurled out into their midst. Chapter 47. Yi Dingji's control over the outer realm. A figure emerged from the door, and upon seeing Yi Dingji, the Wuxiang envoy demanded, "What have you done to our sect leader?" Yi Dingji replied with a smile, "Isn't it obvious? He is dead. Before you lies his corpse." Fury ignited within the Wuxiang envoy as he retorted, "Impossible. Our sect leader is a half-step into the divine travel realm, while you are merely at the great freedom level. How could you possibly have killed him?" Yi Dingji laughed heartily. "There is nothing impossible." With that, he swiftly appeared before the Wuxiang envoy, stating, "Have you ever considered that your schemes against me would lead to this day?" At his words, the Wuxiang envoy launched an attack on Yi Dingji, and the others soon followed suit. Yi Dingji surveyed the scene and let out a cold chuckle, effortlessly striking down those who approached him. The Wuxiang envoy stared in shock at Yi Dingji, unable to contain himself as he exclaimed, "Your strength has actually reached the half-step divine travel realm?" In response, Yi Dingji sneered, "You shall pay the price for your ignorance." He then struck the Wuxiang envoy with a palm, resulting in the demise of the Wuxiang envoy. Yi Dingji addressed the remaining individuals, declaring, "My name is Yi Dingji. From this day forth, I am the new sect leader of the Outer Realm. Do you submit? Those who refuse shall face death." The crowd exchanged glances, and one individual knelt before him, saying, "I pay my respects to the sect leader." The others quickly followed suit, echoing, "We pay our respects to the sect leader." Subsequently, Yi Dingji led the group back to their original residence, approaching his son, Yangshi. At that moment, Yangshi sensed a distinct change in his father. The warmth he once felt was now absent. Yi Dingji inquired, "Little Yangshi, shall we bring your mother back after a while?" Yi Yangshi replied, "All right," and then leaped into Yi Dingji's embrace. Despite his descent into darkness, Yi Dingji was still able to exercise control, ensuring he would not harm those close to him. Thus, under Yi Dingji's formidable command, he subdued all the sects of the outer realm within a month, ultimately unifying them and becoming the sole authority within the outer realm. Following this, Yi Dingji entered seclusion to prepare for his breakthrough into the true divine travel realm. The author, however, did not describe Yi Dingji's absorption of the 100 Li Dongyuan's essence, which will delay his advancement into the divine travel realm and the ensuing campaign against the demonic sect. Meanwhile, in the Lord's mansion of Shuiyue City, Su Fanxian was engaged in a casual conversation with Yue Yao. Su Fanxian gazed at Yue Yao and said, "We have known each other for over a decade. And you have accompanied me in Shuiyue City all these years, as has your sister. Do you think we should consider marrying?" Yue Yao smiled coyly. "You are aware of such matters? Do you not realize that I have transformed from a little girl into a young lady?" Su Fanxian chuckled awkwardly. "I have long struggled to comprehend certain things. I feared that if I were to suddenly leave this world, I would fail you. However, I have come to a realization recently." Su Fanxian gazed upon the figure of Yue Yao before him, reflecting on the passage of time and the fading of her youthful radiance. A profound sense of guilt welled within him. He addressed the system, inquiring, "Is there any elixir that can preserve eternal youth?" The system replied, "Host, what you seek is the youth-reviving pill. I possess a limited quantity." Su Fanxian responded, "Then please provide me with 5 of them." The system confirmed, the youth-reviving pills have been deposited into the system's repository. Su Fanxian retrieved one of the pills from the system S-space and handed it to Yue Yao, saying, "Consume this pill." Curiously, Yue Yao asked, "Xiao Fan, what kind of pill is this?" With a smile, Su Fanxian replied, "It is an elixir that will allow you to retain your youthful essence, transforming you back into the 18-year-old Yue Yao of yore." Yue Yao, astonished, exclaimed, "Such a miraculous pill exists?" Su Fanxian nodded. "You shall discover its effects upon consumption." Yu swallowed the pill, and almost immediately, she felt an overwhelming sense of comfort, as if a lightness enveloped her entire being. Her skin began to regain its youthful luster, becoming as smooth and delicate as it had been over a decade ago. She produced a mirror and examined her reflection. confirming Su Fanxian's words, and her heart swelled with joy. She leaped into Su Fanxian's embrace, saying, "Thank you, Xiao Fan." He gently pinched her cheek, responding, "What is there to thank? Although we have yet to wed, in my heart, you are already my wife." Yue Yao, blissfully nestled in his arms, expressed, "Being with you brings me immense happiness. I once bore countless burdens, feeling utterly exhausted until I met you. You told me that if I ever felt weary, I should confide in you, and you would take me away." Continuing, she said, "Xiao Fan, you know you are the first person to ever speak to me in such a manner. Since being with you, my days have been filled with joy." Su Fanxian smiled. "Perhaps in a few decades, I will depart from this place, and at that time, you shall accompany me." Yue Yao asked, "Will I grow old then?" Su Fanxian reassured her, "Having consumed the pill I gifted you, you shall remain as you are, even 100 years hence." Yue Yao pouted slightly, "Yet, despite practicing the technique you provided, I have only just reached the first level after all this time. Does this mean I lack the aptitude for cultivation?" The technique Su Fanxian had given her was indeed the genuine Tao of heaven, a top-tier cultivation method even among celestial realms. Having begun his own cultivation at the tender age of 6, he had only just reached the 15th level. The system had informed him that upon reaching the 108th level, he would be on par with the laws of any realm. Thus, it was understandable that Yue Yao, even with his guidance, had only reached the first level after 5 years of effort. Su Fanxian reassured her, "Do not worry. If cultivation proves challenging, it may be best to set it aside for now. When we leave this world for another, I will endeavor to find a cultivation method that suits you." Yue Yao nodded in agreement. "Very well, I shall heed your counsel." As the two individuals basked in their affection, Yue Qing entered the room. Upon witnessing them entwined in an embrace, with her sister nestled in Su Fanxian's arms, Yue Qing offered an awkward smile and remarked, "Sister, brother-in-law, I seem to have arrived at an inopportune moment." Instantly, Yue Yao's cheeks flushed crimson as she rose to her feet, exclaiming, "Not at all. You have arrived at the perfect time." Noticing her sister's transformation, Yue Qing expressed her astonishment. "Sister, your complexion. You appear remarkably youthful." Yue Yao replied, "Indeed. Xiao Fan has given me a special elixir that preserves one's youth." Yue Qing then turned to Su Fanxian, saying, "Brother-in-law, brother-in-law," realizing the implications. Su Fanxian chuckled and replied, "Of course, it includes you as well. How could I possibly forget you?" With that, he produced a youth-preserving pill and handed it to Yue Qing, who consumed it, and similarly regained her youthful appearance, resembling a 17 or 18-year-old. Originally, Yue Yao and Yue Qing were identical twins, strikingly similar in appearance. Yet their personalities and temperaments diverged. Yue Yao was more reserved and dignified, while Yue Qing exuded vivacity and cheerfulness. The next chapter will commence with the Eastern expedition of the demon sect, led by Yi Ding. The author pours great care into each chapter, hoping for everyone's enjoyment and support. Chapter 48, The Eastern Expedition of the Demon Sect. A month later, Yi Dingji achieved a breakthrough into the realm of divine transcendence, successfully emerging from his seclusion. The first order of business upon his emergence was to consolidate all factions within the outer heaven, earning him the revered title of sect leader among its inhabitants. In the ensuing days, Yi Dingji began dispatching his followers to frequently harass the borders of Bailey, causing considerable distress to Emperor Mingda of Bailey. Consequently, several skilled martial artists from the Jianghu voluntarily organized themselves to confront the forces of the demon sect at the Bailey border. However, the multitude of formidable practitioners from the outer heaven was far beyond what ordinary Jianghu masters could withstand. Simultaneously, Nanja commenced mobilizing troops towards the Bailey border, intending to seize the opportunity to conquer Bailey. In the imperial palace of Bailey, Emperor Mingda sat upon the dragon throne and addressed Xiao Ruofeng, saying, "Ruofeng, Nanja has begun to mobilize troops against us. I wish for you to lead a contingent to the Nanja border to counter their advance." Xiao Ruofeng replied, "Rest assured, Your Majesty, I will take a force to Nanja to resolve this predicament." 3 days later, Xiao Ruofeng, accompanied by Lei Mesha and Di Xiaoying, set forth with their assembled troops towards the Nanja border. Meanwhile, the Bailey court was rallying various sects within the Jianghu to prepare for a united front against the demon sect of the outer heaven. Numerous sects responded to the call, heading to the designated assembly point to prepare for the Eastern expedition. In Shuiyue City, at the Lord's residence, Su Fanxian sat at the head of the table, surrounded by the city's high-ranking officials, including by Li Dongjun, Si Kong Chanfeng, Yu Ji, Yin Luoxia, Li Hani, and the sisters Yue Yao and Yue Qing, along with several elders. Breaking the silence, Su Fanxian inquired, "What are your thoughts on this matter?" I have received word that Yi Dingxi has slain the father of Yue Yao and Yu Qing, as well as the Wuxiang envoy, unifying all factions of the outer heaven through sheer force, now advancing towards Bailey. Li Dongjun was the first to respond. How could Yin Good do such a thing? Is it merely for Yi Wenjun? Su Fanxian replied. Nothing is impossible. The facts speak for themselves. You may question him when you encounter him. With a serious expression, Xikong Chanfeng declared, I have decided to head to the border. Su Fanxian turned to the others, asking, And what of you all? What are your intentions? Yuji responded, I shall accompany Xikong Shidi. Li Hani and Yin Luoxia added, We shall go as well. Su Fanxian nodded in satisfaction, regardless of Yi Dingxi's motives. If his actions are solely directed at the Bailey court, we may choose to turn a blind eye. However, if he commands his followers to harm innocent civilians, then we, Shui U.S. City, cannot remain indifferent. The assembly echoed with agreement. Indeed, we cannot allow harm to come to ordinary people. Yes, indeed. Su Fanxian looked towards Li Dongjun and Xikong Chanfeng, saying, Dongjun, Chanfeng, you two should set out first and proceed to the border to intercept Yi Dingxi. Dongjun, you have known Yi Dingxi since childhood, and Chanfeng, you have aided him on numerous occasions. I hope you can persuade him. Li Dongjun affirmed, Very well. I will do my utmost to halt him. He must not continue down this misguided path. Xikong Chanfeng concurred. Indeed, I will accompany Dongjun to the border. With that, the two promptly departed, making their way towards the border. Su Fanxian turned to Yu Ji and instructed, Yu Ji, take Luoxia and several elders from Shui U.S. City to various locations to eradicate those from the demonic sect who commit evil deeds and oppress innocent people. Yu Ji replied, Understood, brother. Yin Luoxia added, Master, I am aware and will certainly uphold your reputation as I act with righteousness. The other elders echoed, We shall obey the city lord's orders. With that, Yu Ji departed with Yin Luoxia and the elders, preparing to purge the demonic sect from the lands. In the hall, only Su Fanxian, Yue Yao, Yu Qing, and Li Hani remained. Su Fanxian addressed Yue Yao and Yu Qing, You two shall remain in Shui U.S. City. Yu Yao responded, All right. Yu Qing then said to Su Fanxian, Brother-in-law, could you spare those from the outer heaven who have not engaged in wrongdoing? After all, my sister and I. Su Fanxian reassured them, Do not worry. I will handle it. Trust me. Seeing that everyone else had tasks while she did not. Li Hani turned to Su Fanxian and asked, Master, what about me? Why have you not assigned me anything? Su Fanxian replied, You shall accompany me to Nanju to rescue your father. I have received word that he has been taken there by Xiao Ruofeng. I foresee that your father is facing a grave calamity. Li Hani immediately stood up and exclaimed, A calamity? Are you saying my father might die in Nanju? Noticing her agitation, Su Fanxian comforted her, Do not panic. Your father is safe for the moment. However, the Nanju side has summoned the famed sword immortal Yanlingxia. Therefore, I must accompany you. After all, Yanlingxia is no ordinary expert, and your father and his companions will not be able to withstand her. Li Hani sighed, All right then. Let us depart quickly. Su Fanxian turned to Yue Yao and Yu Qing, saying, You two take care of things at home in Shui U.S. City. I am leaving with Hani. Yue Yao cautioned, Be careful and stay safe. Su Fanxian smiled gently, Do not worry. I am in the late stage of the divine travel realm. Even if I encounter my former brother, I can hold my own. With that, he took to the skies with Li Hani, directing their sword towards the border of Nanju. Chapter 49, Xikong Chanfeng versus Yi Dingxi. On this day, the guardians of the outer heavens, Zi Ho Ziyu Ji, and the white-haired Imo Chi Xuan, approached Yi Dingxi to deliver a report. Ziyu Ji spoke, Master. Yi Dingxi, gazing at the child in his arms, Yangxi, said, Ungxi, go and play with Uncle Chi Xuan. After handing the young Ungxi to the nearby white-haired immortal, Yi Dingxi moved aside with Ziyu Ji and inquired, What is it? Has something happened? Ziyu Ji replied, Master. Someone from Bailey has arrived at the border. Yi Dingxi responded indifferently, So what if they have come? We can fight them. What is there to fear? Ziyu Ji continued. However, the person who has come is quite special. Yi Dingxi, growing impatient, retorted, Just tell me directly. Is it Bailey Dongjun? Or Su Fanxian? Ziyu Ji clarified, Neither. It is your former friend, Xikong Chanfeng. Upon hearing this, Yi Dingxi remarked, Those who are meant to come will eventually arrive. It is merely a matter of time. Meanwhile, at the border between Bailey and the outer heavens, Xikong Chanfeng stood atop a cliff, wielding his silver moon spear, surveying the gathering of martial artists from Bailey below. He couldn't help but sigh softly. I should encounter him soon. Turning to the people from Bailey, he mused, These individuals possess such ordinary skills. How can they possibly withstand the demon cult's master? With a firm grip on his spear, he spoke to it. My dear friend, it has been long since we fought side by side. I trust you are looking forward to it as well? At that moment, Yi Dingxi, clad in a black and red robe, approached Xikong Changfeng. Seeing his former friend, now turned adversary, stirred a mix of emotions within Yi Dingxi. Once allies, they were now destined to confront each other in battle. He recalled the times when he had ventured alone to Qi City to seize a marriage, during which Xikong Changfeng had aided him. Now, as the master of the demon cult, he faced Xikong Changfeng, who had come to thwart him on behalf of Bailey. Yi Dingxi stated, Xikong Changfeng, you can still turn back now. I truly do not wish to engage you. Although Xikong Changfeng had become a remarkable spear master, he still fell short compared to Yi Dingxi's current prowess. Holding the silver moon spear, Xikong Changfeng gazed at the malevolent aura surrounding Yi Dingxi and couldn't help but reflect. Upon further thought, we have encountered each other several times before, sharing joyful moments. We can be considered friends. Xikong Changfeng declared, today. Allow me to gauge the strength of the demon cult's master. Yi Dingxi, observing the righteous demeanor of Xikong Changfeng, replied, indeed, we were once friends. But we are no longer on the same path. You fight for Bailey, while I fight for myself. You may be stronger than those below, yet still, you lack a bit. Xikong Changfeng, smiling, retorted, we shall only know after we engage in battle. With that, the long spear in Xikong Changfeng's hand erupted with a series of piercing sounds, its brilliance intensifying. As he unleashed his strike, the spear shot forth like a dragon. And with a swift motion of his arm, an endless radiance surged toward Yi Dingxi. Yi Dingxi leaped into the air, evading the attack, his black and red robes swirling dramatically as his true energy flowed. In an instant, Xikong Changfeng's silver moon spear was thrust before Yi Dingxi, who felt a tremor throughout his body, enveloped by a dark aura. With a swift motion, he intercepted the strike from Xikong Changfeng, causing him to stagger backwards several meters. Xikong Changfeng remarked, indeed impressive. I never anticipated you would become this formidable. At this moment, Yi Dingxi's eyes glowed crimson, his aura radiating with immense power. The true energy surged between his palms, lifting the surrounding stones into the air, directing them towards Xikong Changfeng as an attack. Xikong Changfeng, witnessing such a formidable offensive, did not dare to underestimate it. He spun his silver moon spear to counter Yi Dingxi's fierce strike. However, Yi Dingxi had no intention of engaging in a full-blown battle or inflicting harm upon him, thus he had only exerted about 70 to 80% of his strength. Even so, Xikong Changfeng found blood at the corner of his mouth. After all, there exists a significant disparity between the realms of Xinyu and Dishaoao. A practitioner of Xinyu could fend off a Dishaoao with a single hand. Xikong Changfeng inquired, is this the legendary Zhenyanging? Truly remarkable. Yet, I have one more technique to demonstrate. He then unleashed his long spear, closing his eyes as his aura surged like a torrent. Behind him, a phantom of a magnificent dragon emerged, releasing a resonant roar that echoed through the heavens, soaring upward, shaking the earth. This is the dragon transformation passed down by my master, Xikong Changfeng declared. With this strike, the silver moon spear, accompanied by the dragon's phantom, lunged toward Yi Dingxi. Yi Dingxi acknowledged, what a splendid dragon. He then waved his sleeve, his true energy surging forth as he faced the onslaught of countless spear shadows. While defending against the barrage, he retreated gradually. To force Yi Dingxi, a practitioner of Xinyu, to retreat using the Dishaoao realm speaks volumes of Xikong Changfeng's prowess, positioning him among the elite in the martial world. Soon, with his eyes aflame, Yi Dingxi began to take the confrontation seriously, activating the 9th layer of Zhenyanging. The multitude of spear shadows aimed at him seemed to freeze in place, unable to advance a single step further. Xikong Changfeng, however, soon found himself unable to maintain the strain and fell to the ground. After all, employing the dragon transformation as a newly initiated Dishaoao practitioner proved to be quite taxing. Xikong Changfeng sighed. Zhenyanging is indeed tyrannical. Without the use of fists or weapons, relying solely on internal energy to contend is a true revelation. At this moment, he held no thoughts of victory. He had exhausted nearly all his capabilities and could not contend with Yi Dingxi any longer. Yi Dingxi remarked, you surpassed the Bai Li Dongjun of yore. Surely, the current Bai Li Dongjun must be even stronger. I wonder how he would fare against you. Having said that, Yi Dingxi leaped into the air, surrounded by a swirling black aura. Xikong Changfeng, not daring to let his guard down, wielded his spear before him, forming a shadow of the spear. The two forces clashed, causing the surrounding stones to tremble violently, shaking the very ground. Confronted with the immense pressure akin to a mountain pressing down, Xikong Chongfeng's expression darkened. Is this truly the ninth layer of Xinjiang? He pondered. I have heard it can only be surpassed by one's master in person. Yi Dingji scoffed at this, saying, Unfortunately, Mr. Li will not be coming. He has grown disillusioned with the current state of Bailey. I, too, find myself disillusioned with Bailey. Xikong Chongfeng chuckled. We are all disappointed in Bailey. Yet, this does not justify your quest to lead the demon sect to its ruin, does it? Once, I harbored hopes that Bailey would flourish, only to discover that the one destined to ascend the throne and elevate Bailey chose instead to cede it to his brother. However, this does not serve as a rationale for your pursuit of dominion over the demon sect. Are you aware of the countless innocents whose lives you have sacrificed for your selfish desires? With that, Xikong Chongfeng once again summoned the full extent of his power, unleashing the dragon transformation as he charged toward Yi Dingji. Yi Dingji, with an impassive gaze, regarded the man before him, Xikong Chongfeng, who was exerting every ounce of his strength. His visage twisted in rage. Only through destruction can there be rebirth. Xikong Chongfeng retorted furiously. Do you comprehend how many lives will be lost? How much blood will be spilled? Yi Dingji responded with a cold laugh. The blood that once flowed from my family must be repaid by Bailey. With a thunderous shout, he invoked the immovable king technique, summoning a towering, formidable phantom of a general behind him. A tremendous crash resonated as the silver moon spear in Xikong Chongfeng's grasp shattered. He was sent reeling, blood erupting from his mouth, his spirit diminished, devoid of any further fighting strength. Yi Dingji soared to stand before Xikong Chongfeng, saying, You may leave. You have aided me in the past. Today, I do not wish to take your life. But know this, next time, I shall not hold back. With that, he turned and leaped into the air, vanishing from sight. Chapter 50, Battles Everywhere. Xikong Chongfeng gazed in the direction where Yi Dingji had vanished, unable to suppress a bitter smile, reflecting, the only one capable of truly defeating Yi Dingji now must be my junior master. A wave of dread washed over him as he pondered what would happen to his wife, Feng Qiuyu, and his young daughter, Xikong Qianluo. If he were to perish here today. Before long, Bailey Dongjun arrived at the designated meeting spot and found Xikong Chongfeng lying on the ground, his silver moon spear shattered. Rushing forward to assist him, Bailey Dongjun inquired, How are you? What has happened to leave you in such a dire state? With a smile, Xikong Chongfeng replied, I had a confrontation with Yi Dingji. He has cultivated his void thought technique to the 9th level, and his strength has undoubtedly reached the realm of divine travel. Bailey Dongjun exclaimed, He has reached divine travel? No wonder you are in such a predicament. Let us tend to your injuries first. Very well, Xikong Chongfeng acknowledged. Since departing from Shuyue City, Bailey Dongjun had been contemplating returning home for a brief visit. Given the turmoil in Bailey, he decided to part ways with Xikong Chongfeng, allowing him to proceed ahead while he would follow shortly. None could have anticipated that Yi Dingji had already attained the divine travel realm. Meanwhile, Yuji led In Luoxia and the elders of Shuyue City westward, confronting members of the demonic sect that were wreaking havoc, pillaging, and committing arson along the way. Yuji's prowess had already reached the great freedom realm, and with the martial arts she had learned from Li Changsheng, coupled with In Luoxia's mastery of the 9 In true scripture bestowed by Su Fanxian, the two, accompanied by a few elders, charged fiercely toward the border. This display of strength astonished the various factions they encountered, as it was the first time Yuji had formally revealed her capabilities since entering the martial world. Previously only a subject of rumors, her ethereal demeanor and exquisite beauty contrasted sharply with In Luoxia's playful charm, earning them the admiration of many young prodigies from different sects along their journey. On another front, Su Fanxian was soaring southward on his sword, accompanied by Li Hani, who appeared quite elated. Ever since Li Hani had returned to Jianxin Tomb with her mother, Li Xinyue, and brother, Lei Wujue, she had devoted herself to diligent training and had recently returned to Shuyue City after a period of seeking out swordsmen in the martial world. She had intended to spar with Yuji, but had yet to do so before the current events transpired. The prospect of witnessing the legendary sword immortal, Yan Lingxia, filled her with excitement. Noticing Li Hani's exuberance, Su Fanxian inquired, Hani, why do I sense such excitement in you? With a smile, Li Hani responded, Master, did you not say that we would meet the southern sword immortal this time? Of course I am thrilled. Su Fanxian questioned. You do not intend to seek her out for a duel, do you? Li Hani nodded enthusiastically. Yes, I would like to give it a try. Su Fanxian sighed. She is a half-step into divine travel, while you are merely at the pinnacle of the ascending realm. With a playful grin, Li Hani retorted, Master, you are with me, so I surely shall not be harmed. Su Fanxian gazed at the pouting Li Hani, feeling somewhat speechless. For the character in the original work was far from this. Who could have imagined that the true Li Hani would be like this? Naturally, she did not behave this way in front of everyone. It was only before Su Fanxian that she let down her guard. While navigating the martial world, she maintained a demeanor of cool detachment, often donning a mask. Before challenging others, she would invariably announce, Li Hani of Yue City has come to seek a duel. After a while, Su Fanxian finally escorted Li Hani to the encampment of Xiao Ruofeng and the others. As they landed, a patrol of soldiers, upon spotting the two, hastened towards them. The leading officer bellowed, "Who are you?" Behind him, a line of soldiers stood poised for battle, their spears aimed threateningly at Su Fanxian and Li Hani. Su Fanxian replied, "I am Su Fanxian of Yue City, and this is Li Hani, daughter of Li Changsheng. We have come to offer our support." The commanding officer responded, "Please wait a moment. I shall send someone to report your arrival." Shortly thereafter, Wang Langia, Xiao Ruofeng, accompanied by Li Changsheng and Yi Xiaoying, approached to greet them. Xiao Ruofeng called out, "Little martial uncle, what brings you here?" Su Fanxian addressed the three. "If I did not come, would you three be able to hold your ground? I have heard that Nanju has summoned the blade immortal Yanlingxia." Xiao Ruofeng inquired, "Is that news reliable?" Su Fanxian retorted, "If the intelligence from Yue City were not trustworthy, I would not have come." Yi Xiaoying asked, "Lord Su, did you come specifically for the blade immortal Yanlingxia?" With a smile, Su Fanxian replied, "Indeed, General Yi. That blade immortal has long since reached the threshold of divine transcendence. Whether she has crossed into it now, I cannot say." The three men fell silent, for such significant news had eluded them. Had Su Fanxian not arrived, they would have truly struggled to withstand the impending onslaught. Wang Langia said, "Let us proceed inside and discuss our next steps." Subsequently, they entered the military tent. 3 days later, the group arrived at a fortified stronghold situated between Bailey and Nanju. Outside the city, the forces of Nanju were arrayed, poised for battle across the expanse that separated the two armies. On the battlements, Su Fanxian stood alongside Li Hani, surveying the formidable troops of Nanju. Li Hani inquired, "Master, what shall we do?" Su Fanxian replied calmly, "Our task is to eliminate the top-tier experts from Nanju. I sense several formidable auras of the Fuyo realm among them." Li Hani asked, "Has that blade immortal not yet arrived?" Su Fanxian assured her, "She is on her way. I can feel a particularly strong presence approaching. You will handle the Fuyo realm opponents. Unless your life is in peril, I will not intervene. You must seize this opportunity to establish your name as the Shuyu Sword Immortal." Li Hani nodded, "Rest assured, Master. I will not disappoint you." Chapter 51. The glorious victory of the Langia army as Su Fanxian and Li Hani awaited the movements of the elite warriors from the Nanju faction. A sudden sound of siege echoed from within the Nanju camp. A formidable battalion of soldiers surged forth, prompting a shift in Su Fanxian's demeanor. The enemy was deviating from the expected protocol. Shouldn't the elite warriors engage first? Why was there an immediate assault instead? Below, Li Mingxia shouted to the soldiers within the city walls, "Prepare to confront the enemy." The Nanju soldiers advanced like a relentless tide, while the Bailey soldiers braced themselves on the battlements. Observing this scene, Li Hani inquired, "Master, should we descend to assist?" Su Fanxian gazed at the enemy ranks and replied calmly, "Now is not the time, Hani. Should we intervene and begin to slay their soldiers, their elite will retaliate in kind." Hearing this, Li Hani responded, "I understand, Master. You mean that if we act now, it will only lead to greater casualties?" Pleased, Su Fanxian nodded, "Indeed, you have made progress." From the battlements, Li Mengxia's commanding voice boomed, "Hold your ground. For every enemy that ascends, let them fall." His words resonated like thunder, shaking the very walls of the city. Witnessing his father's fervor, Li Hani could only shake his head in resignation. The Nanju soldiers surged toward the walls like a relentless wave, utilizing ladders to ascend, resembling a pack of ferocious beasts. In contrast, some of the Bailey soldiers began to waver, and a few were even retreating. Seeing this, Su Fanxian could only shake his head in dismay, lamenting, "Such a fine nation reduced to this state by a handful of inept individuals. These soldiers lack even the semblance of a soldier's spirit." Li Hani, having overheard her master's words, shook her head as well, uncertain of what a soldier's essence truly entailed, yet disheartened by the sight of fleeing soldiers. "Master, my father will be all right, won't he?" she asked. Su Fanxian assured her, "You will be safe, as long as I am here." Meanwhile, Li Mengxia, commanding the battle below, took note of the deserters and bellowed, "Who dares to flee? Strike them down." Those contemplating retreat turned pale. gripped by fear and resolutely returned to confront the enemy. After all, dying at the hands of their own general was a fate far worse than perishing at the hands of the enemy. At least they could retain the honor of having fought valiantly. Standing atop the battlements, Su Fanxian focused his inner strength and proclaimed, "You are not merely defending this city. Behind you stand countless citizens of Bailey, your brothers, parents, wives, and children. If you falter and allow the enemy to breach these walls, your families will meet a grim fate at their hands. This is not what you wish to witness. Will you still retreat? Will you still choose to be cowards?" Among them, a soldier shouted, "We must hold our ground. We cannot retreat." The other soldiers echoed fervently, "We must hold our ground. We cannot retreat. We must hold our ground. We cannot retreat." Su Fan laughed heartily and replied, "Well said. Remember this, the brave triumph when faced with adversity." At that moment, Li Mingxia also took the lead in proclaiming, "The brave triumph when faced with adversity." The remaining soldiers followed suit, chanting, "The brave triumph when faced with adversity. The brave triumph when faced with adversity." With Su Fan's inspiring words, the morale of the soldiers surged, transforming their earlier despair into fervor. The atmosphere shifted dramatically. Li Mingxia cast a smile at Su Fan, while Li Hani, witnessing his master's ability to rekindle the fighting spirit of those who had wished to flee, felt immense admiration. His eyes sparkled with awe as he gazed at his master. Li Hani remarked, "Master, you are truly remarkable." Su Fan replied nonchalantly, "Let us keep it low-key. I wouldn't want your father to work too hard. If it were someone else, I wouldn't care." Meanwhile, Wang Zirafeng of Langia and General Yi Xiaoying led a large force in a flanking maneuver. Upon reaching their destination, Wang Zirafeng raised his longsword and declared, "Warriors, follow me as we charge towards Jingguan City." He rode at the forefront, with Yu Xiaoying beside him and numerous Bailey soldiers trailing behind, forming a grand procession towards the city. Within Jingguan City, a scout atop the battlement spotted the banner of Wang Zirafeng from afar and promptly reported, "The Wang has encircled us from the side." Upon receiving the news, Li Mingxia shouted, "Soldiers, follow me out of the city to join forces with the Langia army and confront Nanju." This ignited the fervor of every soldier present. As the morale of the Bailey soldiers soared to unprecedented heights, bolstered by the influence and charisma of Wang Zirafeng, particularly within the ranks of the military. Consequently, a chaotic battle ensued outside the city gate between Bailey and Nanju, as neither side had deployed their elite fighters thus far soon enough. The forces of Nanju began to falter, retreating before the encircling Langia army. Zirafeng, Li Mingxia, and Yu Xiaoying led the Langia troops in relentless pursuit, ultimately securing a resounding victory in the conflict. Eventually, all Langia soldiers retreated to Jingguan City, awaiting the next move from Nanju. Within a residence in the city, the gathered individuals convened. Wang Zirafeng was the first to speak. "Nanju did not dispatch their top experts, which is why our victory came so easily. They will likely send their elite fighters next." He then turned to Su Fan. Su Fan replied, "I understand. If they send out their experts, I will take action. My purpose in coming here is precisely that, so you need not worry." Wang Zirafeng smiled and said, "That's good, as long as you intervene. We are assured of success." Su Fan smiled slightly. "However, it is not so easily guaranteed. Who knows if Nanju has concealed formidable entities in the realm of transcendent mastery? After all, I am entirely unfamiliar with their situation." The others nodded in agreement, acknowledging the wisdom in Su Fan's words. Su Fan continued with a smile, "Nevertheless, I will remain vigilant. Moreover, I have never truly exerted my full strength before. I am uncertain of my current strength." Xiaoru often remarked, "You must prioritize your safety during that time." Su Fan replied, "I understand." In Bailey Tianchi City, Wang Xiaoruofeng led the Langia army to a resounding victory against the southern Zhu forces, thus alleviating the crisis in Jingguan City. The news swiftly spread throughout Tianchi City. Within the imperial palace, Emperor Mingda was elated upon receiving the news and smiled as he addressed his ministers, saying, "I knew that Ruofeng would surely succeed." The ministers were equally delighted, offering their congratulations with shouts of "Long live your majesty! Long live Wang Langia!" The court was filled with jubilation, and Emperor Mingda nodded in satisfaction. However, the newly appointed Grand Supervisor, Jing Xian, standing beside the emperor, wore a troubled expression, clearly distressed, which did not escape the emperor's notice. After the court assembly, Emperor Mingda summoned Jing Xian to inquire about his unease. Upon hearing the inquiry, Jing Xian felt a wave of anxiety wash over him, and he immediately knelt on the ground, saying, "Your Majesty, I dare not speak." Emperor Mingda replied calmly, "Do you wish for Wang Langia to fail? What are your true intentions? Jing Xian trembled as he responded, Your Majesty, forgive me. How could I wish for Bailey's defeat? However, Wang Langya, Emperor Mingda interjected gently, Speak freely. I will not hold it against you. Jing Xian continued, Your Majesty, I must reveal that. Although Wang Langya led the Langya army to repel the southern Zhou, his actions raised concerns. It is rumored within the army that they heed only the orders of Wang Langya, with no mention of Your Majesty. Furthermore, after his grand victory in Jingguan City, he celebrated extravagantly, seemingly attempting to win the hearts of the people, which appears to be a questionable motive. Emperor Mingda's expression remained impassive. Yet he was already contemplating how to address the situation. He understood that Wang Langya's influence had deeply rooted itself among the populace. If this was not curbed in a timely manner, the repercussions could be dire. The more Emperor Mingda pondered, the more challenging the situation seemed, and his countenance darkened. He sensed that his own position was under threat, necessitating decisive action. Chapter 52, Su Fanxian versus Yan Lingxia at this moment. Xiao Ruofeng remained oblivious to the fact that he was valiantly guarding the nation's gates while his beloved brother was being swayed by a mere eunuch's words, leading to a rift between them. How utterly ridiculous! Xiao Ruofeng was unaware that the more illustrious his victories became, the more his royal brother feared him. Xiao Ruojin understood well that although he sat upon the throne, the ministers in the court harbored ambitions for the throne that did not include him. These officials feigned loyalty. Should the Prince of Langya desire to usurp him, he would only need to raise a hand, and many would gladly serve him. Historically, those who achieved great merit often posed a threat to their sovereign, and the Prince of Langya embodied this peril, akin to a thorn deeply embedded in Xiao Ruojin's heart. Coupled with Jing Xian's insidious instigation, a falling out was merely a matter of time. Emperor Mingda fixed his gaze on Jing Xian and stated, I hope you refrain from mentioning this matter again. Jing Xian hurriedly replied, Your Majesty, I recognize my error. The emperor knew that, regardless of the circumstances, he could not openly accept such discourse. He could only acknowledge it internally. After all, as the ruler of a nation, how could he allow others to discern his thoughts? Emperor Mingda continued, You are the one I trust most, so do not disappoint me. Understand? Upon hearing this, Jing Xian comprehended the hidden meaning behind the emperor's words. Realizing that the villain was to be cast in his role, he quickly responded, Your Majesty, I understand. The emperor nodded in satisfaction. And it was at this moment that Jing Xian grasped the wisdom imparted by his master. The heart of an emperor should not be easily fathomed. Yet one must still endeavor to comprehend its essence. 7 days later, outside the city of Zhongguan, following their previous defeat, Nanju had reassembled their forces. But this time they did not rush to besiege the city. Many martial artists from the Jianghu had gathered on the battlefield. Su Fanxian gazed at the unfolding situation with a sense of helplessness. He addressed his companions, Xiao Ruofeng, Lei Meisha, Yi Xiaoying, and Li Hani, saying, Today marks an exchange of skills between the martial artists of Bailey and those of Nanju. The others nodded in agreement. Xiao Ruofeng declared, I believe in you. The aura you now possess rivals that of your master back then. Su Fanxian chuckled, I still have a long way to go compared to my senior brother. At that moment, on the battlefield of Nanju, a stunningly beautiful woman stood at the forefront, wielding a long blade. I, Yan Lingxia of Nanju, request guidance from the experts of Bailey, she proclaimed. Li Hani remarked, Master, it's your turn. That beautiful lady across is Yan Lingxia. Su Fanxian smiled and said, She is likely around the same age as your mother. With that, he soared into the air. Su Fanxian communicated with the system, equipped the Faping armor. As he ascended, a gleaming white armor gradually enveloped him, and in the blink of an eye, he was fully adorned. Clad in a silver-white battle suit and donning a white helmet, with the frostblade in hand, Su Fanxian's transformation captivated those on the city walls. His strikingly handsome visage, combined with the imposing armor, radiated an aura of valor. Isn't he just a tad too handsome? Lei Meisha remarked. Li Hani responded, Master still loves to be so ostentatious. Xiao Ruofeng added, Indeed, the little master uncle is quite striking. Beside them, Yu Xiaoying fervently nodded in agreement. Su Fanxian gracefully descended in front of Yan Lingxia, saying, I am Su Fanxian, the lord of Yue City. I seek your guidance. Yan Lingxia gazed at Su Fanxian and remarked, You are the one whom Li Changsheng took as a disciple. Truly impressive. Su Fanxian smiled gently, Blade Immortal, you are formidable as well. In your battle against Yusheng Mo, you were already half a step into the divine realm. By now, you must have fully entered the mystical realm. Yan Lingxia replied, Not yet. I'm still a tad short. On the city tower, Li Hani expressed her dissatisfaction. Master, what are you doing? Why engage in conversation? Xiao Ruofeng chuckled. They are likely testing each other. They must already be exchanging momentum. Su Fanxian grinned. Then let us have a proper duel today. Yin Lingxia, wielding her long blade, emanated a chilling aura. Her smile vanishing as she wore a serious expression. Su Fanxian raised his head and drew his frost blade, instantly enveloping the area in frost, his sword energy surging throughout. At that moment, on the vast battlefield, the forces of Bailey and Ninja stood at opposite ends, gazing at each other from afar, eager to witness the pinnacle confrontation between the two masters. Both sides radiated immense true energy, their internal forces clashing and sending dust swirling around them. The soldiers on both sides were filled with excitement, as a duel between those in the mystical realm was a spectacle rarely witnessed in a lifetime. With a flick of his wrist, Su Fanxian unleashed a torrent of sword energy from his frost blade, instantly suppressing Yin Lingxiao's momentum. Seeing this, Yin Lingxiao praised. Your sword is much stronger than Yuxingmo's. Su Fanxian chuckled. I have a sword technique I haven't used in a long time. I seek your guidance. He pointed his sword towards the heavens, reciting, 9 heavens Xianxia, transform into divine thunder, resplendent celestial might, guided by the sword. Soon, dark clouds gathered in the sky, and thunderbolts rained down upon Su Fanxian's sword, coalescing behind him into a gigantic diagram of thunder. Ultimately, all the lightning converged in midair, forming a colossal thunder sword aimed at Yin Lingxia. Unfazed, Yin Lingxia also summoned a massive blade aura to counter it. Instantly, their attacks collided, and dust erupted around them as they engaged in fierce combat. Outside the battlefield, the onlookers were left in awe, hearing the unmistakable sounds of weapons clashing within the dust cloud. On the city tower, Lei Mengsha was visibly shocked. He turned to Li Hani and asked, Hani, what do you think? Li Hani replied, what do you mean? Lei Mengsha clarified, what about your master's earlier sword strike? What do you think? Li Hani answered, naturally. It was powerful, but I can also execute that move. However, I prefer another set of sword techniques. Lei Mengsha inquired, what sword techniques? Li Hani, wait until I make my move, and you shall see. Why ask so many questions now? You are not skilled in swordsmanship. On the battlefield, after the initial clash between Su Fanxian and Yin Lingxia, the latter sensed that Su Fanxian was not exerting his full strength. Thus, after their first exchange, they immediately engaged in close combat, showcasing their respective sword and knife techniques. As the dust settled, the spectators beheld the two standing opposite each other. Yin Lingxia had sustained a minor cut on her arm, while Su Fanxian remained unscathed. Yin Lingxia inquired about the name of the sword technique he had just employed. Su Fanxian replied, the first move is called the Divine Sword Controlling Thunder Technique, and the subsequent series is known as the Dugu Nine Swords. Surprised, Yin Lingxia admitted she had never heard of it before, yet acknowledged its potency. Why did you not exert your full strength? She asked. Su Fanxian explained. I have reached the late stage of divine wandering, while you have yet to truly enter that state. If I were to go all out, you might not withstand even a single strike. Yin Lingxia chuckled ruefully upon hearing this, realizing the truth in his words. Su Fanxian continued, I have one more sword technique. Summon your full strength. Very well, please enlighten me, Yin Lingxia responded. With a smile, Su Fanxian declared, this technique was created for my wife, and I have named it Moonlight and Stars. Be cautious. With that, Su Fanxian swung his frost sword towards the sky, summoning a flurry of white sword energy that coalesced behind him into a grand full moon, encircled by stars fashioned from the same energy. The massive lunar figure then surged towards Yin Lingxia. Channeling her inner energy to its utmost, she unleashed her most powerful strike against the approaching moon. The arena erupted with a deafening roar, the earth trembling beneath their feet. As the dust cleared, Yin Lingxia was seen on one knee, blood seeping from the corner of her mouth, supporting herself with her long knife. With a resigned tone, she admitted, I have lost. Su Fanxian responded with a smile, no. You merely succumbed to the difference in realms. In a contest of equal realms, I would not have been assured of victory over you. After all, in terms of age, you may be considered my senior. One must offer due respect. Furthermore, he added, I possess a knife technique known as the Dusk Drizzle Red Sleeve Blade technique, which I feel suits you better than your current Ruthless Blade. Should you find the time, I invite you to visit Shuiyue City. Yin Lingxia acknowledged, very well. I shall come to see what this technique entails. With that, she took to the skies and departed. It is worth noting that Su Fanxian did not extend such offers lightly, rather. He sought to draw the knife immortal Yin Lingxia to Shuiyue City to bolster his own influence. After all, following this battle, she would likely soon enter the true realm of divine wandering. Watching her retreating figure, Su Fanxian smiled faintly before vanishing back into the city. End of the chapter. If you find the author's writing commendable, feel free to continue following for updates. Chapter 53, Li Changsheng vs. Nanju Swordsman. The recent confrontation between Su Fanxian and Nanju Daoxian has certainly broadened the horizons of the onlookers. Although Yin Lingxia has yet to truly attain the realm of divine transcendence, her displayed prowess is hardly inferior to that of those who have just entered this exalted state. Upon arriving in the realm of Nanju, despite her defeat, Yin Lingxia's strength was sufficient for her to be regarded as the foremost among the Nanju experts. Casting a glance at the gathered masters of Nanju, Yin Lingxia calmly remarked, "Having lost, I must take my leave," and with that, she departed. Meanwhile, Su Fanxian returned to Beili, where he was immediately surrounded by Xiao Ruofeng, Lei Mingsha, Li Changsheng, and Yi Xiaoying. Li Changsheng, taking the initiative, scrutinized Su Fanxian and inquired, "Master, are you unharmed? Have you sustained any injuries?" Su Fanxian reassured them, saying, "I am fine. Merely a bit fatigued from expending my inner strength. A short rest will suffice." He could not help but acknowledge the formidable reputation of Nanju Daoxian. Xiao Ruofeng, with a smile, remarked, "At just 22 years of age, your capabilities are indeed astonishing." The others nodded in agreement. Lei Mingsha added, "You are undeniably powerful." "It is impossible to deny." Li Changsheng shot a glance at her father, retorting, "Do you need to state the obvious, father? My master is currently the unrivaled champion of Beili." Su Fanxian chuckled, responding, "There are countless experts in this world. I dare not claim to be the greatest." As they conversed, another figure emerged from the Nanju side, wielding a longsword, and called out, "I am Wang Yu, the Nanju swordsman. I seek guidance from the esteemed masters of Beili." Perceiving the man's aura, Su Fanxian discerned he was on the cusp of the great transcendence realm. He smiled at Li Changsheng and said, "Hani, this individual also wields a sword and is at a comparable level to you. You should engage him in combat." Li Changsheng replied, "Understood, master. I shall give it my all." With that, she leapt onto the battlefield. Holding her sword, Li Changsheng addressed the challenger. "I am Li Changsheng from Yue City. I request your guidance." Wang Yu, seeing that his opponent was merely a 16 or 17-year-old girl, was dismissive and teased. "It is said you possess the talent of a sword immortal. Today, I shall ascertain the truth of that claim." With that, Wang Yu drew his sword and lunged at Li Changsheng, who swiftly parried the attack. Soon, the two were locked in combat. Having been under Su Fanxian's tutelage since the age of 4, Li Changsheng had naturally mastered Su Fanxian's Dugu 9 swords along with various other techniques, even inventing her own move, Moonlit Flower Morning. On the battlefield, Li Changsheng unleashed the Dugu 9 swords against Wang Yu, who responded with his own exquisite swordplay. For a time, neither could gain the upper hand. Finally, as Li Changsheng executed her 9th sword strike, her figure transformed into 9, launching an assault from multiple directions toward the swordsman Wang Yu. Caught off guard, Wang Yu found himself struggling against the onslaught. For the Dugu 9 swords were seldom seen in the martial world, leaving few familiar with its unparalleled techniques. Ultimately, the 9 phantoms of Li Changsheng collided with Wang Yu's sword energy. Wang Yu staggered back a few steps, exclaiming, "Not bad, truly impressive. What is the name of your sword technique?" Li Changsheng, however, did not respond favorably, harboring resentment for his earlier condescension. Thus, with a cold demeanor, Wang Yu recounted the teachings of his master, Su Fan. He smiled and remarked that he indeed deserved the title of peerless. Wang Yu continued, expressing his desire to demonstrate another sword technique. Upon hearing this, Li Changsheng interjected, stating that she too possessed a sword. Consequently, she began to execute the celestial ice plummeting technique, once imparted by Su Fan. Li Changsheng soared into the air, raising her iron horse and ice river as she invoked 9 heavens pure cold, ice crystals for miles, summon the ice from the heavens, descend upon the earth. As her incantation resonated, the sky was suddenly enveloped in a heavy snowfall, transforming the battlefield into a realm of ice and snow. Almost immediately, the falling snowflakes coalesced into numerous crystalline swords, swiftly forming thousands of them. As Li Changsheng completed her incantation, the sword energy emanating from her iron horse and ice river surged towards Wang Yu. In response, Wang Yu unleashed his most formidable technique, conjuring a series of golden sword shadows before him, which advanced toward Li Changsheng. The moment their attacks collided, a thunderous sound reverberated through the air. In the aftermath of their confrontation, blood trickled from the corners of both Wang Yu and Li Changsheng's mouths. Yet it was evident that Wang Yu had been forced to retreat significantly, while Li Changsheng stood her ground unwaveringly. The outcome was indisputable. Wang Yu clasped his fist in salute, saying, "I apologize for my earlier rudeness." Miss Li, your current prowess is commendable, indeed worthy of being deemed a half-step sword immortal. Truly a worthy disciple of the white-clad sword god. Li Hani returned the gesture respectfully, acknowledging his words. She then executed her technique to return to the town of Jingguan, exclaiming joyfully to Su Fan, Master, I have triumphed. Su Fan smiled and replied, Yes, quite well. Indeed. Li Mengsha approached Li Hani, exclaiming, Hani, you are magnificent. No doubt, you are my brilliant daughter. Li Hani cast a sidelong glance at Li Mengsha, retorting, Father. This is all due to Master S teachings. It seems you have little to do with it. Hearing this, Li Mengsha's expression darkened as he replied, All right. You only have eyes for your master, neglecting your father. Li Hani merely shrugged, stating, If that's the case, so be it. You are perpetually unreliable. Even my mother has grown weary of you. Embarrassed, Li Mengsha scratched his head, refraining from further self-deprecation. With Su Fan and Li Hani present, along with Su Fan's formidable strength, which onlookers estimated to be at the late stage of the celestial realm, the warriors from the southern sect hesitated to challenge them. Especially since the southern sect's first expert, Yin Lingxia, had not lasted long in combat and had sustained injuries. They speculated they would not withstand a single blow. Consequently, both factions refrained from engaging in battle. Soon, a trumpet sounded, and once again, the battlefield erupted into chaos, with smoke and dust rising as combat ensued. Meanwhile, Langya Wang and Yi Xiaoying had long led the Langya army into fierce combat with the southern sect soldiers. Originally, Li Mengsha had intended to join, but due to an arrow wound sustained during the recent defense of the city, he remained behind. The southern sect's strategy hinged on the assistance of their blade master, Yin Lingxia. If they achieved a decisive victory, the southern sect would undoubtedly gain momentum, paving the way for a subsequent assault on the city. Currently, the atmosphere has not only remained stable but has also diminished in martial spirit. After an entire day of fierce combat between both sides, Nanju decided to withdraw his troops, and thus the peril on Nanju's side has been alleviated. Consequently, Su Fanxian prepared to return with Li Hani. For there still remained a Yi Dingji on the other side. It is anticipated that Bailey Dongjun and his companions would find it exceedingly challenging to withstand the impending threat. Chapter 54. Xie Xian enters the world on the journey back. Su Fanxian turned to Li Hani and inquired, You haven't ventured to Wanqing Mountain, have you? Li Hani replied, Master, I have not. That is good to hear. You may inquire about the sword from anyone, but you must not go to Wanqing Mountain, Su Fanxian admonished. Li Hani responded with a playful smile, Understood, Master. Having raised Li Hani since childhood, Su Fanxian had imparted wisdom to her gradually, much like a devoted father, unwilling to let his cherished flower be coveted by others. The mere thought of her visiting Wanqing Mountain was daunting. After several days of travel, Su Fanxian finally returned with Li Hani to Yue City. Within the city lord's manor, Su Fanxian sat in the esteemed position, with Yue Yao beside him. Listening to the recent reports about Yi Dingji and the demonic sect, Su Fanxian turned to Yue Yao and asked, Since Hani and I departed, which factions have sent representatives? Yue Yao replied, Wanqing Mountain has dispatched Wang Yixing, the eldest disciple of El Suzhen. Wushuang City has sent Song Yin. Tianmin has sent Tang Li and Yue. The Wen family has sent Wen Xiaobai, and the Lei family has sent Lei Hong and Lei Yuna. Upon hearing this, Su Fanxian nodded in approval. Indeed, it is good. Each faction has sent forth their elite disciples. Yue Yao continued, The Dark River is also involved. Su Fanxian chuckled. They have come as well? This is rather intriguing. Who has arrived? Yue Yao smiled and replied, Su Muyu, Su Changka, and Xie Qidao. 2 of them are familiar to you, as you did not eliminate them back then. Su Fanxian smiled lightly. Those 2 are indeed interesting individuals. Su Changha harbors ambitions to seize control of the Dark River, while Su Muyu is loyal and righteous within the organization. Thus, I thought it wise to keep them alive, for they may prove useful to us in the future. Yue Yao remarked, So this was your intention. Su Fanxian nodded. However, it remains difficult to manage, as the Dark River is a double-edged sword that can easily wound one's hand. Yue Yao said, Sometimes, I truly cannot comprehend the direction of your strategy. Su Fanxian replied, The time has not yet come. If I am not mistaken, Xiao Ruofeng is currently being wary of his good royal brother. It won't be long before he turns against him. Yue Yao asked, Are you suggesting they will have internal strife? Su Fanxian responded, After all, the choice was made by Xiao Ruofeng himself. He must bear the consequences. By relinquishing the throne to his brother, he has already disappointed many of his followers. Tomorrow, I shall head to Dongjun's territory. You and Yue Qing should remain in Shuiyue City and keep a close watch on Hani. Do not let her wander. Yue Yao replied, understood. I will ensure she is monitored. Su Fanxian embraced Yue Yao and said, once this matter is concluded, we shall wed. Yue Yao smiled and tightened her embrace, saying, I shall await your return. After all, she had waited far too long. The following day, after giving brief instructions to Yue Qing and Li Hani, Su Fanxian set off, employing his swordsmanship to soar towards the border. Li Hani had wished to accompany him, but Su Fanxian had declined, for she had already witnessed his battle with the Sword Immortal and had engaged with a swordsman from Nanju. What is required now is a profound introspection and a breakthrough towards ultimate freedom to become the true Sword Immortal of Snow and Moon. Su Fan, the Immortal, journeys westward with a clear purpose, to resolve the issues posed by the Celestial Demon sect led by Yi Ding. Enduring the elements along the way, he hastens towards his destination, determined to eliminate the potential threat entirely. Meanwhile, in a tavern at the border, the recuperating Xikong Changfeng and Bailey Dongjun rest in a corner. Nearby, several men engage in fervent discussions about the current situation, their impassioned voices echoing throughout the establishment. One man exclaims loudly that with hundreds of thousands of troops from Nanju pressing against the last bastion at Jingguan City, had it not been for the arrival of the Langya King and the assistance of the Grand City Lord of Snow and Moon, along with his disciple Li Hani, Jingguan City would have surely fallen. At that point, the forces of Nanju would have swept through, heading straight for Tianqi City. It is said that the foremost expert of Nanju, the Blade Immortal Yin Lingxia, also entered the battlefield and clashed with the Grand City Lord of Snow and Moon. Their battle before the armies was nothing short of cataclysmic. Ultimately, our Grand City Lord Su Fan triumphed over the renowned Blade Immortal of Nanju. The crowd listened with rapt attention, prompting someone to inquire, what happened next? Please continue. The storyteller obliged, recounting that after Yan Lingxia's defeat, she returned to Nanju, only for another swordmaster, said to be a half-step sword immortal, to emerge. The white-clad sword god commanded her disciple Li Hani to take the field. In the end, we emerged victorious once again, as Li Hani decisively vanquished the half-step sword immortal from Nanju. The listeners murmured amongst themselves, with one unable to contain their excitement, speculating. If Li Hani could defeat that half-step sword immortal, does that mean she has reached the realm of sword immortals? The consensus echoed, indeed. Even if Li Hani isn't a sword immortal yet, she must be very close. The speaker continued, it is said that after assisting the Grand City Lord, Li Hani returned to Snow and Moon City. When she emerges again, she should be a sword immortal. The patrons of the tea house buzzed with conversation. In the corner, Xikong Changfeng and Bailey Dongjun overheard, with Bailey Dongjun remarking with a smile, it seems my little master uncle has accomplished something truly remarkable. Alas, I was not present to witness such a splendid duel. Xikong Changfeng concurred, indeed, what a pity. Meanwhile, Xie Xian, having traveled to the southern city of Beili, found himself trapped by an unexpected torrential rain. Seated quietly by a tavern window, he listened to the gentle patter of the rain, his heart enveloped in tranquility. Nearby, the commander of southern city and his subordinates were drinking and discussing recent events concerning Nanju. Xie Xian, overhearing their fantastical claims, could not suppress his comments, stating, with merely a few hundred soldiers, our defense of southern city is insufficient, yet you dare speak of venturing to the battlefield of Nanju? Though his voice was soft, it distinctly reached the ears of those present. The commander of southern city darkened in countenance and retorted, are you implying that my soldiers are inadequate? Xie Xian, it is not that your soldiers lack skill, but rather that you lack ability. The commander of Nanan City, with a hostile glare, retorted, who are you to make such declarations? What qualifications do you possess? Xie Xian replied, I am merely a scholar. The commander of Nanan City chuckled, I am aware of your kind, those literati who hold themselves in high esteem. However, matters of the battlefield are not resolved through mere words. They demand the clashing of blades. A scholar like you, with hands incapable of even wringing a chicken's neck, likely does not even wield a sword. Xie Xian responded calmly, I have studied numerous sword manuals. The commander, laughing heartily, scoffed, what use is reading? Can one truly learn merely by perusing texts? Seeing this, Xie Xian could only shake his head in resignation. He took a moment to examine the sword in the commander's hand, declaring, this sword is subpar, merely an ordinary blade. With that, he raised his hand and waved it toward the window, unleashing a sharp, tempestuous aura that radiated from his sword. In an instant, the torrential rain outside ceased. However, the sword in Xie Xian's grasp shattered into pieces. The commander and his subordinates were left in stunned astonishment, their eyes wide with disbelief. One of them murmured. Could he be a sword immortal? Xie Xian, overhearing, replied nonchalantly, is a single sword strike sufficient to earn such a title? Your claims may not hold true. With that, he turned and departed from the tavern, leaving behind a crowd in shock. Xie Xian, holding an umbrella, walked alone on the street. Unbeknownst to them, he had gleaned the transcendent realm of carefree existence through his studies. Gazing ahead, Xie Xian sighed, I had no desire to engage with the world. But it seems that such a path is now unavoidable. He then opened his umbrella and strolled through the rain, making his way towards the border. Chapter 55. The Array of Solitude. A few days later, after a hurried journey, Su Fanxian finally reached the border. The closer he approached the icy expanse of the outer sky, the more he felt the biting cold, with occasional snowfalls. Inside a room, Su Fanxian, by Li Dongjun, and Xikong Chanfeng sat together. Since Xikong Changfeng's last fierce battle with Yi Dingxi, where his silver moon spear was shattered, he procured a new spear, entirely of a deep black gold hue, which he named the Black Gold Spear, although it lacked the finesse of the previous silver moon spear. There was no time to seek a better weapon. Following that confrontation, Xikong Changfeng's reputation as a spear master sword, despite sustaining injuries, he emerged unscathed. Had it not been for his prior assistance alongside by Li Dongjun during Yi Dingxi's betrothal in Tianqi, escaping entirely would have been a daunting challenge. Suddenly, the trio sensed a formidable presence outside the room. Su Fanxian inquired towards the outside, inviting the visitor to join them for a drink. The figure outside remained silent. Xikong Chanfeng, gripping the black gold spear with resolute intent, leaped to the entrance. Soon after, Su Fanxian and Bai Li Dongjun followed him outside, where they discovered the visitor to be Tang Min's Tang Lianyue. With a faint smile, Su Fanxian remarked, Ah, it is you, the taciturn one. It has been many years. Your strength has evidently advanced swiftly. Tang Lianyue replied coolly, I merely came to discern your intentions, as you three are old acquaintances of Yi Dingxi. To this, Bai Li Dongjun responded, we will undoubtedly do everything in our power to impede Yi Dingxi, for he is no longer the Yi Dingxi I once knew. Su Fanxian placed a hand upon Tang Lianyue's shoulder, leading them all back into the room to deliberate their strategy for the impending battle. The following day, the snow had ceased, and the surroundings appeared cloaked in a silvery veil, tranquil and beautiful. Yet beneath this serene facade, a tempest was brewing. Yi Dingxi, flanked by the left and right protectors of the demon sect, the silver-haired immortal Imochi Xuan, and the purple-clad Lord Ziyuji, along with countless elders and disciples of the demon sect, gathered in multitudes, accompanied by adherents from various factions of the outer sky. Yi Dingxi, the demon sect's leader, donned a black and red robe, wielding the Xianfeng sword, stood at the forefront of the assembly, his expression one of cold indifference as he gazed towards the direction of Bailey. Today marks our day of reckoning in Bailey, he proclaimed loudly. I urge all of you to follow me as we strike at Tianqi, neither death nor retreat. Strike at Tianqi, neither death nor retreat, echoed the fervent cries of the demon sect's followers, their voices brimming with battle spirit and resolve, as if they were determined to vanquish all enemies. Following this, Imochi Xuan and Ziyuji regarded the malevolent Yi Dingxi with eyes filled with anticipation and trust, awaiting their leader's command. With crimson eyes fixed on the city of Tianqi, Yi Dingxi leaped into the air, soaring toward his destination, closely pursued by Imochi Xuan and Ziyuji. Suddenly, the multitude of leaders from the demonic sect knelt upon the ground, proclaiming with fervor, we congratulate the Master and the Guardians on their ascension to the celestial enlightenment. May victory be swift. On the precipice, observing Yi Dingxi's approach towards the city of celestial enlightenment, by Li Dongjun, Xikong Chanfeng, and Tang Lingwei wore expressions of resignation. None among them wished to stand opposed to Yi Dingxi. However, he had succumbed to darkness. If he were to enter the city of celestial enlightenment, it was certain he would unleash a massacre. Su Fanxian approached and declared, he is now en route to the city of celestial enlightenment. By Li Dongjun, accompany me there. Tang Lingwei, you and Xikong Changfeng remain here to prevent the demonic sect from entering Bailey. In unison, Xikong Chanfeng and Tang Lingwei responded affirmatively. The city of celestial enlightenment is entrusted to the two of you. Su Fanxian then leapt into the air, transforming into a streak of light as he sped towards celestial enlightenment, with Bai Li Dongjun closely following. On the high cliff, Xikong Chanfeng, wielding his obsidian spear, gazed at the vast army of the demonic sect below, reflecting, after all this time, it is my first glimpse of such a magnificent sight. It appears a fierce battle is imminent. At that moment, a scholar donned in traditional attire, Xie Xian, soared towards them and remarked, "A fierce battle is indeed unavoidable. With my noble spirit, I shall cleanse the world of demons. As a scholar, I do not shy away from such duty." Upon recognizing him, Xikong Chanfeng, spear in hand, smiled and said, "Such a grand spectacle. Xie Xian, your timing is impeccable." Xie Xian replied coolly, "When the world is in chaos, one must reconcile personal grievances." Xikong Chanfeng, slightly furrowed in brow, inquired, "I am not well versed in literature. What do you mean by that?" Xie Xian, gazing downward, waved his hand, and the sword from his bookbox unsheathed itself, firmly grasped in his hand as he coldly stated, "What I mean is, I intend to kill." Xikong Chanfeng chuckled, "You truly possess knowledge to articulate the act of killing in such an ethereal manner." Meanwhile, the silver-haired immortal Mo Qishuan and the violet-clad Lord Ziyuji arrived at a most peculiar location, where several elders of the demonic sect awaited. Upon their arrival, the elders approached and saluted. "Guardians, the solitary void formation has been established. This is the only passage for the Jianghu of Bailey. They shall not pass." Before long, Xikong Chanfeng, Xie Xian, and Tang Lingwei arrived with their companions, cautiously observing the mist-shrouded surroundings and the eerie arrangement of the terrain. Xie Xian, his expression grave, proclaimed, "The solitary void strikes alone. One can match 1,000. The solitary represents the exalted and esteemed, while the void symbolizes the lowly and feeble. The solitary void is the ultimate secret of victory in warfare." Xikong Chanfeng asked, "What does that mean?" "I do not comprehend." Xie Xian explained, "This should be the solitary void formation set by the demonic sect." Xikong Chanfeng, upon hearing this, chuckled, "I now believe that your mastery of the celestial realm truly stems from your scholarly pursuits." Tang Lingwei praised, "To achieve the celestial realm through study is indeed remarkable." Xie Xian paid no heed to their words and continued to elucidate the solitary void formation, a strategy from the arcane art of Qi Duanjia, originally devised by the Zhuge clan. It is a formidable military formation. Tang Lingwei inquired about the appropriate course of action. Xie Xian responded, explaining that the solitary void formation utilizes a deceptive strategy akin to a ghostly array. Just as he concluded, the mist around them thickened, revealing ethereal apparitions that danced eerily. Xikong Chanfeng, taken aback, exclaimed, "A ghostly array? Can one truly encounter spirits in broad daylight?" Tang Lingwei remarked that on Qilian Mountain, individuals from various sects of Bailey had converged, yet they remained oblivious to the presence of the solitary void formation. Upon hearing this, Xie Xian muttered to himself, "Qilian Mountain? What a peculiar coincidence." Xikong Chanfeng pressed, "Please, just tell us how to break the formation." Xie Xian replied that to dismantle the array, one must locate its core. Not far away, the martial artists from various Bailey factions had unwittingly entered the solitary void formation. The members of the demon sect, utilizing the advantages of the formation, launched a surprise attack on the Bailey martial artists, leaving them defenseless within this illusory array. Helpless, they could do nothing but endure the massacre at the hands of the demon sect, resulting in countless casualties in a fleeting moment. Chapter 56. The timely rescue of Moon Princess in the outer perimeter of the empty void array. Tang Lingwei addressed Xikong Chanfeng, instructing him to accompany Xie Xian in search of the array's core, while she would assist others. "We cannot suffer such heavy casualties without even facing the enemy." A dense mist enveloped the area, thick smoke swirling about, shrouding the mountainous terrain in an enigmatic veil. Suddenly, a swarm of ghostly figures descended upon them. Xikong Chanfeng wielded his black gold spear with great vigor, the spear's brilliance surging as it lunged toward the spectral assailants. Yet, just as the spear was about to pierce through them, the apparitions vanished into thin air. Turning to Xie Xian, Xikong Chanfeng remarked, "This cannot continue like this." Xie Xian responded, "Allow me a moment to devise a strategy. Do not rush." He closed his eyes, attuning himself to the surroundings, where only fleeting shadows of the ghosts danced, accompanied by a chilling breeze. With a swift motion of his sword, he exuded an aura of noble righteousness that dispelled all malevolent forces in the vicinity. Xie Xian stood tall, akin to a formidable mountain, radiating an overwhelming pressure. Upon opening his eyes, he proclaimed, "Our direction is indeed correct. We must proceed along this path. We shall surely uncover the core of the empty void array." Xikong Chanfeng smiled at his words. "Very well, I shall lead the way to clear the path for you. Conserve your strength, for we shall rely on you to break the empty void array." Xie Xian accepted this without hesitation, understanding that their cooperation was vital to dismantling the array. Meanwhile, at Tang Lingyue's location, the warriors of Bailey were gradually recovering since her arrival, though many still fell in battle. Suddenly, A radiant beam of golden light swept through the haze, causing the surrounding mist to retreat as if it were divine illumination, vanquishing demons and evil spirits. The Bailey warriors gasped in awe, their eyes wide with astonishment, as if witnessing an extraordinary spectacle. Upon recognizing the figure, they beheld a woman clad in a flowing purple gown, standing with her sword drawn, her beauty ethereal, reminiscent of a celestial being descended to earth. Many had seen Moon Princess before, and a voice rang out. It is the fourth city master of Shuyue City, the Purple Moon Sword Fairy, here to rescue us. The Bailey warriors were filled with exhilaration, bowing in gratitude towards Moon Princess, for she had saved their lives. She responded with a calm demeanor. It is but a trifling effort. Then, addressing the crowd, Moon Princess declared, I shall seal off this area. We shall remain here until the empty void array is forced to reveal itself. The crowd nodded in agreement, for who would willingly venture forth to meet their demise? Moon Princess murmured to herself, Brother, today I shall employ the ghost-slaying divine technique you once imparted to me to subdue these wretched spirits. With that, she soared into the air, her sword pointed towards the heavens, reciting, With the vastness of heaven and earth, righteousness endures, not to slay the immortals, but to vanquish the spirits. As she chanted her incantation, a surge of righteous energy enveloped her, emanating a brilliant golden light. In an instant, a colossal golden apparition, identical to Moon Princess, materialized behind her, wielding a long sword with an imposing presence. Surrounding the northern departure, the martial artists were stirred, their blood surging with fervor. They had never witnessed such a formidable sword technique before. This move had only been employed over a decade ago by Su Fan during his battle against Ji Ruofting, and few had laid eyes upon it. All gazes were filled with admiration as they beheld the figure of the woman in the purple dress soaring through the air. Perhaps this moment would be etched in the memories of all who witnessed it. As Yu Ji unleashed her divine sword technique, the area was enveloped in an expansive aura, preventing the specters of the void array from approaching. Standing suspended in the air, she safeguarded the group of martial artists from northern departure, though it drained her internal energy. The preservation of so many lives made every effort worthwhile. Meanwhile, Xie Xian sensed a profound righteousness emanating from another direction. Filled with intrigue as he remarked on the powerful aura he had never encountered before, Sikong Changfeng, considering his words for a moment, suggested it might be Yu Ji. For their junior master possessed a sword technique known as the Divine Slayer. Since Yu Ji also wielded this technique, it had to be her. Xie Xian expressed mild astonishment, marveling at the extraordinary swordplay, vowing to witness it firsthand when the opportunity arose. Sikong Changfeng interrupted, assuring him there would be ample chances in the future, urging, Let us break the array first, lest it falter before long. Agreed. Let us hasten, Xie Xian replied. Deep within the void array, the presence of demonic cult experts flitted about, their forms akin to phantoms, gliding effortlessly through the mist. Beside them, the silver-haired immortal Mo Qishuan and the purple-clad Prince Ziyu Ji regarded the void array with a sense of awe. Truly impressive, Mo Qishuan remarked. Ziyu Ji added, It is said that this is not even the true void array of the Zhuge family. Mo Qishuan, taken aback, pondered, how powerful must the genuine void array be? An elder of the demonic cult urged, Protectors, please enter the array swiftly. Responding to this, Mo Qishuan and Ziyu Ji brandished their swords and leaped into the array. Xie Xian, accompanied by Sikong Changfeng, meticulously employed his knowledge of the arcane arts to gradually unveil the secrets of the void array, seeking its core. Sikong Changfeng wielded his spear, defending Xie Xian from all threats, allowing him to concentrate solely on dismantling the array. As they pressed forward, they soon discovered the heart of the void array. With his sword drawn, Xie Xian emanated an imposing aura, the righteousness coalescing upon his blade. He thrust it into the core of the array with a mighty shout, break in an instant. As his voice echoed, a whirlwind of dust erupted, and a torrent of energy surged forth, dispelling the surrounding fog. Is this the location of the core? Sikong Changfeng inquired. While dismantling the array, Xie Xian elucidated. The void array is fundamentally a military formation, capable of channeling fortune to its wielder, thereby overwhelming the enemy. Although the demonic cult has deployed a ghostly array, the method of dismantling it remains largely the same. The essence of deception lies in concealment. Thus, the core must be hidden in the most auspicious location within the mountains. To the northwest, there lies an endless expanse of tombs, where Han Xian and the entire Han army were interred. Han Xian sought rebellion, yet fell victim to treachery and met his demise in battle. Yu Dingji also harbored rebellious thoughts, for the spirit of the army, akin to the essence of time, only deepens with the passage of days, naturally converging in the hidden recesses of the mountains. Upon hearing this, Li Changsheng chuckled and inquired, "Would you have me carve a path? I shall shatter this illusory formation." Xie Xian responded with great enthusiasm, "I would be most delighted." With that, he raised his hand, and with a single flourish, a sword soared forth, its blade parting the mist, revealing a broad avenue ahead. Li Changsheng remarked, "Indeed, it is a fine sword. What name does it bear?" Xie Xian proclaimed with clarity, "The principles of the mortal realm fill countless tomes. My sword is named the volume of 1,000 books." At this, Li Changsheng could not help but smile faintly, saying, "What a splendid name, the volume of 1,000 books. With such a sword to pave the way, success is assured." He then brandished his spear and leaped forward, heading towards the very heart of the matter. Chapter 57. The collapse of the empty void formation. Before long, Li Changsheng found himself alone, wielding the ebony spear as he traversed the dim and foreboding path. With unwavering focus, he pressed forward, ever vigilant for the emergence of potential dangers. Soon, he stumbled upon the cemetery that Xie Xian had mentioned. Gazing upon the graves before him, Li Changsheng spoke solemnly, "I am Li Changsheng, the third lord of Yue city. Today, I come before you, honored souls, without incense, so I offer this ebony spear as a token of respect and memory of your spirits." He planted the spear firmly into the ground, his demeanor grave. Having completed his tribute, Li Changsheng began to search for the key to unraveling the formation. Meanwhile, a disciple of the demon sect reported to an elder nearby, "Elder, someone approaches the formation's core." The elder replied confidently, "No matter, they cannot breach my empty void formation." Little did they know, they were facing Li Changsheng. As he walked, Li Changsheng murmured to himself, "The apothecary king once mentioned that the soul herb often grows in the graves among the hills, favoring fertile soil, thriving in areas rich in energy." He then produced a fire stick, igniting the soul herb he had gathered, the rising smoke guiding him to a nearby location. Before him appeared a verdant pool, reflecting the bright moon above. This must be the coldest spot in the vicinity. Observing the scene, Li Changsheng smiled faintly, declaring, "I possess a spear technique known as the Dragon's Surprise, taught to me by my master, Li Changsheng, but I shall not employ it today. I have another technique, spear ascending clouds, spear descending rain, which I also choose not to use. I have a daughter, her name Melodious, Li Changsheng, whom I dearly miss. Thus, I have crafted a new spear technique in her honor, named Qianluo." With that, he extended his hand, grasping the air, as his vital energy surged. The ebony spear, previously lodged in the earth, soared into his grasp. "Behold," he exclaimed. Li Changsheng began to wield the spear with great vigor, its brilliance igniting the air with formidable energy. While many in the world wield swords and daggers, few choose the spear, and even fewer master its art. Thus, the world has forgotten that the spear is the true king of weapons. With a swift motion, he launched the spear towards the pool, creating an immense splash that sent waves crashing forth. Meanwhile, the elders maintaining the empty void formation felt their blood surging, and one by one, they were struck down, grievously wounded. In disbelief, the elders of the demon sect shouted, "How can this be? How is this possible?" Yet, Li Changsheng continued his relentless assault, the spear's shadow multiplying as he unleashed a torrent of attacks upon the pool. The elders attempted to intervene, but it was too late. With each strike from Li Changsheng, another elder fell to the ground. The disciples of the dark sect hurriedly assisted the elders to their feet. The elder at the forefront, his face filled with terror, exclaimed, "Whose formidable strength is this, that it can stretch so vast and boundless?" On the side of Li Changsheng, he leaped into the air, transforming his black gold spear into a colossal blue spear shadow, surrounded by countless smaller spear shadows encircling the central giant blue figure. Li Changsheng declared in a resonant voice, "Today, I, Li Changsheng, shall vindicate my spear. The 1,000 strikes shall send you all back to your ancestral home." As his words fell, innumerable spear shadows descended, causing the water pool to erupt violently, the water splattering everywhere. Thus, the illusory void formation was shattered. The mist over Qilian Mountain gradually dissipated, the gloomy sky returning to a brilliant azure, with sunlight bathing the land in tranquility. At this moment, the members of Bailey found themselves free from the black mist and phantoms, now facing individuals clad in black robes from the dark sect. Yuji glanced towards Li Changsheng's previous direction and smiled. "Junior brother, you have succeeded." With that, she collapsed to the ground, utterly drained of energy after enveloping the area with the exorcising ghostly divine technique. The morale of the Bailey people surged, fear dissipating as they charged toward the dark sect members. The elders of Yue City and Yin Luoxia shielded Yuji in the center. Yin Luoxia inquired, "Are you all right?" Yuji? Yuji, with a wry smile, replied, "I'm fine, just a bit fatigued. I just need to rest." Yin Luoxia, gritting her teeth, declared, "This time, I am truly enraged. You all protect Yuji. I will go and teach these dark sect members a harsh lesson." Yuji cautioned, "Be mindful of your safety." Yin Luoxia left a few elders to guard the weakened Yuji and leaped into the throng of dark sect members, employing her uncanny agility to launch an assault. Every weapon wielded by the dark sect opponents she faced was shattered by her strikes. Like a specter, Yin Luoxia unleashed the supreme martial arts from the 9 true cannon, attacking relentlessly within the crowd of dark sect members. This was the first time she had felt such fury, and in her rage, she fought with all her might, leaving many dark sect members in a state of disarray. A woman in anger possesses the highest combat strength. The onlookers from the martial world watched in awe, realizing that this was the true power of Su Fan's eldest disciple, the celestial maiden Luoxia. Without the cover of the illusory void formation, the dark sect members were no match for the Bailey martial world, suffering heavy casualties and falling en masse. Sikong Chanfeng soon met up with Xie Xian, and together they advanced towards the Bailey group. Before long, the group reunited. Sikong Chanfeng immediately noticed Yuji, weakly meditating on the ground, and rushed forward to ask, "Junior sister, how are you? Are you all right?" Yuji opened her eyes and smiled faintly. "I'm fine, just exhausted of inner energy." Sikong Chanfeng responded, "That is a relief." He then introduced Junior sister. "This is Xie Xian. We collaborated to break the illusory void formation." Yuji turned to Xie Xian and said, "It's been a long time." Xie Xian replied with a gentle smile, "Indeed, it has been a long time. The little girl has grown up." Sikong Chanfeng, intrigued, asked, "You two know each other?" When Sukiheim remarked that she had first encountered Sikong Chanfeng during her initial visit to the academy with her brother, he responded with surprise. Realizing that their acquaintance dated back even further than he had anticipated, Xie Xian added that their connection had persisted for over a decade. Meanwhile, Yin Luoxia and Tang Lingwei led a multitude of martial artists, successfully repelling the forces from the outer heaven. Consequently, everyone reconvened, poised to await news from Tuanchi City, particularly since Yidingji had already breached its defenses. Chapter 58. Tension at the northern border as the formation of the solitary void was shattered. The demonic sect suffered devastating casualties, swiftly finding themselves in a precarious position. However, with the presence of formidable figures such as the white-haired immortal Imo Qishuan and the enigmatic purple rain of the purple robe, the demonic forces quickly regained their composure. Now, both the members of the demonic sect and the martial artists of Northern Li found themselves locked in a standoff, the atmosphere thick with tension, ready to erupt at any moment. Sikong Chanfeng, Xie Xian, Yuji, Tang Lingwei, and Yin Luoxia led numerous warriors of Northern Li, their faces etched with determination as they coldly regarded their adversaries from the demonic sect. Sikong Chanfeng fixed his gaze upon the opposing forces and declared with a booming voice, "Let this mountain be the boundary. Those of the demonic sect shall not cross a single step." His words resonated through the air, imbued with authority. In unison, Sikong Chanfeng, Xie Xian, Yuji, and Tang Lingwei, along with many esteemed martial artists, pointed their weapons toward the advancing demonic horde. It is worth noting that Yin Luoxia, unarmed, could not mirror their stance. The white-haired immortal Imo Qishuan scoffed, "Are you saying we cannot advance? I believe it is we who hold the cards." Having known Sikong Chanfeng for some time, largely due to the presence of the sisters Yue Yao and Yue Qing in Yue City, their familiarity had fostered a camaraderie. Today, they stood as representatives of their respective factions, exchanging barbs in this tense encounter. Tang Lingwei lamented, "I never imagined that such a multitude of skilled fighters would emerge from the outer realms." Yuji slowly articulated, "The key is their numbers. They keep coming in waves." A flicker of concern crossed the faces of the Northern Li martial artists, as they were acutely aware that if this battle erupted, the toll would be far greater than before, with countless more lives likely to be lost. Suddenly, a voice rang out, "It is not that they are numerous, but rather that your hearts are too soft, merely wounding but not killing. Once they recover, they will return to attack you again, in waves, of course." Yuji coldly inquired, "Who dares to speak?" From the mountaintop descended a figure clad in a black robe and a conical hat, flanked by two similarly dressed men, one wielding a small knife with a carefree demeanor, and the other holding a black umbrella, his expression inscrutable, accompanied by a host of black-clad subordinates. The newcomers were none other than the umbrella ghost Suja, the umbrella wielder Sumuyu, and the undertaker Su Changhe of the Dark River. Xikong Chanfeng expressed his surprise. Dark River? It is you. The other martial artists looked on in confusion, uncertain of the purpose behind the Dark River's appearance, especially given their notorious reputation among the northernly sections. The lead figure, Suja, surveyed the northernly warriors and stated, "Indeed, we are the Dark River. I wonder if our righteous friends here will welcome us?" Nearby, Undertaker Su Chang he toyed with his knife, a sinister smile gracing his lips. "They are nearly all dead. If you do not welcome us, it only proves our leader's point. You so-called righteous sects are simply pretentious. They intend to kill you. Surely you will retaliate, lest they deem you fools." Upon hearing this, the warriors of Northernly turned to glare fiercely at the Dark River. The assassins of the Dark River initially arrived with intentions to assist, yet before they could even make a move, they began to mock the people of Bailey. Xie Xin remarked with a hint of disdain, "You, from the Dark River, have not come here merely to deride us, have you?" Suja replied with a smile. "Of course not. Although we, the Dark River, are an organization of assassins driven by monetary gain, this time we come to aid without any financial expectation." Su Chang'e continued. "Our leader has stated that the invasion of the demon sect into Bailey is detrimental to us as well. Thus we were summoned to provide our assistance." Xikong Chanfeng, with a serious expression, inquired, "What exactly do you mean by that?" He harbored concerns that the Dark River might harbor ulterior motives. Sumu Yu added, "Though we are an organization of assassins, we too possess a sense of national duty." Suja then solemnly introduced them. "We are the Dark River, the side-wielding ghost. Susha, the Undertaker, Su Chang'e, and the umbrella-wielding ghost, Su Muyu. On the side of the demon sect, the silver-haired immortal Mo Qishuan and the purple-robed Marquis, Zi Yujing, fell silent upon witnessing the influx of skilled individuals joining the ranks of Bailey. The situation was becoming increasingly precarious, and the members of the demon sect could only hope for their leader's success within Tianqi City. Observing the formidable presence of the Dark River, Xikong Chanfeng spoke gravely. "Given your imposing demeanor, are you not planning to eliminate us after the battle?" The people of Bailey glanced towards the Dark River members, acutely aware of their notorious reputation, and the possibility of betrayal lingered in the air. Suja slowly shook his head and softly stated, "Please do not misunderstand. Despite being an organization of assassins, the Dark River operates with its own principles and boundaries. Our purpose here is sincere. We would never engage in treachery." Nevertheless, the hearts of the Bailey people remained heavy with suspicion. Preconceived notions act as a mountain upon the hearts of men. When a notorious faction suddenly professes to fight for the greater good, even if sincere, it becomes difficult to accept. Thus, both parties found themselves in a standoff, each hesitant to ignite the flames of conflict. Given that their strengths were evenly matched, initiating battle would lead to a desperate struggle, and many on both sides wished to avoid death. Chapter 59, The Subtle Thoughts of Emperor Mingde in the Grand Palace of Tianqi City. Emperor Mingde, Shaoruojin, adorned in a resplendent dragon robe, sat regally upon the dragon throne, exuding an air of authority. With a slight furrow of his brow, he inquired of Jin Xian, "Have the military reports from various regions arrived today?" Upon hearing the emperor's query, the newly appointed Grand Supervisor, Jin Xian, responded with utmost deference, "Your Majesty, they have just arrived." Shaoruojin replied calmly, then read them. Jin Xian promptly picked up one of the reports and began to read aloud. "The cities previously occupied by the Southern Zhu army have been reclaimed by King Langya and his forces. Although the Southern Zhu troops continue to loom threateningly at the borders, they are unlikely to achieve any significant feats." The emperor's gaze sharpened as he remarked, "The Southern Zhu's actions are merely a display of bravado. Moreover, with Ruofeng personally leading the army to repel them, it is not a daunting task." Next, Jin Xian took up another report, one sent by the Marquis of Jinshi. He continued to read in a clear voice, "In the west, the insurgents have been suppressed. Though sporadic banditry persists, however, it poses no substantial threat." A faint smile graced the lips of Emperor Shaoruojin as he observed, "Deploying the Breakwind army from the Marquis of Jinshi to quell these bandits seems rather excessive." Jin Xian then retrieved yet another report, this one concerning the northern barbarians. He read aloud, "The northern barbarian army possesses formidable combat capabilities. Though fewer in number than the southern Zhu, their strength far surpasses that of the southern Zhu forces. Truly a pack of fierce wolves and tigers. Fortunately, General Li Mengsha leads the Langya army in defense, and with the assistance of a noble benefactor. Your Majesty may rest assured." Intrigued, Emperor Mingde inquired, "Benefactor? What manner of benefactor?" Jin Xian hesitantly replied, "Your Majesty, it is Li Mengsha's daughter, Li Hani. It is said that upon her recent return to Shuiyue City, She has entered the realm of the Sword Immortal. The Emperor's expression turned cold as he remarked, to achieve the Sword Immortal realm before the age of 20, Li Changsheng certainly has a remarkable daughter. Yet, it is unfortunate that she is a disciple of that individual. Gazing into the distance, the Emperor continued, Li Changsheng, the esteemed scholar from Beili, has departed, yet he bequeathed Yue city to his disciple. Truly, a commendable pair of masters and apprentices. Jin Xin interjected, Your Majesty need not worry. The individuals in Yue city are merely wanderers of the martial world. Not to be feared. The Emperor's countenance darkened as he fixed a piercing gaze upon Jin Xin. You suggest I need not be concerned? Are you aware of the number of experts residing in Yue city? One Su Fan, who has attained the realm of divine travel, is already a considerable headache for me. Not to mention the Wine Immortal, the Spear Immortal, and the Female Sword Immortal, with yet another emerging now. How could I not be apprehensive? Jin Xin, trembling, replied. Your Majesty, it appears that Yue city is merely intent on solidifying its status as the foremost city in the realm, showing no inclination towards Beili. Otherwise, with their capabilities, they would have likely taken action by now. Gradually, the Emperor's expression softened, his eyes clearing as he spoke slowly. I sincerely hope that is the case. Those left behind by Li Changsheng truly harbor no intentions against Beili. Jin Xin contemplated his master, the former Grand Supervisor Yue Yao, who had contended with Li Changsheng for many years, only to be ultimately crushed and resigned to guarding the imperial tombs. Given his current limited prowess, he deemed it wise to remain reticent. Jin Xin possesses a clear understanding of her own identity and capabilities in relation to her current strength, significantly more astute than her master. Yue Yao. She refrains from seeking trouble, especially considering that Su Fan Xian has reached the late stage of divine wandering, leaving his true strength shrouded in mystery. Emperor Mingda, Xiao Ruojin, inquired if there were any updates from the demonic sect. After a brief silence, Jin Xin replied, Your Majesty, there has been no news as of yet. The forces of the heavenly demon sect remain restless, and their power should not be underestimated. However, we have various sect members and troops stationed here, and I trust they will do their utmost to safeguard Beili. Xiao Ruojin nodded slightly at Jin Xuan's words and commanded, Convey the order to strengthen our defenses and ensure the safety of Beili. At that moment, an urgent military report was delivered to the palace. Jin Xin inquired about the source of the intelligence, to which the messenger responded that it was information from the demonic sect. Xiao Ruojin glanced at the chief supervisor, Jin Xin, who immediately understood and took the military report from the messenger, opening the envelope to extract the letter within. Xiao Ruojin casually glanced at the letter, his brow furrowing in confusion as he remarked, although it primarily concerns the martial world, Wushuang City is a martial city bestowed by the founding emperor, and it carries the responsibility of protecting the nation. How could this military correspondence be so casual? The messenger respectfully replied, Your Majesty, this letter was not sent by Wushuang City, but by Sikong Changfeng of Yue City. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ruojin smiled faintly. It seems Wushuang City is no longer the once mighty first city of the realm. Read on and see what the letter states. Jin Xin, with a serious countenance, read aloud. The forces of the demonic sect have been intercepted outside, with only one person breaking through, heading towards Tianqi City. We must hold the imperial city and ensure the safety of Your Majesty. Xiao Ruojin sneered. One mere individual dares to invade the imperial city to assassinate me? Jin Xin trembled as she replied, But Your Majesty, this person, he is Yi Dingji. At the mention of Yi Dingji, Xiao Ruojin's heart raced, his fingers trembling involuntarily. A chill creeping down his spine. His eyes widened with shock as his mind raced. If Yi Dingji were to arrive in the imperial city with the intent to assassinate him, he would undoubtedly exert all his strength. In the entire palace, who could possibly withstand the current Yi Dingji? He has mastered the void thought technique, reaching the pinnacle of the 9th level, along with the immovable king technique and the demonic immortal sword. Apart from the once renowned Li Changsheng, who could stand in Yi Dingji's way. Just then, Jin Xuan's fellow disciple, Jing Xian, one of the 5 chief supervisors, hurried in and said, Your Majesty, I have received word that someone intends to assassinate you in Tianqi City. I implore you to seek refuge in the Tianjin Pavilion. Xiao Ruojin pondered for a moment, and ultimately, the dignity and prestige of the emperor triumphed over his inner fears. He resolutely declared, No, I am the emperor of Beili. How could I engage in such cowardice? I wish to see if Yi Dingji truly dares to kill me. Observing the emperor's firm expression, Jin Xian understood that persuasion would be futile and thus turned to Jing Xian, asking, How much longer until we reach Tianqi? Jin Xian spoke with a grave expression, indicating that the day of arrival in Tianqi City was imminent. The leader Ji and the national master were already prepared to confront the enemy at Qingyun Terrace. Xiao Ruojin, with an air of authority, declared that they should proceed to Qingyun Terrace together. With that, he strode purposefully towards the terrace. This chapter has concluded. It is worth noting that Su Fanskin altered certain plot lines. Li Xingyue and Si Kong Changfeng did not agree to become the four guardians of Tianqi, and Yu Ji also declined. Consequently, as Xiao Ruofeng was unable to find suitable candidates for the roles, the four guardians of Tianqi were not established. Chapter 60. Yi Dingji enters Tianqi perched atop the highest point of Tianqi City. The Qingyun Terrace offers a panoramic view of the entire city, serving as a crucial defensive bastion against adversaries. Ji Ruofeng and the national master of Bailey, Qi Tianchen, stand ready here, their expressions imbued with solemnity as they await the arrival of Yi Dingji. Upon his arrival at the Qingyun Terrace, Emperor Zairuojin is filled with profound emotions as he gazes at the two figures before him. They stand ready to protect him, willing to risk everything for the sake of Bailey. Your Majesty, we will ensure your safety, Ji Ruofeng declares. Rest assured, Your Majesty, we shall not allow Yi Dingji to succeed, Qi Tianchen adds fervently. Zairuojin nods, his heart swelling with gratitude. The mere fact that they stand beside him at this critical juncture speaks volumes. At that moment, a formidable aura approaches from the distance, and those on the Qingyun Terrace instinctively recognize it as the impending arrival of Yi Dingji. Alone, he strides towards Tianqi City, intent on slaying Emperor Zairuojin with his own hands. His presence darkens the previously clear skies, shrouding the city in ominous clouds. The multitude of masters from Bailey, along with those on the Qingyun Terrace, feel an overwhelming pressure descend upon them. Suddenly, Yi Dingji's figure appears like a bolt of lightning, hovering above the Qingyun Terrace. His eyes ablaze with murderous intent, the Xianyun sword in his grip radiating an immense power. With a grim expression, Yi Dingji bellows, Zairuojin, today marks your demise. You and the Bailey royal family owe me dearly, and I have come to reclaim what is mine. Enveloped in demonic energy, his eyes gleam crimson as he fixates on the protected Zairuojin, wishing nothing less than to rend him asunder. Zairuojin, though gripped by fear, understands his duty as the Emperor of Bailey. He must confront this adversary with courage. Yi Dingji, do you truly believe you can prevail? He proclaims boldly, unaware of the full extent of Yi Dingji's current strength, and that the few standing with him are insufficient to deter the impending threat. In response to Zairuojin's reckless bravado, Yi Dingji retorts with a chilling laugh. Let us put that to the test, and see if I can succeed. With a steely gaze, he swiftly brandishes the Xianyun sword, unleashing a singular strike that wreaks havoc upon the elite guards of the Bailey capital, leaving a swath of devastation in its wake. Witnessing this, Jin Xian hastily retreats with Zairuojin to a safer position, striving to prevent any unforeseen calamities. In the meantime, Ji Ruofeng, wielding the Wuji stick, leaps into the air, launching a flurry of attacks towards Yi Dingji above. However, Yi Dingji's eyes blaze with a sinister red as he counters with a wave of his hand, summoning a colossal claw of pure energy that intercepts Ji Ruofeng's ferocious assault. Casting a cold glance at Ji Ruofeng, he flicks his robe, unleashing a torrent of energy that swiftly dismantles Ji Ruofeng's offensive. The overwhelming force engulfs the surroundings, devastating all in its path, as soldiers are sent sprawling. Ji Ruofeng, too, is thrown several paces back, only managing to regain his balance with Qi Tianchen's assistance, though blood begins to trickle from the corner of his mouth. Yi Dingji ultimately chose to hold back, for his primary purpose in Tianqi City was to eliminate Xiao Ruojin. Furthermore, Ji Ruofeng was a junior of Li Changsheng, who had previously assisted Yi Dingji on multiple occasions. Thus, Yi Dingji refrained from unleashing his full power. Otherwise, Ji Ruofeng's injuries would have been far more severe than mere blood at the corner of his mouth. Observing that his attack had been effortlessly neutralized, Ji Ruofeng felt a tumult of emotions within. Beside him, the ethereal Jin Xian inquired, after engaging him in combat, what level do you perceive his strength to be? Ji Ruofeng sighed. In truth, he might not be significantly inferior to Mr. Li. At that moment, Yi Dingji's gaze sharpened as he turned his attention to the revered Emperor Xiao Ruojin, who stood atop the platform, surrounded by his supporters. He coldly stated, knowing full well that I am here to kill you, why do you not flee? In response, Xiao Ruojin mockingly declared, a solitary figure stands firm and unyielding. Why should I fear a mere brigand such as yourself? Upon hearing these words, Yi Dingji's eyes flashed with a fierce intensity, and an aura of murderous intent enveloped him, rendering the surrounding air almost palpable, causing those present to shiver in fear. Yi Dingji's voice was icy as he proclaimed, My family, the Yi clan, has fought valiantly for Bailey, enduring countless hardships. Ultimately, it was your father, that wretched emperor, who brought ruin upon us. Now you dare to steal away the woman I cherish, who is truly the brigand here. Emperor Mingda retorted, the Empress Dowager has long been wed to my esteemed Jingyu Palace. It was you who deceived and abducted her. How could it be I who took her from you? Yi Dingji scoffed, Ewing Jun is my wife. Bound by a childhood betrothal and genuine affection. It is you who forced her into the royal family, making her a pawn in your quest for power. Observing this tense exchange, Qi Tianqian sighed lightly, Yi Dingji, I truly wish to avoid conflict with you. Yet I stand here and cannot simply watch as you murder the emperor. Qi Tianqian had long held disdain for some of Xiao Ruojin's actions, and given his past connections with General Yi Yu, he felt no obligation to adhere to the decorum of lord and subject. Thus, he declared, come then. Qi Tianqian brandished his floating dust and leapt towards Yi Dingji, his movements graceful as if he were a celestial being. With a swift flourish of his hand, Yi Dingji countered, unleashing a powerful barrier that effortlessly deflected Qi Tianqian's assault. As the two forces collided, a shockwave rippled through the surroundings. Despite Qi Tianqian's relentless attacks, he could not breach Yi Dingji's defenses. Witnessing such a breathtaking confrontation, Xiao Ruojin felt a surge of trepidation within. While Qi Tianqian continued his assault, he urged Yi Dingji. There is still time to turn back. Yi Dingji replied coldly, Old national master, I can no longer retreat. Have you ever heard the saying? One cannot advise another to be virtuous without having experienced suffering themselves. Upon hearing this, Qi Tianqian fell silent, recognizing the fundamental difference in their positions. As the national master of Bailey, he understood the truth in Yi Dingji's words, yet he could not allow the emperor to be slain before his eyes, regardless of the emperor's shortcomings. Yet, his mission is to guard. Immediately, Yi Dingji also unleashed his virtual thought technique, casting forth a colossal imprint that instantaneously repelled Qi Tianqian. Yi Dingji, akin to a demonic king, towered above, surveying the world with disdain. Ji Ruofeng, following Qi Tianqian, leapt with determination, continuing their assault against Yi Dingji. Yi Dingji coldly declared, this ends here. His gaze sharpened as he summoned his true energy, striking with all his might, shattering the gathered attacks of Qi Tianqian in an instant, while Ji Ruofeng's limitless staff was similarly sent flying. The two were violently propelled several feet away by the overwhelming force, spitting out blood. Nearby, Jin Xian hurriedly rushed to assist the fallen Ji Ruofeng and Qi Tianqian, inquiring, Ji Ruofeng, with your profound understanding of martial arts, does this formidable Yi Dingji now dwell in the realm of divine wanderers? Ji Ruofeng elucidated. He is not a divine wanderer. He has merely embraced the martial arts of the rectified path, which comprises 4 realms of its own. At this moment, he has succumbed to the demonic path, transcending the 4 realms. Observing his current prowess, he should be in the realm of ghostly immortals. End of chapter. Chapter 61. The pinnacle duel won in the skies above Qingyun Terrace. Yi Dingji floated in midair, enveloped by a swirling aura of demonic energy. His eyes glowed a fierce crimson, and his black and red robe billowed in the wind. Gazing down at the formidable masters of Bailey, he coldly proclaimed, Who among you dares to impede me? Ji Ruofeng, observing the scene, addressed the others. He has merely succumbed to the demonic path, ensnared by his own obsessions. Although he appears powerful, he is rife with sinister energy. From my past encounters, those who fall into madness lose their wits. Yet he seems not entirely bereft of reason. Meanwhile, one of the 5 overseers, Jin Xian, circled Yi Dingji with an uncanny agility, biding his time for the perfect moment to strike. Seizing the opportunity, he unleashed a palm strike to Yi Dingji's back, channeling an overwhelming force in an attempt to absorb Yi Dingji's inner energy. Jin Xian had fully mastered the teachings of his master, the former chief overseer, Yue Yao. His proficiency in Su Huaigong had reached an extraordinary level. With a smirk of triumph gracing his lips, Jin Xian reveled in his apparent success. Yi Dingji, however, regarded him with indifference, stating, Your technique can actually suppress my inner force? I cannot believe there are practitioners of Su Nian Gong within the Bailey court. Jin Xian replied coolly, What is transmitted to Beizu is Su Nian Gong, while Su Huaigong remains with Bailey. The 2 arts share a common origin and are inherently interdependent. Your vital energy is compromised, granting me the advantage. Yi Dingji scoffed. Interdependence? That holds true only when our realms are comparable. You have merely just ascended the peak, while I have long since traversed the mists. His gaze hardened, and he icily declared, Moreover, you possess far too much knowledge. Those who know too much should not be allowed to exist in this world. As soon as the words left his lips, Yi Dingji turned and struck with ferocity. In an instant, Jin Xian was sent flying like a kite severed from its string, hurtling dozens of yards away. Crumpling to the ground, Jin Xian was utterly devoid of strength to retaliate. Yi Dingji derided him. What are you? To dare contest inner strength with me? At this moment, Xiao Qin, witnessing her overseer's defeat at a single blow, felt a surge of panic, dread coursing through her entire being. Yi Dingji fixed his gaze upon her, saying, Now, let us see who can save you. Suddenly, a voice rang out in the air. Though Xiao Qin may not be a virtuous character, she must not perish just yet. Two young figures descended from the distance, one clad in white, the other in blue, gracefully floating down from the heavens. The crowd gasped, astonished at the sight of these two individuals. All present recognized Su Fanxian and Bai Li Dongjun, their arrival eliciting expressions of disbelief. Bai Li Dongjun remarked, Xiao Qin is indeed no paragon of goodness. Even I am tempted to deliver a thorough beating to him. You dare. Xiao Qin, incensed by the disrespect shown by the two, found herself momentarily at a loss for words. The audacity of these two was astonishing, as they seemed to regard her, the emperor, with utter disdain. At this moment, Xiao Qin had entirely forgotten the pallor of fear that had washed over her when she was terrified by Yi Dingji. Yi Dingji regarded the figures of Bai Li Dongjun and Su Fanxian before him, and the murderous intent in his eyes had significantly diminished. After all, Su Fanxian had once aided him greatly, and Bai Li Dongjun was a dear brother with whom he had grown up. Yi Dingji spoke softly, You have ultimately come. Bai Li Dongjun gazed sorrowfully at Yi Dingji and lamented, We have come, Yungu. Why have you become like this? Why did you not seek us out in Yue City? Yi Dingji coldly observed the two before him and remained silent. Su Fanxian, witnessing Yi Dingji, now enveloped in dark energy, felt a profound sense of helplessness. To be candid, he internally supported Yi Dingji and did not wish to intervene in this matter. However, based on the narrative he was aware of from his previous life, Yi Dingji would ultimately be besieged by the righteous figures of Bai Li and would meet his end outside the grass hut in Gusa City, forced to draw his sword against himself. Such a conclusion was not one Su Fanxian wished to witness, which is why he had conferred with Bai Li Dongjun on the way, devising ways to rescue Yi Dingji. The life of Yi Dingji was one burdened by the debts owed by the Bai Li royal family to the Yi family. Were it not for Emperor Tian, Yi Dingji would not have become the solitary figure he was now. Thus, it was unacceptable to allow him to perish and hastily conclude his life. Su Fanxian addressed Yi Dingji with conviction, Do you wish to trust me? If you are willing, then retreat with the demonic sect at this moment. Bai Li Dongjun added, Yungu, do not make further mistakes. If this continues, you will perish. Yi Dingji, upon hearing this, erupted into laughter. Will I die? Perhaps, for I have long since succumbed to darkness, and the entire world regards me as a demon. If embracing darkness allows me to act freely, I willingly accept it. Su Fanxian and Bai Li Dongjun exchanged glances, choosing not to speak further, for they had devised a secondary plan. Su Fanxian had previously conveyed to Bai Li Dongjun that the current Yi Dingji could not be swayed by mere words. Thus, they had concocted two strategies. Su Fanxian declared to Yi Dingji, In that case, let us engage in battle. My master once instructed me to protect Bai Li, and the current Bai Li cannot be without an emperor, lest chaos ensue. For the time being, Su Fanxian decided to shift the burden onto his master, Li Changsheng. Then let it commence. Yi Dingji said no more, brandishing the Shenfeng sword, its sword energy surging forth as he launched a fierce assault towards Su Fanxian. Su Fanxian drew his longsword, the frost blade, which, upon unsheathing, summoned frost to coalesce around them. With a swift motion, he unleashed a wave of sword energy, instantly neutralizing Yi Dingji's offensive. Thus, the two engaged in a rapid clash, their speed so great that those of lesser realms could only perceive fleeting shadows. The sounds of their weapons colliding echoed throughout the surroundings. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers were left in stunned silence, while Ji Ruofeng began to jot down notes before the crowd. The others remained fully engrossed in the epic confrontation between Su Fanxian and Yi Dingji. Since absorbing the inner strength from the celestial wind city and cultivating the void thought technique to the pinnacle of the 9th level, Yi Dingji's power has surged dramatically. Coupled with the immovable king technique, Yi Dingji's combat prowess can be instantaneously maximized. At present, his strength is sufficient to rival the mid-stage of the divine wanderer realm, closely approaching the late-stage prowess of Su Fanxian. Consequently, for a time, Yi Dingji and Su Fanxian found themselves evenly matched, neither able to gain the upper hand. The author has indeed enhanced Yi Dingji's capabilities. Otherwise, how could the protagonist, who has never truly fought with all his might, later ascend to the status of the white-clad sword god, surpassing several sword immortals. Su Fanxian wielded the frost blade, executing the intricate and unpredictable changes of the Dugu 9 swords, his figure transforming into 9 ethereal afterimages. In each fleeting moment of their combat, both combatants unleashed a strike. Su Fanxian alternated between the divine sword of thunder control, the heavenly ice drop technique, and the sword leading the azure dragon technique, launching a series of relentless assaults. Furthermore, the energy he absorbed from this world supplemented his own cultivation, allowing him to unleash a nearly full-powered attack, combining spiritual energy with inner strength in his sword techniques, which were nothing short of earth-shattering. On Su Fanxian's side, the supreme sword intent resonated fiercely as he unleashed the heavenly ice drop technique, sending forth a myriad of crystalline ice swords towards Yi Dingji. In response, Yi Dingji waved his robe, summoning a thick barrier formed by the 9th layer of the void thought technique, successfully deflecting Su Fanxian's ferocious onslaught. The peak battle between the two masters left the spectators gasping in astonishment, their eyes wide with disbelief. Qi Tianchen stroked his beard, marveling at the unexpected revelation that these two warriors had achieved such terrifying heights in their martial prowess. Yi Dingji and Su Fanxian, both extraordinary masters, shone like two resplendent stars, illuminating the Qingyan platform with their dazzling brilliance. Ji Ruofeng recorded the events, remarking that this battle would be renowned throughout the world for 30 years. End of this chapter. In the next chapter, the journey to borrow the demon-subduing sword to quell the evil begins. Chapter 62. The Pinnacle Duel 2. Upon the Qingyan platform, the two combatants clashed, swords before retreating. Yi Dingji activated the ninefold void thought technique, summoning a swirling black vortex around him, emanating a formidable force intended to siphon the internal energy from Su Fanxian. His eyes gleamed with madness, as if he sought to dominate anyone who dared to obstruct his path. Su Fanxian, mindful of the threat, unleashed a torrent of spiritual and internal energy from his palms, soaring skyward, and instantly, the heavens became engulfed in tumultuous thunderclouds. A colossal phantom of a thunder dragon roared in the sky above. Addressing Yi Dingji, Su Fanxian declared, "Since you wish to absorb my energy, allow me to awaken you to reality." With that, the thunder dragon's apparition surged toward Yi Dingji's swirling vortex. With a thunderous boom, the sky above the Qingyan platform was illuminated, rendering everything a blinding white. Many spectators closed their eyes, overwhelmed by the brilliance. Moments later, as the white light faded, it revealed that half of the Qingyan platform had collapsed, with both combatants standing defiantly amidst the ruins. Su Fanxian, clad in white, was surrounded by a halo of violet lightning, resembling a celestial being descended to the mortal realm. In stark contrast, Yi Dingji donned dark red attire, shrouded in an ominous aura, reminiscent of a fiend incarnate. The juxtaposition was striking, one in radiant white, untouched by the mundane, the other in dark hues, blood staining his lips. The onlookers turned their gazes toward the Qingyan platform, expressions of astonishment etched upon their faces, having witnessed the cataclysmic clash that had transpired. Whispers circulated among those who comprehended the battle's significance, relaying to others the current advantage held by one of the fighters. Li Dongjun, observing the scene, mused, "At this moment, I doubt I could withstand even a single strike from either of them." Yi Dingji's gaze gradually darkened, and the aura emanating from him intensified, fueled by the synergy of his demonic heart and the void thought technique. He then commenced the unmoving king technique, conjuring a towering phantom of a martial general, brandishing a long sword that radiated an overwhelming pressure. With his sword in hand, Yi Dingji unleashed a torrent of sword energy, each slash capable of rending the very fabric of reality. The combination of the unmoving king technique and the demonic immortal sword propelled his combat prowess to unprecedented heights. Su Fanxian, recognizing the gravity of the situation, darted away like a flash of lightning, vanishing from sight and reappearing in midair. Understanding that to awaken the fully corrupted Yi Dingji, he must employ the true art of slaying gods, Su Fanxian resolved that to unleash this technique to its fullest extent, he required the demon-suppressing sword to subdue Yi Dingji. With unwavering determination, he gazed toward the border and coldly commanded, "Demon-suppressing sword, come forth." Far away at the border, the forces of the demon sect stood in confrontation with numerous martial experts from Bailey. Suddenly, the demon-suppressing sword in Yu Ji's grasp leapt from its sheath, quivering wildly before her, its ringing echoing as if responding to a call. Realizing the sword's unusual behavior, Yu Ji murmured, "Is my brother summoning you?" As if comprehending her words, The sword's tip gently quivered in acknowledgement. Hasten forth. Do not keep your brother waiting too long. As these words were spoken, the demon-suppressing sword emitted a resounding cry that reverberated through the heavens, soaring into the sky, sensing that its former master was in need. The sword transformed into a streak of radiant light, heading towards the city of enlightenment. The onlookers were left in awe, gazing at Yue and the departing sword. After all, a sword that comprehends human speech and can summon from 1,000 miles away must possess its own intelligence. Yet, none dared entertain any ulterior thoughts. Yue, with a gentle smile directed towards the city of enlightenment, expressed her unwavering belief. Brother, I trust you shall emerge victorious. At the Qingyan platform, summoned by Su Fanxian, a streak of light soon appeared in the sky, accompanied by a thunderous sound of a sword's cry resonating throughout the realm. The national master, Li Changsheng, gazed up at the celestial sword light, murmuring, I seem to behold a sword that does not belong to this world, approaching the Qingyan platform. Beside him, Ji Ruofeng inquired with curiosity, not of this world? Could it be a sword from the heavens? Meanwhile, Su Fanxian grasped the air, and the demon-suppressing sword arrived in his hand, producing a melodious sound, seemingly joyful. He then held the sword before him, proclaiming, with righteousness enduring, I do not seek to slay the immortals, but to sever the demons and gods. In that moment, a colossal apparition gradually emerged behind Su Fanxian, towering in the sky like a divine being surveying the earth. An overwhelming aura swiftly enveloped the surroundings, prompting the assembled experts, including Ji Ruofeng and Li Changsheng, to circulate their inner energy to withstand the sudden, immense pressure. Yi Dingji's dark eyes widened slightly at this sight, as if wary of such a formidable presence. Su Fanxian addressed Yi Dingji, stating, You have completely succumbed to darkness, devoid of any semblance of humanity. Since you cannot awaken on your own, allow me to sever your demonic energy and restore you to your true self. The apparition behind him then advanced to suppress Yi Dingji, who, in turn, unleashed the indestructible king technique along with the demon immortal sword in a counterattack against Su Fanxian. With a thunderous roar, the entire Qingyan platform collapsed into ruins. As the dust settled, Su Fanxian stood with the sword in hand, his white attire tattered, a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. In stark contrast, Yi Dingji lay amid the debris, his robes in tatters, covered in wounds, yet his eyes clear, the demonic energy dissipating, no longer resembling the demonic figure from earlier. Even the formidable leader of the demonic sect, Yi Dingji, having reached the pinnacle of the 9th layer of the illusory thought technique, alongside the demon immortal sword and the indestructible king technique, ultimately succumbed to Su Fanxian on the Qingyan platform. The spectators witnessed this earth-shattering battle, many concluding that the title of Sword Immortal was no longer fitting for Su Fanxian. He had transcended beyond the realm of ordinary sword immortals. Then, a voice rang out, calling, White-clad sword god. This was followed by a roaring chorus of acclaim, White-clad sword god. White-clad sword god. White-clad sword god. Ji Ruofeng exclaimed with joy, truly, one who secured the top position at the tender age of 12 has achieved an unprecedented victory, one that will undoubtedly be etched into the annals of history. With the outcome now determined, Yi Dingji was devoid of any strength to contend further. In a reluctant twist of fate, he had preserved the life of Emperor Mingda, Shaoruojin. At this moment, witnessing Yi Dingji's inability to resist, Shaoruojin called out, Someone, quickly apprehend the demon of the devil's sect, Yi Dingji, for me. Su Fanxian slightly turned, proclaiming, He cannot die just yet. At least, not now. When the time comes for him to meet his end, it will happen naturally. Prior to his arrival, Su Fanxian had conferred with Li Dongjun, agreeing that Yi Dingji must publicly perish before the assembled martial heroes, only for them to devise a means of resurrecting him. This way, all matters would remain detached from him. Hence he could not allow Yi Dingji to be captured by Shaoruojin at this juncture. Casting a glance at Li Dongjun, the latter immediately understood. In an instant, he materialized beside Yi Dingji, lifting him with haste and heading toward the border. Su Fanxian gazed at the sword in his hand, gently caressing its blade. The demon-subduing sword responded with a melodious chime, as if it were a child seeking praise from its master. With a serene smile, Su Fanxian uttered, Very well. Return to your current master. With that, he lightly tossed the sword. The demon-subduing sword circled around Su Fanxian twice, as if bidding a final farewell, before transforming into a streak of light heading towards the border. Su Fanxian turned, casting a gentle glance towards the palace, and with a subtle smile, he vanished from his original location. Chapter 63. The search for Yi Dingji. 2 days had elapsed since the fierce battle in Tianqi City. during which Li Dongjun had brought the unconscious Yi Dingji to a small town near the border. Upon awakening, Yi Dingji found himself gazed upon by Su Fanxian and by Li Dongjun, enveloped in an awkward silence. Yun Ge, what are your plans moving forward? Li Dongjun broke the stillness. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Dingji replied, I merely wish to bring Wenjun back. I never intended to unleash a massacre. Very well, I understand, but have you considered a question? If you were to sneak into Tuanqi City alone, would you still be able to take Wenjun away? Was such a grand spectacle truly necessary? Su Fanxian remarked coldly. Yi Dingji fell silent once more. Su Fanxian's words rang true. With his formidable strength, there was no place in the world he could not traverse. Anyone attempting to obstruct his quest for Wenjun would be futile. He had acted impulsively. Su Fanxian continued. You need not remain in confusion. The situation has unfolded as it has. You are leading the demonic sect in its eastern expedition. While you may not have indiscriminately slaughtered the innocent, what of your subordinates? They have pillaged and wreaked havoc without restraint. Yun Ge, the little martial uncle, speaks the truth. Your subordinates indeed behave in such a manner. Li Dongjun lamented. Yi Dingji regarded the two in silence before admitting, it is all my fault. I acted rashly. At that moment, I simply could not control myself. Su Fanxian sighed. What has transpired cannot be undone. It is too late to speak of it now. So many lives have been lost. You must bear the responsibilities that arise from this. Yi Dingji and Li Dongjun exchanged puzzled glances, prompting Yi Dingji to inquire. What do you need me to do? You must die once, Su Fanxian replied calmly. Upon hearing this, Yi Dingji protested. I wish to see Wenjun and the child one last time. Therefore, I cannot die just yet. With a faint sigh, Su Fanxian said, I never suggested that you die at this very moment. You truly resemble the characters depicted in tales. Yi Dingji looked at Su Fanxian with a puzzled expression, unable to grasp her meaning. Su Fanxian smiled faintly and asked, Have either of you read any stories? Li Dongjun nodded. I have perused a few. Do you not find that you and Yi Dingji resemble the fated protagonist and the destined antagonist from these tales? Su Fanxian inquired. Li Dongjun shook his head in confusion, as did Yi Dingji. Su Fanxian elucidated. The destined protagonist is akin to Li Dongjun, blessed with a noble lineage and exceptional talent, yet squandered in youth, only to gain enlightenment later and descend rapidly to become a leader of righteousness. Conversely, the destined antagonist resembles Yi Dingji, also possessing a noble background and great potential, yet suffering great loss in childhood and enduring countless hardships, eventually becoming a formidable villain driven by love or other motives. Ultimately, the two protagonists find themselves on opposing sides due to unforeseen circumstances. Then, on the side of the antagonist, he would rather face death than let his brother suffer. Su Fanxian smiled and asked if they understood now. Hearing your words, it does seem somewhat akin to what Yi Dingji said seriously. Su Fanxian observed the two, both appearing contemplative, and cheerfully interjected, All right, now let us think about what to do next. You both should consider this merely as a tale I have recounted. Do not take it too seriously. Li Dongjun remarked, If we follow the earlier suggestion, allowing Brother Yun to die in front of everyone, can you truly bring him back to life, little Shirshu? Su Fanxian replied with a gentle smile, Trust me, will you? Yi Dingji curiously inquired, Die once? Li Dongjun explained, Brother Yun, only in this way can you live the life you desire. You still have Unshi, think of him. You cannot let him grow up without a father. Can you? Su Fanxian continued with a calm smile, Indeed. Only by letting go of your identity as Yi Dingji through death can you attain true freedom and live the life you wish to lead. Thus, Su Fanxian meticulously discussed the plan with Yi Dingji and Li Dongjun before the three finally parted ways. 3 days later, outside of Gusa City, in a bamboo cottage, Yi Dingji gently caressed the small bed he had crafted for his son, his eyes reflecting profound affection and tenderness. He quietly gazed at the bed, his thoughts drifting far away, involuntarily conjuring images of the once warm and harmonious family scene. His wife, gentle and virtuous, and his son, clever and adorable. The three of them gathered together, reveling in familial bliss. Suddenly, a cool breeze swept through, interrupting Yi Dingji's reverie. He slowly lowered his head and sighed softly, seemingly wishing to release the burden of sorrow with that sigh. Meanwhile, at the distant northernly border, the situation had similarly fallen into an eerie calm. The martial artists of Northernly and the various factions of the Heavenly Demon sect seemed to possess an unspoken understanding, coincidentally choosing to halt hostilities for recuperation. At this moment, Several skilled fighters from the northernly martial world quietly departed from the main battlefield of the northernly border and the demon sect. They had naturally heard of the unprecedented battle between Su Fanxian and Yi Dingji at the Qian platform in the capital city of northernly, Tianqi City. Now, they had also arrived outside Gusa City, seeking traces of Yi Dingji. Yu Ji, observing Sumuyu standing beside her with a black umbrella, curiously asked, "It isn't even raining. Why are you holding an umbrella?" Sumuyu coldly replied, "It serves as both an umbrella and a weapon." Yu Ji casually remarked, "My brother has mentioned that you possess a formidable 18-sword formation. He said it's quite impressive. Why not have a duel instead of just talking?" Suchanga chuckled from the side. "Indeed, why not let the two of you spar?" Sumuyu shot Suchanga a glare, stating, "Now we are allies. It would be unwise to engage in combat and risk discord. Perhaps after this matter is settled, we can spar then." Yuji responded, "All right. We shall certainly have an opportunity to engage in a proper match in the future." At this moment, the onlookers, including Song Yinhui from Wushuang City, Wang Yixing from Wanqing Mountain, and Wang Rinsun from the Tianshan sect, all gazed at Yuji, as if to say, "Do you feel an urge to spar when you see someone wielding a sword?" At this moment, Yi Dingji, who was in the bamboo house, suddenly sensed several powerful auras surging from afar. A faint smile crept upon his lips as he softly murmured, "I never anticipated that all of you would be familiar faces from the past. It has indeed been a long while since our last encounter." Hardly had his words faded when 6 formidable figures emerged outside the bamboo house. Wang Yixing from Wanqing Mountain, Yu Ji, the 4th city lord of Shuiyue City, Song Yinhui from Wushuang City, Wang Rinsun of the Tianshan sect, and the funeral masters Su Changhe and Sumuyu from the Dark River. Hearing Yi Dingji's remarks, Wang Yixing stepped forward without hesitation, responding, "Indeed, since our separation at the academy all those years ago, I never imagined we would reunite here today." Yi Dingji smiled and nodded slightly at Wang Yixing. Then, his gaze shifted to an old friend standing beside him, Wang Rinsun of the Tianshan sect. Recalling the warm moments spent together in the cozy bamboo house beneath the cold mountain chamber outside Gusa City, Wang Rinsun often visited their family. Yi Dingji slowly remarked, "You once spoke of a future meeting. Who would have thought we would cross paths again under such circumstances?" Listening to Yi Dingji's words, Wang Rinsun's face revealed a deep sense of resignation, and ultimately, he lowered his head slowly. Next, Yi Dingji turned his attention to Song Yinhui from Wushuang City. The connection between them harked back to years ago at the renowned Jianlin conference of the Mingjian Villa, which had echoed throughout the martial world. It was during that event that he met the equally spirited Yi Dingji. Upon first encountering Yi Dingji, Song Yinhui felt a strong desire to engage in a contest, eager to showcase his exceptional swordsmanship and prove his superiority. However, fate had other plans, and the subsequent developments unfolded in a manner he could never have anticipated. Upon learning that Yi Dingji had become the leader of the demonic sect and instigated turmoil, Song Yinhui had no choice but to join others in their pursuit to eliminate him. Reflecting on those days, they had once vied for the renowned sword, Unpolluted Dust, lauded as a treasure of the Celestial Palace. This experience was undoubtedly an indelible memory for Song Yinhui. Chapter 64. Yi Dingji's self-sacrifice. Yi Dingji turned his gaze towards the cool and composed Yu Ji beside him, and spoke softly, "You must be Yu Ji. Indeed. You are as talented as your brother." Upon hearing this, Yu Ji smiled faintly and replied, "I still fall far short compared to my brother. When he defeated me atop the Qingyan platform, the sword he wielded must have been this one in your hand. What is its name?" Yi Dingji inquired. Yu Ji, holding the sword, slowly responded, "It is called the Yue Yao sword, a gift from my brother when I entered the realm of the Vajra. Indeed, it is a splendid sword, and it suits you remarkably well. You are as exceptional as this sword," Yi Dingji praised. Seeing the despondent and sorrowful expression on Yi Dingji's face, along with the scars etched upon it, the onlookers felt a pang of sympathy. "The assassin of the Dark River. I hear you wield the umbrella with the intent to kill," Yi Dingji coldly remarked as he faced the umbrella wraith, Sumuyu. However, Sumuyu remained silent. The black umbrella in Sumuyu's hand spun ominously, emitting a shrill sound as if it sought to ensnare the hearts of those nearby. Before long, the battle between Yi Dingji and the 6 individuals had commenced. Despite his injuries, wielding the Xianfeng sword, Yi Dingji faced the 6 formidable opponents without losing ground. Yi Dingji unleashed the pinnacle of his 9th layer void thought technique, rapidly healing his wounds. Days prior, he had engaged in a fierce battle with Su Fanxian in Li Changsheng City, resulting in significant depletion of his vital energy and inner strength. Now, After a few days of recuperation, he had regained some strength, making him capable of handling the 6 adversaries before him. On another mountaintop, Su Fanxian and Bai Li Dongjun stood, observing the clash below. Bai Li Dongjun anxiously exclaimed, "Little master uncle, are you certain everything will be all right? Rest assured. I informed Yu beforehand. She is merely putting on a show and will not act with true intent," Su Fanxian replied calmly. The system inquired, "If Yudingji were to perish, would you truly be able to save him? Trust in this system. As long as he dies but his soul remains within his body. I possess the means to bring him back," the system assured. "That is good. Yudingji is a pitiful soul. For Dongjun's sake, I can only attempt to save him." Su Fanxian contemplated. The battle continued below. The umbrella wraith, Su Muyu, twirled the handle of his black umbrella, which had transformed into his most potent weapon. Meanwhile, the mourner, Su Changke, brandished flying daggers, seeking the opportune moment to deliver a fatal blow to Yidingji. Song Yin from Wushuang City, wielding a long sword, attacked alongside Wang Ren, son of the Tianshan sect, both flanking Yidingji. Wan Yixing's Young Sword technique showcased the grandeur of Taoist mastery. At that moment, Yi Dingji exerted all his strength to fend off the onslaught of his assailants. The 9th layer void thought technique surged forth, creating a tempest of energy. With a wave of his sleeve, a series of protective auras enveloped him, making it momentarily difficult for the 6 to breach his defenses. Suddenly, Yi Dingji's eyes widened, brilliance radiating from them as a colossal wave surged forth, instantly propelling the surrounding adversaries away. Yi Dingji coldly remarked, "Do you truly believe that you can slay me?" Immediately, he unleashed an assault formed by the 9-fold phantom technique, directing his formidable energy towards the crowd. Caught off guard, they were unable to evade the overwhelming force and were swiftly hurled to the ground, blood spurting from their mouths. Witnessing the defeat of his adversaries, who lay incapacitated, Yi Dingji was unable to retract his attack when an elusive figure darted past him at extraordinary speed, followed by a flurry of flying daggers. Eyes wide with alarm, he turned and dodged the oncoming blades aimed at his face. In an instant, Sumayu twirled her black umbrella, her figure vanishing from sight, only to reappear before Yi Dingji. The umbrella seamlessly transformed into a long sword, striking directly at his chest, staining his robe with a vivid crimson. Despite the excruciating pain, Yi Dingji retaliated, sending Sumayu flying with a forceful palm strike. He too fell to one knee, his energy depleted and his body battered, particularly from Sumuyu's lethal blow, which had left him on the brink of death. Both parties were gravely injured, teetering on the precipice of destruction. At that moment, a woman adorned in exquisite attire, radiating beauty and elegance, accompanied by a stern-looking man clad in black, arrived on the scene. The 6 individuals present were taken aback by the arrival of Luo Qingyang and Yi Wenjun. "Senior brother, should anyone dare to lay a hand on Brother Yun now, they shall be eliminated," Yi Wenjun declared coldly. Luo Qingyang nodded slowly in response. Yi Wenjun approached Yi Dingji, who likewise acknowledged her presence. Under his gaze, she settled beside him. A faint smile graced Yi Dingji's lips as he spoke. "You have arrived." Yi Wenjun, observing his battered form, choked on her words. "Brother Yun, I am here. Are you well?" Yi Dingji replied softly, "Throughout the years, I have envisioned countless scenarios of our reunion, yet now that you stand before me, it feels almost surreal." He then gently embraced Yi Wenjun. "I have missed you dearly, Wenjun," Yi Dingji confessed. At that moment, a palpable aura of lethal intent approached. Yi Dingji reluctantly released Yi Wenjun and turned toward the source of the menace. Upon recognizing the 5 figures that emerged, a wave of despair surged within him. They were none other than the 5 overseers of the Northernly Palace, led by Jin Xian. Yi Dingji rose, treading upon the thick layer of withered leaves beneath him, seemingly reflecting on the imminent end of his life. He gazed at Yi Wenjun and spoke softly. "Wenjun, during the times you were absent from my side, I feared I would never have the opportunity to see you again. This torment has driven me to exert every effort to rescue you from that place, and now we have finally met. Brother Yun, let us leave this place first, Brother Yun," Yi Wenjun urged anxiously, sensing the disquiet in Yi Dingji's demeanor, as if he were bidding her a final farewell. Yi Wenjun cried out anxiously, "Brother Yun, shall we leave this place?" Yi Dingji raised his long sword with a faint smile and said, "Let all this come to an end. What I have done deserves a conclusion. My life, let it return to the world. Brother Yun, no." Yi Wenjun shouted in despair. Regardless of her pleas, a sword energy surged forth, and a splash of blood stained the withered leaves below. The world seemed to fall into a profound silence at that moment. All that could be heard was Yai Wingzhen's cries. With her voice hoarse from weeping, she rushed to embrace the fallen Yi Dingxi. Her tears flowing like a kite set free from its string. Yi Dingxi slowly closed his eyes. The once feared leader of the demonic sect was now officially gone. The three had originally agreed that Yi Dingxi must not perish at the hands of another. Otherwise, the followers of the demonic sect would go mad, leading to rivers of bloodshed. Only he could quell this conflict with his own hands. Luo Qingyang and the 5 overseers were left in shock, unable to believe the scene before them. Jin Xian felt a twinge of satisfaction as she surveyed the situation, knowing she could return to report to Emperor Mingde, Xiao Ruojin. On another mountaintop, Bailey Dongjun shouted, "Little master uncle, you must go now. I'm afraid it will be too late for you to save him. I know, but it must appear genuine. Otherwise, others will be suspicious." "The timing is just right," Su Fanxian replied, transforming into a streak of light heading toward Yi Dingxi's body. Suddenly, a powerful pressure descended, startling everyone present. In that fleeting moment, they all saw a flash of light. When they regained their senses, only the dried blood remained. Yi Dingxi's body had vanished. Jin Xian shouted, "Where is Yi Dingxi's body? Did anyone see who took it?" The 5 overseers exchanged glances, as none had witnessed who had removed Yi Dingxi's remains. "He is dead. Will you not even spare his corpse?" Luo Qingyang questioned coldly. Jin Xian smiled and replied, "It's a misunderstanding. If it's gone, it's gone. After all, he is already dead." Given that Luo Qingyang had the backing of the Shadow Sect, she could not afford to offend him at this moment. Jin Xian then approached Yai Wingzhen and said, "Princess Xian, let us return to the palace." Luo Qingyang stood beside Yai Wingzhen and declared, "You all may return first. I will escort my junior sister back to Tianqi. Commander Luo, remember your words. Otherwise, it will be difficult to explain to His Majesty," Jin Xian said before turning and leading her group away. Now only Yai Wingzhen, Luo Qingyang, and a handful of martial artists remained. After a short while, the crowd dispersed, leaving only Luo Qingyang standing with his sword and Yai Wingzhen, who sat on the ground, lost in despair and weeping. Chapter 65. The 12-year pact. On the other side, after Su Fanxian departed with the corpse of Yi Dingxi, he discovered a secluded forest. He communicated with the system, inquiring, "You previously mentioned that you could save lives. What must be done to revive Yi Dingxi?" The system responded, "Host, reviving him is not a formidable task. He has only just expired, and his soul has not yet departed. A single 9-turn restoration pill will suffice. I possess 3, but are you willing to part with one? Then, produce one," Su Fanxian replied. The system confirmed, "One has been placed in your repository." Su Fanxian retrieved the pill from the system, pried open Yi Dingxi's mouth, and placed it within. Almost immediately, the wounds on Yi Dingxi's body visibly began to heal, and before long, no trace of injury remained. Su Fanxian gazed at Yi Dingxi and said, "I hope you cherish your life upon awakening. You owe me a debt of existence." He then consulted the system again. "How long until he awakens?" The system replied, "He had resigned himself to death. His will to live has waned. Thus, he may require days, or even years, to regain consciousness." "Then, it must be this way," Su Fanxian sighed lightly. He had promised Yi Dingxi he would save him, yet upon encountering Yi Wingzhen, Yi Dingxi had succumbed to despair. As the saying goes, one cannot awaken a person who feigns sleep. This seemed to be precisely the case. Meanwhile, at the border, news of Yi Dingxi's suicide had spread throughout Bailey, reaching even the realms of the Outer Sky Demon Sect and the entire world. At the Bailey border, the forces of the Outer Sky faced off against the people of Bailey in a mysterious canyon. Suddenly, a long sword sliced through the air, its light weaving through the crowd before embedding itself into the ground, stirring up a whirlwind of dust. Moments later, a man descended gracefully, alighting upon the sword's hilt. It was, of course, Bai Li Dongjun. Seeing Bai Li Dongjun arrive, Sikong Chanfeng exclaimed in surprise, "Dongjun, what brings you here?" "My junior uncle sent me to investigate. He has other matters to attend to," Bai Li Dongjun replied. On the side of the demon sect, Ziho Ziuji and the white-haired Xian Mo Qishuan exchanged tense glances upon Bai Li Dongjun's arrival. Bai Li Dongjun declared, "As long as this sword remains embedded, none from the demon sect shall descend the mountain." The members of the demon sect seethed with rage at his words, their hearts brimming with discontent. "Neither shall the people of Bailey ascend," Bai Li Dongjun added resolutely. What is Bai Li Dongjun thinking? With the demon sect leader deceased, is this not the perfect opportunity to eradicate the sect entirely? Someone murmured. Others murmured their agreement. After all, Bai Li Dongjun hailed from Shuiyue City and was the second city lord. They could not contend with him. Moreover, to completely annihilate the demon sect, they would need by Li Dongjun and Si Kong Chanfeng, for they lacked the capability to achieve such an endeavor. Then, Ba Li Dongjun noticed that the white-haired Xian Imo Qixuan was holding a small boy's hand. He turned to her and inquired, "Is this my brother Yun's child?" "I am Yangshi." The boy responded softly, gazing up at the man standing upon the sword's hilt. Ba Li Dongjun gazed at the silver-haired immortal, Imo Qixuan, and spoke. "Imo Qixuan, please follow me." He then led Imo Qixuan to a secluded area. "Where is our sect leader now?" Imo Qixuan asked, fixating his gaze on Ba Li Dongjun. Ba Li Dongjun replied slowly, "Yi Dingji is no more. He will never return." Although Imo Qixuan had heard whispers of Yi Dingji's demise, he had clung to the hope that the unparalleled master, who wielded the pinnacle of the ninefold illusory thought technique, could not truly have fallen. Yet, hearing the confirmation from Ba Li Dongjun shattered the remnants of his hope, plunging his heart into an abyss of despair. "Was it Su Fan who killed our leader?" Imo Qixuan seethed. Ba Li Dongjun responded coolly, "Yi Dingji has perished, but Yi Yun still exists." Imo Qixuan, taken aback, exclaimed, "You mean?" Ba Li Dongjun nodded slightly. "Just as you think. He is well. You need not worry." Imo Qixuan's face lit up with joy. "When will he return?" "I do not know. If he wishes to return, he shall. However, I implore you to keep this confidential," Ba Li Dongjun urged. "Let us negotiate. Retreat to the outer heaven," Ba Li Dongjun proposed. Imo Qixuan turned slowly, fixing his gaze on Ba Li Dongjun. "Do we still have a chance for negotiation?" "If I say there is, then certainly there is," Ba Li Dongjun asserted confidently. Yet within him surged a tumult of complex emotions. Yun had once expressed a hope that the people of the outer heaven would return home safely. Wishing to prevent further conflict between the outer heaven and Ba Li, which might ensnare more innocent lives. "What are the terms?" Imo Qixuan inquired. Ba Li Dongjun replied, "I require that Yi Yangshi remain in Ba Li." "Absolutely not. He must return with us to the outer heaven for his protection," Imo Qixuan insisted resolutely. Ba Li Dongjun inquired gently, "Have you considered that if he returns with you, during your eastern campaign, Yi Dingji was your hero? He is no longer here. And his child is but 5 years old. Upon returning, will he become a mere tool of your power or a scapegoat for failure?" Imo Qixuan fell silent, realizing the truth in Ba Li Dongjun's words. Ba Li Dongjun continued, "Simply tell me, how many years will it take for you to restore the outer heaven after returning to the domain beyond? How long before each of them, like you too, pledges their lives to Yi Yangshi?" After a moment of contemplation, Imo Qixuan replied softly, 6 years. Ba Li Dongjun responded, 12 years. I grant you 12 years. Suddenly, Ba Li Dongjun gathered his inner strength, standing atop the cliff, gazing down at the crowd in the valley. He spoke with a resonant voice. "Today, I, Ba Li Dongjun, represent Yue City to establish a pact with you. Henceforth, for the next 12 years, no sect from beyond our borders shall tread a single step into Ba Li. Yi Dingji's son, Yi Yangshi, is to be detained in Ba Li. Until the completion of 12 years, he shall not be permitted to leave." Upon concluding his declaration, Ba Li Dongjun turned to the white-haired sage, Imo Qixuan, and inquired, "Is this acceptable?" Imo Qixuan replied calmly, "I harbor doubts about the people of Ba Li, but I have faith in you. With your diligent guidance over these 12 years, I believe our young master will not disappoint our expectations." Hearing this, Ba Li Dongjun remarked, "I am not suited to impart my legacy to him. He has better teachers." Following this, Ba Li Dongjun and the white-haired sage descended from the cliff. With a mere wave of his hand, his treasured sword, stripped of its superficial brilliance, seemed to possess a spirit of its own, soaring into the hands of the purple-clad Marquis, Ziyuji. Ba Li Dongjun stated coolly, "This sword serves as a token. Gather all those still within the demonic sect in Ba Li, instruct them to reclaim their blades and depart without delay. Should there still be traces of them in Ba Li after 15 days, I shall personally ensure their demise." The people of Ba Li exchanged murmurs of dissent, seemingly opposed to such a decree. Observing their reaction, Ba Li Dongjun slowly articulated, "This decision has been unanimously agreed upon by Yue City, Lei family fort, Wen family, Tang clan, and Wangcheng Mountain." Indeed, these matters had been negotiated by Ba Li Dongjun himself just days prior. After all, if the conflict were to persist, the casualties on both sides would only escalate. It was prudent to halt at this juncture. Ba Li Dongjun approached Yangshi, crouching down to speak. "You did not bid farewell to your father when he departed. Now, I shall take you to see him one last time." Yi Yangshi queried, "Does that mean I cannot return?" Ba Li Dongjun took the young boy's small hand, saying, "The concept of return is profound. Wherever home lies, that is where you return. Listen well to Uncle Ba Li's words. and we shall come for you. Mo Qishuan added to Yi Yangshi, you were 17 then. When the time comes, we will be there with all those from the outer realm to escort you back to the sect. Upon hearing Mo Qishuan's words, Yi Yangshi responded softly. 12 years seems like an eternity. Li Dongjun lifted Yi Yangshi gently, saying, it will pass swiftly, dear Yangshi. When you gently close your eyes and open them again, a full 12 years will have elapsed. Time slips away like a fleeting shadow. Life, after all, is but a momentary illusion. Though he could not fully grasp the depth of Li Dongjun's words at that moment, the gentle yet resolute expression on his face instilled an unprecedented sense of reassurance within him. Before long, Yi Yangshi fell into a deep slumber in his embrace, his small frame rising and falling rhythmically with each breath. Li Dongjun cradled Yi Yangshi, followed by a procession of companions, gradually moving further away until their figures faded into the vast expanse of the earth, leaving behind only a faint trail of footprints to attest to their presence here. Meanwhile, the members of the demonic sect have gradually withdrawn from the land of Bailey. Thus, the eastern expedition of the demonic sect has come to an end. Chapter 66. The resignation of Sikong Chanfeng. A few days later, Su Fanxian, having watched over Yi Dingji for several days without observing any signs of awakening, felt a pang of bitterness in her heart. It appeared that he was still a considerable distance from a complete revival. Thus, the only course of action was to ensure his comfort. Su Fanxian spoke softly. The following day, she took Yi Dingji back to Yue City and settled him in the room occupied by Li Dongjun. On the next day, Li Dongjun arrived in Yue City with Yi Yangshi and immediately sought out Su Fanxian in private. Sure, Shu, how is Brother Yin? Li Dongjun inquired. Su Fanxian regarded Li Dongjun and replied, his injuries have healed, but he now resides in a different state. He is ensconced within the depths of his own mind and unwilling to awaken. Li Dongjun's brow furrowed with concern as he asked, what can be done to facilitate his complete awakening? Nothing can be done. It is his own mental barrier. He will awaken naturally when he comes to terms with it. It could be a matter of days, months, or even years. Before his demise, he had resigned himself to death, harboring no intention of continuing to live. Su Fanxian stated matter-of-factly. With every word, Li Dongjun's worry deepened, and he could only let out a resigned sigh. Where is he now? I wish to bring Yangshi to see him. In the room where you often meditate. Please refrain from informing too many people about Yi Dingji's situation. It remains uncertain whether he can awaken, Su Fanxian said with gravity. After speaking, Su Fanxian shook her head and sighed before departing, leaving Li Dongjun deep in thought. Subsequently, Li Dongjun took Yangshi to meet his father, Yi Dingji, who lay in bed, his eyes tightly shut. Although Li Dongjun could sense a faint breath, Yi Dingji remained utterly motionless. Seeing her father lying in bed, Yangshi immediately rushed to the bedside, tears streaming down her face as she turned to Li Dongjun and asked, Li uncle, what has happened to my father? Li Dongjun approached and gently patted Yangshi's head, reassuring her, your father is merely tired. He is sleeping. You're lying. They all say my father is dead. You tell me he is sleeping. You are deceiving me. Yangshi cried out in distress. Li Dongjun bent down, embracing Yangshi in his arms, gently patting her back as he whispered in her ear, when you grow up, your father will return. Li uncle would never lie to you. Do you believe me? Really? Li uncle, will my father truly come back? Yangshi asked through her sobs. Li Dongjun replied softly, if you doubt me, you may feel your father's nose and see if he still breathes. Upon hearing this, Yangshi quickly climbed from Li Dongjun's embrace onto the bed and placed her small hand on Yi Dingji's nose to feel for any breath. Turning back to Li Dongjun, Yangshi beamed, Li uncle, I can feel it. Li Dongjun leaned over the bed and said to Yangshi, then promise me. You must not let anyone else know about this, all right? Otherwise, your father may never return. I shall keep this secret and patiently await his return, Yangshi solemnly vowed. Very well, Uncle Bailey will take you to a place suited for you soon, where you shall find a mentor befitting your potential. Bid farewell to your father. Li Dongjun instructed. Upon hearing this, Yangshi joyfully addressed Yi Dingji, saying, Father, I must journey to another place. I may not be able to visit for a long time. If you awaken, remember to seek me out. Li Dongjun gently lifted Yangshi and, turning towards the bed where Yi Dingji lay, spoke softly, Yun Gu, I will take good care of Yangshi. Do not worry, I hope you awaken soon. With that, he embraced Yangshi and departed. After arranging for Yangshi to reside temporarily in Yue City, the following day, Li Dongjun took Yi Dingji's son, Yangshi, to Hansui Temple to pay homage to Master Wang Yu. As Master Wang Yu gazed upon Yangshi, he perceived a gem on the verge of radiating brilliance. The reason by Li Dongjun wished for Yangshi to be mentored by Master Wang Yu was his hope that the master would guide him with care, steering him onto the righteous path and away from the turmoil of inner demons. After all, Yangshi, at such a tender age, had already endured a multitude of trials. In Yue City, Su Fanxian, having concluded various matters, began his daily life alongside Yue Yao, engaging in leisure activities just as before, wandering about with Yue Yao and Yu Qing. Meanwhile, the trio of Yu Ji, Li Hani, and Yin Luoxia, having returned to Yue City, soon banded together to explore the realms. At present, only Sikong Changfeng remained to oversee the city. Within the city lord's manor, he was in a state of anxious turmoil, as two elders of Yue City obstructed his departure. "Where do you think you are going, third city lord?" One elder's voice resonated softly. "I wish to go outside. Why must I remain confined within this manor?" Sikong Changfeng's voice was laden with helplessness and grievance. The elders chuckled, "Because you are the third city lord. Currently, you are the only one here. The first, second, and fourth city lords are absent. If you leave, who will manage the affairs of the city?" Their eyes reflected trust and approval towards Sikong Changfeng. "Why is it that they can roam freely while I am confined here?" Sikong Changfeng retorted. "Primarily because you have established a family," one elder added. Upon hearing this, Sikong Changfeng wore an expression of indignation, exclaiming, "What of having a family? What of a wife and children? I was born with nothing, and I shall leave with nothing. I am bound by no restraints." "Ah, so it is the fault of your wife and children, then?" A graceful woman approached Sikong Changfeng, her demeanor calm as she spoke. Sikong Changfeng was taken aback, regret coursing through him. Oh no, his mind raced, searching for a remedy. He quickly adjusted his demeanor, donning a smile as he looked at his wife, Feng Qiuyu, and exclaimed with surprise, "My dear, what brings you here? I truly miss you. Even a brief separation evokes an overwhelming longing within me." Sikong Changfeng hurriedly approached, supporting Feng Qiuyu with a flattering demeanor. With a faint smile, Feng Qiuyu inquired, "What did you just say?" Upon hearing this, Sikong Changfeng quickly asserted, "I said nothing. I simply, well, enough of your evasions. I heard everything clearly. You wish to abandon me to frolic with our daughter, do you not?" Feng Qiuyu replied coolly. Sikong Changfeng immediately retorted, "That is not the case at all. I have no such intentions. I plan to stay in the city and dutifully accompany my wife and daughter." The elders nearby observed the swift change in Sikong Changfeng's expression, exchanging peculiar glances amongst themselves. Sikong Changfeng noticed their gazes but paid them little mind, for his wife was at his side, and he knew he must behave obediently. Feng Qiuyu shot him a stern look and remarked, "I will deal with you when we return home." With that, she proceeded towards the door. Upon hearing this, Sikong Changfeng glanced at Feng Qiuyu, instantly regaining his senses. He hurried forward, saying, "Wife, be careful. Allow me to assist you down the steps." As Sikong Changfeng and Feng Qiuyu departed, the elders exchanged looks of mutual understanding, shaking their heads in resignation. They sighed, acknowledging that only the presence of his wife could temper the temperament of the third city lord, a sentiment that the others readily affirmed, resolving to proceed accordingly in the future. Chapter 67. The Tavern of the Jianghu upon his return to Yue City. But Li Dongjun resumed his role as the second city lord, diligently overseeing the still unconscious Yi Dingxi. His arrival breathed a semblance of vitality back into the city lord's manor, alleviating the burdens of Sikong Changfeng. Since the trio of Li Hani, Yu Ji, and Yin Luoxia had ventured into the Jianghu, they had stirred quite a commotion. Each member of the trio had sought challenges from various sects, with many seasoned warriors falling to their prowess. In a short span, they had garnered considerable fame in the Jianghu, and their exceptional beauty, one donned in white, another in purple, and the last in red, earned them the moniker of the three beauties of Yue City. Meanwhile, Su Fanxian, accompanied by the disguised Yue Yao and Yu Qing, embarked on a journey across the Jianghu, having altered their appearances to avoid attracting undue attention due to Su Fanxian's burgeoning renown. Given their extraordinary looks, Yu and Yu Qing opted for male attire. One day, as they passed by a tea house, they were drawn in by the lively narration of a storyteller recounting the intriguing tales of the Jianghu. Driven by curiosity, the trio found a cozy corner by the window to listen. In the center of the tea house stood an elderly man, animatedly engaging the audience. With a resounding clap on the wooden table, he began, "Let me tell you of the time when, at the northern border of Bailey, the demon cult, under the leadership of its master Yi Dingxi, prepared to assault the capital of Bailey. However, they were met with resistance from the formidable masters of various sections. With no other choice, the demon cult leader Yi Dingji boldly bypassed these Jianghu experts and made his way alone to Tianqi Imperial City, driven by a singular purpose. Curious murmurs arose from the crowd, questioning what could compel the demon cult leader to venture alone into Tianqi City. The storyteller, with a mysterious smile, replied, that, my friends, is a tale for later. Allow me to continue. He recounted that when Yi Dingji arrived at Tianqi City, ominous clouds loomed overhead, and a palpable aura of demonic energy filled the air. Ultimately, even the palace's most skilled warriors could not thwart Yi Dingji, the national master of Bailey, Li Changsheng. Alongside the esteemed leader of our Jianghus by Xiaodang, Ji Ruofeng, stepped forth to confront him. However, Yi Dingji, the master of the demon cult, had cultivated the legendary void thought technique to its pinnacle and possessed the immovable king technique and the demon sword passed down from his master, the sword immortal Yushin. Such power was beyond the capacity of the two to withstand, and Yi Dingji overwhelmed them, boldly declaring that no one in Tianqi City could halt his advance. At this moment, an eager onlooker interjected, "Do continue, please." Another voice chimed in, "Yes, go on." Among them was a young boy of about 10, clad in a brocade robe, who gestured grandly, "Continue the tale. I assure you, the silver will be ample." He then instructed an attendant to toss 20 taels of silver onto the stage. The storyteller, grateful for the gesture, resumed his narrative. "Let us proceed," he continued. As Yi Dingji proclaimed that no one could stop him in Tianqi City, despair settled upon all present. Two young men soared down from the heavens, both of considerable renown. One was Su Fanxian, the disciple of the illustrious Li Changsheng, the foremost figure of Bailey, now celebrated as the white-clad sword deity. The other was by Li Dongjun, the young master of the Jinshi Marquisate, and the ninth disciple of Li Changsheng. Upon their arrival, a collective sigh of relief swept through the crowd, for it was widely acknowledged that since the disappearance of Mr. Li from the academy in Tianqi City, Su Fanxian had emerged as the current champion of Bailey. If anyone could stand against Yi Dingji, it was undoubtedly him. Beside them, Yu Qing's, upon hearing that Su Fanxian was to be mentioned, gleefully turned to him and said, "Brother-in-law, it's your turn. Well, you've become the white-clad sword deity. It is merely a title. There is no need for such excitement," Su Fanxian replied with a gentle smile. Yue Yao, stifling a smile, chimed in, "Let us continue listening and see what he has to say about you." Thus, the three nodded in agreement, eager to hear more. Meanwhile, the storyteller resumed his narration, detailing the cataclysmic clash between the white-clad sword deity and the leader of the demonic cult, Yi Dingji, atop the Qingyan platform in Tianqi Imperial City. This battle was hailed by Baixiatang as the pinnacle of confrontations in the past 30 years. After several intense exchanges, Yi Dingji was driven into a fury, his entire being engulfed in a surge of demonic energy, his eyes turning pitch black, transforming him into a merciless fiend. The white-clad sword deity, witnessing this, could only shake his head in resignation. He then called forth a divine sword from the heavens, a weapon named Yue, said to vanquish all manner of demons and spirits. Borrowed from the esteemed Yue, sword immortal situated 1,000 miles away at the border. At this point, an audience member could not contain their skepticism, exclaiming, "Tianqi City is far more than 1,000 miles from the border. How could a sword be summoned from such a distance? Surely you jest." "Indeed, we do not believe it," echoed the crowd. The storyteller, seeing their disbelief, could only lament, "Such is the truth. I too found it hard to believe. Yet I was present in Tianqi City, witnessing the event with my own eyes." Once the sword deity had acquired the weapon, he unleashed a technique known as the true art of slaying ghosts and gods against Yi Dingji, who retaliated with his own spells, the demonic immortal sword, the illusory thought technique, and the immutable king technique. The ensuing battle shook the very foundations of Tianqi City, causing the Qingyan platform to collapse entirely. Ultimately, the sword deity dispelled Yi Dingji's demonic aura, leaving him defeated amidst the ruins of the platform. Following this, the sword deity and Bai Li Dongjun took Yi Dingji away, demanding he account for the repercussions of the demonic cult's incursion. Yi Dingji returned to the bamboo cottage outside Gusa City, where he had once lived with his wife and children. However, he was resolute in not succumbing to death at another's hands. A formidable hero would not perish so easily. Yet, besieged by numerous formidable opponents, he was forced to repel them and ultimately chose to end his own life. Thus, the saga of the demonic cult's leader came to a close. The audience erupted in applause, save for a young boy clad in fine garments, who departed the tea house, visibly unsatisfied. Su Fanxian gazed in the direction the young man had departed, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Beside her, Yue Yao, noticing Su Fanxian's gaze, inquired whether there was something extraordinary about the young man. Not particularly. I merely find him intriguing, Su Fanxian replied. Upon hearing this, Yuqin asked what kind of person could evoke such interest from her brother-in-law. In due time, you shall discover. He may soon journey to Yue City, Su Fanxian remarked with a hint of mystery. Thus, the trio departed from the tea house, and tranquility returned to the surroundings. In the ensuing days, under the collective efforts of the people, Yue City flourished even more, its enchanting allure and ancient city walls seemingly narrating a beautiful tale. Henceforth, a new legend, a fresh realm, and an unfolding story would soon captivate the world. Yue City was destined to become a myth within the martial world, reigning as the foremost city under heaven. Chapter 68. The death of the Langye king. As tranquility gradually returned to the Jianghu, time slipped away silently. The Langye king had relinquished the throne to his elder brother, and his remarkable military achievements and extraordinary prestige overshadowed even that of Emperor Mingda, leading the emperor to ultimately take action against him. The author solemnly clarifies that the protagonist is not a saint, nor could he possibly save everyone on the brink of death. The moment Xiao Ruofeng abdicated, he sealed his fate, destined to pay the price for his self-righteousness. His efforts to save Lei Mengsha were solely for his sister, Li Xingyue, and his rescue of Yi Dingji was essential for the unfolding narrative. If you find it difficult to accept the protagonist's actions, please feel free to move on. I am not begging you to read. The narrative begins. On the execution ground, Langye King Xiao Ruofeng was bound upon the guillotine, his countenance haggard, hair disheveled, and his face devoid of color. Dressed in a tattered white prison garb, he appeared utterly wretched. Surrounding him were numerous officials and soldiers who were aware of his wrongful accusation. How could he possibly be a traitor? Yet, they were powerless, resigned to silent sighs. On this day, the former loyalists of the Langye king, led by Yi Xiaoying, received news and sought to rescue him from execution, only to be thwarted by the emperor's agents. Ultimately, they could only stand helplessly outside the execution site. Xiao Ruofeng understood why his brother had turned against him. It was merely out of fear of rivalry for the throne. However, Xiao Ruofeng held no ambition for the imperial crown. Deep within, he harbored dreams of the Jianghu. Having often confided to his companions his longing to ride freely through the world, yet fate had placed him in the royal family. Gazing at Emperor Mingda, seated atop the high platform, Xiao Ruofeng's heart brimmed with bitterness. If one were to inquire whether he regretted his choices, perhaps only he would know the truth. Yet, to resist now would only endanger more lives. He wished not to jeopardize the fate of Bailey for his own sake. In utter despair, the Langye king wept heavenward, broke free from his bonds, and seized a guard's sword to take his own life. The crowd below cried out in protest, but their pleas were futile. Xiao Ruofeng had already succumbed to hopelessness. Following his self-inflicted demise, Emperor Mingda, Xiao Ruojin, sitting high above, suddenly felt as if he had lost something invaluable. It was perhaps at this moment that he realized the truth. Xiao Ruofeng was his own flesh and blood. Having ruled for so long, he had grown distrustful, suspicion weighing heavier than even his father, Emperor Tian. Years on the throne had hardened his heart into iron, rendering it frigid. To him, only the throne mattered, only power. No one could threaten his imperial authority, not even his own brother. After the death of the Langye king, the Langye army was disbanded and restructured. Emperor Mingda, Xiao Ruojin, appointed his confidants to oversee military affairs, having become a complete slave to power. When the news reached Yue City, a profound silence enveloped its inhabitants, who struggled to fathom the ruthless heart of Emperor Mingda, Xiao Ruojin. In a room, Su Fanxian and Yue Yao sat facing each other. Su Fanxian slowly approached the window, gazing outside, his heart burdened with countless worries. Ever since Xiao Ruofeng ceded the throne to his brother, Su Fanxian had no desire to remain entangled with him. After all, the late Emperor Tian had once sought to eliminate him. Allowing someone like Xiao Ruojin to ascend the throne would simply recreate another Emperor Tian. If he wished to establish a new dynasty in the future, he would inevitably confront Xiao Ruofeng, who was, after all, the disciple of his own master. Initially, Su Fanxian had some reservations, but now that Xiao Ruofeng was no longer present, he felt liberated from all constraints. As for the motivation behind establishing a new dynasty, Su Fanxian understood that the current Yue City was already a thorn in the side of the Mingda Emperor of the North Li royal family. If one day he were to venture into another world, he dreaded to think of how many of his friends in Yue City might perish. Therefore, to safeguard all those he wished to protect, he felt compelled to act. Yue Yao stepped forward, resting her head against Su Fanxian's chest, and inquired, "What troubles you? You seem a bit downcast. Is it because of Xiao Ruofeng's death?" "Perhaps to some extent," he replied. "After all, we were somewhat acquainted. I just feel that now that Xiao Ruofeng has passed, I can finally act without restraint." Yue Yao, puzzled, asked, "What do you mean by that?" "Well, Yue City has become a thorn in the Mingda Emperor's side. He is ruthless enough to turn against his own brother as long as I remain. The Northly royal family is temporarily deterred. But once we leave this world for another, what if other emperors like Taiyan or Mingda arise? What will become of those around us? I cannot afford to gamble," Su Fanxian replied calmly. After a moment of contemplation, Yue Yao resolutely stated, "Therefore, we must overthrow and rebuild, ensuring that our friends are free from worry." "So, Xiao Fan, does that mean you plan to become emperor? What are you thinking?" Su Fanxian chuckled. "Even if I were to become emperor, I believe that Yueji would be more suitable. She is perceptive, strong, and courageous from a young age, with a sense of responsibility. And her abilities and talents rival my own. Moreover, she is the most cherished disciple of my master, who treats her like a daughter. If she were to become a great empress, my master would certainly support her." Yue pondered this and said, "You are right, Mr. Li dotes on Yueji and has imparted all his skills to her. If she becomes empress, Mr. Li would undoubtedly approve." "I thought you would want me to become emperor and yourself to be empress," Su Fanxian jested. Yue Yao rolled her eyes and replied, "Could you please be more serious? You're an adult now, not a child. What do you plan to do next?" "Years ago, when Emperor Taiyan sought to kill me, I began my preparations. My intent in forming alliances with the other 5 factions was precisely to lay the groundwork for our plans," Su Fanxian said with a faint smile. Leaning against Su Fanxian, Yue Yao gently remarked, "Xiao Fan, ever since I have been with you, I feel a profound sense of security every day in the Snow Moon City. Others likely share this sentiment, though they remain unaware of your actions for now. It suffices for us to know, so please call me Lei Feng," Su Fanxian smiled. "Who is Lei Feng? Do you still carry that name?" Yue Yao inquired with curiosity. Su Fanxian awkwardly touched his nose and replied, "In my hometown, we refer to those who perform good deeds anonymously as Lei Feng." "Is that so? What is the name of your hometown?" Yue Yao asked, pouting slightly. Su Fanxian gazed at the sky and slowly spoke. "My hometown is called Blue Star, also known as Earth. It is entirely different from here." "Do you miss home?" Yue Yao asked as she looked at Su Fanxian. Su Fanxian smiled faintly and replied, "I used to, but later I realized that there is no one there I long for. My parents are selfish, only caring for themselves, never considering my feelings. Since I was 12, they have neglected me. In our place, a 12-year-old can do nothing. Unlike in this world. Enough of that. Here, you have me and many friends who will always stand by your side," Yue Yao said, cradling Su Fanxian's head. Su Fanxian smiled softly and replied, "Yes, I know." Afterward, Su Fanxian gently leaned in and kissed Yue Yao's lips, who slowly relaxed and responded in kind. After a long moment, their lips parted. Chapter 69, The Rising Star of the Jianghu since his arrival at Hanzan Temple. Yi Engshi has become a disciple under the esteemed Master Wang Yu, who bestowed upon him the Dharma name Wuxin. True to expectations, Wuxin, the son of the formidable demon sect leader Yi Ding, inherited his father's exceptional martial prowess. At the tender age of 15, he successfully entered the realm of Zizai, emerging as a new star in the martial world. However, the youthful and impetuous Wuxin was not content with his achievements. He frequently pestered Master Wang Yu, eagerly inquiring, "Master, am I now the unrivaled champion among the young generation?" Initially, Master Wang Yu would merely smile and remain silent, but unable to withstand Wuxin's relentless questioning day after day. He eventually replied with resignation, "My child, with your current accomplishments, you cannot yet be deemed the foremost among the youth. In Tianqi City of our northern Li, there exists a young man who truly deserves that title." Upon hearing these words, Wuxin was filled with perplexity, entirely unaware of the identity of this enigmatic youth. Yet within his heart, he silently vowed, "I shall diligently cultivate various techniques, absorb the strengths of 100 schools, and continuously refine my martial arts, until one day I become the supreme champion of the world." Subsequently, Wuxin, with his astonishing talent and keen understanding, not only mastered the 32 secret techniques of the Luocha Hall, but also comprehended the formidable heart demon induction. In the years that followed, the status of Yue City in the Jianghu gradually ascended to its zenith, thanks to the concerted efforts of its people. Its influence in the martial world far surpassed that of the once newly established Wushuang City, which had been personally endorsed by the Emperor of Northern Li. Although Wushuang City was once hailed as the unrivaled martial capital, the present-day Yue City has surpassed it, earning the rightful title of the foremost city in the world. However, how could Wushuang City, ever self-proclaimed as unparalleled, accept such a reality? Thus, Wushuang City engaged in both overt and covert rivalries with Yue City, constantly vying for supremacy. Meanwhile, Yue City also welcomed many exceptionally gifted disciples, among whom the most noteworthy was the young prodigy Tang Lian from the Tang sect. Fortuitously, Tang Lian became a disciple of Bai Li Dongjun, the second city lord of Yue City. Currently, Yue City boasts the extraordinary talent Yin Luoxia, the foremost disciple of Su Fanxian, who wields the celestial silkworm gloves, enhancing the legendary reputation of the Luoxia fairy throughout the Jianghu. Additionally, there is the unparalleled sword Immortal Li Hani, the junior disciple of Su Fanxian, whose possession of the Iron Horse on the Icy River has earned her the title of the Yue Sword Immortal. Furthermore, Yue City is home to a woman of special status, the beloved daughter of Si Kong Chanfeng and the esteemed young lady of Yue City, Si Kong Qianluo. It is known that the spear is the king of all weapons, and achieving mastery in spear techniques is no simple feat nevertheless, through her father's meticulous guidance. The inheritance of his innate talent and her own unwavering perseverance, Si Kong Qianluo has indeed become a skilled practitioner in her own right. In the illustrious realm of Wushuang City, it is noteworthy to mention the emergence of an extraordinary swordsmanship prodigy, aptly named Wushuang, signifying unparalleled excellence. The city harbors high hopes for him, even unhesitatingly bestowing its treasured relic, the Wushuang sword box, upon him, with the expectation that he shall lead Wushuang City to reclaim its status as the foremost city in the world. In the neighboring Tianqi City, Ji Ruofeng once served under the illustrious Langyue King. However, following the tumult surrounding the Langyue King, he gradually withdrew from the court, dedicating himself to the management of his establishment, the Bai Xiaodang. He is also taken in the sixth prince of the current dynasty, the Yongnan King, Xiao Chuha. As his disciple, Xiao Chuha, displaying remarkable talent, entered the realm of Xiao Yao at the tender age of 17, earning his place as a leading figure among the younger generation. Nevertheless, the shadow of the Langyue King's treasonous plot has cast a pall over both him and the sixth prince, Xiao Chuha. In a moment of fervor to plead for the Langyue King, Xiao Chuha knelt outside the Qingping Hall for 3 days and nights, incurring the wrath of Emperor Mingda Xiao Ruojin, who subsequently relegated him to commoner status and exiled him. Thereafter, he established the Shua Mountain Manor, which, in truth, is a dilapidated inn, adopting the alias Xiao Se and taking on the role of proprietor. At Lei Family Fort, due to the intervention of Su Fanxian, the fates of Li Xingyue and Lei Mengsha were altered, sparing their lives. They have remained within the Jinshin tomb. Yet Lei Wujie was still sent by Lei Mengsha to the Lei clan to apprentice under Lei Hong. Due to Lei Wujie's tender age, Li Xingyue and Lei Mengsha refrained from revealing to him that the white-clad sword god, Su Fanxian, is his maternal uncle, and the snow moon sword immortal, Li Hani, is his elder sister, fearing that such knowledge might lead him astray from his formative years. Since Su Fanxian ascended as the lord of Yue City over the past 2 decades, the martial world has nearly forgotten his origins from Jinshin tomb and his status as the adopted son of Li Suwang, rendering him a figure largely unknown to the younger generation. On the peaks of the Tsangshan Mountains in Yue City, Li Hani and Yu Ji are engaged in a mutual practice of sword techniques. Given their current levels, utilizing inner strength would create an overwhelming disturbance. Thus their exchanges remain evenly matched, each taking turns to showcase their prowess. In their youth, Su Fanxian had previously aided them in enhancing their physical capabilities and innate talents. As a result, Yu Ji has now attained the mid-stage of Xinyu, while Li Hani has reached the initial stage. Observing their sparring from a distance is Su Fanxian, alongside his eldest disciple, Yin Luoxia. Yin Luoxia inquires of her master, when will their frequent bouts come to a halt? They are both sword enthusiasts, and they only cease when exhaustion sets in, as has always been the case. Su Fanxian responds nonchalantly. It seems that you, however, remain stagnant at the great Xiaoyao level after 10 years. Have you made no progress? Su Fanxian questions. Upon hearing this, Yin Luoxia playfully rolls her eyes and replies, Master, I merely find daily practice to be rather taxing, so I occasionally indulge in relaxation. Su Fanxian, exasperated, concedes, each individual pursues different aspirations, as long as you find joy. That suffices. Shortly thereafter, Li Hani and Yu Ji conclude their practice and approach Su Fanxian. Li Hani inquires, Master, do you perceive any advancement in my swordplay? Yu Ji inquired, Brother, what about me? Have I made progress? Well, both of you have shown considerable improvement, Su Fanxian replied with a smile. Li Hani then asked, So between us, whose swordsmanship is superior this time? Both are impressive. There is no clear victor, Su Fanxian responded with a hint of exasperation. Yu Ji pouted and said, Brother, you always say that. It feels rather dismissive. Su Fanxian felt a similar sense of helplessness. Over the years, the two had frequently developed their unique sword techniques and summoned him to observe their duels. Each time, he found it impossible to render a verdict, as he believed that both were equally matched, rendering any distinction between them futile. Turning to Li Hani, Su Fanxian remarked, Your brother should be coming to Snow Moon City to seek a master soon. Master, who do you intend to have accept him as a disciple? Li Hani inquired. Certainly you. He remains unaware of the connection between you, me, and him. Your parents have chosen not to inform him, opting to wait until later. Su Fanxian replied with a subtle smile. Li Hani responded, That works well. You can teach your brother. While Yu Ji has already taken Ji Shui as her apprentice. When the time comes, let them compete, and then you shall have a definitive outcome. Su Fanxian observed the two, who nodded in agreement. He felt a sense of relief. After being summoned repeatedly over the past decade, the strain had become quite overwhelming. Well, I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave, Su Fanxian stated, and before the three could respond, he vanished in a flash. The three watched Su Fanxian depart with such swiftness, shaking their heads in resignation. They exchanged glances before each returning to their respective pursuits. Chapter 70 The Golden Coffin 2 years later, a full 12 years have elapsed since the Eastern expedition of the Demon Sect. On this day, Master Wang Yu of Wanton Temple passed away, creating ripples akin to a stone cast into a still pond, which subsequently triggered the Golden Coffin incident. Various factions within the martial world aspired to possess this Golden Coffin, eager to unravel the mysteries it held. Yue Yao City received a commission to escort the Golden Coffin, prompting Su Fanxian to dispatch disciples from Yue Yao City, specifically Tang Lian, a disciple of Bailey Dongjun, to Hanshui Temple to transport the coffin to Biluo City for the esteemed Master Deju of the Jiulong sect. The sky was overcast as if it might rain, and a biting cold wind swept across the land, stirring flurries of snow that danced in the air. Tang Lian, with unwavering focus, urged a horse-drawn carriage along the desolate road, the sound of hooves echoing through the empty expanse. Within the carriage lay a coffin forged of gold, concealing secrets that all factions in the martial world yearned to uncover. Meanwhile, in the icy wilderness, there existed a secluded manor known as Shuelua Manor. Due to its remote location, it seldom received visitors. The main hall was eerily quiet, with only a waiter slumped over a table in a state of lethargy. In a room on the second floor, Xiaosei reclined leisurely by the window, indulging in the enchanting view of the snowfall outside. He slowly lifted a teacup from the table, savoring a sip of steaming tea. At that moment, a servant inquired, Boss, our Shuelua Manor has been in operation for some time now, yet look at our current state. Even the guest rooms are starting to let in the wind. If we do not undertake some repairs soon, our business may suffer. Should you not consider allocating some funds for renovations? Xiaosei replied with a hint of nonchalance. What do you understand? The essence of my establishment lies in the concept of elegance. Our Shuelua Manor, nestled against verdant mountains and facing a crystal-clear lake, would only enhance its charm with a touch of decay, would it not? The servant, disheartened by this flawed logic, shook his head in resignation and walked away. After the servant departed, Xiaosei's gaze swept over the dilapidated inn, a wave of helplessness washing over him. He sighed deeply, contemplating the prospect of selling the inn. Just as Xiaosei was lost in thought, he suddenly noticed a figure approaching Shuelua Manor. The individual was clad in a strikingly vibrant red garment, carrying a wooden box on their back, appearing weary from a long journey. Seeing this, Xiaosei dismissed his previous musings and called out, Stop idling, we have a guest. Upon hearing the boss's call, the waiter and servant hurried to the entrance, their curiosity piqued as they observed the young man outside. The youth was dressed lightly, lacking even a warm coat. The waiter and servant exchanged glances, silently scoffing as one murmured, Look at his disheveled appearance. He likely cannot afford even a night's stay. Upon overhearing their conversation, Xiaosei furrowed his brow slightly and, after a light cough, spoke, Do not judge others by their appearance. Those who traverse the rivers and lakes often conceal their true selves. As proprietors, we must not treat our patrons with disdain. With that, Xiaosei approached with a beaming smile. However, the youth clad in red paid him no heed, proceeding instead to find a seat for himself. Observing the young man's blatant rudeness, Xiao Sei felt a surge of irritation but chose to dismiss it. Judging by his attire, it was evident he hailed from a prominent family in the martial world, likely out for some experience. Xiao Sei mused. Indeed, Xiao Sei's intuition was correct. The young man in red was none other than Lei Wujie, a disciple of the Lei family from the Jiang and Pailai Hall. At that moment, a waiter from the Shulaw villa approached and inquired, "Esteemed guest, what would you like to order?" "A bowl of Yangchun noodles and a bowl of Laozao roast." Lei Wujie replied with a smile. The waiter paused, taken aback, while Xiao Sei, exasperated, rubbed his forehead, having never encountered such a miserly patron. "Would you not like to order anything else? Our restaurant's signature dishes include Meihua meat and Taohua wine," the waiter suggested. After a moment's contemplation, Lei Wujie replied, "Never mind, just these will suffice. 1 bowl of Yangchun noodles and 1 bowl of Laozao roast, totaling 6 copper coins," the waiter announced, extending his hand toward Lei Wujie. After rummaging through his belongings for a while, Lei Wujie finally produced the last 6 copper coins and handed them to the waiter. Meanwhile, outside the Shulaw villa, a group of individuals was making their way toward the establishment, engaged in lively discussion. "I heard someone has transported a treasure from Hanshui Temple, destined for the Jiolong Gate," one remarked. "Word is spread throughout the martial world. Rumor has it that the treasure grants the ability to command the world." Another chimed in. "I've heard it is a peerless martial art." A third claimed, "Clearly, it's a stunning beauty. Come now, can Hanshan Temple produce a beauty of such caliber?" Soon enough, the group arrived at the entrance of the Shulaw villa. Without a word, the leader kicked the door open, and in an instant, a frigid wind swept through the hall. The staff and waiters, witnessing the intimidating demeanor of the newcomers, trembled in fear. Xiao Sei, however, maintained a calm demeanor as he observed the scene. Summoning his courage, a waiter stepped forward and asked, "Ahem, esteemed guests, what can we do for you?" "Step aside," a furious voice bellowed. The group's leader waved his hand mercilessly, knocking the approaching waiter to the ground. From his corner, Xiao Sei frowned slightly, his expression revealing a mix of helplessness and annoyance. He shook his head gently and sighed, another group of ill-mannered individuals, and with little profit to be gained from them. How unfortunate. One burly man, with a menacing glare, roared, "Stop the chatter. Quickly bring us the finest wine and the most expensive meat. If you're slow, beware that I might just smash your shabby establishment." At this moment, Lei Wujie, seated at the corner table, was engrossed in savoring his bowl of Yangchun noodles, completely oblivious to the commotion around him. Seeing this, Xiao Sei approached the group of intimidating figures before him, his expression calm as he addressed them. "Esteemed gentlemen, this humble establishment has an unwritten rule that payment is required before we serve our dishes. Therefore, might I inquire how many pounds of meat and how many pints of wine you wish for? This will allow us to prepare in advance and avoid any delays." "Who are you to block my path?" A burly man with a fierce countenance, gripping a gleaming blade, shouted at Xiao Sei. Yet, Xiao Sei regarded this brazen individual with a serene gaze and replied slowly, "I am Xiao Sei, the proprietor of this Snowfall Manor. Pray, what is it that you desire?" The brute raised his weapon, pointing it directly at Xiao Sei, threateningly declaring, "We never pay for our meals. But you, as the owner, must have money. Be wise and hand it over quickly, or my blade shall show no mercy." It appeared that this group not only intended to dine without payment, but had also devised a plan to rob. Faced with such a menacing and ruthless gang, most would have been paralyzed by fear. However, Xiao Sei nonchalantly extended his hand, gently pushing aside the blade that was pointed at him. He then smiled slightly and spoke softly, "To be honest, this establishment has not opened for over a month. Currently, we are not only devoid of profit but unable to pay our staff as well." The burly man dismissed this reasoning with a roar, "I care not for your troubles. If you do not pay today, you shall suffer the consequences." Upon hearing this, Xiao Sei's expression darkened. The man continued, "If you lack funds, I see your attire is quite fine. It must be worth at least 100 taels of silver." "Nonsense. This robe was custom-made at the illustrious Yuxiafang in Tianqi City. From the selection of materials to the tailoring and stitching, it took 3 months to complete. Moreover, it was transported with utmost care, consuming an additional month. With your limited understanding, to claim it is worth merely 100 taels. Humph. Not to mention the entire robe, even a single sleeve is worth far more." Infuriated by Xiao Sei's words, the burly man, regaining his composure, raised his blade and cleaved the table in front of him in two. "2 taels of silver," Xiao Sei remarked, holding up 2 fingers. The man, perplexed, asked, "What do you mean, 2 taels of silver?" "I mean the table you just destroyed is worth 2 taels. And you shall compensate for it," Xiaosei replied, his expression unwavering. "I came here to rob. Bring me the finest wine and meat, and hand over anything of value. Otherwise, I will kill you and burn this place to the ground." The brute fumed. At this moment, beside him, lay Wuji, having finished his meal, heard the mention of a robbery and remarked that he could not simply stand by. The sudden voice prompted the burly man to turn, bewildered, and inquire, "Who are you?" In response, Lei Wuji placed one foot on the chair, striking what he believed to be a striking pose, and proclaimed loudly, "I am Lei Wuji." Upon hearing this, the crowd shook their heads in confusion. "Who is this person? Have you heard of him? Is there such a figure in the martial world?" Noticing their skepticism, Lei Wuji added, "As I am just beginning my journey in the martial realm, you may not yet know my name. However, fret not, for soon my name shall resonate throughout the world." Chapter 71. Snowfall Manor. The burly man glared at Lei Wuji, who was boasting before him, and snorted coldly. "What a nameless nobody! Brothers, charge!" Instantly, a group of men wielding large blades surged forward, intent on slaying Lei Wuji. Observing this, Lei Wuji leaped into the air, delivering a powerful kick to the face of the leading man. The man cried out in pain, "Brothers, get him. Let us finish this brat today." In an instant, blades flashed from all directions towards Lei Wuji. He deftly dodged, no longer holding back, and hurled 2 iron balls into the air, which exploded with tremendous sparks. The explosive power of the Jiang and Thunder Hall was evident. Xiaosei recognized Lei Wuji's origins as soon as he made his move. Jiang and Thunder Hall, Lei family, Lei Wuji. As he fought, Lei Wuji declared with a booming voice. His eyes widened, fists clenched tightly, veins bulging on his arms, exuding an overwhelming aura. The leading burly man, seeing this, was seething with rage, gritting his teeth and bellowing, "Tear this brat apart and feed him to the dogs." It is well known that the Jiang and Thunder Hall holds a formidable reputation in the martial world, wielding immense power. However, these bandits were no innocents either, if need be. They could kill and retreat into the mountains for a time before emerging again. Upon hearing their leader's command, the subordinates responded in unison, "Yes, boss." Yet, Lei Wuji displayed no fear. Facing the onslaught of numerous foes, he countered their 4 hands with his 2 fists, showing no sign of trepidation. His punches flew like the wind, each strike generating visible shockwaves that rippled outward. How could this group of bandits possibly withstand Lei Wuji's formidable might? They fell like kites with severed strings, crashing heavily onto the tables and chairs within Snowfall Manor. In an instant, the scene was left in disarray, furniture strewn about chaotically. Meanwhile, Xiaosei was rapidly calculating on his abacus, intending to seek compensation from Lei Wuji afterwards. After all, as a disciple of the Jiang and Thunder Hall, he surely would not lack funds. With this thought, Xiaosei felt quite pleased, a faint smile gradually appearing on his face. As the bandits lay incapacitated, seeing that Lei Wuji had ceased his assault, they scrambled to their feet, rolling and crawling out of the inn. Just then, Lei Wuji, shouldering his wooden box, prepared to leave but was halted by Xiaosei, the owner of Snowfall Manor. Thinking Xiaosei was about to express gratitude, Lei Wuji smiled slightly and said, "As the saying goes, great kindness needs no thanks. It is the duty of every martial artist to lend a hand when they see injustice. No need for formality." After cupping his fists in a smile towards Xiaosei, he turned to depart. Observing Lei Wuji's demeanor, Xiaosei grasped his arm and spoke, "Brother, great kindness needs no thanks? Look at my shop. What difference is there from being smashed?" Xiaosei then extended a finger towards Lei Wuji and declared, 100 taels. "I am devoid of funds," Lei Wuji said, wearing a troubled expression. "Yet, regardless of the circumstances, I have indeed saved your life. Your response seems rather ungrateful." At this, Xiaosei's eyes narrowed sharply, and with a flick of his sleeve, the doors and windows around them slammed shut. "Do I still require your assistance?" Xiaosei replied coolly. Lei Wuji, taken aback by Xiaosei's sudden display of power, stammered, "But I truly have no money on me. If I had the means, I would have already indulged in exquisite plum blossom meat and peach blossom wine, rather than subsisting solely on plain noodles and cheap liquor." However, Xiaosei interjected coldly. "What do you mean by however?" Lei Wuji hastily continued, sensing Xiaosei's rising ire. "I am on my way to a certain place, where I will undoubtedly acquire funds." Xiaosei's gaze flickered, a mixture of skepticism and intrigue dancing across his features. "And where might that be?" "Yue City," Lei Wuji replied without hesitation. Upon hearing this, Xiao Sei's expression shifted to one of tension, his face etched with confusion as he murmured, Yue City, you say? It is currently revered as the foremost city in the martial world. This city is allied with 5 formidable powers, including the Jiang and Pailai Hall. The 4 lords of Yue City are esteemed figures within the realm. The current lord, Su Fanxian, is acknowledged as the foremost individual in Bailey, despite having remained absent from the martial scene for over a decade. Yet, tales of the white-clad sword god continue to circulate among the populace. In that mysterious and legendary Yue City, breathtaking vistas abound, and it serves as a gathering place for numerous elite warriors. Among them, 3 renowned women are celebrated as unparalleled beauties, with some daring to brave the Tiantianga just to catch a glimpse of their grace. Yue City stands alongside Tianqi City, Muliang City, and Wushuang City, collectively hailed as the 4 great cities of the realm, each possessing its unique allure and heritage. At this moment, Xiao Sei stood silently, his thoughts drifting back to the past. He mused inwardly. If he wished to reclaim his long-desired treasure, Yue City was undeniably a necessary destination. Should this youth genuinely venture to Yue City, with his unique status, retrieving a mere 100 taels of silver would be a trivial matter. With a gaze seemingly capable of perceiving all, he scrutinized Lei Wujie from head to toe. Under such an intense gaze, Lei Wujie felt a wave of discomfort wash over him. Instinctively, he raised a hand to scratch his head, an attempt to alleviate his inner awkwardness and anxiety. After a brief pause, Xiao Sei finally made up his mind. He turned his attention back to Lei Wujie and spoke slowly, very well. I shall accompany you to Yue City. Upon hearing this, Lei Wujie was momentarily stunned, but his face quickly broke into a smile as he eagerly responded, excellent. Xiao Sei then added, furthermore, regarding interest, let us consider it 500 taels of silver. Lei Wujie widened his eyes in disbelief, astonished at how, in such a brief moment, 100 taels had transformed into 500. 500 taels? Such a considerable sum? Lei Wujie could not help but exclaim. Xiao Sei, indifferent to Lei Wujie's astonishment, had already made his way to the door. Gazing at the distant expanse of ice and snow, he murmured to himself, it has been many years since I ventured out. It is time to meet with the lords of Yue City and discuss matters of your. At this moment, Xiao Sei's heart was heavy with the belief that the death of Wang Langya was a consequence of the indifference displayed by the lords of Yue City. However, he remained unaware that since Xiao Ruofeng had relinquished the throne, even his master, Li Changsheng, along with his other senior brothers, had been disappointed in him, let alone Su Fanxian and others. Thus, the demise of Xiao Ruofeng could only be attributed to his own arrogance, choosing to resist, or, ultimately, to take his own life. Had it not been for Su Fanxian's alterations to the narrative, Li Xinyue and Lei Mengshao would have inevitably fallen victim to Xiao Ruofeng's folly. This chapter has concluded. Chapter 72. The dilapidated temple in the midst of a frigid, snow-laden landscape. A carriage came to a halt upon the snowy ground. A man adorned with a wide-brimmed hat perched atop the carriage, surrounded by a cadre of fierce and formidable swordsmen, each wielding long swords, encircling the vehicle. Green ant new brew, red clay small stove. As evening descends, the sky threatens snow. Might one partake of a cup? The man atop the carriage, holding a wine goblet, spoke softly after finishing the contents. My good brother exhibits a refined taste. We may indulge in this wine. However, the cargo within the carriage must remain. A robust man with a long knife slowly articulated. Tang Lian, a disciple of Snow Moon City, regarded the group before him with a cold gaze and inquired, do you know what treasures lie within this carriage? It is said to contain a precious artifact. Regardless of its nature, it shall be relinquished to us today. A sinister voice interjected from the crowd. In this bitter cold, you followed me all this way, yet the item you seek shall not be bestowed upon you. Instead, I propose we share a drink, Tang Lian replied icily. No sooner had he spoken than his finger, like a flash of lightning, struck the long knife grip tightly by the burly man. In an instant, an overwhelming surge of internal energy erupted from his fingertip, resulting in a thunderous crash. The stout man was utterly incapable of withstanding such formidable force, and he was sent hurtling back several dozen paces. Tang Lian executed a graceful somersault in midair, landing securely back atop the carriage. A mere finger's guidance, the burly man exclaimed in abject terror. Yet, before his voice could fully dissipate, his body erupted with a series of explosive sounds. Accompanied by a cacophony of detonations, all his meridians shattered, transforming his form into a mist of crimson, dispersing into the air. The remaining swordsmen, witnessing such a horrific spectacle, turned pale with fear. Perhaps those who sent you did not inform you of my identity. Tang Lian, his expression unflinching, exuded an unparalleled aura of dominance as he coldly remarked, "Are you of the Tang clan from Shu?" One of the burly men ventured to inquire. Perceiving that they still harbored intentions, Tang Lian acted once more, launching a concealed arrow from his sleeve that struck true to the chest of the man who had just spoken. The man collapsed, breathless. The rest of the group stood paralyzed, stunned into silence by Tang Lian's prowess, none daring to advance. Observing their trepidation, Tang Lian urged the carriage onward. In Snow Moon City, Su Fanxian sat regally in the city lord's mansion, with Yue Yao leaning beside him, while Li Hani stood before them. Su Fanxian had received a message via carrier pigeon from Snow Moon City, opening the note to peruse its contents. "Master, is there a situation at hand?" Li Hani inquired. Su Fanxian replied nonchalantly, "Nothing of great import. However, Tang Lian's escort mission may encounter difficulties, as many in the martial world covet the golden coffin." "Master, should I make an appearance?" Li Hani asked. With a faint smile, Su Fanxian responded, "No need. I have already sent Ji out for some leisure, and she will keep an eye on Tang Lian." "Master, you show favoritism. You allow Ji to go out and play, yet deny me the same privilege." Li Hani pouted in dissatisfaction. Su Fanxian and Yue Yao exchanged resigned glances upon witnessing this. Yue Yao gently spoke, "Hani, I perceive that you wish to venture out in search of your brother. Am I correct?" Li Hani smiled mischievously and replied, "Indeed, nothing escapes your keen observation. Sister Yue Yao, growing up under your watchful eye, how could I conceal my thoughts from you? However, fret not. Your brother will arrive safely in Shueyue City." Yue Yao reassured her with a smile. "Your brother is newly acquainted with the world. It is only fitting that he undergoes some trials. Do not worry excessively. We all have endured our own experiences in the realm," Su Fanxian added. Li Hani nodded in response, saying, "But I simply wish to go out and have some fun. Can't you let me? Please, master? You still act like a child, despite being in your 20s. Must you still resort to such antics?" Su Fanxian shook his head in resignation. "If you wish to go, then you may, but remember, do not cause trouble. Refrain from resorting to violence at the slightest disagreement. Shueyue City has already incurred significant expenses on your behalf," Su Fanxian stated sternly. "Understood, master." Li Hani's words barely left her lips before she vanished from sight, her voice lingering softly in the air. Yue Yao gazed in the direction Li Hani had disappeared, a faint smile gracing her lips as she remarked, "Hani remains as she was in her childhood, ever eager for adventure. Let her be. Her current strength is ample to traverse the world." Su Fanxian, having spoken, took Yue Yao's hand and departed from the lord's residence, making their way to the estate of Bai Li Dongjun. Years prior, Yi Dingji had already awakened, yet in his restored state, he had forgotten much concerning Yi Wanjun. Hence, it became an unspoken agreement among them to refrain from mentioning Yi Wanjun's name in his presence. For these years, he had resided with Bai Li Dongjun in Shueyue City. No longer was he the formidable leader of the demonic sect. He was now the unburdened elder, Yi Yun, of Shueyue City. Meanwhile, far away, Tang Lian was laboriously urging a somewhat dilapidated cart onward, his journey beset by the elements. At last, he arrived before a seemingly forsaken temple. Gazing at the decrepit structure, Tang Lian mused aloud, "Tonight, I shall rest here and continue my journey at dawn." With that, he reined in the reins, dismounted from the cart, and led his horse into the temple. The moment he stepped through the entrance, an air of age and decay enveloped him. Within this derelict edifice, Tang Lian sat alone beside a fire, warming himself while murmuring, "What treasure has the Grand Lord tasked me with transporting? It is quite peculiar that such a multitude of martial experts has been drawn to this journey." Having toiled for quite some time with the cart laden with goods, Tang Lian remained utterly oblivious to the contents concealed within the golden coffin, which was under stringent protection. Though curiosity swelled within him regarding the treasures hidden inside, he had yet to entertain even the slightest thought of prying open the coffin to unveil its secrets. After all, he was acutely aware of the grave responsibility that lay upon his shoulders. This task was personally entrusted to him by the Grand City Lord, necessitating the secure delivery of the enigmatic cargo to its intended destination. Tang Lian had grown up listening to tales of the four city lords of Shueyue City, and he held the exploits of Grand City Lord Su Fanxian in particularly high regard, as if they were cherished anecdotes. Thus, when Su Fanxian approached Tang Lian, he readily acquiesced without a moment's hesitation. Chapter 73. Encounter with the Dark Ruler. The dilapidated temple lay shrouded in silence. Suddenly, Tang Lian felt a bone-chilling coldness creeping up from behind, instantly heightening his vigilance and sharpening his gaze. In an instant, a glimmer of icy light flickered as he swiftly raised his hand, launching a sharp hidden weapon that shot forth like a bolt of lightning. However, the shadow merely sidestepped with a slight movement, evading the projectile with ease. Alarmed, Tang Lian realized he was up against a formidable opponent. His heart racing with a sense of impending danger, he gripped his hidden weapons tightly, refusing to slacken his guard, his eyes fixed intently on the enigmatic intruder. "You are Tang Lian from Snow Moon City, are you not?" The mysterious figure stated calmly. Taken aback that the stranger could so effortlessly utter his name and origin, Tang Lian's eyes widened in bewilderment. Who could this person be? How did he know of his identity and background? "Tang Lian, we shall meet again," the mysterious man declared as he vanished in a flash, leaping into the air like a bolt of lightning towards the temple roof. What a peculiar individual, Tang Lian murmured to himself, frowning with concern. His mind replayed the image of the figure he had just encountered, white hair, wielding a jade sword, moving with an ethereal grace. His lightness of foot reaching unparalleled heights. Such a person had never been mentioned by his master before. This mysterious man in white was none other than Mo Qishuan, the left guardian from the heavenly realm, known as the white-haired immortal. Reflecting on the events of 12 years past, when Bai Li Dongjun and the members of the Heavenly Realm's demon sect had established the Locking Mountain River Pact, it became clear that individuals from the Heavenly Realm had been barred from entering the Northern Li territory for a full 12 years. Although Tang Lian was a descendant of the Tang sect and had trained under Tang Lianyu before being fortunate enough to become a disciple of Bai Li Dongjun, his experiences were still limited, leaving him largely ignorant of the myriad secrets of the martial world, including the identity of the white-haired immortal, Mo Qishuan. Yet time had flowed on, and 12 years had passed. The deadline of the Locking Mountain River Agreement had elapsed, thus allowing the white-haired immortal to once again appear in the Northern Li martial realm. At that moment, Tang Lian's acute senses detected the faint sound of footsteps approaching. His heart raced, and without hesitation, he turned and leaped into a concealed corner of the dilapidated temple. Following this, he subtly moved his palms, unleashing an invisible gust of energy that instantly extinguished the fire in the center of the temple. Before long, two men, one clad in fiery red attire and the other in a pale blue garment, arrived at the temple entrance. "The snow is falling heavily. I wonder when it will cease," Lei Wujie complained. "Fortunately, I possess a horse of exceptional quality, or we would surely be buried by this wind and snow," Xiao Sei remarked. "Seriously, you've been bragging about your horse all along. Are you a horse dealer or something?" Lei Wujie responded helplessly. As they stepped into the dilapidated temple, they immediately noticed the remnants of warmth lingering from the recently extinguished fire. "Someone has just kindled a fire," Xiao Sei, with a perplexed expression, inquired, while Tang Lian, who was concealed in the corner, tightened visibly, fixating his gaze intently upon the two individuals before him. "Haha, splendid. This makes things much easier. I was worried the firewood might be too damp to ignite," Lei Wujie remarked with a chuckle. He proceeded to kindle the flames, illuminating the surroundings instantly. The two then took their seats. Could it be that these two are merely passers-by? Tang Lian pondered inwardly. Throughout this journey, he had encountered numerous individuals fixated on the golden coffin he was escorting, having repelled wave after wave of them. Consequently, Tang Lian conducted himself with utmost caution, mistaking Lei Wujie and Xiao Sei for similar threats. Xiao Sei turned to Lei Wujie and queried, "You mentioned taking me to Yue City. Yet you have already veered off course twice during our journey. Are you certain of your bearings this time?" Lei Wujie sheepishly scratched his head and replied, "Well, this is my first time going to Yue City as well, but I swear, this time it will be right." Tang Lian, hidden in the shadows, felt a surge of curiosity upon hearing their destination. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and his brow furrowed in contemplation. He bears the surname Lei. Could he possibly be from the Lei family of the Jiangnan Pailai Hall? Yet, I've never heard of such a name. In an instant, various speculations and queries intertwined like a tangled mess in his mind. Just as Xiao Sei was immersed in thought, a series of heavy footsteps echoed from outside. Both Xiao Sei and Lei Wujie immediately adopted a vigilant stance, turning their heads towards the entrance. "Who could possibly come at this late hour?" Lei Wujie remarked. Hardly had he spoken when a towering figure entered, armed with a large knife, his expression fierce and menacing. "Ming Ho?" Xiao Sei remarked casually. Could this person have come to eliminate both me and Lei Wujie? Xiao Sei mused. Lei Wujie, bewildered, asked, "Who is Ming Ho?" "A killer from the assassin's list," Xiao Sei replied coolly. Upon hearing this, Lei Wujie looked puzzled and inquired of the imposing figure, "Are you a killer?" Have you come to assassinate us? Ming Ho ignored the two and merely glanced towards Tang Lian's position within the temple, stating coldly, hand over the items, or face death. Lei Wujie, perplexed by this statement, turned to Xiao Sei and asked, what does he mean? He is not addressing us, Xiao Sei replied calmly, sensing his cover blown. Tang Lian decided against remaining hidden any longer. He leaped forth, standing before Ming Ho, and declared, it is impossible for me to relinquish the items to you. Tang Lian, hand over the items to me. Otherwise, you shall die? Ming Ho retorted icily. Upon hearing this, Lei Wujie was momentarily taken aback, his mouth agape in disbelief. His eyes widened as he fixated on the man referred to as Tang Lian, muttering to himself, Tang Lian. It is truly Tang Lian? Suddenly, as if a new world had unfolded before him, Lei Wujie, brimming with joy, pointed at Tang Lian and exclaimed, wow. So you are the esteemed senior brother Tang Lian from Yue City. Tang Lian gazed back at the seemingly foolish young man with a hint of surprise, unable to comprehend what had prompted such excitement from him. Do you know me? Why do you address me as senior brother? He inquired. Upon hearing this, Lei Wujie couldn't contain his joy, breaking into a wide grin as he exclaimed, haha, I am Lei Wujie from the Jiang and Pailai Hall. I am here to seek a master in Yue City. Henceforth, we shall be fellow disciples, and it is only fitting that I call you senior brother. At that moment, the Ming Ho beside them could no longer restrain himself. His eyes widened in fury as he glared at Lei Wujie and Tang Lian, inwardly cursing. These two dare to engage in idle chatter before me, even going so far as to acknowledge one another as kin. They show me such blatant disrespect. With his golden giant blade in hand, Ming Ho roared, unleashing a torrent of energy that sent a flurry of snowflakes swirling around. Watch out, Tang Lian. Sensing the impending danger, promptly pushed Lei Wujie aside. Without delay, Ming Ho swung his massive blade towards Tang Lian, the blade's radiance intensifying an unstoppable force. Tang Lian swiftly evaded the oncoming attack. However, the sheer force of the inner energy caused her to erupt into a violent fit of coughing. You are injured, Ming Ho remarked coldly, observing Tang Lian's distress. Yet, you shall not withstand my next strike. His battle intent surged, and his energy coursed wildly. Lei Wujie rushed to stand before Tang Lian, declaring, I will defend you, senior brother. With that, he clenched his fists, preparing to withstand the blow with the Lei family's fire-scorching technique. Just as the blade approached Lei Wujie, a sudden flash of violet sword energy appeared, intercepting the attack and sending Ming Ho flying. Accompanying this spectacle was a melodious voice that resonated softly from the air. Is it permissible for you to act against my disciples from Yue City? The crowd looked around, puzzled, for no one was in sight. Tang Lian's face lit up with surprise as she called into the air, for City Lord, what brings you here? I merely came to take a stroll and fortuitously encountered you, the ethereal voice replied. The figure of the Moon Princess gradually materialized in the sky, adorned in a flowing purple gauze gown that enveloped her graceful form. She stood suspended like a delicate cloud, exuding an air of serene beauty. Upon closer inspection, one could discern the enchanting aura that surrounded her, imbuing her with an alluring and mysterious charm. Ming Ho, upon seeing her, momentarily faltered. I did not expect the four-city lord of Yue to be present. Leave, Ming Ho. The answer you seek has long been within your grasp. It is simply your unwillingness to accept it. The Moon Princess spoke with a chilling calmness. Ming Ho, upon hearing this, let out a bitter chuckle before turning to depart. Below, Lei Wujie and Xiao Sei quietly gazed at the stunning silhouette in the air, hesitant to utter a word. For this esteemed figure was none other than the aloof and noble Purple Moon Sword Immortal, one of the 6 great sword immortals of the martial world. Are your injuries all right, Tang Lian? The Moon Princess inquired gently. Tang Lian shook her head slightly, replying, I am fine, for City Lord. That is reassuring. I shall take my leave now, the Moon Princess declared before vanishing into thin air. Tang Lian bowed respectfully in the direction where the Moon Princess had disappeared, bidding farewell to the four-city lord. Gradually regained his composure, his face alight with excitement as he exclaimed, Is this truly the 4th city lord of Snow Moon City? The Purple Moon Sword Immortal? She indeed embodies the unparalleled elegance spoken of in the legends. Indeed, it is she, he continued. She is one of the 6 great sword immortals of the martial world, the Purple Moon Sword Immortal. Xiao Sei wore a contemplative expression, his tone serious as he spoke softly. This chapter concludes here. Chapter 74. 3 companions. Shortly thereafter, the trio returned to the dilapidated temple, preparing to rest for the night before setting out at dawn. Lei Wujie, beaming with joy, turned to Tang Lian and inquired, Senior brother. Are you well acquainted with the sword immortal of Ziyue? Do not call me senior brother. I have only met the 4th city lord of Shuiyue City once. Tang Lian replied indifferently. Senior brother, I am determined to join Shuiyue City, Lei Wuji asserted with conviction. Seeing this, Tang Lian could only shake his head in resignation. Choosing not to elaborate further, Xiao Se, puzzled, asked, why did the 4th city lord come here today? The 4th city lord just mentioned she was passing through. Lei Wuji responded, his face alight with happiness. Xiao Se cast a silent glance at Lei Wuji, realizing such statements could only deceive someone as naive as him. He himself did not believe it was merely a matter of passing by. The 4th city lord goes wherever she pleases, Tang Lian remarked with a serious demeanor. Upon hearing this, Xiao Se chose to remain silent and closed his eyes, feigning sleep. At that moment, Tang Lian suddenly sensed a faint disturbance in the backyard. His expression tightened, and he leaped forth to investigate. Noticing Tang Lian's departure, Xiao Se turned to Lei Wuji, who was sitting on the ground, and said, let us go. Go where? Lei Wuji asked, bewildered. Xiao Se explained, are we not searching for the path to Shuiyue City? Now that Tang Lian is right before us, we should follow him instead of wandering aimlessly with you. Oh, right, Lei Wuji exclaimed, suddenly enlightened, and hurriedly rose to follow Xiao Se. At this moment, Tang Lian had already leaped into the backyard, where he observed a woman approaching his carriage. He raised his hand, launching several arrows toward her. The woman, sensing the arrows slicing through the air, wielded a spear and deftly leaped aside to evade them. Tang Lian stepped forward and remarked, such a lowly creature resorts only to petty thievery. The woman retorted, her voice brimming with indignation, Tang Lian, clarify for me, who is the one engaging in petty theft? Upon hearing the familiar voice, Tang Lian froze momentarily. The woman, brandishing her spear, gradually approached him. Tang Lian, recognizing her, wore an expression of helplessness. Qian Luo, what brings you here? Does the 3rd city lord know you've come out? Tang Lian inquired. Sikong Qian Luo shot him a glare but remained silent. Tang Lian, looking at Sikong Qian Luo with resignation, tentatively continued, you haven't secretly slipped out again, have you? At this, Sikong Qian Luo hastily waved her hands. Her face a flurry of urgency as she explained, that's not the case at all. I am here quite officially, merely wishing to travel the world and broaden my horizons, and I happened to pass through this place. Tang Lian found her words utterly unconvincing. Her flustered demeanor revealed her clandestine escape. Meanwhile, Lei Wuji's eyes widened in confusion as he muttered, what on earth is happening? Weren't we just fighting? Xiao Se, however, remained remarkably composed, quietly observing the unfolding scene. The identity of the woman before Xiao Se was something he had long surmised. After all, Xiao Se was no naive novice in the world of martial arts. He was, in fact, the 6th prince of the Northern Li dynasty, now known as Prince Yong'an. Xiao Chuba. His decision to accompany Lei Wuji seemed, on the surface, motivated solely by the meager reward of 500 taels of silver. However, his true intentions for venturing to Shuiyue City were shrouded in secrecy and personal ambition. Tang Lian, after a moment of contemplation, addressed Sikong Qian Luo, stating that he was bound by urgent duties and thus unable to assist her directly. Reluctantly, he resolved to send a message to the 3rd city lord, requesting his intervention to escort her back to Shuiyue City. Upon hearing the news of her impending return, Sikong Qianluo's expression shifted to one of distress. With wide, glistening eyes, she stomped her foot and exclaimed, Tang Lian, if you dare summon my father to fetch me, I will not let this go. Nevertheless, Tang Lian appeared resolute, ignoring her threats as he turned to write the letter. Faced with this obstinacy, Sikong Qian Luo quickly reverted to her tried-and-true tactic, pouting. She twirled toward Tang Lian, playfully trotting up to him, grasping his garment's hem and gently shaking it, pleading, Senior brother, please don't call my father. I finally managed to leave Shuiyue City. Meanwhile, Lei Wuji and Xiao Se observed the unfolding drama with keen interest, akin to spectators at a play. After a prolonged silence, when Sikong Qian Luo noted Tang Lian's continued indifference, she huffed, brandished a spear, severed a horse's reins from the carriage, and rode off triumphantly. The mountains remain unchanged, and the waters flow eternally. Tang Lian, wait for me, she declared as she departed, leaving behind a bold proclamation. Fearing for Tang Lian's embarrassment, Lei Wuji and Xiao Se stifled their laughter, recognizing the awkwardness of the situation. Just as Tang Lian was about to speak, a loud crash echoed as a wheel of the carriage broke, causing a golden coffin within to tumble out. Sikong Qian Luo had seized a horse, destabilizing the carriage and resulting in the coffin's fall. Tang Lian, watching the direction in which Si Kong Qianluo had fled, muttered, "That's quite excessive. Not only did she leave, but she also took a horse." With the golden coffin now visible, Xiao Sei felt compelled to investigate its contents. However, Tang Lian quickly noticed Xiao Sei's intentions and drew a concealed weapon, pressing it against his throat. Lei Wujie, witnessing this, was thrown into a state of panic. Unsure of how to respond, Tang Lian coldly warned Xiao Sei, "I hope you do not entertain thoughts of the coffin, or it will be your end." Yet, undeterred by the weapon at his throat, Xiao Sei calmly reached out to the coffin, remarking, "The sound confirms it. This is crafted from pure gold." At this revelation, Lei Wujie's expression turned to one of astonishment, his mouth agape. "What of pure gold?" Tang Lian inquired, perplexed. With a faint smile, Xiao Sei replied, "If it is pure gold, it holds considerable value." Realizing that Xiao Sei harbored no ulterior motives, Tang Lian lowered her weapon. The trio then returned to the dilapidated temple to rest, continuing their journey. The following day, sunlight pierced through the clouds, casting its golden rays upon the earth. Yet snowflakes continued to dance through the air, as if intent on enveloping the entire world in a shroud of white. In this desolate and boundless expanse, a dilapidated horse-drawn carriage trudged forward with great difficulty. There, seated firmly at the front of the carriage was Lei Wujie, skillfully wielding the whip to guide the horses onward. While inside the carriage sat Xiao Sei and Tang Lian. The previous night, after enduring numerous trials, they had finally managed to find someone to assist in mending their battered vehicle. Upon encountering Tang Lian, a disciple from Yue City, Lei Wujie and Xiao Sei promptly decided to follow him without hesitation. For the two of them at this juncture, it was undoubtedly wise to accompany Tang Lian to Yue City once he concluded his current matters. "I possess some knowledge regarding the rumors surrounding the golden coffin." Xiao Sei spoke in a calm tone. Tang Lian's eyes widened in surprise, fixating intently on Xiao Sei's composed demeanor, and eagerly inquired, "What do you know?" Xiao Sei replied nonchalantly, "You must have heard, not long ago, the respected Master Wang Yu from Wanton Temple unexpectedly passed away. In my opinion, the mysterious golden coffin likely contains the remains of Master Wang Yu." He continued, "But why are there so many individuals coveting the contents of this coffin with such fervor?" Upon hearing this, Tang Lian's doubts regarding the true identity of the man before him deepened, surpassing even his curiosity about the secrets hidden within the golden coffin. Xiao Sei then inquired, "Shall we head directly to Zhulomen? Let us first visit Sangyu City at the Beauty Manor." Tang Lian responded slowly. End of chapter. Chapter 75. The Beauty Pavilion. 2 days later, as Tang Lian accompanied Xiao Sei and Lei Wujie on their journey, they finally arrived at Sangyu City. As night fell, the city was illuminated by brilliant lights, creating a dazzling spectacle. In this place, time seemed to slow, with every individual entranced by the intoxicating allure of a life filled with revelry and excess. Among the many attractions within Sangyu City, the most renowned was undoubtedly the Beauty Pavilion, the largest establishment of its kind in the area. However, it was not merely a place for fleeting pleasures. It also served as the city's grandest gambling den. Given that Sangyu City was a vital thoroughfare, it drew immense crowds, enticing numerous merchants to its bustling streets. Consequently, the Beauty Pavilion became not only a favored haunt for those seeking diversion, but also one of the premier casinos in the northernly region, rivaling even the illustrious Qianjin Terrace of Tianqi City. Walking side by side, Tang Lian and Xiao Sei entered the legendary Beauty Pavilion. Observing the lively scene before him, Xiao Sei lamented, "What a pity that Lei Wujie is still tending to the carriage, otherwise it would have been delightful to bring him here to broaden his horizons. The stakes here are too high to be measured in ordinary currency, thus all bets are placed using these exquisite pearls," Tang Lian explained. "Since we are here, why not indulge in a game?" Xiao Sei suggested slowly. "I have no money." Tang Lian promptly declined. "Why not? We possess a coffin crafted entirely of pure gold, which is worth a considerable number of these pearls," Xiao Sei whispered conspiratorially. Tang Lian shot him an exasperated glare, feeling an overwhelming urge to reprimand his frivolity. As they conversed, Tang Lian noticed a familiar silhouette and fixated on it. At that moment, Su Fanxian, in her disguise, turned around and recognized Tang Lian with a hint of embarrassment. However, reassured by the disguise bestowed by her system, she felt a wave of confidence wash over her. Su Fanxian continued to observe Tang Lian quietly, but once she realized the resemblance was merely superficial, she diverted her gaze. With that, she climbed the stairs, intent on finding Yu Qing. Unbeknownst to all, the true proprietor of the Beauty Pavilion was Yu Qing. who had taken over the establishment over a decade ago and had meticulously managed it since. Recognizing Tian Rui's potential, Yu Qing had taken her on as a disciple. After Su Fanxian had introduced Yu Qing to the Huang Dun Shi Hong Shou sword technique, Yu Qing had progressed from a state of ease to the pinnacle of great freedom after nearly 20 years of diligent practice, aided by Su Fanxian's guidance. Given Yu Qing's limited talent, a breakthrough to the realm of divine travel seemed unlikely, were it not for her rare appearances in the martial world. Shuiyu City would likely have gained another female sword immortal. In a room on the second floor, Su Fanxian and Yu Qing sat at a table. While Tian Rui stood beside Yu Qing, Su Fanxian took a delicate sip of tea and inquired, "What factions have arrived today?" In the enchanting realm of Wushuang City, where the dark river flows, the ethereal Tian Rui spoke softly. Su Fanxian smiled gently, affirming, "Your thoughts mirror my own. Fear not, for regardless of what transpires, you have your master and the entire Yue city to support you." Understood, the city lord Tian Nu replied with a faint smile. "Rui, the others have nearly arrived. Please initiate this performance." Yu Qing encouraged with a subtle grin. "Very well, master," Tian Nu Rui responded before gracefully departing. "Brother-in-law, what brings you here today? Does sister know?" Yu Qing inquired, a teasing smile gracing her lips. Su Fanxian's expression shifted as he retorted, "I am not here for frivolities. I have serious matters to attend to." "That may be true, but if you desire, it is not out of the question." Yu Qing playfully replied, "Enough of this, Yu Qing. Let us observe this gambling event together." Su Fanxian moved towards the window. Understood, Yu Qing sighed softly. As laughter filled the air below, a sudden gust swept through, scattering petals like confetti. A captivating woman, adorned in light, flowing red garments, descended gracefully. In an instant, the crowd gasped as a crimson figure, akin to a celestial being, floated above the courtyard of the beautiful inn. "It is Tian Rui," someone exclaimed, igniting a chorus of excitement. At last, the fortunate spectators beheld the enchanting presence of the celestial maiden, undeniably otherworldly and breathtakingly beautiful, with bare, delicate feet. She walked as if gliding atop the petals suspended in midair, akin to a butterfly dancing towards where Xiao Sei and Tang Lian stood. As she approached, her radiant eyes landed on Tang Lian, and a smile blossomed on her face. "Isn't that Tang Lian?" Xiao Sei, with a teasing glance at Tang Lian, remarked. "It seems you are quite the regular here, Tang Lian." Flushed with embarrassment, Tang Lian stammered, "I merely pass by occasionally." Yet, all eyes were drawn to the trio, and the weight of their collective gaze made both Tang Lian and Xiao Sei feel uneasy. "You mentioned wanting to place a bet. Tonight, there is a gambling event at the beautiful inn. Would you care to join?" Tian Rui extended an invitation to Xiao Sei. "I have no money," he replied, waving his hand dismissively. "You must possess considerable wealth." Tian Rui smiled lightly. "Why do you say that?" Xiao Sei inquired, puzzled. "Because your surname is Xiao," she replied matter-of-factly. Xiao Sei's expression shifted as he slowly said, "I own a villa called Shua Villa, which is worth approximately 10 boxes of these pearls. Might you lend me a batch of pearls?" "Agreed," Tian Rui answered with enthusiasm. With a clap of her hands, her attendants brought forth 10 boxes of pearls. "Today, this beautiful inn has been reserved by this gentleman. Those wishing to gamble may remain, while those uninterested are kindly asked to leave." Could he truly afford such a magnificent establishment? A wealthy merchant standing on the second floor scoffed. Upon hearing this, the celestial maiden, Rui, narrowed her eyes, and a glimmer of cold light flashed forth. In an instant, she leapt into the air, soaring directly to the second floor. With a dagger in hand, she launched an attack on the merchant, engaging with his guards. Before long, the merchant's henchmen were sprawled upon the ground. Subsequently, Rui pressed her dagger against the merchant's chest, leaving him utterly paralyzed with fear, his legs trembling, too terrified to utter a sound. He fell to his knees, fervently bowing and pleading for mercy. However, at that moment, the celestial maiden suddenly burst into a melodious laughter, her voice ringing like a silver bell. "Oh, how you tremble! I am merely toying with you," she teased, casting a fleeting glance at the merchant kneeling before her. Chapter 76. The Gamble of Life and Death. On the second floor, the celestial maiden Rui gazed downwards and proclaimed, "Today's wager is a matter of life and death." Upon hearing her words, a wave of trepidation washed over the majority of the crowd, prompting them to hastily vacate this perilous and uncertain locale. After all, they had come merely to indulge in light-hearted gambling, hoping to win a little money or find some amusement. While gambling poses its risks, the most one might lose is some wealth. It seldom threatens one's very existence. However, This life and death gamble was an entirely different affair. Once embroiled in it, and met with failure, one could pay with their very life. Xiaoxie glanced at the celestial maiden Rui on the second floor, his eyes revealing a hint of exasperation. He then turned his gaze to Tang Lian and sighed. Your friend truly acts with reckless abandon. When have I ever suggested participating in such a perilous gamble? At that moment, seated in a refined chamber on the second floor was a man with flowing white hair, exuding a restrained aura. He lifted a pearl, inspecting it closely, and chuckled softly. This little girl, I understand your desire to assist your friend, yet you must realize that merely relying on the beauty of Sangu City cannot quell this tumult. Tang Lian turned toward the voice, and her face displayed a flicker of surprise upon recognizing the individual from that fateful night. It was none other than the guardian of the celestial realm, Mo Qixuan, who had encountered Tang Lian in the dilapidated temple and was well acquainted with her. It is a pleasure to see you again, the white-haired sage remarked lightly. In an instant, Mo Qixuan's figure flickered, and within a breath, he had appeared beside Xiaoxie and Tang Lian. What remarkable speed! Both Xiaoxie and Tang Lian were taken aback. Once the throng had departed, Xiaoxie approached steadily, finally standing before the ethereal figure of Mo Qixuan, whose appearance was imbued with an air of celestial grace. Xiaoxie slightly raised his hand, extending his palm as he calmly declared, "Let the game of life and death commence." Though his words bore no visible tumult, an invisible aura emanated from him. Mo Qixuan first scanned Xiaoxie and Tang Lian with keen eyes, then a subtle smile graced his lips as he spoke, as a swordsman. My fate has always rested in the hands of this blade, not in trifling dice. However, since you two are so eager for this engagement, I shall gladly oblige. He continued, should you emerge victorious, I shall grant you an additional day to escape. Xiaoxie, unfazed, replied serenely, so, you possess considerable confidence in yourself? I see. Subsequently, Mo Qixuan and Xiaoxie leisurely took their seats at an exquisite table in the center of the courtyard of the beauty residence. Meanwhile, Tang Lian and the celestial maiden Rui stood on either side of the table, their gazes firmly fixed upon the impending game that would determine their fates. At that moment, Mo Qixuan gently channeled the true energy within him. With a subtle wave of his arm, the dice and the dice cup, which were originally placed on a servant's tray beneath the beauty's pavilion, were inexplicably drawn to his hand as if by an invisible force. However, the silver-haired immortal Mo Qixuan merely smiled lightly, dismissing the event with a remark, what is heard is often an illusion, only what is seen holds truth. Subsequently, Mo Qixuan abruptly grasped the dice cup from the table, his arm beginning to shake violently as he rattled it. In an instant, the dice inside the cup rolled rapidly, colliding with one another and producing a crisp sound that echoed throughout the venue. Moments later, the silver-haired immortal forcefully slammed the dice cup onto the table before him. At that moment, Tang Lian leaned in closely to Xiaoxie's ear and whispered, 5, 5, 6 as the foremost youth of the Tang sect. Tang Lian found the act of listening to the dice an effortless task. I wager 5, 5, 6, a great bet, Xiaoxie declared coldly as he slammed his hand on the table. Ha ha ha, splendid, Mo Qixuan retorted, holding the dice cup with a chilling smile. With a gentle tap of his finger upon the cup, a surge of magnificent true energy erupted forth, causing the dice within to tremble violently, indicating that they were no longer the 5, 5, 6 that Xiaoxie had wagered. Shattered Skyfinger. Tang Lian recognized the technique that Mo Qixuan had just employed. The afflicted individual appeared unscathed on the surface, yet their internal organs lay utterly devastated. Those dice in the cup are likely, Tang Lian whispered to Xiaoxie. Despite the unfolding scene, Xiaoxie maintained an air of calmness, at ease and unperturbed. Since this is a gambling match, it cannot be so easily altered. Will you change your bet? Mo Qixuan coldly glared at Xiaoxie. The so-called method to ensure victory in gambling is, in essence, exceedingly simple. It lies in unwavering belief in one's inevitable success. As long as one harbors this conviction deep within, victory will inevitably follow. Xiaoxie, with a composed expression, spoke as he slowly rose to his feet. He then extended his hand, firmly grasping the dice cup and gradually unveiling it. To the astonishment of those around, the original dice had mysteriously transformed into a pile of fine white powder, as if crushed by an unseen force. However, even more astonishing was the sight of Xiaoxie, with a flick of his robe sleeve, revealing 3 impeccably clear imprints of the dice on the table beneath the pile of white dust, 5, 5, 6. The onlookers were left in shock, their eyes wide open in disbelief as they gazed at the markings on the table. Meanwhile, Mo Qishuan was equally astounded, his eyes widening in astonishment. He stared intently at the outcome on the table, clearly taken aback by the result that exceeded his expectations, leaving even this self-assured master momentarily dazed. A wager entails acceptance of defeat. Mo Qishuan sighed, feeling powerless, and remarked, "Young sir, what remarkable skill. Truly an eye-opener." Xiao Sei replied with a faint smile. "It is merely a small trick. I possess no knowledge of martial arts." Beside them, the silver-haired immortal Mo Qishuan, upon hearing these words, spoke with a hint of indifference. "Without martial prowess, the journey ahead will undoubtedly be fraught with peril. Since you lack the means to defend yourself, it would be prudent to refrain from recklessly venturing into such treacherous territory, lest you encounter unforeseen misfortune." However, Xiao Sei remained unfazed and retorted, "Are you suggesting that you might go back on your word?" To which Mo Qishuan replied calmly, "Of course not. Very well, I shall grant you one more day." Yet, in stark contrast to my own disposition, my companions lack the same level of patience. Xiao Sei added, "We, too, have a companion of our own. Albeit one whose wits may not be the sharpest, yet his skills are undeniably formidable. In my view, your companions may find it challenging to gain any advantage from him." At that moment, outside the beauty manor, a group of individuals stealthily approached the carriage of Lei Wujia. Inside the manor, the silver-haired Mo Qishuan slowly rose, adopting an air of arrogance as he declared, "If you truly knew who I am, you would not dare speak to me so audaciously." Unexpectedly, just as Mo Qishuan finished his statement, Xiao Sei blurted out without hesitation, "Tianwei, the silver-haired immortal." Upon hearing this, Mo Qishuan's expression changed, his demeanor becoming tense, his face a mask of disbelief. 12 years ago, this was indeed a name that commanded respect. Xiao Sei continued, "Who are you, and how do you recognize me?" Mo Qishuan inquired. Xiao Sei replied coolly, "Not many know of you now, but there are still those who do." At that moment, a man wielding a long spear suddenly appeared, striking towards Mo Qishuan with the force of a dragon. Mo Qishuan parried with his sword, and after a brief exchange, the spear-wielding man retreated. "I can't believe someone from Tianwei dares to step into Bailey. Have you forgotten the agreement made long ago?" The man with the spear, Lu Yuji of Wushuang City, coldly stated. Tang Lian recognized the man before him. Lu Yuji had played a significant role in resisting the demonic forces 12 years ago, during which Wushuang City had suffered considerable losses. Thus, upon seeing the figure from Tianwei, Tang Lian's anger flared. "I never expected Wushuang City to be here as well," Tang Lian remarked coldly. He understood that Lu Yuji was not here out of goodwill, but rather for the golden coffin. "Regardless of our disputes, that golden coffin must not fall into his hands," Lu Yuji declared coldly. "The treasures within that golden coffin rightfully belong to Tianwei. To obstruct me, you are still unworthy." Mo Qishuan retorted icily. Inside the room, Su Fanxian, witnessing the imminent clash, shook his head in resignation. He turned to the nearby Yue Qing and instructed, "Go. Advise the silver-haired immortal to withdraw. The time is not yet ripe. Let him wait." "Understood," Yue Qing remarked softly, then turned to exit. Just as both parties were on the brink of conflict, a voice resonated throughout the venue. "Cease at once. This is not a place for your quarrels." Upon hearing the words, the crowd turned their attention to the second floor, where a stunningly beautiful woman clad in a flowing light blue dress stood serenely, emanating an aura of formidable authority that instilled a profound sense of pressure among those present. The white-haired immortal, Mo Qishuan, was momentarily taken aback upon recognizing the newcomer. After all, Yue Qing was once the second young lady of their Tianwei, a fact he was well aware of. However, since the demise of Yefeng City, the sisters Yue Yao and Yue Qing had not returned to Tianwei. Witnessing the former second lady's appearance stirred a complex mix of emotions within him. Tang Lian was the first to bow respectfully to Yue Qing, addressing her as Elder Yue Qing. She merely inclined her head in acknowledgement before directing her gaze toward the white-haired immortal, saying, "You may leave now, Mo Qishuan. He has instructed me to convey that the time has not yet come. When it does, you shall naturally be permitted to take them away." Mo Qishuan was astonished by her words. The he she referred to could only be the great city lord. Given that he was present today, it seemed unlikely that their group could stir any significant upheaval. After bowing once more to the second floor, Mo Qishuan replied, "Second young lady, I understand. Very well, I have delivered my message," Yue Qing concluded, retreating into the inner chamber. This left the assembly in a state of bewilderment, uncertain of how to proceed. The oppressive force that Yue Qing had unleashed moments ago had been overwhelmingly potent, extinguishing any thoughts of resistance. Consequently, the crowd dispersed. With only Xiaosei remaining, his gaze fixed inquisitively on a certain direction on the second floor, lost in contemplation. Chapter 77. The unmatched rescue. Ever since Yue Qing made her entrance and awed the crowd, everyone began to disperse. Each person harbored their own schemes. For she merely stated that no one could engage in combat within the confines of the beauty manor, without specifying any restrictions outside its walls. Thus, everyone harbored their own thoughts. As Xiaosei stepped out of the beauty manor, his gaze fell upon Tang Lian beside him. He squinted slightly and inquired, "Is that young lady from your Shuiyue city also an elder?" After a moment of silence, Tang Lian slowly replied, "Yes, she is the sister of the city lord's wife. Her prowess is formidable, though she seldom makes appearances in the martial world. As for the specifics of her realm, I am uncertain. However, her displayed strength earlier indicates she has reached the realm of Xiaoyao Tian, the great Xiaoyao level. Otherwise, she would not have effortlessly intimidated the entire assembly with her presence." Xiaosei responded with a serious expression. Shuiyue city indeed harbors hidden talents. The mere presence of one elder with such cultivation is remarkable. Tang Lian nodded in agreement. A slight smile gracing his lips. Our Shuiyue city's might is indeed undeniable. Let us first check on that foolish lad. I wonder how he is faring. Lei Wuzhe should be fine, Xiaosei remarked as they walked on. At that moment, not far away, the white-haired immortal Mo Qishuan was engaged in a fierce battle with Lu Yuzhai of Wushuang City. The two exchanged blows, their sword technique sharp and their spear skills swift as the wind, creating a breathtaking scene of intersecting sword energies and dazzling spear lights. However, as time passed, Lu Yuzhai began to feel the strain. His techniques started to show signs of faltering, while Mo Qishuan maintained an unrelenting onslaught, his momentum unyielding and formidable. It became evident that after several exchanges, Lu Yuzhai was gradually falling behind, struggling to withstand the overwhelming power of Mo Qishuan. With a resounding clang, a fierce and domineering sword energy surged forth like a tempest towards Lu Yuzhai. Gripping his spear tightly, veins bulging on his forehead, Lu Yuzhai summoned every ounce of strength to counter the relentless tide of sword energy. Yet, despite his utmost efforts, he found it increasingly difficult to resist the fierce assault. Boom! The spear in Lu Yuzhai's hands was violently dislodged by the surging sword energy, sending him hurtling backward like a kite with its string severed. He crashed heavily onto the ground, unable to suppress a mouthful of blood, which he coughed up violently. Witnessing this scene, Tang Lian was struck with alarm. He knew Lu Yuzhai's strength was formidable, yet he could not have anticipated such a dire predicament before the white-haired immortal Mo Qishuan. After all, with the presence of the celestial beings, it was imperative to set aside grievances with Wushuang City and unite against a common foe. Without a moment's hesitation, Tang Lian raised his hand and waved it, causing countless gleaming flying blades to shoot forth from his sleeve, aimed at Mo Qishuan in an attempt to disrupt his attacking sword momentum. In the face of this sudden onslaught of flying blades, Mo Qishuan remained unfazed. With a gentle flick of his wrist, he traced an elegant arc in the air with his sword, instantly conjuring a myriad of resplendent sword flowers. A series of crisp clashing sounds echoed endlessly, sparks flying as the sword flowers blossomed with dazzling brilliance, effortlessly deflecting the onslaught of the swiftly approaching blades. Tang Lian and Lu Yuzhai of Wushuang City stood side by side, exchanging a knowing glance before nodding in unison, then launching their assault against the white-haired immortal, Mo Qishuan. In the realm beyond, it must be said that Mo Qishuan's martial prowess was indeed profound and unfathomable, even when confronted by the two of them. He remained firmly in control, commanding the battlefield with confidence, with an indifferent expression and a glint of cold light in his eyes. Mo Qishuan unleashed countless sword energies that crisscrossed the air, sending Tang Lian and Lu Yuzhai hurtling backwards once more. As Tang Lian was sent flying, he glanced at Lu Yuzhai, who was not far away, and inquired, "Do we stand a chance?" Lu Yuzhai, with a serious demeanor, replied, "Had he not shown mercy, that last strike would have claimed our lives." Beside them, Xiaosei was no longer calm, anxiously observing the unfolding situation. Mo Qishuan regarded the two with a chilling voice, stating, "Were it not for the favor of your masters, you would already be dead." Tang Lian's mentor was the second city lord of Shuiyue City, Bailey Dongjun, while Lu Yuzhai's teacher was the current city lord of Wushuang City, Song Yinwei. These were all familiar figures to Mo Qishuan, having been pivotal forces in the martial world during the Eastern expedition of the demon sect. Just as silence enveloped the scene, With Tang Lian and Lu Yuzhai hesitant to act recklessly, suddenly, a figure flew in. A youth, burdened with a massive sword box, appeared before them. Accompanied by a creaking sound, the enormous sword box gradually opened. Yinsua, the young man, raised his hand and waved, releasing a flying sword from the box, which soared towards Mo Qishuan in attack. With a tightening expression, Mo Qishuan gripped his long sword, leaping into the air and wielding it with the swiftness of the wind to counter Yunsua's fierce assault. Qingxuan, the youth gestured again, and another flying sword shot forth from the sword box, targeting Mo Qishuan. Yunsua and Qingxuan, two swords in unison, unleashed a torrent of sword energy, simultaneously attacking Mo Qishuan. Clearly caught off guard by such a sudden onslaught, Mo Qishuan found himself in a moment of disarray, hurriedly sidestepping the barrage. However, the flying swords pursued him relentlessly, forcing him to continuously shift his position. Raojiro. With this call, yet another flying sword erupted from the sword box behind him. This sword moved with astonishing speed, like lightning streaking across the night sky, closing in on Mo Qishuan in the blink of an eye. At this moment, Mo Qishuan was overwhelmed, his responses becoming increasingly chaotic in the face of the relentless attacks. The three flying swords danced through the air, weaving together to form a dazzling web of blades that ensnared Mo Qishuan tightly within. The onlookers were utterly astonished by the spectacle before them, their eyes widening in disbelief. Particularly Tang Lian and Xiao Sei, who were in attendance, found it hard to believe the extraordinary talent displayed by this young man. It is imperative to understand that simultaneously wielding multiple flying swords is no simple feat. It demands not only formidable inner strength, but also exceptional swordsmanship and precise control. The youth before them appeared notably younger, yet demonstrated remarkable prowess. The white-haired immortal, Mo Qishuan, was continually evading in midair, his form shifting fluidly. Although he could not be harmed by the flying swords, he found no opportunity to counterattack. Yuri, the young man, raised his hand, dispatching a fourth flying sword towards the white-haired immortal. Mo Qishuan, incensed, unleashed a torrent of true energy, his inner strength surging forth. With a powerful swing of his long sword, he sent the four flying swords hurtling away. The youth atop the roof also gestured to retract his sword box, causing the four flying swords to orbit him gracefully. Mo Qishuan, now holding his sword, regarded the boy on the roof and remarked, "The unparalleled sword box of unparalleled city. It is said that no one has wielded it for over a century. Youngster, do reveal your name." The youth, somewhat impatient, dug at his ear and called down to the white-haired immortal, proclaiming, "Unparalleled of the unparalleled city." Mo Qishuan smiled slightly, responding, "Since the emergence of Snow Moon City, perhaps it is time for Unparalleled City to drop the world from its name. It will inevitably be restored in due course." Unparalleled snorted in disdain, clearly displeased with their current predicament and the higher standing of Snow Moon City in the martial world. Yet, what could be done about it? Even if it were just Li Hani, he could easily subjugate Unparalleled City, for Li Hani had already reached the initial stage of divine transcendence. "I wish to seek guidance from the esteemed senior," Unparalleled declared. The brief encounter with Mo Qishuan had left him feeling unscathed, further igniting his desire to challenge the immortal. "I have no time to waste with you," Mo Qishuan stated, intending to depart. Naturally, Unparalleled did not wish to let this opportunity slip away. With a flick of his finger, the four flying swords surrounding him surged once again toward Mo Qishuan, no longer willing to indulge the youth. Mo Qishuan unleashed his full strength, dispersing the four sword attacks, and leaped into the distance. Unparalleled, determined not to relent, sprang into action, stepping onto the airborne flying swords in pursuit of Mo Qishuan. Soon, Unparalleled vanished into the night. Chapter 78, The Iron Horse and the Frozen River. As Wu Xuan pursued the silver-haired immortal Mo Qishuan into the sky, Lu Yuzhai commanded the disciples of Wu Shuang's city to follow him in pursuit of their fleeing figures. Tang Lian wished to assist, but was restrained by Xiao Sei. The silver-haired immortal mentioned, "He has companions. We must head to Lei Wujie immediately," Xiao Sei stated calmly. Upon Xiao Sei's reminder, Tang Lian regained her senses and hastened to follow him towards Lei Wujie. Simultaneously, Lei Wujie, guarding the golden coffin, faced a relentless assault from a multitude of enigmatic figures. "I am Lei Wujie of the Jiang and Thunder Hall. Is there anyone foolish enough to approach?" Lei Wujie proclaimed, fist clenched, confronting the swarm of mysterious black-clad assailants. From the shadows, Li Hani observed the scene with a faint smile, remarking, "Not bad, quite entertaining. Aren't you going to lend your brother a hand?" Moon Princess inquired curiously. "My master says Lei Wujie has just entered the martial world and needs to endure trials. If he finds himself in peril, I shall intervene, Li Hani replied nonchalantly. My brother is right. Children must undergo training, Moon Princess pondered aloud. By the way, did you inform him you were coming out? She asked, puzzled. I had to plead for quite some time before he allowed me to emerge. He even cautioned me not to engage recklessly or stir up trouble. Li Hani replied with a wry smile. Moon Princess chuckled. That's true. With your swordsmanship, wherever you fight, the flowers would suffer. Do you know what your brother says about you? What does he say? Is my technique not formidable? Li Hani questioned, looking at Moon Princess, who was trying to suppress a laugh. Well, if you want my honest opinion, it's indeed impressive. However, it is somewhat. Moon Princess hesitated, torn between honesty and the desire to spare her friend's feelings. As long as it's impressive, that's enough, Li Hani said innocently. Seeing this, Moon Princess decided to refrain from further comments, merely shaking her head at Li Hani's naive expression. Meanwhile, Lei Wujie continued to exchange blows with the numerous black-clad figures, demonstrating a fierce fighting style. Each punch was accompanied by a gust of wind, striking with the force of thunder, aiming directly at his foe's vulnerabilities. Despite the overwhelming number of attackers, they were gradually repelled by Lei Wujie's ferocious onslaught. However, the black-clad assailants were undeterred. In an instant, dozens of them surged forward, some reaching for Lei Wujie's arms, while others bent low to seize his legs. Despite Lei Wujie's agility, he found it increasingly difficult to withstand the multi-directional onslaught. His movements becoming constrained, and his body feeling as though it were sinking into quicksand, rendering him nearly immobile. With a mighty roar, Lei Wujie unleashed a sudden surge of power, breaking free from his bindings and regaining his liberty. At that moment, a fiery crimson glow enveloped his fists, radiating an intense heat that seemed to ignite the very air around him. Lei Wujie, in that instant, resembled a deity of war, exuding an overwhelming aura. He approached with steady footsteps, his figure flickering as he reached a cloaked figure, unhesitatingly raising his right fist to deliver a powerful blow. In an instant, a dull thud resonated, and the black-clad man flew backward like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily against a nearby wall. The leader of the black-clad men sensed the dire situation and advanced with a steel blade in hand, yet Lei Wujie met him head-on with his iron fist. With a single punch, the steel blade shattered, and even the leader was forced back several meters before regaining his balance. Such incredible speed, such formidable internal strength. The fire-scorching technique of the Lei family. The leader of the black-clad men quickly comprehended the situation. Suddenly, Lei Wujie felt a heaviness in his chest. Clutching it in pain, this was the drawback of the fire-scorching technique. It could only enhance one's combat prowess temporarily, but it would inevitably lead to a backlash afterward. Kneeling on one knee, hand pressed against his chest, Lei Wujie could only watch helplessly as the black-clad men with their steel blades charged towards him. Just as the situation seemed dire, a barrier of sword energy enveloped Lei Wujie, rendering him untouchable despite the black-clad men exerting all their strength in vain. Their faces displaying shock. The leader spoke, inquiring who dared to meddle, challenging anyone to show themselves. Yet, no one responded, only a chilling longsword materialized before him. Iron. Horse. Ice. River. The leader of the black-clad men immediately recognized the origin of this sword, for it was the renowned blade ranked third in the sword rankings, belonging to none other than the Snow Moon Sword Immortal, one of the 6 great sword immortals. In that instant, silence fell over the scene, and as the leader uttered the sword's name, everyone dared not move. Curious, Lei Wujie glanced around, ultimately fixing his gaze on the chilling longsword, disregarding his injuries as he respectfully bowed towards it. Thank you, esteemed sword immortal, for your timely rescue. I am Lei Wujie from the Jiangnan Thunder Hall, here to seek apprenticeship in Snow Moon City. After speaking, he waited in vain for a response, feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over him as he pondered his next move. No trouble at all, merely a gesture, a voice floated in, serene and ambiguous in gender. In the martial world, it was well known that the Snow Moon Sword Immortal, Li Hani, was a stunning beauty, though she always donned a mask when in public. At that moment, Tang Lian rushed over with Xiaosei. Upon seeing the group of black-clad men before Lei Wujie, Tang Lian hurriedly positioned herself in front of him, oblivious to the suspended longsword. Are you all right, Lei Wujie? She asked with concern. Did you not see that the black-clad men dare not move? What trouble could he possibly be in? Xiaosei strolled over leisurely, though his gaze lingered on the longsword. Tang Lian then snapped to attention, also looking towards the suspended blade. Iron Horse Ice River? This is Master Li's companion's sword, she exclaimed in astonishment. Tang Lian, you may continue with your task. I shall take my leave. came the voice of Li Hani from afar, followed by the vanishing of the iron steed and the icy river. Tang Lian respectfully saluted towards the sky and said, "Yes, Master Uncle." Upon finishing her words, she departed with Lei Wujie and Xiao Se, continuing their journey with the horse-drawn carriage, leaving behind a group of black-clad individuals exchanging bewildered glances. To provide a brief elucidation, Su Fanxian is the junior brother of Li Changsheng. Li Hani and Yin Luoxiao are both disciples of Su Fanxian, hence they share the same generation as Bailey Dongjun, Xikong Changfeng, and Yu Ji. However, Li Hani and Yin Luoxiao do not hold the title of Lord in Shuyue City, which is why Tang Lian addresses them as Master Uncles. After all, they have come to escort someone home. Thus the author refrains from depicting Li Hani as a figure of slaughter. This chapter concludes. Chapter 79, The Relentless Spirit of the Underworld After Departing from Sangdu City. Tang Lian, Lei Wujie, and Xiao Se dared not linger further and continued their journey towards the direction of the Nine Dragons Gate. Meanwhile, Yu Ji and Li Hani discreetly followed the path of the carriage from the shadows. At that moment, a group of furtive individuals was watching the carriage from a distance, preparing to strike. Just then, a voice echoed through the air. The contents of that carriage are not to be trifled with by your dark river. If you wish to preserve your lives, return from whence you came. The group turned to see two figures approaching them slowly. One was a woman with a frosty demeanor, exuding an air of aloofness, while the other wore a mask, rendering their gender indiscernible. ZUS Sword Immortal Yu Ji. Xue US Sword Immortal Li Hani. It is you. The leader's face was filled with terror, his words faltering. Did that one from Chuanchi City send you? Yu Ji asked, her voice steady. The leader trembled as he replied, "We mean no offense to Xue US City, we merely." Standing beside her, Li Hani remained silent, allowing Yu Ji to speak on their behalf. The person within this coffin merely wishes to return to where he belongs. Inform those who hired you that their reach should not extend too far. Yu Ji's expression was as cold as ice, her gaze piercing as she fixed her eyes on the dark river's men. Her beauty was ethereal, akin to a celestial being untouched by the mortal realm. Her face an unwavering calm, akin to still waters. Yet, each word she uttered was laced with an undercurrent of lethal intent, sending chills down their spines. "Why yes, I will convey your message," the leader replied, bowing respectfully. With that, he and his subordinates hastily departed, not daring to look back. After all, with both of them present, their mission was undoubtedly doomed to fail. Remaining any longer would only lead to their demise. Once the figures had retreated, Yu Ji immediately shed her frosty facade. For in truth, her aloofness was merely a guise for outsiders. In reality, the two were akin to childhood friends, having forged a deep bond since the tender age of 3. Yu Ji pouted and asked Li Hani, "How did I perform just now?" "Why, you were exceptional," Li Hani replied with a shy smile. "Humph, how perfunctory. Next time, you shall take the lead," Yu Ji complained, her dissatisfaction evident. Li Hani smiled, undeterred by Yu Ji's reproachful gaze, and affectionately linked her arm with Yu Ji's as they continued on their way. After all, Yu Ji's task this time was to discreetly resolve some unnecessary troubles to prevent any unforeseen complications. Meanwhile, Tang Lian and the others encountered yet another obstruction on their path. A towering figure wielding a massive blade stood in their way. "Not him again. Why does he persist in haunting us?" Tang Lian lamented with a shake of his head. "Did not the ZUS Sword Immortal warn you?" Xiao Se glanced at the underworld lord with indifference. "I seek a genuine answer. I wish to seek it out myself." Rather than relying on others for information, the underworld lord replied coldly. 13 years ago, the tragic incident at the Wangi Tower unfolded, resulting in the annihilation of the entire household, leaving only the eldest son of the tower's master, Xiao Yue, alive after being rendered unconscious. As the somber figure of Xiao Se approached the Ming Ho, his demeanor remained unperturbed despite the imminent threat. Upon regaining consciousness, he found himself bereft of all memories from that fateful night and subsequently became an assassin under the tutelage of the venerable Tian Quan, earning the moniker of Ming Ho in the martial world. A fierce glint began to manifest in Ming Ho's eyes as he coldly remarked, "You certainly possess quite an array of knowledge." "What a pity," Xiao Se sighed in response. The Wangi Tower incident had always been an unsolved mystery. Even though clues had been left behind at the time, 13 years had elapsed with no trace to pursue. "Are you truly convinced that this coffin holds the answers you seek?" Xiao Se inquired, his gaze icy as he fixed his eyes on Ming Ho. Ming Ho's fury reached a boiling point. Brandishing a colossal golden blade, he leaped forward with the force of a mountain, aiming a devastating strike at Xiao Se's head. "Stop." Tang Lian and Lei Wujie swiftly interposed themselves in front of Xiao Se. The clash of Ming Ho's mighty blade against the two sent them reeling backward. Observing the scene, Tang Lian swiftly ascended like a great rock taking flight. Simultaneously, he raised his arm and with a flick of his wrist, unleashed a barrage of razor-sharp flying blades that streaked toward Ming Ho like lightning. Ming Ho, undeterred, skillfully wielded his blade, producing a series of resounding clangs as he deflected the incoming projectiles with pinpoint accuracy. At that moment, Lei Wuji's eyes shone with a fervent intensity, as if ignited by an inner flame. Clenching his fists, he unleashed a torrent of scorching fire from between them, showcasing his mastery of the fire-scorching technique. With a fierce roar, he propelled himself toward Ming Ho like an arrow released from a bow, delivering a powerful punch aimed directly at him. However, the force of Lei Wuji's strike was astonishing. Upon collision with Ming Ho's golden blade, a tremendous shockwave erupted, sending Ming Ho staggering back several paces. Recalling their previous fierce encounter in the dilapidated temple, he had already sensed that this youth possessed remarkable strength. Little did he anticipate that such a brief interval would yield such significant enhancements in Lei Wuji's prowess, catching him completely off guard. With a thunderous shout, he began to sweep his massive golden blade in a tempestuous flurry, attacking Lei Wuji with all the ferocity of a storm. Faced with such a ferocious onslaught, Lei Wuji's expression turned grave as he retreated, unwilling to confront Ming Ho's attacks head-on. Meanwhile, Ming Ho seized the opportunity to dash towards the golden coffin. He extended a hand, gently tracing the intricate and mysterious patterns adorning its surface. Just as he prepared to lift the coffin and depart, Tang Lian executed a swift maneuver, raising his right hand to unleash a multitude of glinting flying blades that surged toward the now burdened Ming Ho like an unrelenting hailstorm. Ming Ho, gripping the extraordinarily heavy golden coffin, found himself compelled to devise a countermeasure against the relentless onslaught of blades. With a low growl, he summoned all his strength to hurl the coffin forcefully away. In an instant, he pivoted swiftly, narrowly evading the oncoming flying blades and the golden coffin. All eyes present were collectively riveted on this dramatic scene, their gazes brimming with tension, anticipation, and a hint of avarice. After all, this was a treasure that had been fervently contested by all within the martial realm. Moments later, the coffin crashed heavily to the ground, sending a violent tremor that dislodged the lid with a forceful thrust. Chapter 80. The unfeeling monk. The golden coffin, shaken just moments ago by the specter of the underworld, was on the verge of revealing its secrets to the assembled crowd. As Xiao Sei observed this spectacle, a subtle smile graced his lips, for he thought to himself that he would finally uncover what lay within the golden coffin. Ming Ho leaped gracefully towards the coffin, while Tang Lian, weapon in hand, remained vigilant and unyielding. At that moment, all eyes were riveted upon the golden coffin, fixated on what lay before them. Suddenly, a strikingly handsome monk, clad in a flowing white robe with a crimson mark upon his brow, rose from the coffin and stepped forth. "It's a zombie," Lei Wujie exclaimed, astonished by the scene unfolding before him. "He's a monk," Tang Lian asserted. "No scar of precepts, he is not a monk," Xiao Sei replied nonchalantly. At this juncture, a group of black-clad assassins surged forward, their leader commanding, "Ignore the others, seize the person first." As the monk emerged from the coffin, he suddenly opened his eyes, which radiated a fervent light, imbued with an irresistible allure that ensnared all who dared to meet his gaze, plunging them into an abyss of memories and sorrow. Moments later, the assassins lay incapacitated upon the ground. The monk surveyed those around him, ultimately fixing his gaze upon the formidable figure of Ming Ho, who, with a fierce demeanor, thrust his golden blade into the earth and approached the monk step by step. Ming Ho approached the monk with measured strides, bowing slightly, and with hands clasped in prayer. He offered a sincere and reverent Buddhist salutation. The monk stood still, his gaze tranquil, yet seemingly all-seeing. He regarded Ming Ho and spoke in a calm voice, "Amit Ba? Poor monk has indeed crossed paths with you." In a soft reply, Ming Ho acknowledged, "Your words ring true, revered master. I was fortunate enough to have met Master Wang Yu." The monk smiled faintly, exuding an aura of ethereal grace. It was revealed that this seemingly ordinary monk was none other than the esteemed disciple of the legendary Wang Yu, known as Wu Xin. Furthermore, he held another notable identity: the young lord of the heavenly outer realm and the biological son of the former leader of the demon sect, Yi Dingzhi, known as Ian Shi. However, Master Wang Yu was unwilling to assist me at that time, Ming Ho lamented. Wu Xin, upon hearing this, explained. That venerable old monk had long made it clear that whatever answers you seek will inevitably manifest as the demons lurking within your heart. I am truly grateful for Master Wang Yu's profound intentions. Yet, even knowing it to be a manifestation of inner demons, if the truth remains elusive, is it not another form of torment? Ming Ho offered a solemn Buddhist salutation to Wu Xian, his tone steady yet resolute as he declared, I respect your wisdom. Observing Ming Ho's unwavering determination, Wu Xian felt a stirring within his heart and ultimately resolved to fulfill his fervent quest. Upon reaching this point, Wu Xin's heart was resolute. And in an instant, the depths of his eyes seemed to shimmer with the brilliance of countless stars. Subsequently, a dazzling golden light erupted from his gaze. The consciousness of the underworld lord appeared to traverse through various scenes. Within his mind, the surroundings underwent a cataclysmic transformation. Roaring flames, fierce as a beast, opened their gaping maw, ensnaring him within their grasp. At that moment, a vivid and familiar image gradually unfolded before the underworld lord, the terrifying inferno that erupted 13 years ago at the Wangyi Tower. This conflagration not only claimed countless lives and properties, but also became an indelible scar and enigma within the underworld lord's heart. For many years, he had been fervently pursuing the hidden truths behind that fateful fire, yearning to uncover the answer that haunted his dreams. At this juncture, the expression of the underworld lord grew increasingly tense, veins bulged upon his forehead, his eyes widened, revealing profound fear and anger within his pupils. Just then, as he was lost in reminiscence, the underworld lord abruptly regained his senses. His gaze remained somewhat vacant, evidently still not entirely liberated from the recent illusion. Wu Xin has revealed to you what the old monk was reluctant to disclose. Wu Xin stated calmly, observing the underworld lord before him. This is your tribulation. You must tread carefully. He added. The underworld lord gazed at Wu Xin with gratitude and slowly replied, as a token of my appreciation, I can assist the master in departing from this place. This is my own tribulation. He then turned to the other underworld lord. You may leave. Do not act in haste. After bowing respectfully to Wu Xin, the underworld lord picked up the golden giant blade from the ground and departed. On a mountaintop, witnessing this scene, Yu Ji sighed softly. This underworld lord, even after being told the answer, refuses to believe it. He is indeed a peculiar individual. What makes him peculiar? Li Hani asked, puzzled. My brother told me that I would encounter someone named Underworld Lord, and he revealed to me what the Underworld Lord was seeking. I have clearly conveyed it to him. Yet it seems he cannot absorb it, Yu Ji lamented. Could it be that he simply does not comprehend it? Li Hani countered. If he cannot comprehend, it can only mean he is rather foolish. Never mind, I shan't concern myself with him. Let us observe what this little monk intends to do next. Yu Ji said with a gentle smile. Wu Xin took a moment to compose himself, gradually turning to cast his gaze over Tang Lian, Lei Wujie, and Xiao Se in succession. Suddenly, his eyes sparkled with the brilliance of twinkling stars, reminiscent of a starry night sky. Simultaneously, Wu Xin began to invoke the mysterious technique he had just employed against the underworld lord. This was the unique secret art he had diligently cultivated, the heart demon induction. However, while everyone's attention was fixed upon Wu Xin, none noticed a ghostly figure, akin to a flash of lightning, silently materializing behind him. The figure moved with the swiftness of the wind, almost instantaneously pinpointing several crucial acupuncture points on Wu Xin's body. In that fleeting moment, Wu Xin was unable to muster any response before darkness enveloped him, and he succumbed to unconsciousness. The individual who had rendered Wu Xin insensible stood tall, clad in a simple long robe, approaching them with a steady stride. As he drew near, Tang Lian focused intently and felt a surge of joy. It turned out that their contact was none other than Wu Chan, a disciple of the esteemed Master Wang Yu. I am Wu Chan, and this is my junior brother, Wu Xin, Wu Chan announced. His hands pressed together in a gesture of respect, bowing slightly as he smiled and introduced them to the group. He then added, Wu Xin is also a lay disciple of Master Wang Yu. Upon hearing this, curious glances were cast in their direction. This is not an appropriate place for conversation. Let us depart from here, Wu Chan suggested. The group then proceeded towards the carriage, seeking a more suitable location for their discussion. Chapter 81. Journey to the Nine Dragons Gate. The following day, Lei Wuji drove the carriage, within which lay the unconscious Wu Xin, Wu Zhan, Tang Lian, and Xiao Se, along with the curious Sikong Qianluo. At this moment, Wu Zhan inquired of Tang Lian about their mission, entrusted by the Nine Dragons Gate to transport the golden coffin. Who were the other individuals present? Upon hearing Wu Zhan's question, Tang Lian hastily explained, the one driving the carriage outside is Lei Wuji, a disciple of the Jiang and Pile Hall. She is my junior sister, the daughter of the third city lord, the gun immortal Sikong Chanfeng, Sikong Qianluo. Lastly, pointing to the expressionless Xiaosei, she added, "He is the master of the Snowfall Mountain Villa, Xiaosei. We met during our journey. I am merely the proprietor of a humble inn." Accompanying the aforementioned lay brother to handle some matters in Yue City, Xiaosei quickly clarified, "Then why is your junior brother lying in the golden coffin?" After the introductions, Xikong Qianluo finally voiced her lingering curiosity. Wu Zhan slowly elucidated, "This golden coffin is the treasured artifact of Wanton Temple, capable of suppressing the internal energy of the person within. My junior brother practices the 32 secret arts of the Rakshasa Hall, and Master Deju deemed him quite perilous. Thus he was placed in the golden coffin to restrain his powers while being escorted to the Nine Dragons Gate. It is said that mastering any one of the secret arts of the Rakshasa Hall grants one the ability to traverse the realms. I cannot believe your junior brother has mastered them all," Xiaosei remarked, gazing at the unconscious Wuxin with a hint of awe. "Why would Master Wan Yu permit your junior brother to practice these secret arts?" Tang Lian promptly inquired. Upon hearing Tang Lian's question, Wu Zhan's expression flickered with slight hesitation. Her lips moved, yet she ultimately refrained from uttering a word in response. Meanwhile, Xiaosei, exuding an air of confidence, began, "This tale must begin with Master Wan Yu himself. In his prime, he mastered the 6 transcendental arts of Buddhism, and among these, his heart perception was particularly extraordinary. It is said that those who came to pay their respects at Wanton Temple, merely by locking eyes with Master Wan Yu, could have their innermost sins laid bare, even without a single word spoken. Such remarkable prowess, able to reveal one's transgressions without uttering a syllable." Xikong Qianluo exclaimed, her curiosity piqued. Wu Zhan, noticing her intrigue, continued, "Indeed. Furthermore, it is said that should this heart perception be cultivated to its utmost level, one could, with just a glance, fully penetrate another's inner world, even altering their mindset and thoughts, thus using supreme Buddhist teachings to enlighten and redeem others." At this point, Wu Zhan could not help but express her admiration. However, at that moment, Xiaosei let out a long sigh, musing, "Alas, such a venerable master, revered and esteemed, unexpectedly passed away several months ago without any warning." His words were laden with sorrow. Rumors in the martial world spoke of Master Wang You's passing, claiming that his body collapsed to the ground, transforming into dust, vanishing in an instant. Could this truly be the case? Wu Zhan nodded solemnly and remarked, "Indeed, the rumors hold not a shred of falsehood. But why did such an event transpire? How could it be that one so well and alive has suddenly passed away?" Xikong Qianluo pressed on eagerly. According to the tales of the martial world, it is said that Master Wang Yu was forced into a corner, burdened with an overwhelming sorrow, which ultimately led him to succumb to illness and depart from this realm. Xiaosa elaborated. Observing Xiaosa's articulate discourse, Wu Zhan felt a surge of curiosity. He turned his gaze toward Xiaosa and softly remarked, "My dear brother, I had no idea you possessed such profound knowledge of these matters. I am truly impressed." Xiaosa inclined his head slightly and replied, "I know a thing or two, nothing more. To be frank, my master has been relentlessly pressured by certain individuals who seek to compel him to relinquish my junior disciple. This is due to the fact that my junior disciple is adept in the art of perceiving the human heart, a skill that is as mysterious as it is rarely understood." Wu Zhan shook his head in resignation. Upon hearing Wu Zhan's words, the expressions of those present turned to shock, particularly Tang Lian, who exclaimed in disbelief, "The heart demon inducement? What kind of martial manuscript is this? Why have I never heard of it before?" It is the ability to connect with the heart and understand its ways. Yet, the heart demon inducement delves not into the human heart, but rather into the heart's demons. After absorbing Wu Zhan's explanation, Xiaosa came to a sudden realization. The events of the previous night were indeed bewildering, especially the peculiar expression that crossed the face of the underworld lord when he locked eyes with Wuxin, stirring a sense of doubt. Upon grasping the situation, Tang Lian, filled with understanding, remarked, "Ah, I see. It turns out that these rare 32 secret techniques have converged within Wuxin alone, and their power is indeed formidable. No wonder we have faced such relentless pursuit and fierce competition from the martial world of late." At that moment, Wu Zhan, who had remained silent, softly elucidated, "In truth, Master Deju's intent in employing the demonic suppression technique against Wuxin was to eradicate the forbidden secrets that dwell within him. This is precisely why we must safely escort Wuxin to the Jiolong Gate within a golden coffin. However, to my knowledge, upon receiving the news, Wuxin used the tortoise breathing technique and lay within the coffin without resistance." Wu Zhan explained, "Is the interest of the demonic sect in your junior disciple also due to the secrets of the Rakshasa Hall? Tang Lian inquired, voicing her confusion. Wu Chan felt a pang of turmoil, contemplating whether to divulge the origins of Wuxin. Just then, Xiaosa interjected, "It is best not to know too much about the demonic sect. It serves you no good." He was right. Ignorance might indeed be a blessing. Suddenly, a cold voice resonated from outside the carriage. The crowd was startled. Realizing the speaker stood atop the carriage, Tang Lian swiftly dashed outside, where she beheld a figure with flowing white hair, clad in splendid garments, wielding a long sword, an imposing presence. "You again! What is it that you seek?" Tang Lian confronted, her expression grave. "I must take the people in the carriage," Mo Qishuan asserted. "No, I cannot hand them over until I have escorted them to Zholongmen," Tang Lian replied earnestly. The occupants of the carriage suddenly felt an overwhelming gust of wind, and the carriage itself was mercilessly shattered into splinters. As they emerged from the wreckage, they were seized by violent coughing fits. Some even tasted blood at the corners of their mouths, clearly injured by the recent assault. The white-haired immortal stood quietly, his attire billowing, resembling an inviolable god of war. He turned to gaze upon the motionless Wuxin sprawled on the ground. It had been 12 long years since the last agreement at the locking of mountains and rivers, a span during which Mo Qishuan had not laid eyes on Wuxin. Now, after all this time, the sight of their young sect master from the outer heavens, Yi Yangshi, bore an uncanny resemblance to his own mentor, Yi Ding. This resemblance inevitably stirred a torrent of memories within the white-haired immortal, leaving his emotions in a state of tumult. Chapter 82. The unintentional escape. Just as the elder with white hair reached out to caress the face of Wuxin, a sudden gust of wind assaulted him from behind. The elder swiftly sidestepped as the concealed weapon struck the nearby stone wall, instantly fracturing it with countless cracks. The elder Mo Qishuan turned, fixing his gaze upon Tang Lian, exclaiming in admiration, "I never imagined you possessed such skill." "Humph. Have you ever heard this saying?" Tang Lian retorted coldly. "What saying?" "3 steps of the Tang clan. 1 step of the King of Hell." Upon hearing this, the elder's demeanor turned icy. "It seems I have underestimated you." In a flash, the elder launched himself toward Tang Lian. Once again, Tang Lian was sent flying. "How many more concealed weapons do you have?" Suddenly, a voice echoed in Tang Lian's ear. Tang Lian, puzzled, scanned his surroundings, trying to discern the source of the voice. "Stop looking. This voice is only audible to you," the voice reiterated. Tang Lian, astonished, turned his gaze to the prostrate figure of Wuxin. "There's no need to look. It's me. Quickly, tell me how many concealed weapons you possess." "Bone-piercing needles, flying blades, hidden arrows. That will suffice. Come to my side now," Wuxin urged. "Stop looking. That white-haired man is approaching, and I do not wish to be taken." The elder, observing Tang Lian blocking Wuxin's path, spoke coldly. "Tang Lian, I had no intention of killing you, but since you insist on this course, do not blame me." With that, the elder drew his sword, pointing it menacingly at Tang Lian. "Employ the technique of 10,000 blossoms in flight and unleash all your concealed weapons." Wuxin communicated telepathically to Tang Lian. Though the technique of 10,000 blossoms in flight was arduous, with your talents, mastering this Tang clan secret should pose no challenge. The elder swung his sword, unleashing a torrent of sword energy toward Tang Lian. Now, at Wuxin's urging, Tang Lian summoned his inner energy, executing the technique of 10,000 blossoms in flight to hurl all his concealed weapons simultaneously. Wuxin infused his inner strength into Tang Lian, aiming to catch the elder off guard. The elder Mo Qishuan had not anticipated that Tang Lian still possessed a hidden move. Tang Clan, 10,000 blossoms in flight. An endless barrage of concealed weapons and flying blades, akin to a shower of petals, surged towards him. The elder hastily channeled his inner energy to defend himself. Moments later, the relentless onslaught of sharp blades pierced through the elder's protective aura, propelling him off the cliff. "You have not disappointed me. Yet, this level of strength will not hold him for long." At this moment, Wuxin sat up, speaking calmly. Wuxin then rose, basking in the sunlight streaming from above, stretching leisurely with an expression of enjoyment. Having said this, Wuxin soared into the air with Lei Wuzhi and Xiaosei vanishing from sight. By the time Tang Lian, Wu Chan, and Sikong Qianluo comprehended the situation, they had already disappeared. Nightfall descended quietly, like a vast black curtain enveloping the entire world. Meanwhile, after taking Xiaosei and the others away, Wu Xian found himself alone in a serene and profound water pool. He was quietly submerged in the water, with only the faint ripples betraying his presence. Lei Wujie gazed at Wu Xian, who was meditating with closed eyes, and internally devised an escape plan. He stealthily approached the campfire, leaning close to Xiao Se, and whispered, "Are we really not going to run?" Xiao Se glanced at Lei Wujie and retorted, "Of course we should run. But the question is, under the current circumstances, where can we possibly flee?" Furrowing his brows, Lei Wujie replied with a puzzled expression, "But this isn't a solution." Xiao Se sighed, displaying a hint of helplessness. "You see it too, that monk's skills are unfathomable, and his lightness skill is astonishing. As for me, though I possess some lightness skill, I am utterly ignorant of martial arts. With our meager capabilities, escaping right under his nose is nigh impossible." "How's your injury?" Xiao Se inquired, observing the young man before him with concern. "It's nothing serious," Lei Wujie replied, clutching his chest. "The prowess of that white-haired immortal is immeasurable. It is indeed thanks to him that we managed to escape his grasp," Xiao Se remarked, glancing at Wu Xian, who was not far away in the water pool. At that moment, Wu Xian slowly opened his long-closed eyes. However, the expression within them was not one of clarity and tranquility, but rather an infinite depth of anguish. Memories from his childhood surged forth like a tidal wave, each scene replaying relentlessly in the depths of his mind. From a young age, fate had played a cruel joke on Wu Xian. His beloved father was still shrouded in uncertainty, leaving him utterly alone. Later, he was taken to Hanshui Temple by Li Dongjun, hoping to find a sanctuary and peace. Yet, he never anticipated that even in this sacred Buddhist ground, ominous figures of unknown identity would frequently visit, demanding Master Wang Yu to surrender Wu Xian. The relentless harassment from these individuals weighed heavily on Master Wang Yu, ultimately leading to his untimely demise due to accumulated stress. Reflecting on this, Wu Xian's heart ached profoundly, tears streaming down his cheeks, each droplet falling into the crystal-clear water beside him, creating delicate splashes. However, Wu Xian was no ordinary individual. He understood that wallowing in sorrow would not alter the past. Thus, he swiftly adjusted his mindset, leaping out of the water with a light and agile motion. Once ashore, he deftly donned his garments, then lifted his gaze to the luminous full moon overhead and the tranquil, silent plains in the distance, allowing his thoughts to drift once more. Standing by the water's edge in his snow-white attire, he appeared tall and poised, gazing skyward, as if becoming one with the heavens and earth. "Do you think isn't tired after carrying us for so long?" Lei Wujie remarked nonchalantly. "As a hostage, you seem quite concerned about him now." Xiao Se replied, somewhat irked. At this moment, Wu Xian had approached them and spoke aloud. "You are not hostages. I merely wish for your company to a certain place. We are two individuals, one without martial prowess and the other gravely injured," Xiao Se remarked indifferently, seemingly inclined to refuse. Wu Xian fixed his gaze upon Lei Wujie, performed a Buddhist gesture of respect, and said, "I am but a humble servant, willing to assist my young friend." "You intend to heal my wounds?" Lei Wujie replied, astonished. "Throughout our journey, I will require your assistance. Healing these minor injuries is of no consequence," Wu Xian smiled reassuringly. "No, I must decline." Lei Wujie hastily rejected the offer. Ignoring Lei Wujie's consent, Wu Xian effortlessly lifted him with a sweep of his arm, his form resembling that of a nimble swallow as he leaped gracefully into the air. Xiao Southeast stood rooted in place, his gaze unwavering as he followed the receding figures of Wu Xian and Lei Wujie until they vanished from sight. A wave of emotion swelling within him. How could there exist a person with such exquisite lightness of foot? Xiao Se, the head of the 100 Knowledge Hall and a disciple of Ji Ruo Feng, had mastered an exclusive lightness skill known as treading the clouds. Yet it paled in comparison to Wu Xian's display. Meanwhile, after Xiao Se and Lei Wujie had been taken by Wu Xian, Tang Lian was consumed by anxiety. Observing this, Wu Chan felt the moment had arrived and resolved to reveal Wu Xian's true identity to the three of them. When they learned that Wu Xian was, in fact, the son of the former demon sect leader, Yi Dingzhi, Tang Lian and Si Kong Qian Luo were left speechless in shock. After all, it had been 12 years since the demon sect's eastern expedition. Yet tales still circulated in the martial world about the legendary battle between the sword god Su Fanxian and the demon sect leader Yi Dingzhi atop the Qingyan platform in Chanchi City. Wu Chan recounted the events of 12 years prior, elucidating why Wu Xian remained in Bei Li and the circumstances that led him to take refuge at Hanshui Temple. Chapter 83. Reminiscing the past. The next day, as the morning light began to break and the sky gradually brightened, Wu Xian, with a travel bag slung over his shoulder, marched forward with resolute steps, followed closely by Xiao Se and Lei Wujie. "Master, I find myself baffled. With your extraordinary and unparalleled martial prowess, why do you still require our company? Xiaosei inquired, unable to suppress the question that had lingered in his mind for quite some time. This matter is unrelated to the level of martial skill, Wu Xin replied with a calm demeanor. He slightly raised his head, his gaze tranquil as water, and sighed softly. Because I am devoid of funds. Upon hearing this, Lei Wu Jie's eyes suddenly sparkled, and an expression of excitement instantly adorned his face. He gesticulated animatedly and exclaimed, "You've come to the right person. If we are to speak of wealth, this one here is undoubtedly the richest." With that, Lei Wu Jie grasped Xiaosei's sleeve and pointed at him, declaring, "He is the master of Shui Luo Mountain Manor. Just look at this grand cloak he wears. The value of just one sleeve is 100 taels of silver." Xiaosei forcefully shrugged off Lei Wu Jie's grip, gritting his teeth in exasperation. "What a pig-headed teammate you are." In the Tianqi Imperial Palace, the news of the forces from Tian re-entering Bei Li had also reached the Tianqi Imperial City. A man clad in the attire of an inner court attendant hurriedly entered the hall. This individual was Jin Xian, the head of the 5 supervisors, and his expression was grave, clearly bearing urgent news to report. Jin Xian hastened to the front of the hall, bowed respectfully to Emperor Mingda, who sat upon the dragon throne, and said, "Your Majesty, intelligence has arrived from Sangdu City, stating that the white-haired immortal from Tian has indeed appeared within the borders of Bei Li." Upon hearing this, Emperor Mingda's previously calm demeanor instantly tensed, his countenance darkening to the point where it seemed as if water could drip from it. He fixed a piercing stare upon Jin Xian and spoke in a deep voice. "The Jianghu of Bei Li and Tian have an agreement. Members of the demonic sect are not permitted to enter Bei Li uninvited. How dare this white-haired immortal breach the accord?" Jin Xian quickly bowed again, answering cautiously, "Your Majesty, the time remaining until the 12-year agreement runs out is now exceedingly short." Has it truly been 12 years? So swiftly Emperor Mingda stood high within the palace, gazing into the distant sky as a sigh escaped his lips. Beside him, Jin Xian slightly bent his body and whispered, "Your Majesty, according to reports from our scouts, Shuiyu City has dispatched both the Purple Moon Sword Immortal and the Snow Moon Sword Immortal. I fear that we may not be able to eliminate them this time." With that, Jin Xian knelt motionless, awaiting the Emperor's response. After a moment of silence, Emperor Xiaorua Jin slowly inquired, "I recall that you seem to have some acquaintance with the worry-free master from Hanshan Temple?" Upon hearing this, Jin Xian felt a jolt of alarm, beads of sweat instantly forming on his brow. He hastily replied, "Your Majesty, I had the fortune of receiving some guidance from the worry-free master during my travels in the Jianghu. However, I dare not claim to have any profound relationship with the master." Though he spoke thus, a wave of trepidation washed over Jin Xian's heart. In contemporary times, the matter of the golden coffin, which originated from Hanzhui Temple, has stirred a considerable commotion in the martial world. It is none other than Yangshi, the son of the notorious leader of the demonic sect, Yi Dingji, and also a disciple of Master Wang Yu. At this moment, Emperor Mingda's mention of his connection with Master Wang Yu startled Jin Xian. "Nevertheless, since people from the outer heaven have arrived, you shall personally attend to this matter. Do not let me down," the Emperor stated slowly as he rose. "I shall obey your command," Jin Xian replied respectfully before departing. Once outside the Grand Hall, Jin Xian was lost in thought, uncertain of the Emperor's intentions. Does His Majesty mean to kill or spare? After some contemplation, Jin Xian resolved to prepare for the impending situation. Meanwhile, far away in Snow Moon City, the weather was delightful, with gentle sunlight and the beauty of nature surrounding the scene. In the Lord's mansion, Yue Yao sat beside Su Fanxian, casting a disapproving glance at him as he returned from outside with an air of nonchalance. After a moment of silence, Su Fanxian broke the stillness, saying, "Well, I just had some matters to attend to. Isn't it obvious that I've returned after finishing?" "Oh, what matters were those? Do enlighten me." Yu replied with an amused expression. "It was nothing of great consequence, just a visit to Yuqing. But I assure you, it was not for frivolous pursuits. With the 12-year deadline approaching and the chaos surrounding the golden coffin issue, I feared that Tang Lian might struggle, so I went to take a look." Su Fanxian explained to Yue Yao. Naturally, Yue Yao was familiar with the outer heaven, having grown up there. Since the demise of Yufeng City, she and Yuqing had no desire to return. After a moment of silence, a smile gradually appeared on Yue Yao's face as she remarked, This doesn't sound like a fabrication. However, why didn't you inform me?" "My apologies, it won't happen again," Su Fanxian replied with a smile. Taking Yue Yao's hand, Yue Yao shot him a playful glare and inquired, "Was it Ziyu Ji who came this time, or Mo Qishuan?" I only saw him Ochi. No one else was present, Su Fanxian replied nonchalantly. Time indeed passes swiftly. In the blink of an eye, 12 years have flown by, Su Fanxian lamented. He reminisced about the martial world of yesteryears, turbulent and vibrant, where the demonic sect leader Yi Dingji blazed across the sky like a brilliant meteor, leading numerous followers into the eastward expedition against the Northern Li. The lords of Snow Moon City did not waver in their resolve, personally rallying their people to the borders, determined to halt the advance of the demonic army. He vividly recalled that breathtaking battle atop the Qingyan platform in the imperial city of Northern Li, where he confronted Yi Dingji. In an instant, tensions soared, culminating in a clash that reverberated throughout the martial world. It was at that moment that Su Fanxian truly made his name known, becoming the sole sword god clad in white within the realms of martial arts. Indeed. Yue Yao sighed softly, her heart filled with nostalgia. The 12-year pact to guard the mountains and rivers is drawing near. Their people have now entered the northern realm to welcome back the young master returning to his homeland, Yue Yao softly remarked. Accompanying Tang Lian this time is a figure of greater significance, who is also destined for Shuiyue City, Su Fanxian stated with a calm demeanor. At that moment, Sikong Changfeng approached with a wine jug in hand, exuberantly making his way toward the Lord's residence. Little Master Uncle, this is the 7 Lanterns Starry Night wine brewed by Dong Jun. I brought it for you, he exclaimed joyfully. Su Fanxian stood still, her gaze serene as she observed Sikong Changfeng advancing towards her. As he drew near, a subtle smile graced her lips, and she gently said, Changfeng, there is a matter of utmost importance that requires your personal attention. Upon hearing this, a flicker of confusion crossed Sikong Changfeng's face as he inquired, what is it? After a moment of contemplation, Su Fanxian replied in a measured tone. You must set off immediately to Jiolong Gate in Biluo City and bring Tang Lian and Lei Wujia back here. Sikong Changfeng paused momentarily, but soon regained his composure and continued. Didn't T-Sister Yueji and Junior Sister Hani go there? Are they not sufficient? They are rather impetuous, do you understand? I fear they might resort to violence if disagreements arise. You, on the other hand, are more level-headed, Su Fanxian asserted earnestly, listening to her words. Sikong Changfeng nodded thoughtfully and then, thumping his chest confidently, declared, Oh, I see. Rest assured, I will handle it. Just as he was about to turn away, Su Fanxian quickly added, By the way, Changfeng, Qianluo is also among them. At this revelation, Sikong Changfeng's expression shifted to one of urgency, as if recalling some troubling matter. Without a moment's hesitation, he decisively leaped toward Biluo City, vanishing into the horizon. Chapter 84. The dilapidated tea house. Meanwhile, Wu Xian, Lei Wujia, and Xiaosei arrived at a quaint town. The trio promptly entered a tavern, drawing curious gazes from the patrons due to their unusual combination. Within moments, a sumptuous array of dishes graced their table. After a long journey filled with hardships, savoring a hearty meal was a rare delight for them. Lei Wujia, with his eyes gleaming at the delectable spread, indulged to the point of gluttony, calling out to the proprietor, Boss, bring me another pork knuckle. Xiaosei, witnessing this, furrowed his brow and remarked, That costs 10 taels of silver. Do be frugal. We only have 10 taels. If we spend it all on this meal, we may not have enough for the next, Wu Xian added thoughtfully. Xiaosei initially assumed he would counsel Lei Wujia, but to his surprise, Wu Xian's next utterance confirmed their shared disposition. Xiao boss, one must seize the joy of the moment. Xiaosei fell silent, bemused by the presence of these two lively characters. Should we find ourselves penniless in the future, I shall have to rely on you for alms, he said calmly, using his chopsticks to delicately place food into Wu Xian's bowl. At that moment, Lei Wujia gazed longingly at the feast before them, muttering, Can I have another serving of plum blossom meat? Without hesitation, Xiaosei firmly rejected Lei Wujia's request. Absolutely not. Noticing the disappointment etched on Lei Wujia's face, Wu Xian interjected, Xiao boss, my brother Lei has borne the most hardship on this journey. If we do not allow him to eat well, how shall we continue our travels? After a moment's contemplation, Xiaosei, swayed by Lei Wujia's hopeful expression, relented. Very well, but this shall be the last serving. We truly have no more money. Delighted, Lei Wujia called for another serving of plum blossom meat. Xiaosei, narrowing his eyes with a hint of curiosity, inquired, Why are you so insistent on going to the great Brahma temple? A gentle smile graced Wu Xian's lips as he softly replied, Naturally, it is because there is someone I wish to meet. After a brief pause, Xiaosei, without hesitation, elaborated, The great Brahma temple is quite renowned. It is said that during the eastern expedition of the demon sect, The formidable leader Yi Dingzhi himself visited the temple seeking knowledge of the heavenly path. Upon hearing the mention of the demon sect leader Yi Dingzhi, Wu Xian's demeanor shifted dramatically. The smile that once adorned his face faded, replaced by a grave expression. In that moment, Xiaosei remained oblivious to the fact that this seemingly carefree young monk was none other than Yi Yanshi, the biological son of the former demon sect leader, Yi Dingzhi. After a fleeting moment, Wu Xian regained his composure and remarked, "Xiao boss, you seem quite well versed in the tales of the martial world." Xiaosei shrugged indifferently and replied, "This hardly qualifies as a hidden secret of the martial world. However, one must wonder if your journey to the great Brahmin temple is indeed to inquire about the matters of the Tao of Heaven? I am merely attending to a task." Wu Xian replied nonchalantly. "You shall know in due time," he added. After dining, the trio departed from the tavern, continuing their journey. They traversed the road tirelessly for much of the day, until the sun began its descent, casting its golden rays upon the path. At that moment, the sharp-eyed Lei Wujie suddenly spotted a slightly dilapidated tea house not far ahead. "There's a tea house up ahead," he exclaimed, sprinting towards it. In a few swift strides, he reached the entrance, pushing open the somewhat rickety wooden door with a creak. However, what greeted him was an eerie silence. Frowning, Lei Wujie raised his voice and called out, "Is anyone here?" His voice echoed in the empty tea house, yet there was no response. Wu Xian, who had followed closely behind, began to survey the surroundings. Inside, the tables and chairs were haphazardly arranged, covered in a thick layer of dust, as if it had been ages since anyone last visited. While Lei Wujie and Wu Xian searched for clues within, Xiaosei appeared relaxed and at ease. Unbeknownst to him, he wandered to an ancient-looking table and casually picked up a tea bowl resting upon it. In that moment of distraction, his gaze was drawn to an inconspicuous mark on the surface, a peculiar mask pattern. "Master," he murmured softly to himself. This enigmatic symbol belonged to his profoundly mysterious master, the esteemed Ji Ruofeng, the head of the 100 Knowledge Hall. Memories of the past surged forth like a tidal wave, vividly flooding Xiaosei's mind. It was a night fraught with thunder and torrential rain, where Xiaosei sat within a spacious and opulent carriage, while outside, an experienced coachman skillfully guided the horses along the road. Suddenly, a figure clad in black appeared in the middle of the road, effectively halting the carriage's advance. At that time, Xiaosei, driven by a desire to vindicate his beloved Uncle Wang, the Wang of Langia, had incurred the wrath of the reigning Emperor Mingda and was ultimately demoted to commoner status, banished from the bustling Tianqi city. As the coachman noticed the robed figure obstructing their path amidst the downpour, he couldn't help but grumble, "In such heavy rain, this must be a ghost." The figure in black remained silent, steadily approaching the carriage through the torrential rain. Xiaosei was taken aback by the formidable aura emanating from this person. With the Wuji staff in hand, the carriage was suddenly shattered into pieces by a single blow from the black-clad figure. Fixing his gaze on the figure standing before him, Xiaosei coldly demanded, "Who are you?" "A person come to kill you," the figure in black replied nonchalantly. Immediately, Xiaosei's expression hardened, and a surge of energy coursed through his body. He charged toward the figure clad in black robes, yet before his staff could reach its target, he was forcefully repelled by the formidable protective aura surrounding the dark-clad individual. With unwavering resolve, Xiaosei leaped once more, wielding his staff with fervor. A tempest of thunder and lightning surged around him, momentarily obscuring his form. Unsurprisingly, he failed to even graze the hem of the black-clad figure's attire and was sent flying anew. "I have heard that you have ascended to the realm of carefree transcendence at such a young age. It appears to be true," the black-robed man remarked with an unsettling calmness. However, to perish so easily would indeed be a pity. Disregarding the man's words, Xiaosei closed his eyes, drawing his energy into his dantian. His vital essence surged forth as he wielded his staff with the grace of the wind. The force of his strikes conjured a colossal phantom of a white tiger, surging once again toward the black-clad figure. Yet, once more, he was thwarted by the impenetrable aura surrounding his opponent. With a mere flick of his wrist, the black-clad man unleashed an overwhelming force that surged forth like a tempest, unstoppable and fierce. In an instant, the white tiger phantom dissipated into smoke, and Xiaosei was sent reeling. At that moment, he could acutely sense that every meridian within his body had been shattered by this overwhelming power. He found himself utterly powerless before this foe. A thought flickered through his mind. Such formidable strength, could he be a sword immortal of the mortal realm? As he lay there, his body trembled, especially his arms, which shook violently. In that instant, Xiaosei felt as though his heart had turned to ash, acutely aware that he had become a mere shell of his former self. Reduced to nothing by a single move from this enigmatic figure, obliterating years of arduous cultivation. At 13, he had already stepped into the realm of freedom. Now, at 17, he had attained the pinnacle of carefree transcendence. Yet now, all of his cultivation had been rendered void by a single strike. Just as the black-robed man prepared to deliver a fatal blow to Xiao Sei, another figure emerged, adorned with a ghostly mask. Wielding a long staff, this newcomer leaped forward, blocking the deadly strike aimed at the perilously suspended Xiao Sei, thereby saving his life. Each time Xiao Sei recalls this excruciating experience, the profound pain resurges, crashing against his mental defenses like relentless waves. At that moment, Lei Wujie and Wu Xian, having just assessed the situation, hurriedly approached. Xiao Sei, suddenly regaining his composure, swiftly returned the teacup to its place with a speed that could scarcely be perceived, just in time to obscure the faint marks upon the table. Chapter 85. The thoughts of Ji Ruofing accompanied by Lei Wujie. The heartless Wu Xian naturally noticed the unusual demeanor of Xiao Sei, feeling a twinge of confusion. Lei Wujie was the first to voice his discontent, complaining about the dilapidated state of their surroundings, where dust swirled in the air, rendering it uninhabitable. With nightfall upon them, venturing forth in search of alternative accommodations seemed fraught with peril. It would be wiser to endure the night here, he suggested. Wu Xian, resigned to the situation, nodded in agreement while casting a glance at Xiao Sei, as if addressing him directly. Xiao Sei, his face as solemn as a still lake, responded gravely. I have no objections. Hearing this, Lei Wujie reluctantly acquiesced. In truth, Xiao Sei had long since embraced the idea of remaining in this place wholeheartedly. The discovery of a mark left by his master hinted that his mentor might be concealed in some nearby nook. With this thought in mind, Xiao Sei stepped inside the dwelling, diligently beginning to tidy the room. Seeing this, Wu Xian followed suit without hesitation, adeptly aiding in the organization. Lei Wujie observed the two figures retreating into the house, sensing an inexplicable aura of mystery surrounding them, though he could not articulate what felt amiss. As time slipped by unnoticed, the night deepened, enveloping the world in darkness. Sitting at the table, Xiao Sei supported his head with his elbow, closing his eyes to rest. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, glancing at the sleeping Lei Wujie and the meditating Wu Xian, before rising slowly and moving towards the exit. Just then, he heard a noise behind him and remarked, I knew you weren't asleep. What mark from the day? Was it from the wandering scholar? Wu Xian inquired. Having appeared behind Xiao Sei did not respond but merely regarded Wu Xian's delicate features with a detached gaze. Wu Xian pressed further, Are you his disciple? In a manner of speaking, Xiao Sei replied, No wonder you are so knowledgeable about the world. Wu Xian's eyes lit up with understanding. My old monk did mention that the wandering scholar has a disciple by the surname Xiao. Mind your own affairs, Xiao Sei retorted coldly. Wu Xian smiled faintly, responding, That phrase, I return to you unaltered. Boss Xiao, remember to return before dawn. Xiao Sei snorted softly and then exited. Before long, he spotted a pavilion in the distance, where, apart from his master, two figures were seated. One was clad in a purple gauzy dress, her demeanor ethereal and aloof, resembling a celestial being untouched by earthly cares. The other wore a white gauzy dress, similarly exuding a cool elegance, yet her face was perpetually obscured by a silver mask. Regaining his composure, Xiao Sei approached them with measured steps, cupping his fists in salute. Master. He then bowed to the two sword immortals beside her. Greetings to the esteemed seniors. Li Hani glanced at Xiao Sei and inquired coolly, Is this your disciple? Yet, I sense something peculiar about him. Ji Ruofing sighed softly, My disciple has suffered grave injuries. His hidden pulse has been compromised. What a pity. Originally, the qualifications were quite commendable, and future accomplishments should not be insignificant. However, given the current circumstances, the future appears worrisome. The melodious and enchanting voice of Yueji drifted through the air. Ji Ruofing smiled faintly upon hearing this and remarked, No need to fret. One cannot force everything. It is best to let things unfold naturally. After speaking, Ji Ruofing turned to Xiaosa and inquired, I have heard you intend to journey to Yue City? Indeed. Xiaosa nodded without hesitation, fully aware that there was no need for concealment in front of his master, who, through his prowess and wisdom, had likely already known of his plans. Ji Ruofing did not seem surprised by Xiaosa's answer and continued. Are you aware of the consequences that may arise should you enter Yue City? I am aware. Xiaosa hesitated momentarily but quickly regained his composure as he responded. Ji Ruofing raised an eyebrow, a smirk playing on his lips, and said, "Oh, pray, enlighten me." Taking a deep breath and organizing his thoughts, Xiaosa slowly articulated. Yue City is the largest city in the realm, teeming with formidable masters and a labyrinth of complex factions. Should I enter Yue City? I would inevitably become embroiled in various conflicts and may even face life-threatening dangers. However, having resolved to go, I am prepared to confront whatever may come. Listening to Xiaosa, Ji Ruofeng's eyes glimmered with a hint of admiration, yet he could not resist a sardonic retort. "Humph. Given your current predicament, how dare you speak of confronting everything? You truly lack awareness of your own limitations. You speak as if our Yue City would bully him." Li Hani interjected with a disdainful expression. Ji Ruofeng chuckled. "That is not my intention. It is merely that he has sustained significant damage to his hidden veins and possesses no martial prowess. The factions within Yue City are indeed intricate, and I fear. Do not concern yourself with that. If he enters Yue City, no danger shall befall him," Li Hani stated coldly. Upon hearing this, Ji Ruofeng's face broke into a radiant smile. His purpose for being here today, engaging in idle conversation with the two and summoning Xiaosa, was ultimately to await this assurance. After all, he had previously sensed the formidable strength of these two individuals through Mr. Li at the academy. This was the aura of transcendent realms. With his objective achieved, Ji Ruofeng felt a significant sense of relief. Ultimately, the two individuals he most cared for were his beloved daughter Ji Shui, who had already become a disciple of the Purple Moon Sword Immortal, Yue, and thus, he need not worry about her future. In contrast, Xiaosa's concealed veins were gravely injured, and whether they could be healed remained uncertain. Should he enter Yue City, his safety would be assured, which brought Ji Ruofeng great joy. Ji Ruofeng turned to Yue, slightly cupping his hands in a respectful gesture, and earnestly expressed, "Thank you for your attentive guidance over these years in Yue City regarding Xiao Xue. Xiao Xue is my disciple, and it is my duty to teach her. Moreover, her talent is quite remarkable, and she is very clever. I find her delightful." Yue waved her hand dismissively. Ji Ruofeng then addressed Xiaosa, "You may return now." Upon hearing this, Xiaosa offered a respectful bow before turning to leave, leaving only the three individuals in the pavilion. As Xiaosa retraced his steps, a subtle astonishment stirred within him. After all, he was aware that Ji Shui had departed for Yue City in her early years. Yet he remained oblivious to the fact that she had become a disciple of the extraordinary Yue, Sword Immortal, standing before him. A twinge of envy flickered within Xiaosa, for the exploits of the Yue Sword Immortal were well documented by both the 100 Knowledge Hall and the Imperial Court. She had been the most esteemed pupil of Mr. Li from the academy, and it was said that she attained the realm of sword immortality at the tender age of 15 upon her entrance into the martial world. By now, she had likely ascended to the ethereal domain of divine transcendence. In her early days, she had quelled calamities with 3 strokes of her sword, saving the inhabitants of a town. Furthermore, during the Eastern campaign against the demonic sect, she single-handedly quelled the restless spirits haunting Qilian Mountain, thereby rescuing a significant number of those from Bailey who were engaged in the resistance against the malevolent forces. Chapter 86. The Choice of Snow Moon City. After Xiaosa departed, only 3 individuals remained in the pavilion. A profound silence enveloped them as they sat quietly. Moments later, Ji Ruofeng broke the stillness, gently inquiring, "What are your thoughts on him? His talent is decent, yet he is burdened by too many thoughts." Li Hani responded first. Yue offered a faint smile, refraining from answering directly. Instead, she posed a question of her own. "Is Master Ji asking for my personal opinion, or for the perspective of Snow Moon City?" "Both. Yet I wonder which individual Snow Moon City favors more." Ji Ruofeng replied in a neutral tone. "I personally find him acceptable, but my brother perceives a shadow of the King of Langya within him, believing his ambitions lie beyond the court. He might as well live as an ordinary wanderer, enjoying a carefree life." Yue reflected after a moment of contemplation. Her expression turned serious as she added, "In the past, my brother and master held great hopes for the King of Langya, but they were ultimately disappointed. Therefore, Snow Moon City will not favor anyone this time, nor will we extend our assistance to anyone. This is our current stance." Upon hearing this, Ji Ruofeng sighed softly, acknowledging, "Indeed, as you say, he does not aspire to the court. Forcing him into that position would be futile. My brother advised me before my arrival that if I encountered you, I should convey a saying, without destruction, there can be no construction. Only through destruction can one rebuild. The current Northern Li royal family is ill-suited for the contemporary martial world. So Master Ji should make early preparations." Once Yue concluded, she turned to Li Hani and said, "Come, Hani, let us seek out Li Changsheng for a duel. He is quite near." Hearing this, Li Hani joyfully embraced Yu, exclaiming, "Let us go quickly. It has been ages since I last dueled with him." With that, Yu led the exuberant Li Hani toward Muyang City, their figures gradually fading into the night. Ji Ruofeng gazed in the direction they departed, murmuring to himself. Suddenly struck with astonishment, without destruction, there can be no construction. Could it be that they intend to? On the other side, a pensive Xiaosei made his way back. From the surface, tonight's conversation between Ji Ruofeng and Xiaosei seemed trivial, but in reality, Ji Ruofeng was orchestrating a refuge for Xiaosei. After all, the promise of the Snow Moon Sword Immortal to ensure Xiaosei's safety within Snow Moon City was a promise that would certainly be upheld. For who could forget that the Snow Moon Sword Immortal is a disciple of that esteemed individual? Thus, the promise of the Snow Moon Sword Immortal equates to that of Su Fanxian. When trouble arises, it is the master who bears the burden. And unbeknownst to Su Fanxian, he has unwittingly been sold out by his little disciple. Xiaosei understood in his heart that his master acted solely for his benefit, as he currently resembled a fragile being devoid of self-defense. Entering Snow Moon City was akin to acquiring a talisman of safety. With a helpless gaze at the bright moon in the sky, Xiaosei sighed deeply, were it not for that person from the past who caused me to. Reflecting on this, he trudged back toward the dilapidated tea house with heavy steps. At this moment, his heart felt as though it were burdened by an immense weight. And throughout the entire night, he tossed and turned, his mind swirling with countless thoughts. The following day, as Lei Wujie heard Xiaosei mention Muyang City, his eyes widened in astonishment, fixating intently on Xiaosei. Muyang City. Lei Wujie murmured in disbelief, "Surely, I must not have misheard." Beside him, Wu Xian could not help but express his astonishment. Who could have imagined that we would find ourselves in this place by such a twist of fate? However, in response to the crowd's astonishment, Xiaosei remained unperturbed, his expression devoid of emotion. Noticing this, Lei Wujie, filled with confusion, scrutinized Xiaosei's impassive demeanor and asked in bewilderment, "Xiaosei, why do you react so indifferently to this matter? There are 4 renowned cities in this realm, each situated in a different direction. To the north lies Tianqi City, to the south is Shuyue City, to the east stands Wushuang City, and to the west is Muyang City. These cities share a reputation equal to that of Shuyue City and Wushuang City, the illustrious capitals of the martial world." Lei Wujie's eyes widened in shock as he exclaimed loudly. Overcome with excitement, he gestured animatedly and declared, "Such a marvelous place, I must go and witness it for myself." Upon hearing this, Xiaosei scoffed dismissively. "Humph, it is merely a deserted ghost town. What is there to behold?" Lei Wujie, undeterred, retorted with fervor, "How can you belittle this city so? In the martial world, who does not know that a certain individual resides in Muyang City? And it is precisely because of this person that the city holds its esteemed place among the 4 great capitals." As he spoke, admiration sparkled in Lei Wujie's eyes, and his voice instinctively rose. "The one who dwells there is none other than the revered lone sword immortal, Luo Qingyang, one of the 6 great sword immortals." His words brimmed with adoration and reverence for this legendary figure. If Li Hani were present at that moment, hearing her younger brother extolling the virtues of the person she was to question about the sword today, she would undoubtedly deliver a couple of sharp slaps to him. Meanwhile, Xiaosei murmured, "The lone sword immortal, Luo Qingyang." He appeared to be lost in profound contemplation, as if he were striving to untangle the myriad connections behind this revelation. Enough. Noticing Xiaosei's pensive state, Wu Xian, with a pained expression, promptly interjected. Wu Xian slowly remarked, "It is said that the lone sword immortal, Luo Qingyang, has remained in Muyang City for over a decade, practicing his swordsmanship without stepping foot outside the city, claiming he would only emerge once he has perfected his 9-song sword technique. While such tales may be embellished, the renown of sword immortal Luo Qingyang is indeed well-founded," Wu Xian stated calmly. The 3 of them, exchanging words about various legends of the martial world, had momentarily forgotten their journey to the great Fanning Temple. Observing Lei Wujie lost in thought, Wu Xian inquired, "Lei Wujie, what occupies your mind? Why do you seem so distracted?" Abruptly pulled from his daydream, Lei Wujie hesitated for a moment before slowly responding, "Since we have arrived near Muyang City, shall we not venture into the city to take a look?" From the hopeful yet slightly anxious gaze of the young boy, it was evident that he harbored a profound yearning to journey to the city of Muyang. However, upon hearing this, Xiaosei furrowed his brow, inwardly lamenting his fate. For Xiaosei, the thought of traveling to Muyang was met with utter reluctance. It was on a stormy night that he had been grievously injured, his martial prowess rendered useless. To this day, He remained uncertain whether the assailant was indeed the legendary lone sword immortal, Luo Qingyang. Despite Lei Wujie's heartfelt aspirations, he found himself powerless against Xiaose's resolute demeanor. After considerable persuasion, Lei Wujie ultimately yielded to Xiaose's will, reluctantly relinquishing the idea. Thus, the trio Wu Xian, Xiaose, and Lei Wujie had no choice but to hasten their journey, making their way towards the land of the Master Nation. Unbeknownst to Lei Wujie, his sister was currently in Muliang, the very city he yearned to visit, seeking out Luo Qingyang to inquire about the sword, perfectly missing the duel between the two sword immortals. Chapter 87. The system confesses its identity. Meanwhile, in the desolate city of Muliang, Yu Ji and Li Han strolled leisurely towards the city gates. As they stepped into this realm, they were greeted by a scene of desolation. Although various dilapidated structures lay in ruins, one could still envision the outlines of a once thriving metropolis. Within the city, Luo Qingyang sensed their presence immediately. As this was not their first visit, previously they had come one at a time, but today they arrived together. From afar, a figure soared through the air, landing gracefully atop a rooftop. The newcomer, with a handsome visage and slightly disheveled hair, exuded an aura of carefree nonchalance. It was none other than the renowned sword immortal, Luo Qingyang. What brings you here? Surely it is not merely to inquire about swords again, Luo Qingyang remarked with a hint of indifference. Indeed, Luo Qingyang, I have come to seek your wisdom on the sword, Li Han replied with a faint smile. Yu Ji observed Li Han Yi's demeanor with a sense of resignation. She had once considered herself quite combative, but upon understanding Li Han Yi's thought process, she realized that she was, in fact, rather mild in comparison. Luo Qingyang was momentarily taken aback. She had always believed that girls should embody the grace and poise of her junior disciple. However, upon encountering these two, who frequently sought her out for swordsmanship, she discovered that there existed an alternative approach. At present, Luo Qingyang stood at the pinnacle of the semi-divine realm, merely a step away from true transcendence, while Li Han had already entered the divine realm, placing him at an advantage in terms of cultivation. Without further ado, Li Han leapt onto a rooftop opposite Luo Qingyang. Neither chose to engage immediately, for a duel between sword immortals required them to first attain their utmost state of readiness. After a brief moment, Li Han drew his sword, and in an instant, his aura transformed dramatically, suffused with a profound sword intent and intense battle spirit. He swung his sword with effortless grace, directing it towards Luo Qingyang, who drew her sword to parry. In a flash, their sword energies collided in midair, dissipating without a trace. I have recently comprehended a new technique, named paper falling into mist. I seek your guidance, Li Han stated calmly. Luo Qingyang responded with a smile. Very well, let me witness the prowess of your technique. With that, Li Han began to wield his sword, conjuring ethereal and expansive waves of sword energy, each stroke imbued with a sense of otherworldly lightness. In response, Luo Qingyang conjured a series of illusory scenes around her, evoking the essence of a battlefield shrouded in smoke, imbued with a sense of desolation and solitude. As the two exchanged blows, an invisible shockwave erupted, scattering debris from the already crumbling structures around them. Upon concluding his strike, Li Han sheathed his sword and vanished from sight, only to reappear beside Yu Ji. One strike is sufficient. Luo Qingyang, you truly are a genius. Just as my master has described, Li Han remarked softly. You are not lacking either. You have advanced to the divine realm ahead of me. Luo Qingyang replied with a hint of admiration. After a brief exchange, the two departed in perfect synchrony. Here, the author succinctly introduces Luo Qingyang, who possesses extraordinary talent in the original narrative. Unlike Li Changsheng, he lacked the guidance of esteemed mentors throughout his prolonged existence. Bereft of innate martial veins or the natural constitution of a sword embryo, he relied solely on his own innate understanding to forge a desolate sword technique, contending for the top position on the champion leaderboard against by Li Dongjun. Had it not been for his obsession with his junior sister, Yu Wenjun, he might have easily ascended to the title of the unrivaled champion that resonates throughout the tale. In Yue City, Su Fanxian sat cross-legged atop the Tsongshan mountain, with his eyes closed in meditation. Ever since Su Fanxian arrived in this realm, he had been profoundly curious about the true purpose behind the system that brought him here. For many years, he refrained from inquiring, but after cultivating the Taoist scripture provided by the system, it became increasingly apparent that the system was not as it seemed. It did not impose tasks upon him. Rather, it appeared to fulfill his desires, as long as they were not excessive. After a prolonged silence, Su Fanxian finally mustered the courage to seek clarity from the system. You are not merely a system, are you? He questioned within his mind. I anticipated you would ask this question. I have been waiting for you to do so all these years, the system replied with a surprisingly human touch. Intrigued, Su Fanxian inquired, will you not be angered by my inquiry? Not at all. It was inevitable that I would eventually reveal the truth to you. It is better for you to know sooner, the system responded. Then please, tell me your name. I cannot keep calling you system indefinitely, Su Fanxian said with an awkward smile. It has been several millennia. I have long forgotten, the system sighed softly. You may call me Yuan. Will you harm me, Yuan? Su Fanxian asked, his tone measured. No. As long as you do not seek to control me, I will not harm you. Have you sought others before me? Su Fanxian pressed further. I have encountered a few. But human nature is inherently greedy. I granted them what they desired, yet in the end, they either succumbed to their indulgences in women, became ensnared by power, or even sought to completely dominate me, Yuan reflected with a sense of sorrow. What became of them? Su Fanxian inquired. They perished. I reclaimed all the abilities I had granted them, and naturally, they met their demise, Yuan replied with an icy tone. Now, please elucidate why you sought me and what you require of me. I do not wish to share the same fate as them, Su Fanxian said slowly. I was once the Tao of a world, laboring for millennia to maintain its balance. Yet one day, a wretched individual forcibly extracted a significant portion of my world's essence, causing it to falter. Ultimately, I, with remnants of my consciousness and primal energy, was bound within a jade pendant. After traversing several worlds, I arrived in yours. Where you discovered me and brought me here, Yuan recounted, his voice tinged with both anger and deep sadness. Su Fanxian, having absorbed this revelation, steadied his mind and continued to inquire, what do you need me to do? I require you to diligently cultivate the techniques I have bestowed upon you. When the day arrives that your strength is formidable enough, you shall assist me in my restoration, Yuan spoke softly. What level of power must one attain to aid you? Su Fanxian inquired. At the very least, you must reach the realm of the immortal king to be of assistance to me, Yuan replied. Upon hearing this, Su Fanxian murmured to himself, an immortal king? What realm do I currently occupy? Your present realm, in this world, is termed the mystical realm of divine travel. Here, you have the freedom to navigate, but in other worlds, your standing is akin to that of a novice, Yuan jested. Could you elaborate on the realms of other worlds? Su Fanxian asked, curiosity piqued. The hierarchy in the middle 1,000 worlds consists of refining qi, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, transformation of spirit, refining void, union, great ascension, and tribulation crossing. Ascending further leads to the great 1,000 worlds, which include human immortal, earth immortal, heaven immortal, golden immortal, immortal sovereign, immortal king, immortal emperor, and immortal monarch. Only when you reach the immortal king can you truly assist me, Yuan elucidated slowly. Su Fanxian, overwhelmed, found himself momentarily speechless, his mind racing with shock. What then? Does my current realm signify? He questioned. Roughly, you are at the pinnacle of foundation establishment. Upon your breakthrough, you will attain the golden core realm, which in this world is referred to as the heaven immortal realm. However, due to the inadequacy of cultivation methods and the scarcity of spiritual energy in this world, further progression is hindered, Yuan responded. Hearing this, Su Fanxian shook his head in resignation. I see. I did not realize I was merely at foundation establishment. When shall we depart from this place? We shall leave once you successfully break through to the golden core realm and venture into another world, Yuan replied. Moreover, I must complete my affairs before we depart. May I bring my wife along? Su Fanxian hesitated to ask, pondering the implications of leaving Yue behind for who knows how long. Yes, you may bring someone along. However, I can only grant you 10 years. When the time is up, we shall leave, Yuan stated calmly. 10 years, you say? That should suffice for me to accomplish much, Su Fanxian mused, gazing into the distance. This chapter concludes here. Once all narratives in this realm are fulfilled, the protagonist will journey with Yue to a new world. The continuation is anticipated to exceed 1 million words. Those who enjoy the tale may add it to their collection for long-term reading. Chapter 88. The Great Brahmin Sound Temple. Meanwhile, before the Great Brahmin Sound Temple, a magnificent palanquin came to a halt. Within its confines resided Jinstian, the head of the Fragrance Monitoring Bureau, one of the 5 great offices within the Imperial Palace of Tianqi City. The monks of the temple, upon seeing the arrival, displayed utmost reverence. Ling Jun, where have they arrived? After a brief moment, Jinstian spoke softly from the palanquin. Master, the scouts have reported that some days ago, they escaped from the beauty manor. Subsequently, They encountered the white-haired immortal from the celestial realm and engaged in a fierce battle. As they continued, they became lost, and now their whereabouts are unknown, replied Jin Xian's disciple with utmost respect. Seated within the palanquin, Jin Xian gently closed his eyes and remarked, "They must be en route to this place. They are not alone in their journey here." Ling Jun interjected, "Is it Tang Lian from Yue City?" Jin Xian inquired. "Not Tang Lian. It is two young men, one clad in red, the other the owner of an inn," Ling Jun responded slowly. After a moment of contemplation, Jin Xian declared, "No matter, they should be arriving soon. We shall wait in this vicinity." The following day, Wu Xian, Xiaosei, and Lei Wujie finally arrived in the Yusha kingdom. As they traversed the streets of the kingdom, they observed their surroundings intently. Xiaosei, watching Wu Xian aimlessly wandering ahead, could not help but exclaim, "Wu Xian, we have accompanied you to the Yusha kingdom. If you are short on funds, I can lend you some. You can repay me double later. However, if you are lost, I am afraid I cannot assist you." Xiaosei presumed Wu Xian was unaware of the Great Brahmin Sound Temple's location, or else he would not be wandering aimlessly. A faint smile graced Wu Xian's lips as he slightly raised the corners of his mouth, yet he paid no heed to Xiaosei's words. Suddenly, Wu Xian caught sight of a robust man clad in monk's robes not far away. For some inexplicable reason, he felt a sense of familiarity. As Wu Xian approached the man, he discerned the features of the drinker, his heart quivering. However, the man, sensing something, set down his wine jar and gazed into the distance. In a single bound, he leaped into the air, soaring away. "That man possesses formidable martial skills," Xiaosei remarked, his eyes fixed on the figure vanishing into the distance. Upon witnessing this, Wu Xian sprang into action, pursuing the direction in which the man had flown. "What are you dawdling for? Hurry and chase after him," Xiaosei urged. "Oh, understood." Lei Wujie finally caught up with Xiaosei's pace, heading toward the direction the man had soared. Meanwhile, a resplendent palanquin gracefully approached a grand and solemn temple. The curtain of the palanquin was gently lifted, revealing a soft and elegant voice. "Master Fa Lan, it has been several years since our last parting in Tianqi City. I wonder how you have fared of late?" As his words fell, the entire square seemed to fall into a momentary silence. All gazes turned towards the temple's entrance, where an elderly man clad in simple monk's attire stood quietly, awaiting. However, in response to Jin Xian's greeting, the venerable one merely nodded slightly, then clasped his hands together and bowed deeply towards the grand palanquin before him. At this moment, Wu Xian, Lei Wujie, and Xiaosei had arrived at the entrance of the Great Brahmin Sound Temple. Upon seeing the large sign emblazoned with the 4 characters Great Brahmin Sound Temple, Wu Xian fell into contemplation, a flicker of joy appearing on his face. It seemed that today would bring closure to everything, including his father's grievances, the enmity of previous generations, and the old monk's long-held aspirations. It was too noisy, too tumultuous. Suddenly, a man clad in monk's robes stepped forward from behind, making his way to the forefront of the square. This man was none other than Wang Ren's son, the individual Wu Xian had been pursuing earlier on the streets. A close friend of the former demon sect leader Yi Dingzhi, and beloved Uncle Wang from Wu Xian's childhood. However, rumors had circulated in the martial world that the demon sect leader Yi Dingzhi had ultimately taken his own life due to Wang Ren's son's betrayal. For the past 12 years, Wang Ren's son had remained in this land of teachers at the Great Brahmin Sound Temple. The monks of the temples, upon seeing Wang Ren's son reeking of alcohol, all frowned in distaste. "Why have you returned?" One monk could not help but inquire. "You have that rule prohibiting my entry, do you not, brother?" Wang Ren's son approached Venerable Fa Lan, addressing him. Venerable Fa Lan, however, kept his eyes tightly shut, seemingly indifferent to the drunken man's presence. What power can a mere drunkard possess? As these words were spoken, a guard beside Jin Xian moved forward, ready to teach the insolent drunkard a lesson. Wang Ren's son, however, approached a monk with a broad smile and remarked, "What use can this broken a ceremonial knife have in your hands?" Suddenly, Wang Ren's son's smile vanished as he waved his arm, and he appeared in his grasp. The monk stood momentarily dazed, glancing between his own hands and Wang Ren's son before him. With the in hand, Wang Ren's son unleashed a torrent of true energy, his internal power raging forth, transforming into countless shimmering blades that surged toward the opulent palanquin. The surrounding guards were instantly repelled by the onslaught of blade light. When the myriad of blade shadows reached the palanquin, a wave of pure internal energy radiated outward, shaking the air and dispersing the blade illusions. Venerable Fa Lon observed the unfolding situation with half-closed eyes, shaking his head in resignation. Brother, cease shaking your head. What is destined cannot be avoided. If it cannot be evaded, then let us eliminate it, Wang Rinsun replied with a grin. At that moment, Jean Skin also dismounted from the palanquin, seizing the long sword beside her, and leaped gracefully into the square. Meanwhile, Xiao Se, Wu Xian, and Lei Wujie were hidden in the shadows, intently watching the developments before them. It has been 12 years since we last met, King of the Shattered Sky, Wang Rinsun. Jean Xian spoke calmly, her gaze fixed upon the man before her. In those days, the esteemed Wang Rinsun of the Tianshan sect, Song Yanwei from Wushuang City, Yu Ji of Shuiyue City, Wang Yixing from Wanqing Mountain, and the duo of Su Muyu and Su Changhe from the Dark River, ventured towards the outskirts of Gusa City to confront the demon sect leader, Yi Dingxi. Meanwhile, Jean Xian, as an envoy of the Imperial Palace, also made his way to that location. However, after Yi Dingxi took his own life, the formidable Wang Rinsun vanished from the martial realm. As Wang Rinsun gazed at Jean Xian before him, he chuckled mockingly, exclaiming, "So it is you, this androgynous fellow, the Grand Eunuch of the Fragrant Monitoring Office, Jean Xian." Xiao Se looked down at Jean Xian with a slight frown, for this individual represented his father, Emperor Mingda. Jean Xian's presence signified that the emperor had indeed set his sights on eliminating Wuxin. How truly remarkable it is that fate brings us together in such unexpected ways. Wuxin smiled faintly, teasingly remarking. Wuxin was well aware that Jean Xian's purpose in coming here was likely to orchestrate his demise. I must say, Wuxin, wherever you go, there are always top-tier experts, Xiao Se commented casually, glancing at Wuxin. The presence of such elite fighters hinted at an impending clash, and Lei Wujie, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Within the Imperial Palace of Tianqi City, Jean Xian, the Grand Monitor of the Fragrant Office, was indeed a master of the celestial realm, possessing great prowess. Wuxin sighed deeply, but his attention was more keenly focused on the figure standing on the plaza opposite Jean Xian, Wang Rinsun, the one wielding the fragmented void blade. Wuxin and Wang Rinsun shared countless intricate connections, with childhood memories flickering back to life in his mind. Chapter 89. My name is Yi Yun. Do you recognize me? The atmosphere was charged, ready to erupt. Wang Rinsun, wielding his blade, was the first to strike. Although he had refrained from combat over the past 12 years, his profound inner strength was not something a mere practitioner of the carefree heaven realm could rival. 12 years prior, Wang Rinsun had already reached the carefree heaven realm. Had he not neglected his martial arts during this time, he might have attained the great carefree realm by now. In an instant, the boundless radiance of his blade surged forth, yet Jean Xian's countenance remained as tranquil as a placid lake. With a piercing gaze, a flash of cold light emerged. Without unsheathing his sword, he merely brandished the scabbard, causing a tremor of true energy that surged forth like a tidal wave, instantly dispersing the endless blade light. Then, Wang Rinsun leaped forward, brandishing his blade with lethal precision, each strike aimed at Jean Xian's vital points. However, Jean Xian effortlessly countered each attack. Thus ends here, Jean Xian declared coldly. Drawing his sword, the sword's aura erupted like a tempest, akin to snowflakes swirling through the air. A testament to the once-renowned frosty wind sword of Xinjingzhou. The icy sword energy enveloped Wang Rinsun, who found himself unable to withstand the onslaught. His blade shattered with a resounding crack, and he was violently propelled backwards, crashing heavily to the ground, coughing incessantly. Shattered sky blade, Wang Rinsun. Though you are not yet old, your heart has grown weary. Your blade no longer possesses the sharpness it once had. Its brilliance diminished. Jean Xian regarded the fallen Wang Rinsun with an air of superiority, his voice cold and disdainful. Wang Rinsun could only manage a bitter smile, lamenting. I never anticipated that neglecting my sword for 12 years would lead to such a regression. I can no longer deny my age. At this moment, Jean Xian showed little interest in the defeated opponent before him. Instead, he gazed towards the roof, speaking softly, friends on the rooftop. It is time for you to reveal yourselves. Upon hearing this, Lei Wujie felt a jolt of surprise and looked at Xiao Se, asking, is he referring to us? Xiao Se disregarded him, swiftly pulling his head back from exposure. Unperturbed, Wu Xian chose not to conceal himself any longer, leaping down to the square. You have finally arrived, Jean Xian remarked indifferently as he gazed at Wu Xian. At this moment, Wu Xian paid no heed to Jean Xian but turned his attention to the seated Wang Rinsun, who was equally fixated on him. Memories flooded back, and a painful expression gradually emerged on Wang Rinsun's face. It had been 12 long years since the pact of the 12-year locking of mountains and rivers, and this was his first encounter with Wu Xian since then. Yes, it is you, Wang Rensun said, his gaze softening as he looked at Wu Xian. Yet, despite being 17 now, Wu Xian bore a striking resemblance to his father, Yi Dingji, his face echoing the features of his childhood. It is I, Wu Xian declared, his eyes locking onto Wang Rensun, a surge of anger manifesting on his face. Years ago, the very individuals who besieged his father, including the Uncle Wang who had once brought him joy in his childhood, were now implicated in the darkest of rumors that he had personally slain his own father, although he harbored a flicker of hope that his father might still be alive. The 12 long years devoid of a single glance from him led Wuxin to firmly conclude that his father was indeed dead. Ah, what a heartwarming reunion of old acquaintances, Jin Xian remarked with a cold laugh. Today, the young master of the heavenly beyond, Yi Engshi, finally meets his Uncle Wang. Yet, this Uncle Wang is none other than your father's murderer. Jin Xian was among the few who knew the truth but chose to sow discord between the two instead. Her actions were undeniably malicious. However, at this moment, you, the young master of the heavenly beyond, Yi Engshi, cannot leave so easily after encountering me. You must accompany me back to Bailey and proceed to Tianqi City to await the Emperor's decree. With that, Jin Xian swung her long sword, unleashing a dazzling array of sword energy that surged toward Wuxin. Be careful. Wang Rensun, lost in reminiscence, could not evade in time. He swiftly turned, positioning himself in front of Wuxin, and, through sheer strength of will, absorbed Jin Xian's attack. Yet, he was still grievously wounded by the relentless sword energy. Crashing to the ground, bloodied and battered, Wuxin turned to gaze at the injured Wang Rensun, his expression one of confusion and disbelief. Soon, however, he steeled himself. His eyes filled with murderous intent as they locked onto Jin Xian. Jin Xian felt a chill run down her spine under Wuxin's piercing gaze. Yi Dingji, Wuxin's father, had succumbed to darkness, and now, it seemed, his son was on the brink of following suit. Little did Jin Xian know that this was merely one of the 32 secret arts from Wuxin's cultivation, the heart demon induction. Before long, Jin Xian found herself entranced by Wuxin's gaze, plunging into a torrent of memories. In her recollections, a man was earnestly instructing a child, Zhou. You must uphold justice and benefit the people, never allow yourself to commit evil. The wind and snow sword, Shenjingzhou, the court's lapdog. Shenjingzhou. From now on, you shall be our disciple, and you will be known as Jin Xian. Jin Xian stood frozen, her deep-set eyes swirling with emotions as childhood memories. Her initial forays into the martial world, and the moment her master, Zhuo Qing, accepted her as a pupil flooded back to her. However, it was not long before Jin Xian broke free from Wuxin's heart demon induction. With her long sword in hand, she unleashed an unparalleled sword intent, each movement chilling to the bone, as if a blizzard had descended and the northern winds howled. Wuxin, recognizing the imminent danger, dared not underestimate her and hastily employed evasive maneuvers. The disparity in strength between him and Jin Xian remained daunting, and he was still sent reeling back, spitting out several mouthfuls of blood. Throughout this journey, cities such as Yue and Wushuang, in the realm of Tianwei, have all sought me out. The tumult and bloodshed in the martial world have arisen because of me. Upon uttering these words, Wuxin's face revealed a hint of confusion and bewilderment. Throughout my life, I have never committed a single malevolent act. My father initiated the Eastern expedition of the demonic sect solely for the sake of my mother. Why is it that everyone seems to misunderstand him? Now that my father is no longer here, why do you turn against me? Wuxin spoke as if driven to madness. Jin Xian, focused intently on the seemingly possessed individual before him, declared, if you surrender now and return with me, I can ensure your life is spared. Upon hearing this, Wuxin erupted into a hearty laugh. My life is mine to govern. There is no need to trouble you, Jin Xian Gong. I still have unfinished business and cannot return with you, lest I disappoint you. Upon hearing Wuxin's words, Jin Xian's expression darkened instantly. If that is the case, I shall have no choice but to return to the Emperor with a corpse. His longsword surged toward Wuxin, the fierce sword aura seemingly capable of freezing everything in its path. In that critical moment, a voice echoed through the air, heavy with murderous intent. Are you so cruel as to even spare a child? Do you relish in bullying the weak? A powerful gust of wind instantly dispersed Jin Xian's attack, and in the next moment, Jin Xian found himself immobilized, unable to move. Atop a nearby rooftop, a figure emerged, clad in a black brocade robe and wearing a mask that obscured his features. Who are you? How can you be so powerful? Jing Xian struggled to turn his head to face the newcomer. Jing Xian was acutely aware that the previous strike had merely been a casual flick of the wrist, yet it had shattered his assault and pinned him to the ground. Such strength could only belong to someone at least at the threshold of the divine realm. Who am I? I have forgotten who I truly am. But he cannot die. The masked man spoke slowly. After speaking, a flicker of confusion crossed the masked man's eyes. He had come out merely for a leisurely stroll, guided by a faint memory that had led him here. Upon witnessing the scene before him, he had no intention of intervening. However, seeing the young monk coughing up blood and hearing his words inexplicably tugged at his heart. Thus, he instinctively acted to save the young monk who evoked such feelings of sorrow within him. At that moment, lying on the ground, Wu Xing gazed upon the figure and felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Nearby, Lei Wujie whispered, "Is this masked individual truly that powerful? Jingxian Gonggong is at the Great Freedom Realm. To subdue him so effortlessly is beyond mere strength. It is extraordinary." Xiaosei commented, simultaneously puzzled. Wu Xing, astonished by his salvation, turned his gaze to the rooftop where the masked man stood, suddenly overwhelmed by a peculiar sense of familiarity. It seemed reminiscent of his father's figure. Could it truly be his father? Yet, if he were indeed his father, why did it feel as though he did not recognize me? Wu Xing murmured to himself. Upon finishing his words, he could not help but let out a bitter smile, severing this impractical thought. He could not die. If you were determined to kill him, then today, you shall remain here forever. The masked figure on the roof spoke coldly, devoid of any emotion. Upon hearing this, Jin Xian's heart jolted. He realized that this masked individual was not jesting. He was truly capable of ending his life. In an instant, a thought emerged within him. I shall withdraw. I implore you, senior, to show mercy. Jin Xian addressed the masked figure. Upon hearing this, the masked figure relaxed his oppressive aura towards Jin Xian and continued to gaze at Wu Xian. Observing this, Jin Xian dared not linger any longer and hastily departed with his companions. Before long, the scene fell into a profound silence. For no one knew the true identity of the masked figure, nor did anyone dare to shatter this stillness. After a while, the masked figure vanished from his position, only to reappear before Wu Xian. There, he crouched in front of Wu Xian, gazing intently. He spoke softly, I sense a familiarity within you. My name is Yi Yun. Do you recognize me? Wu Xian, taken aback, was momentarily bewildered, for he had no knowledge of who Yi Yun was. He shook his head, as the name Yi Yun was entirely foreign to him. No one had ever informed him that his father, Yi Dingxi, bore the true name of Yi Yun. The masked figure sighed upon hearing this, as he had anticipated that this young monk would recognize him, despite his fragmented memories. Thus, he chose to say no more, his figure flickering before vanishing from sight. Chapter 90, A Ritual for You in the City of Snow and Moon, within the Lord's Manor. Su Fanxian stood gazing into the distance, lost in thought, his mind wandering in an unfathomable direction. At that moment, Yue Yao entered the room, naturally leaning against her beloved's embrace. And they both remained in silence. Yue Yao often sensed that Su Fanxian harbored many secrets, yet since he had chosen not to share them with her, as his wife, her only duty was to trust him unconditionally. Gradually, Su Fanxian returned to the present, noticing Yue Yao nestled in his arms. A gentle smile graced his lips as he tenderly stroked her silky hair. Are you feeling unwell? He inquired. Yue Yao shook her head, hesitating before she spoke. I recall you mentioning that you would leave this place. How much longer do we have? Well, I shall depart in no more than 10 years. Su Fanxian replied slowly. At his words, Yue Yao trembled slightly, her eyes instantly glistening with tears, as she clung to him more tightly, as if fearing that he might vanish before her very eyes. Noticing her reaction, Su Fanxian gently patted her back, speaking softly, even if I must leave, I will take my beloved wife with me. Do you truly believe I would abandon you to embark on my journey alone? Yue Yao lifted her tear-filled gaze to meet his, saying, but my talents are lacking. After all these years, with your assistance, I have only just reached the realm of carefree existence. How could I possibly accompany you? Are you foolish? I have vowed to take you with me. Rest assured, I possess my own means. You need not entertain such thoughts. Your husband is not one to forsake his commitments, Su Fanxian reassured her gently. Then, if I were to leave with you, would I be a burden? I do not wish to encumber you, Yue Yao said softly, as if fearful of being a hindrance to Su Fanxian. In response, Su Fanxian slightly loosened his hold on her. Tenderly cradling her face, and with an affectionate tone, he declared, You must remember, I have never regarded you as a burden. Moreover, when the time comes for us to depart, the destination will be filled with many ordinary people, It is not as perilous as you imagine. Upon hearing this, Yue Yao's face lit up with joy, and she threw herself into Su Fanxian's embrace, softly murmuring, "Yes, let us return home." Su Fanxian, puzzled, asked, "What shall we do at home?" You needn't return tonight," Yue Yao replied, turning away without looking back as she exited the Lord's manor. Leaving Su Fanxian in a state of bewilderment, he was left scratching his head, feeling overwhelmed by the sudden shift in her demeanor, as everything had seemed perfectly fine moments before. Meanwhile, at the Great Fanning Temple, the onlookers breathed a collective sigh of relief once the masked figure departed. The oppressive aura they had just experienced was formidable, even overwhelming for those at the Great Carefree Realm, such as Jin Xian. Once Jin Xian had left, Xiaosei decided to abandon his perch on the rooftop, leaping down to the square, followed closely by Lei Wuji. Approaching Wuxin, Xiaosei teased lightly, "Are you all right? Should we ask the masters of the Great Fanning Temple to perform a ritual for you?" Unconcerned, Wuxin cast a glance at Xiaosei, retorting with a hint of sarcasm. "I am quite well, thank you. There is no need for me. It is rather you, with that sickly demeanor, who could benefit from some exorcism." Before they could continue their banter, Lei Wuji approached with a puzzled expression, inquiring, "Wuxin, do you not have matters to attend to?" Upon hearing this, Wuxin tilted his head slightly, exhaling a deep sigh, as if expelling all prior discomfort along with the breath. At this moment, Wang Rinsun, having taken a brief respite to recuperate, appeared to have significantly recovered from his grievous injuries. He stood quietly, and as Wuxin approached, a flicker of complex emotions crossed his gaze. Wuxin fixed his eyes on Wang Rinsun and solemnly declared, "Now that the idle and irrelevant have departed, it is high time we discuss serious matters." Upon hearing Wuxin's words, Wang Rinsun momentarily froze, then released a long sigh, his tone imbued with a sense of profound sentiment. "You have grown." His voice unmistakably carried an uncontainable sense of pride. In response to Wang Rinsun's comment, Wuxin scoffed dismissively, "Is that even a question? 12 years have passed. Do you truly still perceive me as that 5-year-old child?" Wang Rinsun, upon witnessing Wuxin's attitude, smiled gently and continued, "If that is the case, how much do you remember about your life at 5? After a brief moment of contemplation, Wuxin found a torrent of childhood memories flooding his mind. Those echoes of laughter, carefree days, and the cherished moments spent with Uncle Wang rushed back in a vivid wave. He recalled riding on Wang Rinsun's shoulders, tugging at his long beard, and the mesmerizing skill with which Wang wielded his broken sword. Yet, amidst those fond recollections, a darker memory surfaced. "I also remember your betrayal of my father. It was you who sold him out. Others claim you killed him." Wuxin's voice was cold and unwavering. Wang Rinsun's eyes reflected profound sorrow and confusion at these words. "For 12 years, I have pondered whether you would come to kill me. I asked Master Wang Yu, who spoke of karma and shared many Buddhist teachings with me. I am no monk, nor do I comprehend such doctrines fully. I merely contemplated what I would do when you came to take my life." Wang Rinsun said softly. He gazed intently at Wuxin, continuing, "Perhaps I would simply hand you the knife myself." With that, Wang Rinsun picked up the dagger from the ground and extended it toward Wuxin with both hands. Wuxin exhaled deeply, as if having reached a state of acceptance. "The old monk advised me to embrace compassion. Rest assured, I shall not kill you." Wuxin spoke gently. The venerable Fa Lan of the great Brahmin sound temple nodded slowly, a smile of relief gracing his face. "I would rather you come to end my life. If you do not, I fear even greater troubles shall seek me out," Wang Rinsun remarked. "I merely wish for your assistance in a ritual," Wuxin replied softly. "Though I am in the Great Fanning Temple for my spiritual practice, I am not a monk." Wang Rinsun said helplessly, "I am not asking you to perform it alone, but rather to have all the monks of the Great Fanning Temple participate in this ritual." Wu Xian explained, "Brother, I implore you to assist me in conducting a ceremony that requires the presence of 300 monks." Wang Rinsun turned to the esteemed Master Fa Lan beside him, who nodded slowly upon hearing his words. "You are the last remaining friend of the old monk in this lifetime. Having you preside over this ceremony would be a fitting tribute to the years of his companionship." Wu Xian stated with a serene expression, "Master Wang Yu's homeland is indeed this land of Yushur. His final wish was to return his soul to his native place, and naturally, Wu Xian would endeavor to fulfill this desire for him." Chapter 91. Unintentional transmission of martial arts. The following day, a grand ceremony featuring 300 monks took place within the great Brahmin Sound Temple. The resounding sacred chants were meant to guide the souls of the departed homeward, facilitating their rebirth with a single thought. At that moment, not far from the temple, Tang Lian, Xikong Qianluo, and Wuchen stood in quiet contemplation, their gazes instinctively drawn toward the direction of the great Brahman sound temple. Each of their eyes seemed to be magnetically attracted to the ethereal Buddha light that suddenly appeared in the sky, a beacon for the souls being guided. Wuchen spoke softly. This is a ritual to guide the souls of the deceased. Upon hearing this, the other two understood. His determination to be here was due to his master, the venerable Master Wu Yao. Indeed, Tang Lian slowly replied, Wuxin has come with a sincere heart. Master was originally from the Shirgua and spent his life wandering far from home. Now, allowing his spirit to return to his homeland fulfills a wish he never realized in life. Wuchen could not help but express his sentiment, his eyes reflecting deep nostalgia and respect for his master. Simultaneously, Wuxin, Lei Wujie, and Xiao Sei prepared to leave the great Brahman sound temple. As they stepped outside, they encountered Tang Lian, Xikong Qianluo, and Wuchen. Wuchen approached Wuxin, fixing his gaze on him as he spoke gently. Brother, now that your matters are settled, it is surely time for you to return with us. Tang Lian and Xikong Qianluo also turned their attention to Wuxin, as their mission was to escort him to the Nine Dragon Gate. There is no need for such formality. I shall accompany you willingly, Wuxin replied, his demeanor calm and composed. Upon hearing this, Tang Lian felt a sense of relief wash over him, grateful for Wuxin's assurance. Wuxin, rest assured. Xiao Sei and I will stay by your side and ensure your safety, Lei Wujie said with a broad smile, lightly patting Wuxin on the shoulder. Xiao Sei remarked coolly, you brought us here, so naturally, you must take us back. Though his tone was nonchalant, those present understood that this was merely a fade. They knew that despite his seemingly cold exterior, Xiao Sei held a profound sense of loyalty within, albeit his stubborn nature prevented him from openly admitting it. For Wuxin, these days had undoubtedly been the most joyous of his life, primarily due to the genuine friendships he had forged with Xiao Sei and Lei Wujie. At that moment, Wuxin slowly turned around, casting one last glance at the great Brahman sound temple. A surge of indescribable emotion welled up within him as he softly said, Old monk, let us part ways here today. May you find peace in this land you once called home. With that, Wuxin suddenly swept his sleeve and stepped forward without hesitation, his figure exuding a sense of carefree elegance. As the crowd trailing behind him witnessed the unfolding scene, they hastily quickened their pace to follow closely. On the path towards the Nine Dragons Gate, Wuxin was acutely aware of the fate that awaited him. After a period of profound contemplation, Wuxin resolutely decided to impart a portion of the martial arts he had mastered to his steadfast companions, Xiao Sei and Lei Wujie, who had journeyed alongside him for so long. This decision was not one he took lightly, yet he understood that if these martial arts could be passed down, they might wield even greater significance. When Wuxin broached this matter with Lei Wujie and Xiao Sei, Lei Wujie's face lit up with excitement as he intently fixed his gaze upon Wuxin, eagerly inquiring, what kind of martial arts are we talking about? Please tell me. In response to Lei Wujie's fervent expression, Wuxin smiled gently and replied, what I shall teach you is an unparalleled divine skill known as the supreme freedom of the world. Invincible demon subduing divine art. Lei Wujie's mouth fell agape in astonishment, exclaiming, wow, what a long name. It sounds incredibly powerful. With that, Wuxin's form flickered as he began to demonstrate. His movements flowed like water, embodying both softness and strength, each technique infused with boundless power and transformation. The set of punches unfolded in his hands, as if an invisible aura enveloped the surroundings. After a brief moment, Wuxin concluded his demonstration and turned to Lei Wujie with a smile. At that instant, Lei Wujie was wholly engrossed in observing Wuxin's every motion, silently committing each technique to memory. He then began to practice on the side. Although initially clumsy, his movements grew increasingly adept with the passage of time. Wuxin, witnessing this, couldn't help but smile and praised, truly, as a disciple of the Jiangnan Thunder Hall, your talent is commendable. You are destined for greatness. Upon hearing Wuxin's praise, Lei Wujie felt a surge of joy, yet soon he queried in confusion, forgive my ignorance, but what is so remarkable about this set of punches? I fail to see anything particularly special about it. Nearby, Xiao Sei chimed in full. He is merely jesting with you. What supreme freedom of the world? Invincible demons subduing divine art. It is plainly the great Arhut fist, a foundational technique of the Shaolin Temple. Upon hearing this, Lei Wujie was momentarily at a loss for words. Wuxin, smiling, explained to them, what you just witnessed was merely the first half of the great Arhut fist. The complete technique should encompass a second half, known as the demon subduing fist. Only when these two parts are perfectly united can they form the unparalleled supreme freedom of the world, invincible demon subduing divine art. At this revelation, even the well-versed Xiaosei regarded Wuxin with newfound respect. Now then, Lei Wuji, do not dawdle. Wuxin redirected Lei Wuji's attention back to himself, continuing the second half. The demon-subduing fist is considerably more complex and presents a greater challenge. Therefore, to ensure you grasp its essence, I will guide you step by step. With that, Wuxin swiftly approached Lei Wuji and began to earnestly teach the intricacies of this martial art, one technique at a time. At this moment, Xiaosei stood silently beside the others, calm as still water, gazing at the two individuals practicing martial arts, as if everything around him bore no relation to him whatsoever. After a considerable time, Wu Xian ceased his movements, turned to Lei Wujie, and inquired, "Have you managed to remember all the techniques I just taught you?" Lei Wujie nodded vigorously, responding with unwavering confidence, "Rest assured, they are firmly etched in my mind and will never be forgotten." "That is excellent. Make sure to practice them daily without neglect," Wu Xian advised before shifting his gaze towards Xiaosei. "Now, it is your turn." Wu Xian approached Xiaosei and spoke slowly. "You must have mistaken me for someone else. I am not versed in martial arts, though I do possess some agility for fleeing." Xiaosei declined. "The martial art I am imparting to you requires no foundational skills, nor must you possess prior knowledge of martial arts. However, it may take you a considerable time to truly grasp it," Wu Xian explained. Xiaosei looked at Wu Xian, his expression one of confusion. "What I wish to teach you is the heart demon induction." Upon completing his statement, Wu Xian shared the essence of the heart demon induction with Xiaosei. Chapter 92, the true form of the Arhat array outside the city of Bairo. The esteemed Zen master of the Nine Dragons Gate awaited, accompanied by his disciples. Several days prior, he had received a missive from Wuxin, indicating that he would bring Wuxin to the Nine Dragons Gate. Consequently, the Zen master resolved to abolish the 32 secret arts of the Rakshasa Hall. Understanding that Wuxin would not capitulate easily, a fierce battle seemed inevitable. Engaging in combat within Bairo City would be inconvenient and could harm innocents. Thus, the Zen master chose to gather his followers outside the city. Upon the arrival of Wuxin, along with Xiaosa and Lei Wujie, Tang Lian, Xikong Qianluo, and Wuxin followed closely behind. It became evident that Wuxin's determination to arrive at the great Brahma temple in the kingdom of Yushi was to conduct a ritual for Master Wang Yu, seeking to guide his spirit back home. The onlookers recognized the youth before them, Wuxin, as Yi Yangshi, the young master of the celestial realm. Contrary to the rumors that circulated in the martial world, he was not a demon but a person of deep emotion, loyalty, and gratitude. Thus, they resolved in their hearts how to proceed. Wuxin observed the scene, where the Zen master sat majestically atop a high platform, resembling an immovable mountain. Below him stood his adept disciples, each possessing exceptional skills, formidable martial arts, and profound cultivation, exuding a powerful aura. Lei Wujie boldly declared, "Allow me to test your teachings. Let me gauge their strength." Wuxin quickly interjected, "This is the true form array, the signature divine art of the Nine Dragons Gate. Unraveling it is no simple task." However, Lei Wujie remained undaunted, confidently responding, "Only through trial can we discern its vulnerabilities." With that, he prepared to charge towards the array. He brandished his fists and surged into the throng. In an instant, he found himself engaged in a fierce confrontation with the masters of the Nine Dragons Gate. The battle erupted violently. Yet, before long, a dull thud echoed as Lei Wujie was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. Simultaneously, the martial world of Bailey rippled as if a massive stone had been cast into a tranquil lake, spreading waves of astonishment. News spread swiftly through the realm. The son of the former demon cult leader, Yi Yangshi, had appeared within the borders of the kingdom of Yushi. In a fervor, people rushed to the location, akin to a surging tide. At that moment, the disciples of Wushuang City traversed the path to Yushi. At the front of the procession, their leader, Liu Yuzhai, reined in the reins and withdrew a weathered map from his robe, scrutinizing it intently. "Hasten, my brothers. We shall reach Yushi in but 5 more miles," he called out, his voice resonating along the empty road. However, the disciple beside Liu Yuzhai, Wu Shuang, bore a pained expression, pleading weakly, "Brother, could we not rest for a moment? This relentless journey has left me exhausted and famished. I can scarcely endure any longer." "Humph. It is all because of you. In the early days at 3 Visit City, if it weren't for your incessant wandering, causing us to lose considerable time, we would have likely arrived without delay by now," Lu Yuzhai said with irritation. Upon hearing his brother's rebuke, Wu Shuang held her head high and retorted with conviction. Even if you had reached there, what difference would it make? If I were not present, in a real confrontation, you would still be no match for them. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuzhai's face turned crimson with anger, his lips quivering, rendered speechless for a moment. After a brief pause, Lu Yuzhai sighed, his tone slightly softening yet still tinged with reluctance. However, you do have a point. He then adopted a serious expression, stating earnestly, Wu Shuang. Although I am quite unwilling to admit it, I must concede that you are indeed the most talented individual in Wushuang City in a century. With a grave demeanor, he continued, now, if we wish to rejuvenate Wushuang City and reclaim the title of the foremost in the realm, it seems we can only rely on you. Therefore, this mission must ensure that we bring Wuxin back to Wushuang City at all costs. We cannot allow those from Yue City to succeed. Before the emergence of Yue City, Wushuang City had always been the pinnacle of the martial world, truly deserving of the title unparalleled under heaven. Yet now, the gap between Wushuang City and Yue City has only widened. With that, the group resumed their journey. Meanwhile, on Wuxin's side, standing amidst the formation, he proclaimed, I, Wuxin of Hanshui Temple, have come to break the formation. The disciples of Zhulongmen brandished their weapons, poised for an imminent confrontation. It has been quite some time since we last met. The Great Awakening Master atop the platform remained with his eyes closed, speaking in a tranquil tone. Great Awakening Master. Though it has been long, why not open your eyes to see me? Wuxin smiled gently. The Great Awakening Master remained silent, his eyes still shut. Though Zhulongmen does not excel in martial skills, they possess the fundamental formation passed down from the western regions of Buddhism, said to be impenetrable even by the finest masters of the realm. You seven are as one. I wonder if your hearts are also united. After Wuxin's words, he decisively made his move, leaping into action. With a mere thought, glimmers of golden light flickered from his depths, enveloping the 7 members of Zhulongmen within a great golden bell. Observing from the sidelines, Lei Wujie remarked to Xiao Se, it seems the people of Zhulongmen are not as formidable as they appear. Xiao Se remained silent, his gaze fixed on the unfolding situation. Great Awakening Master, if you do not open your eyes soon, your disciples may perish. Wuxin spoke calmly. Although Wuxin had temporarily trapped the 7 of Zhulongmen with his heart's demons, the fundamental formation had yet to be broken. Wuxin, why must you go to such lengths? The Great Awakening Master slowly began to speak. Then, the Great Awakening Master gathered all his internal strength, unleashing a torrent of true energy. Suddenly opening his eyes, a surge of overwhelming power erupted, shattering the golden bell that confined the 7 members of Zhulongmen. A heart like a clear mirror, free from the invasion of all evils. Unimaginably, the profound techniques of the esteemed Master Deju have advanced so remarkably. Wuxin spoke. Wuxin, do you know what I thought when I first laid eyes upon you? Master Deju fixed his gaze upon Wuxin. With a calm demeanor, Wuxin replied. When Master Deju first encountered me, he sought to engage in philosophical discourse with my master for 7 days, ultimately taking away Brother Wuxin. The 5 precepts of the Jiolong sect state. The first precept is to abstain from killing. The second, to refrain from illicit desires. The third, to avoid falsehood. The fourth, to eschew theft. And the fifth, to forego alcohol. Wuxin speculated that upon first meeting me, Master Deju sought to violate this first precept. Upon hearing Wuxin's words, Master Deju trembled with rage, his eyes wide open in fury. He bellowed, indeed, when I first met you, murderous intent ignited within me. I yearned to slay you instantly. The crowd gasped in astonishment, intrigued by why the venerable Master Deju would harbor such violent thoughts towards a mere 5-year-old child. The origins of this animosity traced back to the grievances of the previous generation. 12 years prior, the demonic sect launched a brutal campaign eastward, stealthily infiltrating Bailey and initiating a bloody massacre. Countless heroes fell victim to their treachery, and many righteous clans were obliterated, plunging the entire martial world into chaos. Amidst this horrific calamity, Master Deju's beloved master tragically perished at the hands of the demonic sect. Although the actions of those malevolent disciples were not solely orchestrated by Yi Ding, as the leader of the demonic sect, he bore the brunt of the blame for all the ensuing atrocities. As the son of Yi Ding, Wuxin naturally became the target of public enmity. With a thunderous roar, Master Deju emanated a brilliant golden light. In an instant, an immense figure slowly materialized, resembling a towering mountain that instilled awe in all who beheld it. The crowd was taken aback, for such martial prowess was previously unheard of. What extraordinary technique is this? Lei Wujie, overwhelmed with curiosity, inquired of Xiaosei. Xiaosei replied nonchalantly, "This is the indestructible Vajra, the supreme divine ability. Only by mastering the devil-subduing divine technique to its utmost pinnacle can one cultivate this indomitable power and attain an unyielding Vajra form." Upon hearing this, Wuxin felt a surge of emotion, murmuring to himself, "So this is the indestructible body often mentioned by the old monk." In a flash, Wuxin lunged towards Master Deju. However, every strike he unleashed nearly echoed with resounding thuds upon Master Deju, akin to striking an unassailable mountain. Master Deju stood steadfast, resembling an immovable deity, his form unyielding, showing not even the slightest sign of disturbance. Just as Wuxin prepared to launch another onslaught, Master Deju moved like lightning, swinging his iron fists with a swift ferocity, akin to a meteor plummeting to earth, crashing directly towards Wuxin's chest. In an instant, a dull thud resonated throughout the surroundings, and without warning, Wuxin was propelled away like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily to the ground several yards away. This singular blow starkly illustrated the vast disparity in strength between Master Deju and Wuxin. "Wuxin, are you all right?" exclaimed Lei Wujie, who, consumed by urgency, rushed to Wuxin's side. His face etched with concern. Wuxin, furrowing his brow, pressed a hand tightly against his chest, his countenance betraying immense pain as he murmured, "I am temporarily unscathed. You incessantly shout of slaying and eradicating demons, yet what constitutes a demon is not for you to judge." Wuxin fixed a piercing gaze upon Master Deju, demanding with fervor, "The essence of the heart's method is profound. It is to eliminate demons and uphold the path." Master Deju retorted with a scoff, "The essence of the heart's method, you say? That is a phrase my master would utter, yet you are not worthy to speak it." Wuxin had already discerned that Master Deju was ensnared by his own inner demons. Sharp-tongued and reckless, come forth and face your demise. With that, Master Deju leapt into the air, lunging towards Wuxin. Wuxin sprang up in response, engaging in battle once more, yet he remained suppressed by Master Deju, once again sent flying backward by the force of the onslaught. Chapter 93. The dispersal of intent. In an instant, Master Deju appeared beside Wuxin, gripping his neck with the intent to extinguish his life with a single blow. Suddenly, a flurry of blades descended from the distance, forcing Master Deju to retreat. It was Tang Lian who had intervened. However, her myriad blossoms could not penetrate the indomitable body of Master Deju. A cacophony of metallic clashes resonated. Yet Master Deju remained unscathed. Fixing his gaze upon Tang Lian and Sikong Qianluo, who wielded a long spear, Master Deju's voice dripped with disdain. "Are you suggesting that the City of Snow and Moon would act on behalf of this remnant of the demonic sect? Please do not misunderstand, Master Deju. This is my personal action and does not reflect the stance of Snow and Moon City." Tang Lian quickly clarified, "I believe Wuxin is not a person of great malice. I implore you to spare him." She beseeched Master Deju on Wuxin's behalf. When departing from Snow and Moon City, Su Fanxian had told Tang Lian, "You may act as you wish along your journey, as long as you believe it to be right." His mentor, Bailey Dongjun, had also imparted the wisdom of following one's heart. Ultimately, she chose to heed her inner voice and intervened to save Wuxin in his moment of peril. The entanglements of grievances concerning the demonic sect, along with the complex vendettas tied to Wuxin's father, Yi Dingji, and the martial world, were, at their core, merely remnants of the previous generation as conflicts. "Indeed, Master Deju, my junior brother Wuxin is not a demon." Wuxian, standing to the side, hurried forward to assist Wuxin and to plead for him before Master Deju. Yet, at that moment, Master Deju was already ensnared by the demons of his own heart. Incapable of heeding reason, "You, who cannot distinguish right from wrong, I am here to eradicate the remnants of the demonic sect, and my actions are purely just. What crime have I committed?" he roared, his fury escalating uncontrollably. To the onlookers, Master Deju appeared frenzied, resembling a wild beast, a clear indication of having succumbed to madness. "Master Deju, please quell your anger. Consider that when the demonic sect launched its eastern campaigns, Wuxin was but a child, innocent and unaware. What sins of the sect could he possibly bear?" Sikong Qianluo implored anxiously from the side. Xiaosei lowered his voice, warning those around him, "Everyone must be cautious. Master Deju's current state is deeply troubling." With a furious glare, Master Deju bellowed, "You remnants of the demonic sect shall not leave here alive today. All must perish." In an instant, a tremendous surge of energy erupted from his being, sweeping toward the crowd like a tidal wave. Shocked, everyone hastily gathered their strength to resist. But the force was overwhelming, sending them reeling backward. "Yi Dingji, return my master's life at once." Master Deju's eyes burned crimson as he fixed his wrathful gaze upon Wuxin, his fury igniting like a raging inferno. In that very moment, Master Deju raised his arms with a swiftness akin to the wind. As he danced, an array of dazzling golden lights suddenly flickered around him, resembling a multitude of fierce golden dragons soaring into the sky. In the blink of an eye, these golden rays converged into an impenetrable light formation, ensnaring the onlookers within. Faced with the relentless onslaught of Master Deju, the crowd exhibited no fear. Xikong Qianluo was the first to step forward, wielding a glimmering spear, its tip shimmering with cold starlight, as she charged fiercely towards Master Deju. Lei Wujie was equally undaunted. Gripping his fearsome sword tightly, its blade crackling with fierce energy, advancing with formidable intent towards Master Deju. Tang Lian, however, remained steadfast, clutching several exceptionally sharp, flying blades. Her gaze fixed upon Master Deju, poised to unleash a lethal strike at any moment. Thus commenced a breathtaking battle. In mere moments, against the trio's assault, Master Deju waved his hands, unleashing a powerful surge of internal energy that sent the three crashing to the ground, incapacitated. Witnessing this, Wuxin leapt forward once more to engage Master Deju in combat. In a swift motion, Wuxin seized Master Deju's wrist and unleashed a mysterious technique from the 32 secret arts of the Rakshasa Hall. Master Deju immediately sensed something amiss, feeling his internal energy gradually dissipating. Wuxin, you have lost your mind? He exclaimed in astonishment. Wuxin paid no heed to Master Deju's shock, calmly stating, "Years ago, my father led the people of the outer heaven in a campaign of slaughter, and it is only fitting that the debts of the father be repaid by the son." The crowd, fearing Wuxin intended to take his own life, attempted to intervene. I, Yangshi, as the young lord of the outer heaven, have mastered the secret arts of the Central Plains Rakshasa Hall. This matter demands an explanation, Wuxin declared with serene composure. Master Deju, since you have led me astray, let us together resolve this karmic entanglement. Master Deju's power was waning. Lei Wujie, realizing the gravity of the situation, gasped in astonishment. What kind of technique is this that can dissipate another's power? Tang Lian echoed his confusion. Observe closely, Wuxin's energy is dissipating even more rapidly, Xiao Sei remarked with an expression of calm. Master Deju glared fiercely at Wuxin, yet found himself powerless, forced to watch his internal energy slowly vanish. Wuxin spoke softly. Stop glaring at me. I do not even know the name of this technique. Its cover has been destroyed, so I have named it Compassion for All. Moments later, Master Deju's power was entirely consumed by Wuxin. The 32 secret arts of the Rakshasa Hall that Wuxin had practiced also dissipated. Master Deju, the power you have accumulated over decades has been dispelled by me, but rest assured, I shall not carry away even a fraction of your Rakshasa Hall's secrets, Wuxin said, his complexion pale. After a long while, Master Deju rose and approached Wuxin. In his eyes, the previous ferocity and madness had vanished, replaced by clarity and an understanding of many truths. Thank you, Master Xia Wuxin, for your life-saving grace. Master Deju clasped his hands in gratitude towards Wuxin. Deep within, Master Deju understood that, were it not for Wuxin's intervention, he would have succumbed to his own internal turmoil, ultimately leading to his demise. After all, you are an old acquaintance of the venerable Master Wang Yu. How could I stand idly by in the face of peril? It is merely unfortunate that such a great master has lost his cultivated abilities. I hope you will forgive me, Wuxin spoke slowly. Following this, Master Deju bid farewell to the assembly and, accompanied by numerous adept practitioners of the Jiolong sect, departed from the location. Chapter 94. The unmatched duel against the masses. Not long after the great Zen Master Deju departed, the sound of galloping hooves echoed from afar, accompanied by swirling dust. The people of Wushuang City finally arrived at the scene. Upon witnessing the situation, they immediately shielded the weakened Wuxin in their midst. Tang Lian fixed her gaze intently on the man at the forefront of the Wushuang contingent, Master Lu Yuzhai, who questioned, "Does Wushuang City also wish to wade through this murky water?" In the face of Tang Lian's inquiry, Lu Yuzhai remained unfazed, a cold smile gracing his lips as he retorted, "If your Yue City dares to tread this perilous path, what reason does Wushuang City have to retreat?" As his words fell, Lu Yuzhai turned his attention to Wuxin, declaring resolutely, "We have come solely for him." At that moment, Wuxin, with eyes tightly shut, muttered incantations. A thought leads to demons, a thought leads to Buddha, seemingly oblivious to the unfolding events around him. Tang Lian's gaze sharpened as she fixed her eyes on Lu Yuzhai, articulating each word with precision. "What if we resolutely refuse?" Do you truly intend to resort to violence against us? Lu Yuzha smiled slightly, responding, while we do not intend to kill. Inflicting some injuries upon you would not pose a challenge. Hearing this, Tang Lian scoffed in disdain. Humph, is that so? Just based on your prowess, Li Yuzhai? Do not overestimate yourself. However, before Tang Lian could finish her sentence, a voice, brimming with arrogance, interrupted. Of course, it is not solely reliant on my brother Li Yuzha. With Wu Shuang here, dealing with you lot is a mere trifle. Following the voice, they beheld Wu Shuang swaggering towards them, the esteemed Wu Shuang sword box resting upon his back. A haughty expression adorned his face, as if he regarded the assembled crowd with utter contempt. Xikong Qianluo, witnessing this spectacle, felt her anger surge, coldly exclaiming, "What an ignorant wretch, how audaciously boastful." Yet Wu Shuang remained unfazed, a smirk of disdain curling his lips as he provocatively retorted, "And who might you be to speak to me in such a manner?" Just as Xikong Qianluo was poised to continue her rebuttal, Wu Shuang impatiently interjected, "Since I am already here, let us dispense with pleasantries and engage in battle. I am eager to conclude this tiresome conflict and return to Wushuang City." With that proclamation, he unhesitatingly opened the Wushuang sword box on his back. Yinsua, Shuang, Wanjiro. In an instant, brilliant flashes of cold light erupted as an array of incredibly sharp flying swords surged forth from the sword box, hurtling towards Tang Lian and her companions. "Everyone be cautious," Lei Wujie exclaimed in alarm. At that moment, Xikong Qianluo stood resolutely, unafraid, brandishing a long spear, her focus unwavering as she locked onto the swiftly approaching swords. Emanating an aura of determination. Where spear met sword, sparks flew, and in that fleeting moment, Xikong Qianluo felt a tremendous force coursing through the spear. Yet, gritting her teeth, she summoned her strength to withstand the onslaught. Meanwhile, Tang Lian, who had been observing from the sidelines, did not hesitate to strike. Wu Shuang waved his hand lightly, and one of the flying swords suddenly launched an attack towards Tang Lian. The sword moved with incredible speed, akin to lightning slicing through the night sky. And in the blink of an eye, it was upon Tang Lian. Immediately, another flying sword targeted Lei Wujia, while the fourth sword also soared from Wu Shuang's sword box, aiming at Wu Chen. Wu Chen swiftly invoked the Buddha's teachings, employing the indestructible divine power, and a massive golden silhouette emerged, blocking the fierce onslaught of the Yu Rui sword. Wu Shuang remarkably controlled 4 flying swords simultaneously, directing them at Tang Lian, Xikong Qianluo, Lei Wujie, and Wu Chen, holding his ground against 4 adversaries with remarkable prowess. This young prodigy, capable of manipulating 4 swords from the Wu Shuang sword box, was indeed a genius of unparalleled caliber in Wushuang City. Observing this, Xiao Sei couldn't help but express his admiration. Feng Xiaogou. Suddenly, Wu Shuang's gaze shifted towards Xiao Sei, and his long sword shot forth, attacking him. Although Xiao Sei's martial arts had been rendered ineffective, his lightness skills were exceptional. In an instant, he found himself unable to inflict harm. Soon, the 5 of them began to find themselves at a disadvantage, their situation appearing increasingly desperate amid the fierce sword energy that filled the air. Just then, Wu Xin flashed into view, standing protectively in front of them. "I have only rested a short while, yet you are already in such disarray. It seems I must intervene personally." Wu Shuang, instantly invigorated, commanded the 5 precious swords to launch an assault on Wu Xin. Wu Xin's movements were ethereal as he leaped into the air, skillfully evading the 5 swords that charged toward him. "Xiao Sei, didn't Wu Xin lose his martial prowess? It seems he has deceived Diju," Lei Wujie remarked in surprise. "Look closely. Wu Xin is not employing the techniques of the Rakshasa Hall," Xiao Sei clarified. Although Wu Xin had pledged not to take the 32 secret techniques of the Rakshasa Hall, he was not foolish enough to relinquish all other martial arts he had acquired. Heavenly Eye, Divine Foot, Listening Ear. This is the true 6 transcendental arts of the Buddha, Tang Yin exclaimed, her face filled with astonishment. Could this be what my master referred to as the boundless thought? Wu Chen murmured as he gazed at Wu Xin, who floated gracefully in the air like an immortal. Having forsaken the secret techniques of the Rakshasa Hall, he has instead mastered the 6 transcendental arts. Congratulations, junior brother. Wu Chen looked at Wu Xin with a face full of pride. Meanwhile, on the other side, Wu Shuang, with a smile, remarked, "This is good. A bit of challenge is necessary to keep the fight interesting." Wu Shuang continued to manipulate the 5 flying swords, launching a more intense offensive at Wu Xin from various angles. Wu Xin, with a flicker of movement, evaded the incoming swords with ghostly agility, easily sidestepping the onslaught. In the blink of an eye, he closed the distance to Wu Shuang, striking with fists and feet like the wind, launching a fierce assault. Wu Shuang, determined not to be outdone, unleashed his own exquisite martial arts, engaging Wuxin in a fierce and intense close-quarters battle. In a moment, the shadows of fists intertwined, and the wind from their legs howled. As the two engaged in a fierce and indecisive battle, Lei Wujie stood at the sidelines, anxiously observing the intense clash. He felt a surge of excitement and admiration upon witnessing Wuxin holding his own against Wu Shuang as they exchanged blows back and forth. However, for reasons unknown, a hint of desolation gradually crept across his face. Beside him, Xiaosei keenly noted Lei Wujie's expression and, with a slight smirk and a touch of teasing, inquired, "What is it? Do you feel a significant gap between yourself and them, leading to a sense of defeat?" "Indeed. I had ventured forth with the intention of establishing my own reputation through my exceptional martial skills, yet throughout this journey, I have found myself unable to conquer a single opponent, which is truly disheartening." Lei Wujie could not help but let out a long sigh. Meanwhile, Xiaosei's gaze remained fixed on the intense struggle between Wuxin and Wu Shuang, and he spoke gravely, given the current situation. It appears that the pinnacle of this generation's talents may very well emerge from among these two. Just as the spectators were engrossed in the battle, Wuxin and Wu Shuang suddenly leaped back, creating distance between them. Wuxin regarded his opponent with a slight smile, remarking, "The art of sword control truly opens my eyes. The 6 techniques of the Buddhist school are endlessly profound." Wu Shuang echoed the praise. However, the astute Xiaosei quickly discerned that Wuxin was gravely injured and was now at the end of his strength, causing him to worry for Wuxin. In that moment, Wu Shuang leapt into action, 5 flying swords swirling around her, preparing to launch another assault on Wuxin. Chapter 95, Li Hani's sword technique. Just as the 5 flying swords surged towards Wuxin, he tightly shut his eyes, mentally preparing himself to embrace death. Yet, moments later, the swords did not strike him. Wuxin slowly opened his eyes and beheld Lei Wujie standing defiantly in front of him. The 5 swords hovered mere inches from Lei Wujie, failing to inflict any harm. Wu Shuang retracted his sword, a look of confusion etched upon his face as he regarded Lei Wujie, unable to comprehend why this individual chose to intervene. Instead of using his sword to block, he opted to shield himself with his body. What a fool. Wuxin felt a warmth in his heart and couldn't resist teasing Lei Wujie. Wu Shuang sheathed his sword and inquired, "What is your name?" "From the Jiangnan Thunder Hall." "I am Lei Wujie," Lei Wujie declared, gazing at Wu Shuang with a resolute expression. "I am familiar with the Jiangnan Thunder Hall, but I have not heard of you." "Lei Wujie, it seems you lack renown." Wu Shuang scratched the back of his head, bemused.